Around a pretty famous urban legend involving an interdimensional elevator. With some great build-up and nice use of tension, this urban legend is brought to life in a suitably creepy fashion. It begins with a boy standing in an elevator but suddenly grabbing his ears in pain. Seeing something in front of him, he suddenly starts convulsing and collapses. In the morning, several police officers look over the details of the case. In particular, they discuss the logistics of how this elevator works, including its presumed ability to travel between dimensions at 24 a.m. That evening, the lead officer returns to the office block and checks out the elevator for himself. As the door closes, he looks over instructions from the printed-out sheet he holds. As he moves between floors, the fourth floor opens to pitch-black nothingness, until that suddenly changes to a mirror image of himself in the lift. Just before pressing floor 1, a hand comes out of nowhere and sends the lift back up again. As it does, a strange girl dressed in black appears inside and asks to go back down again. When the woman turns around, her grotesque twisted face shows a blackened eye, a consistent motif from this anthology of course, and starts slamming the man's head against the wall. However, the security footage simply shows this officer hitting his own head. Only, as the door opens, it reveals the two other police officers, who remark that the clothes the deceased are wearing look eerily similar to the one on duty. As the episode closes out, two schoolgirls enter that very same elevator and start trying out the game. Episode 6 of Gotham begins at a family home as a worried mother tells her husband not to remove the paper talisman from the shelf. She goes on to mention a cop, possibly the one from the previous episode, and a boy who has recently died. Because of this, they're all on edge. In the morning, this same man leaves his room but finds a clump of hair stuck in the frame of the door. Pulling it out, the tuft of hair he holds brings with it a piercing scream. After a hard day of work, the drunk man peels off the paper talisman. He crumples it up in his hand, throwing it on the floor. Stumbling forward, he passes out face down on the bed. With the door left open, blood seeps out the foundations as severed limbs start creeping across the room. As a spatter of blood hits his cheek, the man notices a hand crawling across the floor. That hand finds its way onto a faceless form that stalks him mercilessly out the room. Growling menacingly, the man begs it to stop. It's too late. The creature slashes him with his hand and leaves the man a bloodied mess on the floor, which is where the episode ends. Episode 7 of Gotham is one of the more indifferent and forgettable episodes of the anthology. This one revolves around a virtual ghost. Specifically, one that haunts SAE-ROM's vlog for virtual housework. SAE-ROM starts the episode off as the live chat explodes with comments. However, as she talks, one of her plushies falls on the floor. Convincing her fans that she didn't stage this, she returns to the screen excitedly talking again. Midway through her chat, SAE-ROM thanks her fans for reaching 30,000 balloons. After asking the viewers about blankets, things soon take a turn for the eerie when a book falls off the shelf. Visibly scared, her fans contemplate whether this is a fake or not as SAE-ROM ends the broadcast. She tells them all she's off to see Rin's place to finish broadcasting, until she reveals it's all one big hoax. Unbeknownst to her though, the camera is still recording despite the chat room freezing. Grabbing her phone, she starts taking selfies, but with the filters, they suddenly start filling the screen and appear to hint at numerous people around her. Frozen to her seat, SAE-ROM suddenly starts bashing her face continuously against the keyboard. As she passes out on the ground, another version of SAE-ROM, A doppelganger perhaps? Suddenly comes onto the view and introduces herself as Sae Ram, which is where the episode ends. Episode 8 of Godam expands out beyond its Korean urban legends to include some pretty dangerous ritualistic magic in the form of Yomi. This essentially proves to be an origin story of sorts, attempting to bridge the gap between the different episodes. Unfortunately, the execution is lacking. The story itself begins with a white-robed woman walking downstairs and dropping a bowl full of food through a small slot. Hungry arms grab the bowl and scurry away. Out of all the episodes, this is the one that actually bothers to add some exposition. As we soon learn, there is a grotesque hex called Yomi in the country. Shamans abduct children and starve them until they're nearly dead. They then capture their spirits and keep their soul. After praying, this woman heads downstairs and captures the young child, stabbing repeatedly until he or she is dead. Convulsing on the spot, the woman suddenly switches her eye around to reveal a much smaller pupil. Could this mean she's been possessed by the spirit? Outside, she buries a box holding severed feet and laughs maniacally up at the sky. Back inside, she reads the fortune of a middle-aged woman and tells her she should get divorced from her husband. Struggling to keep her composure, and presumably her form, this woman continues to read fortunes as the entire room starts to shake around her. This lonely mother begs for help in finding her daughter as the candles go out in the room. This child's spirit is strong and seems to possess the woman. Inside her eye, the pupil paves the way to show a child banging both fists against the cornea, begging to be released. That evening, the woman awakens and is unable to control herself, twisting and contorting while the soul struggles to break free from her. Eventually, a tiny hand bursts out of her stomach as she collapses on the ground. From within, this child appears to be born. Outside, a woman hangs from a tree, while the camera pans across to the spot where the severed feet were buried.
Simply shows its officer hitting his own head. Only as the door opens it reveals.
Welcome to Classic Recap. Today I am going to explain a sci-fi film called Cabin Fever, 2002. At the start of the film, a man is walking in the woods and comes upon a dog that he believes to be sleeping. When he pulls the dog up, all the blood falls on his face, and he notices that the dog's flesh is rotted, which means that its body is rotten due to any virus or disease. Meanwhile, 5 college friends are driving in a van through rural Alabama on their way to the woods, for they have rented a cabin in the woods. Along the way, they stop at a local convenience store for food. As they get out of the car, they see a small child in front of the store. When Paul shakes his hand with him, that young boy bites Paul on the hand. And there comes the store manager, who is the father of this young boy. He is very angry with his son and tells them that my son is not like other children, so forgive me for that. Then manager tells Paul to wash his hands right there. Meanwhile, there is another man who hears about the way of these people, and warns them to be careful in the forest, because people are roaming around who are infected with the virus. When they arrive at the cabin, Karen sees there is no network or signal. She is very upset because she could not upload any picture or neither play any game. After that, Paul and Karen come out of the cabin and go for a swim in the lake. While Bert goes hunting for squirrels in the woods, he accidentally shoots the man who discovered the rotting dog at the beginning of the film. By this time, the man's face has become badly rotted. Bert is very scared of him even though the man asks him for help, but Bert forbids him to come near him, and gives threats to kill him. Then he runs away from there and the infected man keeps asking for help. Bert does not tell anyone about it and goes back to his cabin. That evening, the 5 kids build a bonfire and share ghost stories with each other. They soon encounter a local college kid named Grim, who approaches them with his dog. Though he acts a little eccentric, they allow him to join in when he offers them a drink. However, once it starts raining, he leaves to take care of his camping equipment, and the group retreats into the house. Later on that night, they hear a knocking at the door. When they open the door, they discover it's the diseased man that Bert shot before. He asks them for help and says that my body is burning, and I need a doctor. That's when his eye falls on Bert, and he tells them that Bert shoot him, but before he can say anything else, Bert locks the door. He then sees the infected man taking their car. Bert picks up his gun and come out with the rest of the people, and tells him to get out of the car. Bert shoots the tires of the car, but the infected man vomits blood all over the windscreen and the seats of the car. After the man exits the car, Paul sets light on the infected man, and he runs a flame back into the woods where he dies in the lake. The next morning we see Bert and Jeff walk off down the lake shore to find someone for help. Then they hear someone run the way and go there. They find a woman who is cutting the pig. Jeff tells her that we just need a mechanic here, because our car is busted. That woman tells him that you have to go to town for that. Later she tells that let's go to my house, I have a radio, we can call Ricky. He has a truck, he will help you. They both are very happy to hear this and go to her house with him. Here she shows them a picture and asks about it. It was the same man they had set on fire. They soon discover that the woman was related to the hermit. They both are very scared to see this and leave the house quickly. In the next scene, we see a police officer standing outside the cabin. A young deputy, whose name was Winston Olson.
I decided to make it my personal mission to get revenge on this scammer, and now, a few months later, I have complete access to his laptop, including his...
Paul then tells him that we were attacked by an infected man at night. On hearing this, she says that I have to write a report for this, and we see that the police officer was behaving very strangely, but when Paul asks her for help and speaks for the car, she tells him that I will send a truck for you people to help, and then she leaves from there. During this time, Karen drinks a glass of water from the lake contaminated by the infected man, and begins to feel ill. She goes to bed to rest. Paul later discovers rotten boils on her thighs. Fearing this, he tells to everyone. When they reach there, they are shocked to see Karen. Karen asks to everyone for help, but Bert stops them all and tells Karen to stay in the bed. Even though Karen is in a very bad mood at the moment, she was badly crying because she was in so much pain. Bert was trying to explain to everyone, fearing that they will soon also become infected with whatever is ailing Karen as well as the man the night before. After that, they all start checking each other out of fear. Karen has then quarantined in the tool shed outside, so that the other people are not infected. At night, everyone makes a plan, and then suddenly they hear the sound of a dog. When they see it, there is a dog standing whose condition was very bad, and he tries to open the door of Karen's room. Then Bert goes out with the other to shoot the dog, but the dog disappears as soon as they see it. When they go to the door and check, it has badly melted. The next day, they discover Karen's condition is deteriorating fast, and Bert was trying to start the car. Here Paul and Marcy insist on helping Karen, but at the same time, Bert also realizes that he himself is infected with the virus, and he hides this from the rest of the people. But Jeff finds out that Bert is also infected and he asks about it. When Bert hears, he takes the car and runs from there. Jeff runs off into the forest with the remaining drink, the only reliable drinking source. Marcy yells at him as he flees, upset that he has abandoned her. Now alone in the cabin, Paul finds Marcy sitting despondently on her bed. He tries to reassure her, but she reiterates that they are all doomed to get sick. Anyway, she seduces Paul and they begin having intercourse. After they finish, Marcy discovers some red marks on her back where Paul grabbed her. Meanwhile, Bert drives to the convenience store that the group visited earlier pleading for some food. The manager sees his condition and understands that he is infected, because he shows increasing signs of infection. Although Bert tells him to call the doctor, he agrees for this. The young retarded redneck boy on the bench then runs over and bites Bert again, thereby infecting himself. His father comes outside and rather than helping Bert, tries to kill him. He calls for a gun to kill Bert, which frightens Bert so much and he takes the car, tries to run away. When he leaves, the manager tells his men that everyone in the cabin is infected, so we should call to police and kill them. He takes two of his redneck friends, who arm themselves with rifles to go after Bert to kill him. On the other hand, Marcy has a bath and weeps. The marks Paul made on her back are shown to be developing into gruesome wounds like Karen's. Here Paul heads over to the local reservoir. Suddenly the infected man attacks him and drops him into the water. It means that he was still alive after being burned, but Paul now drowns him into the water and kills him. Back at the cabin, Marcy is shocked and notices they are beginning to deteriorate as the skin begins gorily peeling off. She runs outside and screams for help. Here the infected dog comes there and attacks Marcy, which makes her scream. Paul hears her screams and reaches there, and sees that the dog has eaten Marcy completely. Then he hears Karen's voice. He reaches there with a gun and sees that the dog is eating a motionless Karen's body. However, Paul kills the dog with Bert's rifle. Karen, whose skin has now almost fully rotted off, she is barely alive. She begs Paul to kill me because her condition is very bad. To end her suffering, he clubs and impales her with a shovel. He then throws petrol on her and sets her on fire, destroying her whole body. Seeing all this, Paul is very sad and he starts crying. Then Bert arrives there and tells to Paul that they are coming to kill us. Before he can say anything else, the manager shoots him in the head, and Paul is so frightened. When he looks at the manager and his friends, he tries to shoot them with a gun, but the bullet does not come out of the gun. A friend of the manager says that the safety of your gun is on. Then Paul turns on the safety of his gun and shoots them all three. They all die in that place. Paul then runs back to Bert's pursuer's car and drives into town. When he looks at his hands, he realizes that he too is infected, which distracts him and he goes to an accident. After that, he gets out of the car. He continues on foot when he reaches a roadside party by a local teen with Winston in attendance. He tells her that you promised to send a truck for help, but Winston tells him just relax, and Paul again asks for help. Just as a police officer gets on the radio warning Winston about Paul and his group, who are infected with a strange disease, and that they are to be shot on sight. Hearing this, Winston turns his pistol on Paul and tells him to stay away, but Paul moves towards him and tries to explain to Winston that everything has happened because of you. Then Winston tells him that you will take a shortcut from the forest and head towards the main road, but when Paul walks through the jungle, he realizes that Winston has betrayed him, because there was no way to go. So he gets very sad and starts crying. The next morning, Jeff comes out of the woods where he was hiding. As he looks around, horrified that his friends are dead, seeing him, he laughs like a crazy man. And his eyes fall on his hand. He finds out that he is also infected. At that movement, Winston shoots him in the head and kills him. Then we see Paul again, whose body is getting rotten because he can't find his way into the forest. After that, the police come to the cabin and take away the dead bodies. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching.
If you could have your own Amazon store making thousands of dollars a day, and you didn't even have to manage it, would you?
Hi, welcome to Classic Recap. Today we will talk about a horror film called Cabin in the Woods. Spoilers are ahead, watch out and take care. The movie opens with a pair of middle-aged men. They were working in an underground laboratory on their secret project. This project was concealed from everyone except them, as well as this operation was going on in different countries of the world. But it remains failed everywhere except Japan and USA. Now these two countries take the responsibility for this secret operation. Afterward, we see 5 friends who are preparing themselves to go to a long weekend at a lakeside cabin, where one of their friends has been recently purchased it. As they are leaving their house, a person was kept an eye on them from the front building. That man is telling someone through a call that they have left this place in time. The group is close to the cabin where they stop for gas and direction. They meet an old man, an unfriendly and more than a little bit crazy. He tells them that they will have no problem getting on the cabin. The group laughs at him. He becomes sarcastic and aggressive, and there is almost a fight. Instead, everyone gets back in the RV and they drive away. They have to go through a U-shaped tunnel in the mountain to get to the cabin. As they pass through it, a bird tries to fly across the ravine, and it's an invisible shield. It electrocutes the bird and it falls, presumably to its death. The group arrive at the cabin and unpack. Holden is in his bedroom putting on his bathing suit when he notices an owl painting on the wall. He takes it down, and underneath it, there is a window into the next room where Dana is staying. Unaware that the mirror in her room is revealing everything to Holden in the next room. Holden runs into Dana's room and tells her what's going on. After that, they switch rooms. Dana again adjusts that painting on the front of the mirror, because that painting was looking so horrific. So Dana covers that painting with a piece of cloth. Meanwhile, now these scientists are observing that cabin through CCTV cameras, and they were those scientists who were working on the secret operation. They were not only having a look at the cabin but the whole woodland area through cameras. It means that the cameras had been adjusted throughout the area. Otherwise, they had also held sway over the whole area technologically. Now we see that scientists received a call from the owner of the mysterious filling station. He is telling that I have done my job perfectly. I have sent those friends to the cabin without filling up their vehicle with petrol. and they have come too close to their death now. At the cabin, they all are getting pretty enjoying and starts to play truth or dare. Julius has been chosen dare when the door to the basement flies open, startling them all. They dare her to go down in the basement. She does, and the rest of them follow. There is a ton of really strange things down there. Everyone picks up the strange things and tries to understand that why they are kept here. Dana picks up an old diary and says, "Hey guys, listen to this." The diary belongs to a young girl, Anna, who was brutally beaten by her father. Anna had stated in that diary the tortures that occurred with his mother and her whole family. It has also been stated in that diary, if someone reads out the stated Latin words in the diary, then Anna's family will be revived. They will kill all along with the reader of the diary. Marty says they should not read it, but Dana and the rest of the friends were rubbishing it. Why will it happen, and how is it possible? Finally, they read the stated Latin words in the diary. As a result, Anna's family is revived at a long distance away from the cabin. They are reviving from their graves and coming out. Now they have transformed into zombies. The group goes back to the living room. Kurt and Julius decide to go for a walk. They start to walk in the woods, but they are stopped by the zombies. Julius is stabbed in the hand, but Kurt saves her. He is stabbed in the shoulder but survives. Julius is recaptured and beheaded while Kurt watches. As Julius dies, a scientist pulls a lever and blood runs into a grooved stone tablet that contains the outline of a female figure. Marty hears a voice in his head and goes outside to see what's happening. Kurt running towards him, fighting off a zombie. They both run inside and lock the door. Kurt tells to everyone that Julius is dead. He suggests to everyone that we should leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, those zombies will also victim us. But Dana says, "I am not living without my friend." When she opens the door, a big zombie is standing in front of the door. That zombie throws Julius' head in the hand of Dana. Then the remaining friends again lock the door. They decide to barricade the house and stick together. A voice tells them to split up, but only Marty hears it. He begs the other not to split up, but no one listened, and Dana, Holden, and Marty each go into their own rooms. A scientist tells his friends to just close the door behind them. The door is locked as they enter. In Marty's room, he gets startled and breaks a lamp. He picks it up and finds a camera. This is proving everything he has been saying about this place. He is about to investigate further when a zombie comes through the window and pulls him outside. Marty hits a zombie with his stick, but nothing happens to him. They struggle, but Marty is stabbed in the neck and dragged out of sight. Once again, the bloodline earth is starting to fill with blood, but this time the whole ground starts to shake. A zombie tries to break through Dana's window. Hearing this in the next room, Holden breaks the glass between their rooms and pulls her into his. They find a door on the floor that leads to another room in the basement. It appears that this is the room where the father beat and tortured the girl from the diary. They try to find a way. Just then one of the zombies finds them and stabs Holden in the back. Dana stabs the zombie repeatedly just as Kurt opens the door from the other side. The three of them runs and gets in the RV. Then the project of Japan is shown, where the children had transformed their demon into a frog, performing a ritual. So it had been declared because of it. The project of Japan has also been failed. However, the three friends are moving outside through the tunnel to rescue their lives. They were thinking as they will leave from here easily, but they were wrong, because they had no control over them. But they were under the control of the lab department. The RV makes it halfway through the tunnel when it starts to cave in. As a result, the old tunnel explodes. They reverse back the way they came and make it out just in time. Kurt hits upon an idea. He says that I will jump over a nearby ditch of the tunnel on my motorbike. Crossing the way, I will bring the help for you too. When he starts to jump over, he hits the invisible barrier and falls in the ditch and dies, like the bird we see before. Dana and Holden are frustrated at what happened to Kurt and realize that Marty was right all along. They head back towards the cabin trying to figure a way out, but unfortunately, there was also a zombie in the RV. They thrust a rod into the throat of Holden. Dana screams and the RV falls into the lake. Dana comes out of the water and swims to the surface, saving from that zombie. Back at the facility, they are celebrating a successful night. Evidently, this is extremely important since all of the other sites in Japan and others have failed to complete the ritual. They were thinking that Dana is the only survivor. She will also be victimized by any zombie. Dana is still in trouble with one of the zombies and he is about to kill her. Marty comes there and stops the zombie with his giant bong. Dana kicks the zombie, falls him into the water. He grabs Dana and they run into the woods. The zombies are after them. He jumps into one of the graves. Dana can't figure out what's going on. Suddenly, Marty opens a room and they fall into a room right before the zombie grabs them. Marty shows to Dana an elevator and deduces that someone sent the zombies to attack them. She is not sure about getting in the elevator, but they don't have any other option. Finally, they decided to come in an elevator, and they move to the cellar through the elevator, where the lab department was situated. Through the glass window of their elevator, they see many different creatures, as well as they see many other elevators that contain supernatural creatures connected to the strange atoms in the basement of the cabin. Meanwhile, the observers are in uproar because Dana and Marty have penetrated their facility. They make plans to kill Marty, pointing the elevator number. An armed guard is sent to them and instructed to kill both of them. But he fails when a zombie corpse in the elevator distracts him. Dana and Marty take advantage and kills him, and move out into the hallway. A female voice speaks to them over a PA system. She insists that Dana and Marty must die. They both run towards the control room and hide. More armed guard shows up and starts firing on them. Dana realizes that there is a control panel that monitors access to the elevator containing the monster. She pushes the red button and suddenly an alarm starts going off all over the facility. The guards all fuse in terror. Then all of the elevators opens while monsters after monsters emerges. The soldiers are massacred and the monsters get into all areas of the facility, slaughtering the workers. Marty and Dana are concerned by monsters, but they climb through a hole where one of the wall was smashed in during the carnage. In the facility's control room, all the scientists are killed by monsters. One of the scientists finally gets to see Merman right before it kills him. The other one manages to activate an escape hatch and emerges into a stone hallway. But he is fatally stabbed by Dana. This is where Dana and Mary have ended up as well. Dana is afraid to go on, but Marty gives her a gun. Marty and Dana ends up in the room with all the character outlines. Dana realizes that there are 5 stone tablets, one for each of them. Everything that's happened to them has been part of the ritual sacrifice. The director appears. She explains about the facility and its purpose. She says the ritual is older than anything known to man. Even she and her peers are not sure for everything, but the ritual is conducted worldwide. The director explains that the ritual is meant to keep them dominant and must follow specific rules. The director says Marty must die to save the world. Marty says that if a bloodthirsty ritual is required to save mankind, then maybe mankind is not worth saving. Marty is hurt when Dana raises the gun to kill him. She is conflicted, but she does not want the world to end. Without warning, Dana is attacked by a werewolf. When she drops the gun, Marty picks it up and fires on the werewolf, and it runs off wounded. The director tries to kill Marty, but the zombie girl from the diary appears and kills the director instead. Marty kicks them both into the pit. Dana and Marty were thinking that everything is alright now, so they are seated comfortably, and Dana apologizes to Marty that she had pointed a gun at him. Suddenly the ground shakes and starts to crack open. The cabin in the woods starts shaking. A giant ant comes crashing up throwing it, and slams down on the ground in front of it. The movie ends there. Thanks for watching.
Pizza, pizza.
Matthew, Little Caesars is now the official pizza of the NFL.
Hi, welcome to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain a horror movie called Brain Freeze. Spoilers are ahead, watch out, and take care. At the beginning of the movie, we see a scene from a golf playground where a multinational biotic company is spraying a fertilizer so that the grass of the ground stays green even in the snow, so that golfers can play golf all year round. After that, we see the island community security guard named Dean, who is circling the town. Now he sees a boy named Andre riding a bicycle as well as using a phone, who gets out of the front of his car without any attention, which saves him from having an accident. That's why Dean tries to explain it, but Andre ignores his words and leaves. Then we see that if one has to go from the island to the city, he has to go through the bridge, because that's the only way to get to the city. However, Dean calls his daughter Patricia and asks her to dine with him, but she flatly forbids it. Now in the next scene, we see Andre whose mother is late for work. So her little sister Camilla starts going home and tells Andre to take care of his little sister Annie. The next morning, Andre's mother makes a juice and tells her son Andre to take care of his little sister Annie, until Camilla comes there and she goes herself for a job. Then we see the richest man in town named Michael. He sees that the grass on the golf course is green and fresh from the biotech company's fertilizer. He is very happy about this, and then Maud and his wife Marcel come to his house to play golf. She also has a dog that she loves very much. Michael is very happy and tells them about the playground, that the ground is ready to play golf. Then we see Andre, whose sister Annie is very upset, and she almost broke the TV, but Andre saves it. Here Patricia is working for Michael, so she is with him at the golf course where his father Dean's call him, but she does not pick up his call. Then we see that the fertilizer inserted in the golf course is getting into the drinking water of the people through the pipe. And a man drinks that water in his preparing room, then he goes to a store to get some fruit. So he starts to feel very strange there. Then he arrives at his girlfriend's house and sees that his teeth are completely green. As soon as he sees it, he turns into a zombie and attacks his girlfriend. And he bites her very badly. This hurts his girlfriend a lot. After a while, she also starts to turn into a zombie. Then we see Michael arriving home with Marcel and Maud. They find that everyone in the house is infected. Marcel's dog then attacks Marcel, because he too is completely infected. Because of this, she also becomes infected, and the rest of the infected people are also coming towards them. On which Michael and Maud leave Marcel outside and come inside the house. But in the meantime, Dog enters the house and bites at the feet of the Maud. Because of this, he also becomes infected and starts chasing Michael. But Michael hides in a room. Then we see Dean called by a lady to check on his neighbors. But when Dean is checking them out, he's shocked, because those people have now turned into a zombie. Then that lady also turns into a zombie who called Dean, and she starts chasing him, but Dean runs away and gets in the car, and she can't attack him. And seeing all this, Dean gets scared and calls Patricia, but she doesn't respond to his call, because she is also trapped in a room that the zombies are trying to attack. Then we see Andre's mom, who turns into a zombie due to drinking contaminated water and tries to attack Andre, and Andre is terrified. And he doesn't understand anything and he runs out of the house. This causes his mom to collide with Dean's car. But even after that, she was trying to drag himself towards Andre. Andre tries to move on to his mom, but Dean stops him and he goes away from there. But even after that, Andre grabs his mom on her foot and brings it inside the house. However, during this time many zombies try to attack him. But before they can get there, Andre locks all the doors of his house. He then calls the police but finds out that the whole island has been quarantined. Then Andre's eyes fall on his mom, which is trying to reach Annie, her daughter. That's why Andre dragged her to the bathroom and locked him there. In the next scene, we see Dean arriving at Patricia's car garage looking for her. There are a lot of zombies trying to attack him, but he kills them one by one. Then we see that the bridge connecting the island to the city has been blasted, so that the infection did not reach the city. Now the lights go out all over the island because of the bridge collapse. And here the battery of Andre's mobile also runs out, due to which his phone is turned off. Then he thinks his mom must be hungry, so he goes there to see him. But at the same time her sister Annie also reaches for her mom. She tries to attack him. Here Andre escapes from the bathroom, distracting her mom and trying to save Annie from his mom. Then the TV place there falls on his mother's head, due to which his mother's head is crushed very badly, and it kills his mother. Andre is very sad to see this. He then looks at the zombies standing outside with the help of a ladder, and then he opens the door with his sister Annie. This causes all the zombies to come into the house because of the sound of the cat. Andre leaves with his sister Annie, but some zombies seem to follow him and surround him completely. But before they can attack him, Dean pulls both of them inside the mall and saves their life. Andre then asks Dean that any way to get out of the island, but he says we can't get out of here now because the bridge is broken, as well as the river water is very cold, and no one can cross it wet. Andre then sees Patricia, who herself had become a zombie. That's why Dean was so sad, but he thinks Patricia will recover again. That's why Dean keeps her locked in a room. Then in the next scene, we see Daniel, who calls the same biotech company that made this fertilizer and tells him that the experts will be there soon. They will repair all the damage done to the island, as well as he says that our cleanup operation has been started. Dean and Andre are listening to the radio, and he says people will not be called back from the island. Because of them, people in the city can also be infected. Dean then calls Patrick and says that there are still people like me on the island who are not infected. Patrick tells him that we can't help the people there because there is a risk of infection along with them. Dean is completely disappointed to hear this. Andre then tells Dan that if you have to recover Patricia again, so we need to find out how this virus spreads so that we can find a cure for it. Here Dean understands that water is the only thing that causes the virus to spread so fast. Hearing this, Andre also agrees because he never drinks water, and maybe that's why he's not infected yet. Dean then takes Andre and his sister Annie and Patricia with him, while Dean covers Patricia's face so that she could not attack him. When they get out, all the zombies there attack them, but they escape from them and get in the car. Then we see that Camellia calls Patrick and tells him that there are many good people on the island who are not infected yet, so we have to help them. Patrick explains that as long as the virus is on the island, until then, the whole world is left. But if the virus reaches the city, no one will be able to prevent it from spreading. Then we see Michael, as well as two girls from the biotech company, approaches there. He is very happy to see them. He thinks they are there to save him. So he tells them that I have burned all the documents and files. Now take back the leftover fertilizer, as well as change the grass off the ground. But they brought a cure for the virus. While Michael is checking the code, they both force-feed him the fertilizer and turn Michael into a zombie. Then we see Dan reaching for the water supply. Dan tells Andre to leave his sister Annie in the car, and he takes Patricia with him. When they get inside the building, Patricia runs and jumps into the water and drowns. Seeing this, Dan goes into the water behind him to get him out of the water, and a dangerous zombie in the water attacks him. But when he sees Patricia near Dean, the zombie leaves them and starts to attack Andre. Andre runs away from there to save his life. On the other hand, when Dean tries to get Patricia out, his hand gets completely paralyzed and she falls into the water again. Then we see Andre, who is being pursued by many zombies, but he gets in the car before they arrive. Then Dean arrives at the car with the help of Patricia, avoiding the zombie. Andre then takes Patricia's phone and opens it with the help of her hand. He is very happy to see this. Then we see the two girls from the biotech company. They drop cures on the ground. Because of this, the whole infection is gone. Meanwhile, Dan arrives at Michael's house and tries to open the door. But when no one opens the door, he enters from the back and opens the door and takes the rest of the people inside. Arriving there, Andre surrounds Annie with furniture on all sides, so that he could not get out of it and stay safe. And then he goes to Dean, and there he finds Marcel's dog, which has been completely turned into grass, but he was still breathing. They are both very surprised to see this. Dean then tells Andre to go back, keeping an eye on Annie. But when Andre arrives, he sees that Annie is not there, but she is moving towards the hall. When Dean arrives in the basement, he finds a bomb. He is very surprised to see this. The bomb was planted by none other than the two girls from the biotech company, because they wanted to destroy the whole evidence. But Dean shuts it down. Then he also comes in contact with the fertilizer. Since the time bomb has stopped, the two girls move towards Michael's house, and they find Annie there. One of the girls feeds him the fertilizer, and then Andre arrives there, who is very happy to see Annie. But at the same time, he sees a biotic girl. Now he tries to run away from the girl, but the other girl gets there too, and they both surround him. Then they try to feed Andre a fertilizer. Then Annie cuts off one of them because she too has now become a zombie. At that moment, Dean arrives, who also becomes a zombie and attacks the other girl and bites her. At the same time, the fallen cure breaks down and reaches inside Dean and Annie. Dean first tries to attack Andre, but because he had zombie Annie, he stopped. Then we see the two girls from the biotech company. They think they are infected and shoot each other with a gun and die there. Andre finds Patricia's phone again. With his help, he makes videos of himself and his sister and asks people for help. Camellia is very sad to see this. Then in the next scene, we see the army reaches that island, but they are killing everyone there. It doesn't matter if they are infected or not. Seeing this, Andre gets very scared and hides there. In that time, Annie becomes a human being again because of that cure. The army then goes to Michael's house, where Dean has also become a human being. That's why when the army approaches there, Dean tries hard to convince them that he is not a zombie, but they do not hear a word of it, and badly burn Dean as well as Patricia. Then we see Andre, who reaches the river. He sees Camellia coming to help him with a boat. She takes both of them in the boat. Now Andre had brought Patricia's hand along to unlock the phone. Now he didn't need it anymore, that's why he throws her hand in the river. When a fish eats that hand, it also becomes infected. This tells us that the virus will now reach the city. The movie ends here. Let us know your thoughts in the comments and leave a like if you enjoyed the video. Also, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome to Classic Recapped. Today I am going to explain a horror and sci-fi film called Zombies of the Dead, 2004. At the start of the film, we see a nurse whose name was Anna. She finishes a long shift at her hospital and drives to her peaceful suburban home. When she gets home, she meets a little girl whose name was Vivian. After that, she returns home where her husband is waiting for him. She and her waiting husband, Louis, make love and go to sleep. Missing warnings beginning to trickle through the local media concerning a mysterious and rapidly spreading contagion that turns its infected hosts into reanimated flesh-eating ghouls. The next morning, when they are awoken, Louis sees their zombified neighbor, a young girl. She had blood on her face and was completely infected. Louis wants to help her. Suddenly, she bites Louis in the throat. Anna takes the infected girl from Louis and throws it away into the other room. When the zombie girl again attacks Anna, Anna quickly locks the doors. But despite her frantic efforts, Louis dies. When Anna unsuccessfully attempts to call 911 for help, Louis immediately awakens as a reanimated zombie and chases Anna into the bathroom. Anna escapes out the window. Outside, she sees destruction everywhere and people killing each other. At the same time, Louis chases Anna and comes outside. Anna flees from her now a chaos-torn neighborhood in her car, before a failed hijacking attempt sends her crashing into a tree. When Anna regains consciousness, a police officer points his gun at Anna. And when he finds that Anna is not infected, he goes ahead. The name of the police officer was Kenneth, a grim police sergeant traveling to Fort Pastor. After that, they both meet three friends: jack of all trades Michael, petty criminal Andre, and his pregnant Russian wife Luda. Michael tells the police officer that you don't wanna go there because there is a group of zombies moving around. They start to move and decide to go to a nearby mall. But as soon as they get there, a lot of zombies start moving towards them. After that, everyone goes inside the mall and quickly locks the door. Inside the mall, Michael and Andre go to check all the doors of the mall, because if any infected man comes there may be a problem for them. Meanwhile, Andre walks towards a door where a zombie tries to get in, but can't because the door is closed. On the other hand, Michael sees blood on the ground. When he sees it, he picks up a hammer and tries to open the door. When he opens the door, he sees a zombie who kills someone and eats his flesh. He attacks Michael, and there is a fight between these two. Michael has a flute in his hand, which he pushes into the head of the zombie and kills him. On the other side, Luda is also attacked by a zombie. A police officer arrives and rescues Luda from the zombie and starts to fight him. Anna quickly picks the gun and shoots the zombie, injured him. They all run away from there and confront three living security guards: CJ, Bart, and Terry. They give up their weapons in exchange for refuge. After the group secures the mall, they head up to the mall's roof to dispose of bodies and paint SOS signs. So if any rescue teams fly over there, they know about them, that there are refugees. The team sees another survivor who is stranded alone in his gun store across the mall's zombie-infested parking lot, whose name is Andy, and he points to the sky that something is coming. The team sees a helicopter is flying over them. They all raise their hands for help, but the pilot can't see them and goes from there. They all are disappointed and get back inside the mall and go to sleep. The next day, Terry sees a truck coming towards the mall in the security cameras. He quickly tells his boss about it. Then Anna and the rest of the team also come there. Anna says we should save them, but CJ did not want to take any risks, so he refuses to do this. Michael and Kenneth snatch a pistol from CJ and his friend. Now Michael and Kenneth go to help the crushed people in the truck, and there comes a lot of zombies who are shot and killed by Michael and Kenneth. They both bring all the people to the mall, but one of them, a fat woman, was injured and in very bad condition. Anna goes to help him, but he dies on the spot because she is not feeling well. But after a while, she comes back to life and goes to attack Anna. Anna picks up a rod and stabs her in the skull. Here Frank was also bitten by the zombie, and the group determines that bites are how the zombies multiply their numbers. After Anna and Michael argue about what to do with the rapidly deteriorating Frank, the man is isolated in a store with guard Kenneth, allowing him every single second before expiring. Michael and Anna achieve an awkward reconciliation, which is interrupted by Kenneth's shotgun blast as he destroys Frank's reanimated body. Though the mall provides many material distractions and the survivors begin pairing off romantically, Anna and Michael, Terry and Nicole, Steve and Monica. The undead surround the refuge in ever-increasing numbers. Finally, the mall's power goes out. CJ tells them that the generator is in the parking lot, so we have to go there and turn on the generator. Michael, CJ, enter the underground parking garage to turn on the emergency generator. They meet a friendly dog who appears unharmed nor infected. The question is this: when a zombie suddenly bites Bart, which attracts more zombies that forces the group to flee. While trying to avoid the horde, Michael and Kenneth reach the generator compartment and CJ joins them when Bart is overwhelmed and killed by the zombies. They eventually work together to douse the zombies with gasoline and set them ablaze. Andre, faced with the fact that Luda will soon die, sinks totally into denial and has his heavily pregnant and infected wife tied to a bed in the mall's children's store. As she gives birth, she dies and reanimates. Norma checks on the couple, discovering the zombie Luda and the demented Andre clutching a small bundle of blankets. Norma shoots Luda, causing Andre to snap completely. They exchange more gunfire and both are killed. Anna arrives on the scene and opens the bundle to reveal a zombie baby. She pulls the revolver and a single shot rings through the mall. At an impromptu memorial, Kenneth says anything is better than sitting around waiting to die. The remaining mall dwellers thus plot to fight their way to the local marina, and from there travel out on Steve's small yacht to an island in Lake Michigan. They reinforce 2 small shuttle buses from the parking garage, removing the seats, welding on a snowplow, attaching metal bars and floodlights, stringing barbed wire, boarding up the windows, and cutting slits for the deployment of weapons. Chainsaws, propane tanks, and other supplies are also loaded on board. Meanwhile, Andy is starving and will not have the strength to join the escape and contribute much-needed ammunition. So the mall survivors strap a pack of food on Chips, the dog from the basement, and lower him into the parking lot in a sling. Unfortunately, while Chips makes it safely to the gun shop, a zombie sees the dog and gets in as well and bites Andy. Nicole, distraught over Chips, takes the delivery truck and barges her way into the gun store, where a now zombified Andy traps her in a closet. Kenneth, Michael, CJ, Terry, and Tucker gather their meager weapon supply and go into the sewers, while Steve is assigned guard duty on their exit door. They reach the gun store, where they kill Andy, rescue Nicole, and stock up on weapons and ammunition. A detonated propane tank is used to clear a path back to the sewers, but the zombies pursue them. Along the way, Tucker breaks his legs and, despite CJ's desperate attempts to pull him to safety, is attacked by the perusing zombies, forcing CJ to shoot him dead out of mercy. The zombies' force opens the exit door. Then they all reach a safe place and the zombies come there too, and they all run away from there and go to their bus. The survivors pile into the buses and smash out into the parking lot. But when they came out, they had a lot of zombies in front of them, so their truck was not moving. Steve takes out a chainsaw and starts to cut their legs, and the rest of the team starts to shoot the zombies. CJ gets on the top of the truck, throws a gas cylinder in front of them, and then shoots the cylinder and blasts it. In this way, their path is cleared and they take their trucks and leave. Meanwhile, Glenn moves to take out a last hitchhiking zombie with a chainsaw. A sudden swerve sends the weapon slashing into Monica's shoulder. The resulting splatter of blood covers the windshield, causing driver Kenneth to lose control and crash. Glenn and Monica are killed, while Steve flees the toppled bus and is attacked by the hitchhiking zombie. The others scramble for the second bus, meeting zombie Steve en route. Anna shoots him dead, then must linger long enough to get the boat keys off his corpse, allowing more zombies to catch up with them. Anna flees back to the bus, where Michael helps her in. After a short struggle, they pull away and speed to the marina dock, where they crash the bus and dash for the boat. Cornered in the bus by their pursuers, CJ detonates a final propane tank, blowing up the vehicle, the zombies, and himself. The remainder of the group gets on the boat, except for Michael. He was bitten while helping Anna. Anna futilely pleads with him to come, and the boat sets sail with Terry, Anna, Nicole, and Chips, Anna watches unflinchingly as Michael draws his pistol, places it under his chin, and a final gunshot rings out over the water. The movie ends here.
At the doctor's office, you get the care that's best for you. But insurers and their PBMs, they decide if you'll get your medicines and what they'll cost. So you wind up battling PBMs for your medicines instead of battling your illness. Go to pharma.org/betterway. Paid for by Pharma.
Hi, welcome to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain a movie called Train to Busan, 2016. At the start of the film, we see a truck approaching a toll booth as it's being sanitized. The workers assure him that nothing is wrong and that the area is just being sanitized. As he passes the toll booth, he is distracted by his ringing phone and accidentally climbs over something. After inspecting the scene, he gets back in his truck and drives off. However, the dough staggers to its feet despite the crash and turns to reveal that it is infected. Meanwhile, Seok-woo is a busy fund manager who barely has time for his daughter Suin. He also divorced his wife. After a stressful day at work and accidentally buying Suin the same birthday present he did last year, Suin reveals that she wants to visit her mother in Busan. Seok-woo is initially reluctant due to work, but his mother convinces him that take her there. Seok-woo books the next KTX train bound for Busan the next morning. Early in the morning, Seok-woo drives Suin to the station. Along the way, he sees an oncoming group of ambulances and police cars. Seok-woo thinks that what's happening and then notices the burning building in the distance. He remarks that there's something bad going on, but drives to the station regardless. They board the train. As the train prepares to leave, a spasming young woman boards the train with an enormous bite wound on her leg. Outside the train, the station manager then signals the KTX to leave. He then notices a group of people on top of the stairs of the station, screaming at something unseen. Suin watches through the window as the manager is quickly ambushed by a raided human, which only she witnesses. Frightened, Suin gets up to go to the bathroom. In the lower numbered cars, a train attendant comes across the infected woman, and she attempts to resuscitate her, only for the woman to complete her transformation. The zombie then latches onto the attendant's neck, who runs into the baseball team's car in a panic. The two then fall to the floor, now both zombies. The two proceed to attack most of the baseball team and create a horde of zombies in the process. Only 4 students escape baseball player. The zombies race towards the upper compartments and infect everyone in their path. Suin unwittingly walks towards the lower ones, looking for a bathroom. Seok-woo awakens and notices that Suin is missing from her seat. He then receives a call from a co-worker who informs him that violent riots have erupted around Korea. Soon enough, a group of panicked passengers from the lower compartments rush through past his seat, screaming and running. Now realizing that Suin may be in danger, Seok-woo runs in the opposite direction and sees Suin standing right in front of an oncoming horde of zombies. He grabs her, and they are chased by the horde. But Seok-woo successfully reaches his compartment and attempts to barricade it. The survivors struggle to barricade the door, then realize that the zombies do not know how to open it. Seong-kyung uses water and newspapers to cover the windows, which remedies the situation by causing the zombies to think they are not there. The conductor reassures the survivors over the intercom that the train will not go to Busan, but stop at Daegu Station, as he has been informed that the military has been dispatched there. Yeon-suk makes a private call to a co-worker and convinces him to pick him and Suin up separately. The train then arrives at the abandoned Daegu Station, and Seok-woo takes Suin towards the east exit where they will be picked up, while the others go towards the main exit. The homeless man follows Seok-woo. The three go down the hallway where they see a soldier in the distance. Relieved, Seok-woo tells Suin to stay where she is, and he rushes towards the soldier for help. Then a horde of infected soldiers round the corner, trampling and consuming him. The rest of the survivors head out to the main exit. Towards the bottom of the escalator, the survivors see a large group of uniformed men and realize the soldiers are all infected. Several of the passengers are eaten and infected as they scramble back up the escalator and back into the station. Seok-woo runs back to his daughter and sees the other passengers running back to the train, and a zombie attacks his daughter, but Sang Yue saves him. Seong-kyung takes Suin and runs to the platform. while Sang fights off the horde with Seok-woo and the 2 other baseball players. The others have successfully boarded the train. Seong-kyung and Suin are also boarding when a glass bridge above the train shatters and sends zombies raining onto the platform. One of the zombies falls between the 2 old sisters, separating them. One is forcibly dragged aboard the compartment while Seong-kyung and Suin run in the opposite direction and enters in a safe lower infected compartment with the homeless man. On the other hand, when they lock the door starts to break down and the 3 of them run towards the train. Sang calls his wife and realizes she is trapped in the bathroom with a few others, unwilling to leave them to die. The 3 of them prepare themselves for the fight and start fighting through the lower compartments to rescue them. In the process, they discover the zombies are blind in the dark and only react to sound. Seok-woo use Sang's phone ringtone to pass the last compartment. In this way, they use this to their advantage and manage to rescue them. A baseball boy texts his girlfriend that they have rescued the survivors and are headed towards her compartment. When she happily tells the others, they react with hostility and decide to lock the door to their compartment to prevent the group from entering. Here the group runs together towards the first compartment. The zombies see them and run towards them. A baseball boy attempts to break it open. While Seok-woo and Sung struggle to keep the zombies from entering, Sung tells Seok-woo to take care of his wife and don't leave him behind to distract the zombies. Seok-woo tearfully apologizes and lets go of the door, taking Suin and Seong-kyung towards the barricaded door. The door is broken down and the zombies come out, but Sung catches them all. And here finally the locked door is broken down and the survivors pile into the compartment safely. Seok-woo angrily punches the selfish CEOs and demands to know why he did such a thing. Unwilling to answer, the CEO lies to the others and insists that Seok-woo and his allies are infected. Instilling fear inside the initial group that barricaded the door, they force Seok-woo and the group that just entered the compartment. Once they are forced out, the CEOs and the others use their neckties and shirts to tie down the knob. The old woman is still shocked and silent from seeing her sister die needlessly and realizes that the compartment group's actions have led to her sister's death. Out of anger and defeat, she opens the door, allowing the zombies to flood the safe compartment. The survivors inside the hallway can only watch as the group is eaten inside the compartment. They see shadows of the passengers desperately clawing at the door they just barricaded in a cruel twist of events. The conductor receives a radio notification that Busan has succeeded in holding off the zombie infection. The conductor informs the remaining survivors on the train over the speaker that he will find another train on an unblocked track to drive to Busan, and that they should follow him. Seok-woo and the others exit the train. CEOs has survived the horde of zombies in the compartment by hiding in the bathroom. He also hears the conductor's announcement and finds his way out of the compartment, but several zombies continue chasing him as he gets off. Meanwhile, Seok-woo's group is making their way to the cargo train. Suddenly, a burning freight car rushes towards them. A boy and his girlfriend separated from the group when the runaway freight rams into the cars of a nearby train, which falls and blocks their path. They go into one of the next train cars to cross over to the other side through the door, not noticing that the CEO, who is being chased by a zombie, is following them. Sacrificing her to the zombie, her boyfriend fights the zombie off and cradles the friend in his arms. CEO manages to open the door and runs towards the cargo train. Here she fully turns and consumes his face and throat. CEO runs towards the cargo train but twists his ankle on the tracks, and one of the zombies bites his ankle. The conductor rushes off the car to help, but the CEO throws him aside to the zombies. He ignores the conductor's screams for help as he boards the train alone. Meanwhile, Suin, Seok-woo, and Seong-kyung are on the other side of the wreckage, trapped under a train full of zombies. Seok-woo finds an opening under the train and begins to climb under it, but a part of the train collapses and seals the hole. The impact also shatters a window, and a small group of zombies tumble out and crawl towards the 3. However, the homeless man sacrifices himself to the zombies at the last minute. Seok-woo pulls the debris away, and for Seong-kyung and Suin to escape, they run towards the cargo train and get on the outdoor platform of it. Seok-woo approaches the cockpit, but backs away when he sees the CEO in the conductor's seat, milky-eyed and infected. CEO opens the door of being a zombie. The infection has not reached his brain. Speaking like a little boy, Sadakwu tells him he is infected, and CEOs is momentarily shocked, and he weeps, but within seconds, he is fully turned. Sadakwu begins to struggle with the zombified CEOs, and nearly falls off the ledge of the car. Suin screams on the other side, which attracts the CEO, and he attempts to attack Seong-kyung and Suin. However, Sadakwu keeps his hand on zombified CEO mouth, and his hand is severely bitten. He manages to throw the CEO off the car. Finally succeeds to throw him, he notices his injury. Aware that he will turn very soon, he seats Suin and Seong-kyung in the cockpit and tells them how to use the brakes once they get to Busan Station. He then tries to leave the car, but Suin begs him to stay. The two have a tearful farewell, and Sadakwu holds Suin's small hands in his hand for a moment, before locking himself out of the cockpit. As the infection spreads, Sadakwu sobs as he walks towards the end of the train car, clutching his bloody hand. The infection takes hold, his eyes going white and veins going dark. However, in spite of being fully zombified, he jumped off the car in an act of suicide to keep Suin and Seong-kyung safe. The train car finally arrives at the tunnel leading to Busan Station. However, the track is blocked off with debris. The two exit the car and begin walking down the tunnel, not aware that they are being watched on the other side by the Busan military. One of the snipers reports their approach to his superior and is told to shoot them down, as they cannot tell in the dark whether they are infected or not. Just as the sniper is about to pull the trigger, Suin begins to sing her song. Hearing her song, the soldiers realize they are not infected and rush to their aid. Your thoughts in the comments and leave a like if you enjoyed the video. Also, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already. Thanks for watching.
Earning a college degree shouldn't take 4 years. With WGU, I can speed up the pace of my education. An accredited university that offers quality programs and early graduation? I choose WGU.
Hi, welcome to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain a horror and mystery movie called The Mirrors. At the beginning of the story, we see Max and his friend Kyla. Max was driving and he gets distracted while driving, and they have an accident in which Kyla dies. Max's life was spared, but he blamed himself for Kyla's death because it was all due to his negligence. That's why Max was depressed all the time. He was also taking therapy to get him out of the gut, even though the fault was the front driver who was driving under the influence. Meanwhile, we see a night guard named Henry, who was walking around at Mayflower. He then removes the paper from the top of a large mirror, and in front of it seems to make a different kind of mouth. But his reflection begins to appear strained in the mirror, and then his reflection starts moving against him. At that time, flashlight falls from his hand. Picking up the broken glass, his reflection begins to eat. As a result, Henry of Real World started bleeding from his mouth. He screamed in pain, but no one was there to hear his voice. Now after that, we see Max again where he gets a call from his dad, and he says that the night guard of the mall has eaten the glass, and he doesn't want to come to the job anymore. Also, an employee has been missing for a few months, and he doesn't know anything about it. Now Max's dad was about to open Mayflower Mall. That's why he asks his son Max to do some night guard duty. Max obeys his dad, but maybe he needed it too because he was depressed. Now, when Max arrives at Mayflower, he sees a girl on the way who is putting up her sister's missing posts. And this is the same missing girl that Max's dad was talking about. When Max goes to his mall, his dad introduces him to a few people. One of them is Keller, the store manager. Ryan, the store's vice president. Jenna, the head buyer. After meeting everyone, Max goes to the kitchen to make a coffee for himself. Suddenly, he sees a woman standing behind him in the mirror. At one point, he thinks it's an illusion, but again, he sees the same woman clapping her hands inside the mirror. Max is terrified to see her. The next night, as he walks around the mall, he sees Jenna's reflection in the mirror, which separates its head from its neck. Seeing this, Max's senses are blown away. Now we see Jenna coming out of the shower. His reflection in the mirror scares him. As a result, she falls backward, injuring her head. Then the bathroom mirror breaks and falls on her neck, which separates her neck from the torso and kills her. The next day, Max is shocked by hearing Jenna's death, because before he had seen in the mirror that she was going to die. Now again, as Max walks around the mall, he sees Ryan in the mirror, who has cut his own stomach and had come out his intestines. Seeing this, Max realizes that Ryan is about to die, that too in the same way that he has killed himself in the mirror. On the other hand, Ryan is cooking in his house. When he comes out of the kitchen, he doesn't see his reflection in the mirror, which frightens him, and he starts moving towards the mirror. Then all of a sudden his reflection comes in front of him, which makes him scared. And he wonders that how is it possible? Ryan has a knife in his reflection and cuts the angle of both her legs one by one, which causes Ryan to fall down and he cannot walk. Max calls Ryan to tell him that his life is in danger. Here Ryan starts moving towards the phone, but he can't reach the phone. Then his reflection cuts his stomach with a knife, from which his intestines come out, and Ryan dies at the spot, just as Max sees in the mirror. Max is scared because Ryan was not answering the call. That's why he gets out and runs away to save Ryan. But by then it is too late. He sees police and the media standing with Ryan's house. Max then calls his dad and tells him that he doesn't want to do the job anymore because some strange things start to happen to him. During this time, Max sees a reflection of his dad in the water, with many cuts on his dad's face. Seeing this, Max realizes that his dad's life is in danger. That's why Max rushes to his dad's house. On the other hand, Max's dad is cutting pizza for himself. Then in the mirror, his reflection starts cutting his face with the pizza cutter. Jack feels it strange, but his son Max arrives at the spot, and he sees that his dad is still safe. Max sees here the reflection of his dad who was about to kill him. Now the reflection that was shown to Max was just to scare him so that he would not quit his job because he has still work to do in the Mayflower Mall. Max agrees to continue his job and goes back to Mayflower Mall, where he meets the two detectives who ask him about all these deaths which happened recently, because they suspected that Max had committed the deaths. But there was no any strong evidence against Max. That's why they let him go, and they tell him that our eyes will be fixed on you. Max then goes to the mirror and asks, "What do you want?" Then the reflection of the mirror shows him the way. After that, Max goes to the first floor. Here he finds an ID of a woman named Elena, a former employee of the Mayflower who is missing. She was the same missing girl that Max's dad was telling him about. Max's reflection then points him outside, and when he goes outside he sees the missing girl poster, and he calls the number on it to her sister. The next day, when Max meets that girl, he tells her that I am working on Mayflower Mall, and something strange started happening to me, and I know something about your sister Elena. But she doesn't believe Max's words and leaves. But Max somehow persuades her and tells her that Jenna and Ryan, who were working at the same mall, have recently died. And I doubt the connection between the two is related to the disappearance of your sister. Now Elizabeth tells him about her sister, that she went to Mayflower's grand opening party, and since that time she has been missing. Meanwhile, Max then returns to his home, where he sees Elena's reflection again. And here she picks up scissors to kill Max. But Max tells her that I'm ready to do whatever you want. Then Max's eyes open and he realizes that what he saw was just a nightmare. Now Max goes to the mall again at night and starts checking the whole security cameras. He checks all the footage of that day since Elena was disappeared, but he did not get any footage of that day. He thinks that maybe a former security guard, Henry, is the one to delete all the footage. Elizabeth and Max then go to Henry's house and see that he applied papers on each mirror in his house, so that he doesn't see the reflection. Then Henry comes out, whose face is completely disfigured. Max and Elizabeth try to talk to him about Elena, but he refuses to tell them anything. Max then forcibly enters his house, and then Henry begins to tell him that he has no idea what happened to Elena, but the footage I deleted was done at Keller's request. Upon hearing this, Max and Elizabeth realize that Keller must have been involved in the disappearance of Elena. Now here they also think that Henry is trying to hide something from them about the basement of the property. That's why they both go to the basement of the mall and try to find some evidence, but Keller sees them on CCTV, and he comes into the basement with his gun and binds Elizabeth. Then he starts approaching Max. But before that, Elizabeth opens her arms and starts running. Keller starts shooting at Max. At that time, Max finds Elena's dead body. This meant that Eleanor has died and that the killer was none other than Keller. Here Elizabeth tries to run away and Keller chases after her, but finally catches her. After that, Keller sees Eleanor in the mirror. Now the story is told in a flashback where we see Eleanor at Flower's grand opening party, as well as Jenna, Keller, and Ryan. Here Jenna adds an intoxicating substance to Eleanor's drink, which she becomes intoxicated, and then Keller takes her to his car. But she runs away and hides to save herself. Keller finds him. Keller knew that if he left Eleanor alive, his life would be ruined, so he strangled Eleanor and killed him. And at the time of death, Eleanor's soul is imprisoned in the mirror. Now in the present, Keller tries to kill Elizabeth by strangling her. Then Max arrives and saves him. In the mirror, he sees Eleanor's soul, who wants Keller to take revenge. Max then pushes Keller to the mirror, and Eleanor's soul pulls him into the mirror and finally kills him. In this way, he took revenge on the 3 men who were responsible for his death. Then we see Henry, who was in the hands of the 2 detectives who interrogated Max. And here Henry tells them that he deleted the footage at Keller's request. After that, they both leave, and Henry sees a mirror that slowly cracks. Henry takes Eleanor's name, after which she kills Henry as well. The movie ends here. Let us know your thoughts in the comments and leave a like if you enjoy the video. Also, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain a horror and comedy movie called Zombieland Double Tap. This sequel to the first Zombieland movie starts with Columbus bringing viewers up to speed on what has been going on in Zombieland since he and his friends were last seen. They have begun to give code names to specific zombies when going out to kill them. Slow and fat ones are referred to as homers, the smarter ones are Hawkings, and the sneaky ones are ninjas. In the ruins of Washington, D.C., Columbus, Tallahassee, and Little Rock slaughter a whole pack of zombies in front of the White House before deciding to make themselves comfortable inside. They spend a long time in there as they make it their home, but eventually, Little Rock becomes bored and wishes to find other survivors her own age. She is also not pleased with Tallahassee still treating her like a child. Columbus and Wichita understand Little Rock's frustration, but they have been deliberately avoiding contact with potential survivors due to the worldwide anarchy and of others being murderous scavengers and killers. In the morning, Columbus and Tallahassee find a note from the sisters that states that they have left with Tallahassee's truck, the Beast. Columbus is left dejected and disappointed. On the road, Wichita and Little Rock encounter a survivor, a hippie named Berkeley. After spending a month together, the guys explore a mall where they find some zombies. They kill them and find a survivor, a dumb blonde named Madison. She is excited to not only find survivors, but one that is a guy. She tells Columbus that is this your dad, but Tallahassee replied that I am slighter older than him, and we are a better looking friend. Columbus convinces a reluctant Tallahassee to bring Madison back home with them. Not long after, the guys hear a noise in the place and discover Wichita has returned to get some guns. She informs them that Little Rock has run off with Berkeley to Graceland in the Beast, but the final straw for him is when Wichita mentions that Berkeley is a pacifist. When Tallahassee hears him, he becomes angry that why she left with him and starts to hit the things which are kept in the room. Wichita then finds that Columbus is now with Madison and she is not amused. The 4 then head off to find Little Rock. However, Tallahassee is displeased to find that Wichita's ride is a minivan, which he strictly refuses to drive. The 4 come across 2 potential new vehicles, an ice cream truck with a clown on it, or a tour bus. As Columbus is deathly afraid of clowns due to her clown phobia, they opt for the tour bus. While walking toward it, Madison opens the door of the tour bus, which attracts the attention of zombies. The other 3 arms themselves to fight back, Columbus just telling him the code names of zombies, and the other 3 are killing them. They kill many zombies out there. And one zombie almost bites Madison's foot before Columbus kills it. They then come across a zombie who isn't immediately killed with a double tap, so it has to take more shots until Tallahassee stomps its head in. These harder-to-kill zombies are nicknamed T-800s. The gang then takes the bus, but their tires get blown out by road spikes. Since Columbus refuses the ice cream truck, they are forced to keep riding the minivan. Little Rock and Berkeley ride the beast while smoking Berkeley's weed. He also claims to be a songwriter, but is just singing songs that were already popular before. On the road, Madison starts to get sick. She starts vomiting and her skin starts looking rotten. They pull over and Columbus follows her into the woods. She claims to be fine but starts looking more and more like a zombie. Columbus finally realizes that Madison was indeed bitten on her foot by the zombie and she is turning into one. He has no choice but to shoot her before going back to Tallahassee and Wichita. The trio makes it to Graceland but can't stop Little Rock or the Beast. They drive until they see lights at the Hound Dog Hotel, an Elvis-themed spot. They find the Beast parked outside. They enter the place and meet Nevada, who draws her gun on the trio until she learns they are harmless. She tells Wichita that Little Rock and Berkeley took off earlier that morning but left the Beast there. Nevada also knows about the slaying of Bill Murray, but isn't aware that it was Columbus's fault. She allows the three to stay there for the night. Berkeley continues the drive with Little Rock, as he explains to her that they are going to Babylon, a safe haven for zombie survivors. When they get there, Little Rock is forced to give up her guns since Babylon has a strict no-guns policy, so they melt the weapons down. The next day, Tallahassee goes outside to find a monster truck driving onto the Beast. Stepping out of the truck are Wilson and Thomas, who are both essentially doppelgangers of Tallahassee and Columbus. Tallahassee and Wilson butt heads while Columbus and Thomas compare their sets of rules or commandments in Thomas's case. After hanging out for a bit, some T-800 zombies start attacking the monster truck. Wilson and Thomas head out to kill them, and seemingly come back victorious until they are shown to have been bitten and quickly morph into the same super zombies. Tallahassee smashes Wilson's head with a guitar. Then he returns to save Columbus when he smashes the zombie with a guitar so it gets hit Columbus. Then Nevada finishes off Thomas with a headshot. Tallahassee asks if it was Zombie Kill of the Year, but Columbus says that honor goes to an Italian man who dropped the Leaning Tower of Pisa onto some zombies. The trio prepares to head off to continue their search for Babylon. On the way, they find that Madison is still alive and driving the ice cream truck. It turns out she just had an allergic reaction to eating nuts and Columbus shot over her head. The gang finally arrives at Babylon, where they also have to give up their weapons. They find Little Rock as well. She seems fine staying there and doesn't think her friends would fit there. That night, Tallahassee decides the others should stay in Babylon while he heads off on his own. He bids his friends farewell, but as he drives away, he notices many T-800 zombies heading toward Babylon, as they are attracted by the fireworks that are popping off. He runs back to warn everyone, and he tells them they need to fight back. Since there are absolutely no weapons in the place, Tallahassee comes up with a plan to light the zombies up with biodiesel fuel and fireworks. The gang lures the zombies with the lights before getting ready to light up the biofuel tank. It causes a huge explosion, but it's not enough to kill the massive horde of zombies. Because now all the zombies are climbing over their place, and everyone is killing the zombie who approaches them. The main four accept their fate and huddle together, right before Nevada shows up in the nick of time and runs over some zombies with a monster truck. The gang hopes in the truck, but the zombies flip it over and they have to keep running. At last, their monster truck flips over, and they all get out and run. Tallahassee puts a second plan into effect by having himself and the group run up to the top of the highest tower in Babylon. The survivors form a path with shields as the zombies chase Tallahassee. He leaps over the edge and grabs onto a hook while the super zombies plummet to their deaths. Two stragglers grab onto Tallahassee's leg, making him almost slip until Little Rock pulls out a pistol and kills them. They pull Tallahassee back to safety, and they all are grouped together as friends and start the party with other survivors. The gang now leads Babylon to continue their journey on the road. Columbus states that he no longer has to keep searching for a home because his home is right there with his friends. They drive off as they are chased by a zombie. At last, we see a flashback to day 0 of the zombie apocalypse in 2009. with Bill Murray doing a press junket for a third Garfield movie. Soon, Al Roker and his co-hosts become zombies, and Bill swings into action by knocking all the zombies' heads in. The movie ends here. Let us know your thoughts in the comments and leave a like if you enjoyed the video. Also, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already. Thanks for watching.
New Goldfish Megabytes, the bigger, bolder, cheesier Goldfish reboot.
Hi, welcome to Classic Recapped. Today I am going to explain a horror and science fiction movie called Resident Evil Extinction 2007. Spoilers are ahead, watch out and take care. The movie opens with Alice, the hero from the last two films, waking up in a shower. She slowly gets out of the shower and puts the red dress laid on the bed. She exits the bedroom into a hallway and looks around with the distinct feeling of being hunted. She finds her way into the laser room from the first movie, and just before getting cued she leaps into a vent, crawls through, and drops into a hospital corridor. The halls are eerily empty and Alice stumbles. She grabs a nearby rolling bed to steady herself on, but the bed is promptly cut in two by a giant guillotine. She smiles grimly and picks her way past the blade only to get gunned down by a second trap that springs out of the floor and fires bullets in every direction. As her body lies there, three Umbrella scientists approach. One of them is Dr. Isaacs. He tells the others to take a blood sample of that and get rid of it, which they do by throwing it in an outdoor pit filled with dead Alices. As the scientists do so, we see that this whole facility is but one small part of a giant underground base of the Umbrella Corporation, somewhere in the North American West. Now Alice, the real one, gives us an update from the previous movie. She tells us that although Umbrella thought Raccoon City was an isolated incident, it soon spread. It affected everything, killing nearly all plant life and turning the world into a desert. We pick up with Alice heading into the ruins of Salt Lake City, Utah on her motorcycle, hearing a broadcast from a radio station that claims to have survivors. She stops outside, takes out her twin machetes and heads in. The place is zombie-free, and someone is weeping in the back. Alice finds an old lady there who says that her baby is hurtin', and Alice looks to see a dead baby. She drops the corpse and is suddenly attacked by all 5 residents of the station, who are playing distress calls just to lure other people to their residence in order to kill them and steal their stuff. They throw Alice in a pit lined with cages for zombie dogs and let them loose. Alice does some acrobatics and kills 2 of the dogs and chains the rest up. Unfortunately, the dogs aren't stopping, so they end up pulling the supports loose and collapsing the floor above, causing their owners to fall into the pit. All the infected dogs attack them, and Alice makes a quick escape, pausing only long enough to pick up her weapons on the way out. Meanwhile, over in Nevada, we see a giant convoy crossing the desert while pumping classic rock music out of their PA system. 2 of the members of the convoy are former Umbrella soldiers Carlos and LJ from the previous movie. There is some bantering back and forth across the CBS about cigarettes and Carlos's constant yearning for one, and there's an easy sense of familiarity and camaraderie among all the players. Over in Umbrella's North American HQ, though things aren't so chipper, Dr. Isaacs is coming under fire from his boss, Chairman Albert Wesker, and the other members of the board of directors for not having a cure to the T-virus that had decimated the entire world. Isaacs says that he needs the original Project Alice in order to create a cure since none of the other 86 Alice clones have proven viable. Wesker bluntly tells him that he's got 1 week, then he will end the meeting. Meanwhile, Alice is pulling up to a gas station to refuel her motorcycle, but the pumps aren't working since there is no electricity. She heads inside the building. After a brief encounter with a bunch of flies and a corpse, finds a journal with a bunch of transmission dates and locations inside. As she heads back out with the journal, she sees a crow with a funny-looking eye watching her and hears a radio broadcast from Mikey identifying the convoy and their location at a strip motel. The traveling convoy arrives at the deserted motel. The exterior is safe, and Carlos and LJ go inside to check things out. Carlos clears the front office as LJ does the rooms, all of which are locked tight except for one with a busted lock. LJ heads inside and peeps around, but a zombie gets the drop on him. After a tussle, he shoots it and takes a breather before seeing another in the distance. As it rushes towards him, he shoots it dead. He turns quickly and the zombie woman is on him. He struggles, but she gets him in the chest, just as Carlos comes in and kills her. Betty checks him out and pronounces him fine as Carlos walks away trying not to puke. The two flirt and Betty leaves. LJ sighs as he stares after her, and then pulls his shirt back to see ugly-looking bite souvenir. Meanwhile, we see Isaacs in a test section where they have a zombie chained up that has been injected with some of Alice's blood. Remarkably, the thing is quite adept, recognizing the cell phone and taking a picture of the two lab assistants with a camera. As the assistants start congratulating Isaacs, though the zombie becomes frustrated at a shape recognition test, breaks free, and attacks the two assistants. At that time Isaacs locked both of them, and he watches the slaughter. That night, we see Carlos setting up the last of some surveillance monitors for Mikey as Otto hands out one can of dinner to everyone. Later, we see Claire and Carlos talking, and it's pretty obvious that Claire is growing tired of moving around all the time. Elsewhere, Alice is fitfully sleeping in the desert as she dreams about her latest dupe being killed. As she does, she accidentally starts levitating everything around her with telekinesis until she wakes up, at which point everything falls back down, including her bike, which is wrecked. Meanwhile, Dr. Isaacs is seen in his underground lab, where the White Queen holographic computer model informs him that a burst of psionic activity was just detected in the Nevada desert. He realizes that this could mean Alice. The next day dawns, we see Alice walking through the desert. Meanwhile, Kmart wakes up from a nightmare and hears something. She wakes up Claire, and they see enough infected crows to give Alfred Hitchcock bad dreams. Claire quietly radios everyone to pack up and leave as quickly and quietly as possible. The crows ignore the movement and the engine, but then a kid on the school bus drops his can, and the game is on. The crows attack everyone non-stop. At one point, the bus ends up crashing, and the crows gather around it. Claire and Carlos get something set up that gets some kids transferred to Mikey's van, but two women fall off. One is killed after being pecked to death while the other gets separated. And as Claire and LJ run for her shooting guns at the crows and Chase mans a giant flamethrower to create a bunch of crispy critters.
Twisted Tea is a refreshing, hard iced tea made with real brewed tea. Keep it twisted.
Soon Betty loses her strength to push the window from preventing the crows from entering the bus. She gets injured and saves a girl, while Otto gets overwhelmed and killed. Here LJ rescues the girl. He is shocked and devastated when Betty stays on the bus. Soon the flamethrower man is attacked and killed by a horde of crows. This causes the flames to reach for the separated girl. Carlos reaches the runner and covers her with his body as the flames stop 5 feet short of him. Wondering why he isn't burning, he looks up and sees Alice, staring down the fire while projecting a psychic bubble to keep them safe. The last of the crows get burned and Alice releases the bubble. Carlos and Alice hug at the joy of seeing each other again. At Isaac's lab, he gets visited by Slater just as Alice Clone 87 is going through the test routine. As she gets shown on by one of the super smart zombies, Isaacs shows to Slater a whole group of about a dozen smart zombies just waiting for release, and says that the serum derived so far is actually making them stronger. Meanwhile, Alice wakes up in a tent and finds herself being observed by Kmart, who when asked says that that's where they found her, and since she didn't like her other name much, and everyone else she knew was dead, that's what she's called. Carlos greets her again and takes her outside, where the convoy survivors have just finished burying their dead. He introduces her to Claire and the two get along, although there is some tension between them. After a while, Alice tells the main bosses, everyone who's been given a name, about Alaska, and since Claire feels it's too big for her to decide, she has the group vote, and it's pretty much unanimous. That night, as most of the group sleeps and LJ picks at his ever-worsening bite, Alice and the other group tries to find a place from where they get gas and other food supplies. At last, they decided that Las Vegas is the place from where we get these things. The next morning, everyone starts heading for Vegas. Then Chase comments to LJ how he isn't looking too hot, but LJ just brushes it off. They pull into Vegas, but the entire city is buried under massive sand drifts. As Chase takes up a lookout position on a copy of the Eiffel Tower as a marksman, the rest disembark to move some giant crate that's blocking the way. Suddenly, A bunch of super-fast, smart zombies burst out and proceed to tear into everyone. Chase manages to hold some off, but he ends up having to help this one girl climb up to his position. Only the zombies end up biting him, and he sacrifices himself to save the girl and to kill the zombies by throwing himself and the zombies off the roof. He commits suicide while the zombies all die from the fall. LJ and Kmart take refuge in a van where she wields a shotgun pretty good. But LJ soon turns and attacks her before biting Carlos, who kills him when he has no time to bring LJ back. Mikey is separated before being attacked, overwhelmed and mauled to death by 3 zombies. Claire watches in horror as she tries to save him. She finally kills all 3 zombies but is too late to save Mikey, as he is already dead. As for Alice, she is slicing and dicing like crazy, when suddenly a nearby rooftop team of umbrella techs, including Isaacs, shuts her down. Due to some kind of malfunction on satellite. Alice wakes back up, and she kills the 2 zombies on her style, headed to the rooftop, where she attacks and kills all soldiers except Isaacs, who escapes but not before getting bit by a zombie, who is killed by a pilot, while the chopper takes off, making Alice arrive too late to shoot or attack at the chopper. Isaac is placed under house arrest by the soldiers as soon as he arrives back at his lab. Slater strides up to him to see that he's injected himself with about 10 vials of his serum, and informs him that he's been sentenced to liquidation. When Isaacs questions this, Slater shoots him dead. One of them notices that Isaacs has now reanimated. They all realize this too late, just as Isaacs kills Slater before slaughtering the guards. A little while later, Carlos, Kmart, Claire, and Alice have tracked the helicopter to the hidden umbrella base, and Carlos volunteers for a suicide mission wherein he drives a large fuel truck into the midst of the thousands of zombies piled against the fence and blows it up with a smile on his face, sacrificing himself and killing dozens of zombies in the process. Alice, Kmart, Claire, and the remaining kids drive through the wreckage and through the massive crowd of zombies. As Alice gets everyone loaded onto a helicopter, she throws the journal at Kmart and says, "Take care of them." She shares a look with Claire and the group is off in the helicopter as Alice stays behind to fight the umbrella techs. Alice heads inside the underground facility. She then heads down into the complex, which is now a massive ruin. As she pokes around, the White Queen appears before her, identifying herself. Alice just smiles and says, "Yeah, I knew your sister, she was a homicidal bitch." The White Queen explains that Isaacs is contained on the lower levels and that Alice's blood can be used to synthesize a permanent cure for the T-virus. She then opens up an elevator, wishes Alice luck, and sends her down to the labs. Upon her arrival, Alice sees Alice clone number 88 resting in a stasis bubble and nearing completion. The bubble bursts as Alice touches it and clone 88 sits up, gasping and looking at Alice in confusion just before falling unconscious. Saddened at her death, Alice takes off her coat and covers the clone with it just as a heavily mutated Isaac leaps out. They fight each other into the mansion area with Alice barely holding him off with a psionic bubble. Eventually, they end up in the laser room with Isaac proclaiming himself the future, and Alice just laughs and says that they're both about to die. The cube sequence starts and Isaac gets cubed. But just before the laser takes Alice, they stop advancing and the room shuts down. Back in the lab, Clone 88, who is apparently less dead than previously thought, just stares at the screen, shuts down the system, and says, "Yeah, you're the future, all right." Miles away in Tokyo, Wesker is holding another hologram meeting with his branch of Umbrella members of the board. He declares that finding and bringing in Alice is now their #1 priority, when suddenly Alice appears as a hologram from the North American lab, and warns them that she's coming for them, and that she'll be bringing a few friends of hers along. She signs off and walks over to a window where 88 is waiting. The two look at each other and then gaze out in wonder over the vast field of backup Alices, all of which are waking up and looking extremely hungry for battle. The movie ends here. Subscribe for the upcoming next parts. Thanks for watching.
Get sources information from the world's leading experts. Mayo Clinic wants to make sure you're getting your answers from people who really know what they're talking about, like me.
Hi, welcome to Classic Recapped. Today, we will talk about an action and science fiction movie called Resident Evil Afterlife 2010. At the start of the movie, a young girl is shown who is infected by the T-virus. Suddenly, the girl attacks one of the men and spreads the infection all over Tokyo City. Then Alice tells us some information about umbrella corporations, that there was an incident means virus escaped and everybody died. The men responsible for this disaster took refuge underground and continued to experiment with the deadly T-virus. Meanwhile, one of the detectives reports to the Umbrella CEO's Albert Wesker that we began to lose contact with some of our soldiers. He orders them to seal all the main gates before someone enters. When his soldiers reach the gates, the main character of the movie Alice shows up and starts to kill the soldiers. She uses her sonic power to kill them. When she has done it, one of the soldiers shoots her to death, but 3 more Alice clones are shown up and the fight began to start. The Alice clones attempt to kill Umbrella CEO's Albert Wesker at his base in Japan. All present clones are killed when the facility is destroyed in an explosion, activated by Wesker as he escapes in an aircraft. The original Alice ambushes him, but Wesker injects her with a serum that neutralizes the T-virus in her system, eliminating her superhuman powers and making her human again. He reveals that his T-virus powers have surpassed her own, but before he can kill her, the aircraft crashes. After some time, Alice emerges from the wreckage. 6 months later, Alice follows a repeating emergency broadcast from a survivor's safe haven known as Arcadia in Alaska. After many fruitless months searching for Arcadia and finding no survivors along the way, including her friends from the previous movie, Claire Redfield and Kay Mart, Alice begins to lose hope, believing herself to be the last surviving human on the planet. Stopping on an abandoned beach, Alice finds the helicopter taken by Claire and the others when they and Alice parted ways. A crazed Claire, under the influence of an Umbrella Corporation device attached to her chest, attacks her. After some fight, Alice removes the device and asks her where are the other members and survivors who are headed for Alaska in the chopper, finding that it has damaged Claire's memory because Claire did not recognize Alice, which she slowly regains. Flying a 2-person plane, they enter the ruins of Los Angeles, which is now completely destroyed and everything has been burned. Alice sees a small group of survivors on the roof of a prisoner who were raising their hands for help, led by Luther West, living in a maximum security prison, surrounded by the undead. Alice crashes the plane on the roof of the prison with her luck because it was nearly about to drop, but the survivors pull it back to safety and learn that Arcadia is not a fixed place, but actually a cargo tanker traveling along the coast. Since the plane cannot take more than 2, it only takes 2 persons at a time, but this time Alice was lucky to land on the roof. If they try to land the plane 2 or 3 times, it would be suicide, which means the plane will be full crashed. Alice and the survivors try to figure out a means to make it to Arcadia together. The survivors have been keeping watch on a prisoner, Chris, whom they found locked in a maximum security cell when they arrived. He says that he is an Umbrella soldier who fought the early outbreak, but was locked up by prisoners as a cruel joke when the mission failed and knows a way to reach the coast, and thereby Arcadia, but will not reveal it unless he is released. They do not believe him, and keep him locked up until the undead manages to tunnel through the sewer ways and up into the prison. Then we see a giant axe-wielding monster who is moving towards them. Meanwhile, we see Alice in the shower. She kept her weapon in a place but hear a voice. Again takes a gun and moves toward. She finds a watchman, but then suddenly a giant zombie appears right behind Alice. She kills him, but another appears who grabs watchman and manages to escape through the sewers. Alice and the survivors are out of time to find a means to reach Arcadia. The group asks each other whether they will free Chris or not. Because they did not have many choices, finally, they decide to free Chris and use his escape route. When Chris comes out, he recognizes Claire and reveals himself as her brother, though she does not remember him, because she is suffering some sort of memory loss. Chris proposes using a military vehicle stored somewhere in the prison, as well as the locks being jammed, so they have to cut through it. Suddenly, a giant axe-wielding monster, the Executioner, starts to break down the front gate. Chris tells them that the basement is full of any kind of armory weapons. Chris and Alice decided to find the weapons. Claire and Luther try to save the gate from the axe-wielding monster, and the other starts to cut through the jammed locks. Alice and Chris reach to the weapons door and fill the bags from weapons and leave the place. Discovering the vehicle is not operational, Bennett shoots Angel and uses the plane to escape. The group members arrive there and just watch the plane flying. At that time, zombies come out of the sewer and start to attack the remaining survivors. But somehow the group escape from there. The group decides to go to the tunnel that leads to the sewers and then the sea. Suddenly a giant axe-wielding monster kills one of their friends. Alice attacks him, but he throws Alice away. When he was about to kill her, Claire shoots the giant monster to attract him. Claire runs to avoid his attacks and picks a gun, shoots him in the head. Claire thinks that she killed him, but a giant monster again stands and throws his axe towards Claire and Alice. Somehow they save themselves. This time Alice shoots him dead. Luther is trapped when the tunnel caves in. Alice, Claire, and Chris manage to escape through the sewers. They continue to Arcadia, finding the ship completely functional, but abandoned. They find the ship's log. The crew launched the boats 3 days ago, as well as they know that there are still 2,000 survivors on board. So they decided to search every inch of the ship. Exploring its inner depths, they realize that it is a trap set by Umbrella to lure survivors to the ship to conduct experiments on them. Claire now remembers what happened to her group when they arrived in Alaska. Umbrella troops ambushed their group when they landed on the beach, attaching the devices to them, though she managed to escape. They enter one of the halls where they release the survivors. Among them, Kmart, who did not remember anything, who was kept under an ice machine. Alice continues deeper into the ship, finding escape helicopters and a purge bomb. Deeper inward, she finds Wesker, who explains the price of his survival is a war within himself for control against the T-virus. He hopes to gain control of the virus by assimilating Alice, the only individual to bond successfully with the T-virus. At this point, the crew of the ship had abandoned Wesker, terrified by his cannibalism. Chris, Claire, and Alice battle the superpowered Wesker and seemingly kill him, with help from a recovered Kmart who knocks Bennett out with a weapon he was trying to grab. Bennett awakens to find he is being locked in with Wesker's body by Alice and the others. He curses at them from the speakers, but is silenced when Alice shoots out the intercom. Wesker does not die, but rather regenerates and devours a petrified Bennett off-screen. Wesker escapes again by helicopter, activating the purge bomb on the Arcadia in an attempt to destroy the ship and kill the remaining survivors. Anticipating Wesker's actions, Alice had hidden the bomb on board his helicopter, which is destroyed as she watches from the deck of the Arcadia with Claire and Chris. Momentarily blinded by the flash from the explosion, a figure parachute away from the destruction unnoticed, implying that Wesker has survived yet again. Elsewhere, Luther emerges from the sewers, having escaped his infected attackers. Alice resolves to turn Arcadia into a real safe haven and broadcasts its message to any other survivors. As Claire, Chris, and Alice decide how to proceed with all the survivors, they look up over the ocean to see an approaching Umbrella assault fleet of fixed-winged helicopters loaded with murderous and heavily armed Umbrella troops. It is revealed that the troops are led by former Raccoon City Police Detective Jill Valentine, who is under the control of the same Umbrella device used on Claire. The movie ends here. Let us know your thoughts in the comments and leave a like if you enjoyed the video. Also, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already. Thanks for watching.
Trying to catch me right. They see me rolling, they hating, patrolling.
A 30 days money back guarantee. That's car buying reimagined, only from CarMax.
Hi, welcome to Classic Recapped. Today, we will talk about a mystery and sci-fi movie called The New Mutants. Spoilers are ahead, sit back and enjoy. The film starts with Dani Moonstar mentioning how her father used to tell her that inside everyone were two bears. The good one made up of compassion and kindness, and the evil one made up of fears and aggression. Cut to Dani waking up as her father William waking her up, as their reservation appears to be hit by a tornado. As the residents flee, William hides Dani behind a tree as he goes to help the others. Moments later, William is thrown back in front of Dani dead. She tries to run for it as a growling entity approaches her, but she tumbles down a hill. Danny wakes up in a facility. She meets Dr. Cecilia Reyes, who tells her that she is in a kind of hospital for people with abilities like her, and that she is the sole survivor of the incident on the reservation. Reyes tells Danny that she is a mutant, but Danny is not aware of any powers she may have. Reyes holds a session with the other members of the facility. Ron Sinclair, who has the power to turn into a wolf and suffered trauma from when the priest of her church tried to kill her. Ileana Rasputin, who carries a purple dragon hand puppet that she calls Lockheed. Roberto da Costa, who comes from a wealthy family from Brazil. And Sam Guthrie, who appears with a black eye and broken arm. As Reyes tries to counsel the teens, Danny joins them. She is greeted with smarmy remarks from Roberto and Ileana. Reyes has Ileana show Danny around the campus, but Ileana couldn't care less and just sprays graffiti on a nearby fountain. When Danny tries to run away, she ends up running into a force field. When she again touches it, it blows up, means a huge cage all around them. Ileana laughs at her, but when Danny tries to attack her, Ileana just disappears in a flash. Danny contemplates jumping from the clock tower, but Ron comes up to talk her out of it and convince her to stick around. After helping her back in, Ron shows Danny around the facility a little more. She shows Danny that Sam's superpower is flying at super speed, which he practices by hooking himself up to a large weight, and it causes him to hurt himself since he doesn't know how to fully control it. Danny returns to her room to sleep, while Reyes monitors her and the other teens. Danny dreams about the incident at her reservation, and Reyes notices readings of psionic energy coming from Danny. Sam and Roberto are in the laundry room until Roberto leaves. Sam hears a banging coming from one of the washing machines. He approaches it and sees a hand pressed against it. It takes him to a mine he used to work in back in Kentucky. He walks past other miners until he reaches his father, who appears undead. Sam is then blasted against the wall by the force in the machine. Later, the teens are in the recreation room when Ileana makes more derogatory comments to Danny. Danny doesn't take the abuse any longer and calls out Ileana's behavior, which leads to them fighting. After Danny punches her, Ileana's right arm produces the soul sword, which she almost uses against Danny until Reyes comes in and uses her force field to stop the fight, then puts the girls in solitary confinement. Danny overhears Ileana whispering to herself in her room. She is shown having a flashback to her childhood where a tall, gaunt man in a smiley mask loomed over her. Danny later has a nightmare where she finds herself in the snowy woods close to where she lost her home and father, and a monstrous entity tries to attack her. Reyes finds her covered in something wet, and she proceeds to take more tests from Danny. Ron goes to the chapel for confession. She hears what sounds like a voice telling her she is inhuman and will go to hell. Ron runs out of the chapel to avoid what she thinks is a demon. It turns out Reyes was monitoring the attic as well and tried to admonish the teens for disobeying her. Later, Ileana spikes her tea to get her to pass out, and the teens proceed to have fun. Danny and Ron dance together. Ileana makes fun of Reyes, and Sam and Roberto spend time together. Sam tells Roberto that he accidentally killed his father and half the miners when he lost control of his powers. Roberto refuses to say what happened that got him into the facility. Danny and Ron go outside where Ron shows Danny the night sky under the force field, which looks lovely. Meanwhile, Roberto finds Ileana in the pool. Ileana says he cannot hurt her, but moments later she appears to vanish. A demonic creature appearing as Roberto's girlfriend on fire then tries to attack him. He rages out and his fire powers are activated. The others come in to help him, and Reyes pushes him into the pool. Ileana appears and says she was never in the pool. Reyes punishes Ileana for drugging her by confining her to her room. Ron takes a shower and sees the demonic image of her priest, who she killed, approaching her with a W branding iron similar to one he used on her back years earlier. The priest brands Ron's neck, and the others try to calm her down. Ileana somehow gets out of her room and tells the others that all of this is happening because of Danny. She tries to attack her again with the soul sword and transports her briefly to a hellish landscape before Danny snaps her out by manifesting one of the creepy smiley masks to scare Ileana. Reyes runs more tests on Danny, and Danny starts seeing visions of mutant children being tortured at the Transigen facility, making her realize that they are not going to be sent to the Mutant Academy. Reyes reports to her real employers, the Essex Corporation, who determine that Danny's power makes her a threat and that she must be killed. Danny goes to Ileana's room to try and talk to her. She gives her back Lockheed since she dropped him, and Danny asks her where she transported her to. Ileana says it's Limbo. She explains that her powers manifested when she was kept as a prisoner by the men in masks, Smiley Men. Reyes takes Danny away for what is supposedly one last test. Ron follows as she knows something is not right. Reyes tries to put Danny to sleep before injecting her Hunfi with poison. Ron uses her wolf powers to sneak through the vents and attack Reyes, clawing at her until she flees, and Ron saves Danny. Meanwhile, Ileana and Roberto are attacked by the Smiley Men, who remove their masks to reveal their hideous blind faces. After using the Soul Sword and Sam's speed to kill the Smiley Men, the teens go into Reyes' office to find files on them. Ileana was the most viable candidate for Essex, since she is classified as a killer, but they learn that Danny's power was going to have her killed. They figure that, in order to leave the facility, they have to find Reyes and kill her. Ron sniffs out Reyes' trail, but she traps the teens in her own force fields. She tells them that Danny's power is to bring out your greatest fears and traumas to use against you. Before she can kill Danny, the facility comes under attack by the Demon Bear, the entity that destroyed Danny's home. The Demon Bear mauls Reyes to death, which breaks the force fields, but the Demon Bear proceeds to attack the teens. Ileana goes into limbo with the Soul Sword and brings Lockheed to life to fight the monster. They take the fight to the chapel, where Danny is unconscious as she feels she is not strong enough to fight it. Sam and Roberto unleash their own powers to fight back, while Ron wolfs out to claw at the creature's face. As the others are getting demolished even with their powers, Danny sees a vision of her father encouraging her to fight back. Just before the Demon Bear can devour Ron, Danny wakes up and talks to it calmly, bringing it to a non-monstrous form that goes to rest and no longer harms them. The sun rises on a new day. The teens discover that the force field barrier has gone down, meaning they are free. Danny thanks the others for saving her, but Ron says she saved them. They all then decide to head into the nearest town as they start new lives. The movie ends here. Let us know your thoughts in the comments and leave a like if you enjoyed the video. Also, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome to Classic Recapped. Today, we will talk about a horror and adventure movie called Resident Evil Retribution 2012. Spoilers are ahead, watch out and take care. In this fifth Resident Evil film, picking up immediately after the events in the previous film, Resident Evil Afterlife, Alice and the others on the Umbrella Corporation freighter Arcadia face an attack by a fleet of airships, led by Alice's former ally, Jill Valentine, who's been brainwashed by Umbrella through a Scarab device attached to her chest. The Umbrella troops kill many people on the freighter. Alice opens fire on the aerial armada and hits one airship, causing it to crash into Arcadia, resulting in an explosion that knocks her out and into the water. The fates of Chris, Claire, Kmart, and the rest of the people on board remain ambiguous. Meanwhile, Alice worked for the Umbrella Corporation, the largest and most powerful commercial entity in the world. There was an incident, a virus escaped, and a lot of people died. The Red Queen responded to the threat of the viral outbreak in an extreme way. The Red Queen attempts to kill everyone whether they are infected or not. The T-virus did not just bring the dead back to life, it mutated them in terrifying ways. The story switches to a suburban housewife who appears to be Alice living with her husband Todd and deaf daughter Becky. Todd is about to leave the house when a zombie attacks him, revealing the suburbia is actually Raccoon City during the contamination. Alice and Becky try to hide in one of the rooms, but the zombies reach there too. Then both of them escape to the streets and are rescued by a student, Reyna Campo, who lets them ride in her car. There were zombies outside the house. People were running here and there in frustration. As the three escape, they are hit by a truck, knocking Rain unconscious, while Alice and Becky hide in a house. She locks the door, but there were lots of zombies and they break the door and goes to find Alice. She hides in one of the secret rooms with her daughter, but one of the zombies chases her and she attacks him. She runs from there and pulls him down to death. She sees Todd, who is now completely turned into a zombie, and she is killed by a zombified Todd. The original Alice awakens to see she's been captured. Jill interrogates Alice, who unsuccessfully tries jogging her memory, and demands to know what happened to Chris, Claire, and Kmart. During a power failure, Alice escapes her cell and the laser grid, finding herself on the Shibuya Square, just at the beginning of the Tokyo contamination. The rain begins to start, just as one of the lady appears who was infected from a zombie bite. She attacks one of the men and the infections spread all around Tokyo City. Alice runs from there, but all the zombies chases her. She kills several zombies one by one there. Fighting her way out, she returns to the facility, where she finds dead soldiers and encounters Ada, one of Albert Wesker's top agents. Ada explains that she is no longer working for the Umbrella. Wesker appears on a screen and tells Alice you can kill her if you like, but then you will never get out of its place. She breaks the screen by throwing a knife, but Wesker appears on the next screen. He reveals the Red Queen, who was reactivated after the contamination of the hive, now controls Umbrella. Ada explains the base is underwater, located in Kamchatka, Russia, that served as a former Soviet outpost. As the hive was designed in producing the T-virus, the base was designed by Umbrella in manufacturing clones and created simulated outbreaks to show the effect of the T-virus, and thus selling it at a high price around the world. To infiltrate the base from outside and help Alice and Ada escape, Wesker has organized a freelance team. Leon S. Kennedy, Barry Burton, and Luther West. Leon's team plants explosives near the entrance of the base, which will detonate in 2 hours and trap anybody still inside to ensure the base's destruction. The group plans to meet with Alice and Ada in the Raccoon City suburbia. In a New York City simulation, Alice and Ada encounter the two giant Axemans, exactly the supercomputer named Red Queen, developed by Umbrella Corporation. It sends these two executioners to kill both of them, but Alice and Ada mutually kill both executioners. The Red Queen knows that both of them are surviving. That's why they order the Chief Valentine to intercept, as well as they activate Los Plavas undead. Leon and his team enter a Moscow simulation, but are cut off by armed Los Plavas zombies. These are different types of armed zombies who attack the Leon group, and the fight begins here. They kill many zombies out there. Alice and Ada enter the suburban simulation, the rendezvous point, and discover Becky and the dead, suburban Alice. Ada explains Umbrella uses clones for virus outbreak simulations and troops, and you are one of the 50 basic models. Umbrella's imprints them with basic memories. Becky, Todd, and Rain were cloned as well. In one life she could be a suburban housewife, and the next a businesswoman in New York, and the next a soldier working for an Umbrella. Alice then kills one of the zombies and finds Becky. She is not aware that her mother was a clone. She hugs Alice and tells her that she hides like you told me. Blocking their escapes are Jill and her mercenaries, consisting of clones of Alice's deceased allies, an evil version of Rain, modified after the original, a former deceased Umbrella soldier and Alice's ally, Carlos Oliveira, and also James One Shade, leader of the Umbrella group that was sent in the hive. The group demands their immediate surrender, which Alice complies with for Becky's safety. However, Ada starts a shootout, allowing Alice to escape with Becky. Alice and Becky meet the real Rain. She does not know him, but Becky tells her that you don't remember she helps us. Alice tells her that you have to keep Becky safe. I will get back soon. She heads to the Moscow simulation. Leon and his team come out from a place where a giant monster pulls one of the team members and kills him. The other starts to shoot him, but Alice comes there and hits the monster with her car. She tells them you are waiting for a written invitation. They escape from that place, but armed zombies and a giant monster chases them. She flies the car and enters a basement, killing a giant monster there. The group reaches the elevator. However, an Uber-licker captures Becky and kills Good Brain. Alice pursues the Uber-licker, while the others fight off Jill's group. Barry and Juan are casualties. Alice kills the other giant monster, shooting him in the head, and rescues Becky despite Leon's discouragement. During their escape, they arrive at a cloning facility where Alice and Becky see copies of themselves. When Becky asks Alice if she really is her mother, Alice says she is now. The Uber licker follows them inside, as Alice drops grenades and fires a grappling hook, escaping the explosion. The explosives at the entrance go off, flooding the place and propelling the elevator upwards with Leon and Luther. Alice and Becky also survive, having used the ventilation system. The group awaits pickup but is ambushed by a Soviet submarine from which Jill, the evil Rain, and a captured Ada emerge. With new orders to kill Alice, Jill attacks. Rain injects herself with the Los Platas parasite to gain superhuman strength and healing. She knocks out Ada and fights Leon and Luther. Alice manages to destroy the Scarab device on Jill, returning her to normal though, unlike Claire, she retains her memory. Rain kills Luther with a blow to the chest and knocks Leon out. Alice, realizing they can't kill Rain, shoots at her foot. Rain falls in the water and vows to get Alice, but she is dragged under by the Los Plagas zombies. Alice collapses from her injuries, but later awakes in a helicopter with the others. Alice, Ada, Becky, Leon, and Jill travel to Wesker's base. That heavily barricaded and fortified White House, staffed by SDARS and the remainder of the U.S. Marine Corps. Alice meets Wesker in the heavily barricaded Oval Office, where he injects her with the T-virus, returning her former powers. As only Alice successfully bonded with it, she is the ultimate weapon. On the roof, Wesker explains the Red Queen is trying to wipe out humanity, and all of the remaining uninfected are in the base. It is humanity's last stand. A pull away shows Wesker's Umbrella Army defending the White House alongside the remaining U.S. armed forces against enormous hordes of T-virus zombies and other abominations. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to break down the 2007 titles movie called Wasting Away. Spoilers are ahead, watch out and take care. The movie begins with Dr. Richter is recording himself at a biohazard laboratory giving a shot of a serum code named Irresistible Force to a private soldier who looks quite scared of needles. The serum will make the soldier stronger in 24 hours. As soon as the soldier gets the serum, the greenish-bluish fluid spreads, killing him, and he becomes a zombie and bites one of the assistants. Later, they try to hide the serum in containers labeled as bulk infant. However, the lorry driver wants to quit his job, but the soldier sitting alongside him, Private Suntity, tells him that he can be assured nobody knows. The driver tries to get the map from the hands of his companion, which causes a road accident with the bike rider, and one of the containers rolls away close to a suburb. It leaks the green serum near boxes of ice cream from a dirty side-of-town bar called Bowl. Even the top box content, which didn't touch the fluid, has a green color and is used as base ice cream. Tim is the assistant manager who uses the green goo as ice cream and pours it on the machine. Mike works there and is making a joke about the perfect snack having M&Ms. Danny is a bully who wants to bowl before the place is open to the general public. Mike can't stop him, but Tim can. Waitress Cindy smiles at Danny, while she expressed her distraught at Tim because Mr. Wicks, the owner, ordered him to kill rats with a hammer. Vanessa is filling a job application for the office of a lawyer who wants to bang her. Tim, Mike, Cindy, and Vanessa eat the green thing, while Danny insists that the green color is caused by the lighting in the place. It's delicious, they all wolf it down, becoming zombies immediately. The black and white scenes lead place to colored scenes, in which they wake up from the nightmare with huge stomachs and headaches. When they are in black and white, they are creepy zombies which can't articulate words or walk normally. When they are in color, they are normal people who can communicate among themselves. When they are zombies, they see normal people as moving in fast motion and speaking with shrill, almost non-understandable voices. But Nick Steele appears and tells them that they're infected. Nick has something stabbed onto his stomach, so he's a zombie as well. Nick survives when they take the oil pump from his stomach because of his military training. But Cindy starts wondering whether she's dead. They approach another bar where there's a phone. The local drunk doesn't panic because he is so passed out, even after peeing all over the place. The drunk presents his new friends to Chinky, the bartender, and then passes out. The pool players attack them, cutting one of Mike's hands. Chinky shoots Timmy. They all, but for Nicky, kill everybody. Tim wakes up and Cindy hugs him. Vanessa gives Mike his hand. Nicky makes them swear they won't tell anyone. Nicky says that they all have become super soldiers and that Derry made them onto that. But he's infected as well. Mike's hand moves by itself and tries to feed. Mike reattaches his hand to his arm with a sellotape. They arrive at Tio Pepe, a gutter place that offers Mexican food, and there is a valet outside. Tim realizes his head is falling off, and Mike takes out a strip of skin. In the kitchen, they are talking Spanish. The cooks are killed on the spot. Nick goes out with a sombrero pretending to be a Mexican waiter. Dr. Richer and Colonel South are worried because the infection is spreading. South realizes that there's a strip of Nick's skin on his dish of enchiladas. South was carrying a silvery briefcase, where the cure must be, according to Nick. Cindy wants to visit her parents. Vanessa wants to go to her job interview, but Mike tells her that there are no job interviews at 10 in the evening. Nick doesn't want them to go anywhere. Nick decides he will accomplish his mission on his own. The rest embrace, while Nick says he's used to be on his own. Nick enters South's military tent and hides in a closet when he hears South and Richter. The two of them realize that Nick is there and they use an anti-rape electric gun. Vanessa says that she and Mike have split up a year ago. Mike waits outside while Vanessa enters the home of Mark Cannon, who is preparing drinks and wants her to go to the swimming pool. He tells her that he wants to lead his work team like a family. Mr. Laramie shoots Tim, but Cindy says that he's crazy when he gets like this, like it's normal for him. The Laramie is hidden behind a 3-seat sofa, while Tim asks them permission to go out with Cindy. In response, they throw some dynamite to him. Cannon can't call 911. Vanessa looks for him, who has hidden under a bed. Because of the noise of a doll, she spots him. She leaves angrily and Mike laughs at the doll. Richter has created a machine that can translate both people's and zombies' words. They use it with Nick, tied down to a surgical table. Nick tells South that he broke the oath of protecting people. South tells him that he's a zombie, but Nick's still set on his ways that he's a super soldier. Richter and South roll with laughter. They tell him that he's the danger, but that they will contain him. Nick thinks they are infected, but Richter makes him look at himself in a mirror. He releases himself in anger. They find Mr. Wicks drunk. He tells them to go back to work and thinks Tim was smoking dope with his buddies. They decide to accompany him in case there are some more crazies inside. Only a sober guy had not drunk and can see Tim and Mike for what they are. Mike Tin will fight for Cindy against Chad Danny Bowling. Cindy and Vanessa make Danny and Chad so drunk they lose. However, in the last shot, Mike's hand goes flying with the ball, and it's the hand on its own which makes them win. While they are celebrating, the rest of the customers realize that they are zombies and run away. Tim uses his ever-falling scalp to take melting cheese from Cindy. In the last second, Nick appears to make them win. Mike's head is used as a ball, but it can still talk and Vanessa reattaches it to his body. It's now when Nick tells them that they are not super soldiers. He opens the silvery briefcase. In those papers, it says that they are zombies. Nick says that he's not a special unit officer, but he's been a private for 10 years and says that all the conspiracy will hide everything from public opinion. They give ice cream to Chad, Danny, and the customers at the bowling lanes become zombies. But they just walk away, leaving them on their own. The fat guy returns with 2 police officers. Mike's head, now without a body, attacks them. And that convinces the rest of the bowling zombies that they need to stay together and defend themselves. Vanessa scratches Mike's nose. Vanessa puts Mike, now only a head and a hand, inside a bowling ball bag with 2 holes so that he can see. Tim has the idea of posing as corpses. They get into the truck of a peeing guy. The hand attacks him and Nick gets into the anti-disease suit. Nick and Vanessa think that Mike is the hero of the day because of the way he spoke to them. Nick cautions them. One move and they are toast. On the barricade, Mike's head falls. Vanessa jumps to get it. and the lorry drives away with the rest of the zombies on their way to freedom. Tim, Cindy, Nick, Mike, and Vanessa are left stranded. Mike tells Vanessa to pull him on the table. He's got a grenade on his mouth and tells the rest to run. Vanessa leads with the walking hand. Soldiers approach Mike's head, which takes off the ring with his teeth, presumably. The hand waves goodbye and offer consolation to Vanessa. They pick up the rest. Nick asks them to follow him as they followed Mike. South and Richter are with the soldiers at the barricade. Tim proposes to create a distraction with a signal flare, but they don't have one. Vanessa proposes to divide themselves into two groups, one running right and the other running left, so some of them will reach the place. Nick proposes himself as the distraction. He looks at South in the eyes, who wants to take him alive. The rest of the zombies jump out and kill the soldier. A tombstone says, "In memory of Mike and Nick," and then we see a sign which reads, "Zombie Town." Nick wakes up tied at the same surgical table, with South and Richard threatening him. He says that he's not a soldier anymore, but a zombie. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I'm going to break down a 2007 titled movie called Diary of the Dead. Spoilers are ahead, watch out and take care. The movie begins with news reporters filming a story about the death of an immigrant couple and their child. As they are wheeled out of their apartment building on a gurney, the mother and the child suddenly wake up and attack the emergency services crew on site. Both are shot in the head, but not before biting quite a few of the people. After an introduction to the zombie documentary, The Death of Death, mostly filmed by Jason Creed, a film student at the University of Pittsburgh, the film cuts to the group of students filming a mummy horror movie in the woods in the middle of the night, with Jason directing. The actor playing the mummy, Ridley Wilmot, is lectured on the way a corpse moves, and the makeup artist Tony Ravillo on not doing a good enough job on the makeup of the zombie. While the group argues, another student named Elliot Stone declares that something strange is on the news. All the students and their supervising professor hear the reports of the dead walking, and Tony scoffs at the news. After hearing the report, Ridley decides to head to his home in Philadelphia, along with his girlfriend Francine Shane, another student. The group gets into their Winnebago and heads over towards the university dorms to pick up Deborah Monahan, Jason's girlfriend. Entering the abandoned dormitory, he finds Deborah in her room, attempting to get through to her parents, but to no avail. On the laptop computer next to her is the news report that was shown at the beginning of the movie. They get on the road once more, and Jason requests that each of the people introduce themselves to the camera, because he believes what is going on will be a part of history, and wants to document everything. Each of the group members introduces themselves hesitantly, starting with Mary Dexter, and finally their professor Andrew Maxwell. While they drive, they encounter a car accident on the side of the road, where a state trooper slowly stumbles towards the caravan. The students are frightened as he looks as though he has been fried from the fire of the accident. He begins to pound on the door, and the group quickly drives off, running over 3 other zombies as they escape. Mary falls quickly into depression as she realizes that she has murdered 3 people. Stopping for a break outside, Mary shoots herself with a pistol she was carrying, prompting the group to panic. Discovering that she still has a pulse, they rush to an abandoned hospital looking for help. The group splits up, and Gordo hears a chaotic radio transmission. The group eventually finds a doctor hidden behind a curtain. They call for his help, only to discover that he is a zombie. After firing shots into his torso, they realize the only way to put an end to him is to shoot him in the head. After killing him, an undead nurse starts to stumble towards them. After losing its eyes due to Deborah zapping her head with a defibrillator, Gordo puts an end to her by shooting her in the head too. Running out of battery power for the camera, Jason opts to stay with a comatose Mary while it charges. He hears Deborah screaming, but remains where he is, not wanting to leave his camera. Deborah comes back with another video camera in hand, and lectures Jason about his documentation is more important than their lives. Mary suddenly groans as she begins to turn into a zombie. The professor confiscates the pistol from Gordo's hands and kills Mary. On their way out of the hospital, A zombie patient bites Gordo in the arm before Elliot stabs the patient in the head with an Roman 4 pole. A few hours later it is dawn. The group bury Mary and Gordo is dead. Tony prepares to shoot him, but Tracy stops him, pleading for him to wait and see whether he will turn. Gordo then wakes up as a zombie, and Tracy kills her boyfriend herself. They get on the road again, only to have the caravan break down due to a broken fuel line. They find a barn and its deaf owner, Samuel, an Amish man. After repairing the fuel line, the group prepares to leave. But several zombies appear from out of nowhere and attack. Samuel is bitten and stabs himself in the head with a scythe, thus killing the zombie behind him in the process. Another few hours later, the group encounters a band of rugged African-American survivors who have stocked a fortified warehouse with supplies. Jason uploads the footage he has shot so far on the internet and gets 72,000 message replies within 8 minutes from around the world. Deborah receives a text message on her cell phone from her little brother, claiming they are safe and heading home. Just before leaving, Ridley calls Jason via webcam and invites him over to his mansion in Philadelphia, saying that he and Francine are safe. The group gathers some supplies from the warehouse after Tony kills a zombie and proves his worth to the rugged survivors. The group then sets out again to Deborah's home. They see video footage of a girl who is telling that doesn't bury the dead, just shoots them in the head. When they arrive, they find Deborah's parents' car in the garage with the passenger window smashed and bloody. As they search the house, Deborah is ambushed by her undead brother, who is quickly killed by Professor Maxwell with a bow and arrow. Deborah also finds her zombie mother, who had been chewing on her dead father. She is also killed by the professor, who claims that they need to leave. As night falls once again, the group decides to head over to Ridley's home, hoping to find sanctuary. Before they get there, the group encounters 2 jeeps with 4 soldiers from the National Guard who stop them. While the other 3 soldiers stand guard around the trailer, the colonel enters the camper asking where they are going. After ordering Jason to turn the camera off, the 4 Rouge soldiers quickly steal all their supplies, save for their weapons, and drive away, leaving the students with no food or water. A few more hours later, the group finally arrives at Ridley's home, only to find the front door open. Searching the home, Ridley surprises them as he comes out of a panic room in the library that has a 2-foot-thick steel door and is filled with video camera monitors eyeing the whole grounds. Tracy and Jason go and unload the caravan while Tony films Ridley going through the kitchen, looking for some food. His strange behavior alarms both Tony and Deborah, who ask where Francine and his family are. He claims that they are all dead and that he has buried them. He shows the 2 their bodies, who have been carelessly dumped into the swimming pool, but not before Tony notices a bite wound on Ridley's hand. Ridley quickly turns and goes outside, where Jason is filming Tracy unloading the caravan. The zombie Ridley suddenly attacks her, but she manages to run. Jason follows them with his camera and distracts Ridley as Tracy smacks a stick into Ridley's back, knocking him out. Tracy takes the caravan and drives off on her own. In the bathroom, Elliot dries his hair with a blow dryer as he is ambushed by the undead Ridley, causing him to fall into the tub and kill him from electrocution. Professor Maxwell suggests they head into the panic room after seeing Elliot's death on the TV monitors, but Jason refuses, claiming he doesn't want to be shut off from the rest of the world. He lies that he'll go into the panic room, and while the rest of the group are busy stocking up, he sneaks away, only to run into zombie Ridley. The group hears the commotion and finds Jason being bitten by zombie Ridley on the ground. Zombie Ridley's head is sliced in half by the professor, leaving Jason lying on the floor. He begs Deborah to shoot him, which she does. The next morning, vowing to continue his movie, Deborah uses the camera and takes Jason's place and begins to record their actions. Deborah, Tony, and Professor Maxwell spot hundreds of zombies breaking into the mansion from all directions and a dead Elliot walking around the house. The professor quickly closes and locks the panic room door as the zombies move inside the house, sealing the 3 survivors inside the panic room, with no hope of escape or rescue. The movie ends with Deborah explaining how inhumane some humans are and questions whether the human race is really worth saving. The movie ends here. Let us know your thoughts in the comments below and subscribe to our channel if you have not already. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to break down a horror movie called The Creepshow. Spoilers are ahead, watch out and take care. A stern and tyrannical father named Stan gets angry when he finds his young son Billy reading a grisly horror comic book entitled Creepshow. After arguing with his wife and slapping Billy, Stan throws the comic in the garbage. A skeletal figure appears outside Billy's window, the creep, who hosts the stories in the comic book. A wind draws the comic out of the garbage can, and the 5 stories within come to life, dissolving from illustrated comic frames to live action frames at the beginning of each story, and vice versa at the end of each story. First story. Father's Day. The Granthams are a wealthy family with a macabre annual celebration. Sylvia Grantham gathers with her family members Richard and Cass, and the eccentric Aunt Bedelia on Father's Day. While they are waiting for Bedelia to arrive, the family members explain Bedelia's backstory to Cass's new husband Hank. It seems that Bedelia's father, the now-deceased family patriarch Nathan, was pathologically jealous of Bedelia. After Nathan had her lover murdered in what was written off as a hunting accident, Bedelia went over the edge. While caring for the elderly Nathan, Bedelia snapped and bashed Nathan's head in with a marble ashtray. The family conspired to make it look like an accident, and Nathan's massive wealth was divided among them equally. Ever since the time of the murder which occurred on Father's Day, Bedelia visits her father's grave at the family estate. This year as Bedelia sits on Nathan's grave, Nathan's rotting corpse emerges from the ground and attacks her, strangling her to death. Nathan then exacts revenge on the rest of the family. Hank is squashed with a falling gravestone, the housekeeper Danvers is killed, and Nathan twists Sylvia's head off of her body. In a final gruesome joke, he surprises Cass and Richard with Sylvia's head, decorated to look like a Father's Day cake, complete with burning candles. Story #2. The Lonesome Death of Geordie Varial. Geordie Varial is a simpleton who lives alone on his family's rundown farm. A meteor crashes to Earth, landing in his field, and Geordie has aspirations to sell the meteor to the local college for a small fortune, $200. He tries to pick up the meteor, but it's too hot and burns his fingers. Geordie's solution is to pour a bucket of water on it, but that causes it to split in two. A dejected Geordie sees his dream of a $200 windfall go down the drain. Still, he resolves to try and sell the halves, which are now covered in a greenish liquid. Later that night, the crater where the meteor landed is now covered in weird green plant life, as is everything the meteor came into contact with. Geordie notices his fingers have green wounds on them, presumably from the burns, but later he discovers the alien vegetation, which has now covered the entire farm. Geordie realizes that the alien plant life is now growing on his skin. As the night progresses, Geordie becomes covered in shaggy green weeds, causing him to itch. Geordie's itching skin causes him to run a bath, but before he can get in, the image of his deceased father appears to him in the mirror and warns him against getting into the water, since the water is what makes the weeds grow. Geordie gets in anyway, and when morning dawns, Geordie has become a gigantic lumbering mass of alien vegetation. Desperate, he shoots himself in the head with a shotgun, revealing that the deep green weeds have even penetrated his brain. Afterward, a radio announcer is heard forecasting heavy rainfall, suggesting that the extraterrestrial plant growth will further spread to surrounding areas. Story #3. Something to tide you over. Harry Wentworth is awakened by a knock at his door from Richard Vickers. It seems that Harry has been having an affair with Richard's wife, Becky, and Richard has come to confront him. Instead of attacking him, Richard plays him a cassette of Becky's terrified voice begging Harry for help. Harry accompanies Richard back to his private beachfront estate, where Richard forces him at gunpoint to climb into a hole in the sand on the beach, burying Harry up to his neck. Richard then connects a television that displays live footage of Becky, also buried up to her neck in another location on the beach. The tide is already starting to come in and wash over her face. Harry realizes that they will both be dead soon. There is no reasoning with Richard, who seems to take great delight in his revenge. Richard abandons Harry and goes back to his beach house, where he watches the drowning deaths of both Becky and Harry on the video monitors. Before the last wave covers Harry's head, he vows revenge on Richard. Later that night, Richard is alone in the beach house when he seems to hear voices calling him. While he showers, two shuffling figures enter his home, defying the many security cameras and alarms that Richard has in place. When Richard emerges from the shower, he hears somebody in his house and immediately thinks it's Harry, somehow still alive. He is terrified to discover that the invaders in his home are the waterlogged corpses of both Becky and Harry, both of them zombies covered in seaweed with green pruning skin. Richard's gun has no effect. The zombies taunt him the same way he taunted them, and we finally see Richard, now completely insane, buried on the beach in the same way, waiting for the tide to come in. I can hold my breath a long time. Richard yells crazily. Story #4. The Crate. A janitor at Horlicks University, Mike discovers an old dusty crate behind a grate under a basement stairwell. He calls Professor Dexter Stanley to investigate with him, drawing him away from a stuffy faculty gathering. At the gathering is Dexter's good friend, Professor Henry Northrup. Henry is married to an obnoxious shrew of a woman named Wilma, who is continually drunk, embarrasses herself and Henry at the party, and it seems as if she is about to ruin the friendship Henry shares with Dex. Henry, who is somewhat meek, fantasizes about ways to murder her. Back at the university, Dex and Mike pull the crate out from under the stairs and realize that it appears to have been under there since the late 1800s. A stamp on the outside of the wooden box indicates that it contains specimens from an Arctic expedition. When the two of them open it, they sense movement from inside, and Mike is attacked by something when he puts his arm in the crate. Whatever it is pulled Mike inside, apparently eating him as it goes, and Dex catches a glimpse of a horrible, shaggy beast with huge teeth. Dex runs blindly from the lab and finds the only other person in the hall, a student named Charlie Gerson. Charlie goes down into the laboratory and finds it covered in blood with no sign of the crate or the creature. Charlie and Dex find the crate back under the stairs, and when Charlie attempts to investigate, the creature attacks him and eats him too. Dex is afraid to go to the police. Instead, he goes to Henry's house, and he arrives while Wilma is away for the evening. He tells Henry the story about the creature, and Henry knows Dexter has to be telling the truth. Henry hatches a plan, gives Dex sleeping pills, and leaves him locked in his study asleep. Henry writes Wilma a note, concocting a bogus story designed to lure her to the laboratory. He gets there ahead of her and cleans up the evidence of the blood. Wilma can't resist Henry's trap, and she shows up at the university as planned. Henry lures her under the stairs, and her obnoxious ranting draws the creature out of its crate. It eats Wilma before Henry's eyes. Henry then chains it inside the crate and dumps the crate into the deep water of a nearby quarry. When Dexter wakes up the next day, he and Henry vow to keep the secret of what really happened and let the authorities deal with the disappearances. The final frames show the creature in its watery trap, tearing the crate to pieces and presumably escaping. Fifth and final story. They're creeping up on you. Upson Pratt is a neurotic business tycoon who lives in a sterile white penthouse apartment atop a skyscraper in a major city. He communicates with the outside world via the telephone, treating his employees and subordinates in a cutthroat, heartless manner. One phone caller informs him that an employee, Norman Kastenmeier, has committed suicide because Pratt fired him. Pratt seems delighted rather than upset. Pratt is obsessed with cleanliness and has a huge phobia of bugs. Unfortunately, he keeps finding cockroaches in his apartment, which sets him on a rampage to correct the situation. He places telephone calls to the building superintendent and makes thinly veiled racial slurs in an attempt to intimidate the man. As Pratt finds more bugs in his apartment, someone gets through on his private line. Pratt is amused by her melodramatic sadness until the cockroaches multiply. He finds them in his food processor, bits of them surfacing in the grain cereal he eats. An electrical blackout occurs and the roaches attack, swarming by the thousands everywhere in Pratt's apartment. Pratt retreats to his safe room, a climate-controlled sleep chamber, just as the phone rings. Lenore Kastenmeier's voice curses him over and over, "I hope you die." And Pratt discovers his bed swarming with roaches. The roaches quickly cover him and Pratt suffers a heart attack. The power returns, the lights come back on, and the roaches are nowhere to be seen. Pratt's body lies inside the glass sleep chamber. The superintendent knocks at Pratt's door and laughs when Pratt doesn't answer, asking, "Bugs got your tongue?" Suddenly, swarms of roaches burst from Pratt's body, so many that they nearly fill the glass chamber. The wraparound story with Billy concludes the next morning when two garbage men discover the comic book next to the trash can in front of Billy's house. They leaf through it reverently and discover that someone has clipped a mail-in coupon for a genuine Haitian voodoo doll. Inside the house, Billy's father Stan suddenly suffers neck pain. While up in his bedroom, Billy stabs a voodoo doll in the form of his cruel father repeatedly with a pin as payback for Stan tossing out his favorite comic book. Like each story in the comic book, this live-action scene of Billy stabbing the voodoo doll becomes an illustrated comic book picture, and as the camera pulls back, we see that the comic's macabre host, the Creep, is holding the second issue of the Creepshow comic book in his bony hands, with Billy and his voodoo doll adorning the cover. The Creep titters and a nearby candle flame goes out, plunging the scene into darkness. The movie ends here. Let us know your thoughts in the comments section below. Also subscribe to my channel if you have not already. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today I am going to explain a horror and adventure movie called Cargo. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. In a world overtaken by a virus that turns people into zombies within 48 hours, husband and wife, Andy and Kay, and their one-year-old daughter, Rosie, are living safely on a houseboat in rural Australia. While relocating for the night, Andy spots two children playing on the shore of the river. He shouts out to them, but continues the cruise after the father, noticing Andy, flashes a revolver in his belt. Later that day, Andy is using a net to fish supplies out of the water. Kay mentions their food rations are starting to run out, but Andy debates her plans to go on land. The scene changes to one of a young Aboriginal girl attaching leaves to her shoes. It goes back to Andy after a minute, who is spotted in an abandoned sailboat, proceeding to investigate it. He retrieves food and presents it to a skeptical Kay. After reassuring her the sailboat he ransacked was safe, Kay decides to return by herself to try and collect more supplies. Andy had previously left when he heard thuds coming from a door in the wall, but Kay is unaware of this, is presumably attacked by a zombie that emerges from the door. Andy awakens to Rosie crying and goes in search of Kay. She is in the bathroom of the houseboat, trying to restrain the blood flow from a bite on her knee. She is next seen investigating a pack that was previously acquired by Andy from the river. In it is contained a bracelet that measures the amount of time left for an infected, which Kay puts on, and an injection that neutralizes the brain, so an infected feel no pain whilst transitioning. Andy and Kay discuss their plans, confirming her vulnerability. The family decides to abandon the houseboat and venture to a hospital. They pass by the burning remnants of a body. Fumi, the Aboriginal girl, is drawing in a sketchbook. She leaves behind the picture of a man with his head in the ground, then leaves her shelter with a rabbit carcass, which she throws into a pit. Garbling is heard and she covers her ears. Andy and Kay have found a vehicle. While Andy fills the gas tank, Kay notices a yellow slime on the seatback. They narrowly evade a zombie trudging towards them. As they drive away, one is seen struggling to lift its head from the ground. They stop on a deserted stretch of road so Andy can look at a map, and Kay changes Rosie's diaper. She collapses off-screen, convulsing and throwing up blood while Andy holds her steady. Fumi is seen once more throwing a snake carcass into the pit, but no sounds are heard. She climbs down to check and then exits hastily. Kay comes to her senses and checks her wound in the car to see it is oozing yellow slime. In a fit, she exits the car and has a shouting match with Andy. Angered, he has been trying to keep her developments from her. He subdues her and convinces her to continue with him. Andy breaks the door handle to keep Kay from trying to escape again. On the road, Andy is distracted by a lone man and consequentially crashes the car into a tree, impaling Kay. Andy faints from shock, leaving Rosie strapped in her seat. He comes to hours later and tries to wake Kay, but realizes she is already converted, as evidenced by pus around her eyes and mouth. He is bitten by her while trying to exit the car. Following this, Andy approaches the car, Rosie sitting a distance away safely, and uses one of the injections on Kay. He takes her bracelet and places it on himself instead, then begins traveling on foot with Rosie on his back. She cries for a great part of the journey until he uses Kay's perfume to calm her. While resting, he spots the man that had caused their crash, but realizing he is a zombie, prepares to defend himself. Fumi appears to dissuade Andy from hurting the man. Her father cuts her hand with a rock to draw blood and lead him away. Andy arrives at the town he intended to reach, entering a school and meeting Etta, a retired teacher. She helps him clean his wounds and informs him that all the Aboriginal people have left the land, including many of her former students. Andy steps outside and sees fires in the distance, started by the Aboriginals. A woman is seen calling for Fumi. That night, in a hospital room, Andy has his first seizure. He awakens the next morning, going outside to meet Etta, who tells him to seizure. He awakens the next morning, going outside to meet Etta, who tells him to seek a man named Willie, Fumi's father, to take care of Rosie. She explains the purpose of the fires, started by Aboriginal hunting parties that are cleansing the land by killing zombies they encounter. Etta warns Andy to stay out of their range. On his journey, Andy stops at some ruins to give Rosie water. He passes several zombies with their heads in the ground, hastily leaving the area, but one rises and proceeds to follow him. He finds a truck and attempts to hijack it, but is stopped by a man named Vic, who saves Andy from the zombie that had been after him, of which Andy was unaware. Vic is trapped under a tank and gives Andy the keys, making him promise to rescue him first, and then they can escape approaching zombies together. Vic takes Andy to his shelter, an outpost part of a gas plant. He meets Vic's wife, Lorraine, who is quietly surprised to see other people who are still people. Vic encourages Andy to leave Rosie with Lorraine so the two men can go to work. Work is shooting groups of zombies and collecting their valuables, as Vic believes when the country returns to normal people will want riches again. Vic attracts the zombies by imprisoning live, healthy humans inside cages as bait. Andy is perturbed to see Fumi trapped. At the shelter, Lorraine is taking care of Rosie. As the power goes out, Rosie becomes uncomfortable. Lorraine attempts to cheer her up but discovers slime on her stomach. Vic visits another cage with Andy. He uses entrails, a radio, and blood to lure zombies, all factors which make Andy question himself for a moment. The men return to the shelter, where Lorraine briefly mentions cleaning up Rosie. Andy plays with his daughter before setting her down in a makeshift crib, his hands starting to spasm. He leaves the shelter with an injection, but cannot bring himself to use it. Lorraine comes upon him, confessing she is not Vic's wife, and that Vic let her husband die along with other gas plant workers to save himself. Vic approaches them and knocks Andy out with the butt of his rifle out of suspicion, the latter awakening chained in the same cage as Fumi. They agree to help each other escape by using the combined force of many zombies to open their cage, returning successfully to the shelter, rescuing Lorraine, Rosie, and the keys to both cages and chains. They don't get very far before Vic emerges from the shelter and shoots at them. Lorraine sacrifices herself for them to escape. Fumi leads Andy to the cage he visited earlier, but the man inside is gone. They evade Vic tracking them down and spend the night in a small gulch. After releasing each other of their chain, they are presumed to fall asleep, until later in the night Fumi wakes up to heavy breathing and hides with Rosie while Andy rubs his face against blood on the wall.
Man, Jim Gordon. Hey. Thought they had a handle on this city. You don't stand a chance.
The Court of Owls is a myth.
They're listening.
The following morning, Andy and Fumi have a conversation about her father's health, which results in Thumi running off after Andy asserts her father will not get better. The same woman who has been seen calling for Thumi leaves Willie's jacket on a tree limb. Thumi arrives to see her father has been straddled atop the tree dead. Andy arrives to comfort her, but leaves promptly when he cannot console Thumi. He has another breakdown and begins to try and burrow his head into the ground. Thumi remains at the tree grieving, but is able to hear Rosie's cry and goes to retrieve her. Andy is confronted by Thumi after he rouses, who has decided to help him reach the river. They travel by motorboat to the campsite, where Andy last saw the family, inspecting the RV in which the family was staying. Andy leaves with Rosie to go find the family, while Thumi stays in the RV. He meets the father, who has been bitten, and once again shows him his revolver. The father says it contains 6 bullets, and that Andy can have the remaining 2 once he uses them on himself and his family. Andy retreats as 3 gunshots are heard in the distance. The 4th is delayed while the father follows Andy, using it on himself and collapsing behind him. Andy collects the gun as intended and debates whether to shoot himself as well. Thumi rushes to them, having removed her leaves and claiming she is ready to go home. They set off together towards the sight of smoke on a nearby hill. As they pass through a train tunnel, they encounter Vic. Thumi hides with Rosie inside a parked vehicle on the tracks, while Andy tries to distract Vic. The 2 men fight, and Andy shoots the bullets but misses both times. Andy, briefly defeated, is unable to help Thumi, who Vic pulls from the car, in the process hitting her head on the rails. She lies in pain, Vic grabbing hold of Rosie. Andy rises to check on Thumi, who is still alive, and then Rosie, who Vic is cradling, lamenting the incidental death of Lorraine. He tearfully hands over Rosie so that Andy can renew his walk with a hurt Thumi. On the way, Andy has another lapse, almost indulging in decayed meat. With little time left, Andy asks Thumi to promise to look after Rosie, with whom Andy shares a farewell before preparing himself for the finalization by placing a guard in his mouth, binding his wrists, and wrapping the meat from earlier on a stick. He then succumbs, his eyes crusted over. The Aboriginal warriors have finished their raid, but Thumi calls out to them with a whistle, drawing the attention of the woman, her mother. Thumi and Rosie are riding Andy, who is guided by the meat on the stick, and is perfectly harmless, are detained by the warriors, while Thumi and Rosie are welcomed back by her mother. One of the warriors attempts to strike Andy with his spear, but Thumi stops him. She takes out Kay's perfume bottle and sprays it one last time, the smell pacifying Andy, for a moment returning his consciousness as he realizes Rosie is finally safe. Thumi then allows the warrior to put Andy out of his misery. The Aboriginal people are seen traveling to a refuge of many of their people where they are welcomed heartily. As Thumi and her mother inspect Rosie, the words "thank you" are read on her stomach, written in white paint which Thumi and the warriors have used to disguise their scent from the zombies. The final shots of the movie are of Andy's plaid shirt and Rosie's fishing bait mobile home on a tree.
Watch this. I can show you how to get the sweetest deals online when you shop from major retailers like Amazon and Target. You can drop prices automatically. I can show you how, but I can't do it for you. People are saving real money doing this, 160 million in the last year. Across thousands of different retailers, you'll immediately see this. See what I mean? You'll see better prices you had no idea existed. And you don't even need to ask. They just show up automatically. Download this free tool that'll give you access to the deals like the one I just showed you. Just click, click, done. That's it. Simple. It takes all of...
Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain an action, horror, and sci-fi movie called Alien Covenant 2017. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The film starts with Peter Weyland speaking to his creation, the android David. Weyland refers to himself as David's father and hopes to use David in seeking out the answers to humanity's creation. David questions Weyland regarding his mortality and how David will live on long after Weyland dies. Weyland responds by making David serve him tea. In the year 2104, a colonist ship, the Covenant, is flying to its destination. an uninhabited planet called Ali-gzz. It is comprised of a 15-person crew with approximately 2,000 colonists on board. The android Walter set up the solar sails on the ship as he goes to check on the colony's embryos. Moments later, the Covenant is suddenly struck by a neutrino blast for nearby stellar ignition, causing major damage to the grid and igniting several fires on the board. This event forces Walter to initiate emergency crew revival from the hypersleep, which awakens 15 of the ship's crew. But unfortunately, Captain Branson is incinerated and killed inside his cryotube due to its inability to open. His wife, Daniels, watches Jacob perish as she helplessly tries to save him. The surviving crew manages to bring the disaster under control. Daniels grieves for her husband. She watches a video of him scaling a mountain, with him telling her he wishes she were there. Christopher Oram assumes the position of the ship's captain. The crew gives Jacob a send-off and ejects his body into space. The crew tends to the ship's damage. Walter then picks up a transmission appearing to be sent from another human. The rest of the crew listens to the transmission as well. Oram picks up that the transmission came from a nearby planet, which apparently has a more habitable atmosphere than Ali-gzz, and not to mention, it would take 7 years and 4 months before they reach Ali-gzz, and nobody is willing to go back into stasis. Oram chooses to go down there, despite objections from Daniels, that it is just too risky to go to the planet that is just too good to be true, but then, later is overruled by the captain. Before heading down to the planet, Oram expresses to his wife Corinne that the crew doesn't have much faith in him taking the mantle as captain. A shuttle is deployed onto the planet, while pilot Tennessee stays up on the mothership with medic Upworth and her husband Rix. The rest of the crew steps down and begins to observe their surroundings. They come across the crashed engineer ship, which is where the transmission came from. Upon entering the ship, they see a holographic projection of Dr. Elizabeth Shaw, who had sent the message. Daniels even comes across her dog tags. 2 crew members, Ledward and Hallett, inadvertently step on black spores that release small clouds that fly into their ears and nose. The other crew member, Hallett, also spots the same small pods inside the ship, causing it to crack, and the tiny bacteria enters his nose. Respectively, both men start to feel sick and weak. Corinne guides Ledward back to the shuttle for medical attention as he pukes blood on her. Corinne and Tennessee's wife Forrest tend to Ledward, who starts violently convulsing. Forrest quarantines Ledward with Corinne still inside the room. Ledward coughs up more blood and then has something start to break out of his back. A small neomorph emerges from Ledward's back, spilling his guts out as he dies. The creature pounces on Corinne and mauls her to death. Forrest returns and tries to shoot at the neomorph, missing every shot. When Tennessee learns she is in danger, he attempts to bring the ship down to the surface to save her, but Upworth talks him out of it. She ends up hitting a tank, causing the shuttle to explode, killing herself in the process as the neomorph escapes. Tennessee and Oram soon learn of the deaths of their wives. Meanwhile, Hallett starts to get worse. Another neomorph emerges, this time out of Hallett's mouth. The creature attacks a security member, Anchor, by ripping off his lower jaw and throat. Hallett's husband, Lope, mourns him. The other neomorph attacks. Walter protects Daniels from it and loses his hand to the creature's corrosive acid blood. The crew eventually shoots it dead. A cloaked man shows up and fires a flare, scaring the other neomorph off into the darkness. It is David. He leads the crew away. David tells the crew that he and Elizabeth came down upon the city of engineers, but their ship released a deadly bioweapon that killed the entire engineer population, and Elizabeth died when the ship crashed. Walter bonds with David over their shared creation and interest in the ways of their creators. David shows Walter a flute and teaches him how to play it. Another security member, Rosenthal, steps away to clean herself off. She then comes face to face with the now-grown neomorph, who rips her head off and starts devouring the rest of her. David comes across the neomorph and approaches it gently, only for it to be shot dead by Oram moments later, to David's horror. Oram demands to know what the hell is going on and what David is up to. David explains that he used a black liquid from the planet as an experiment in creating new lifeforms. He observed that the creatures used meat hosts and killed them upon their birth. David brings Oram to a chamber filled with xenomorph eggs, all of which are waiting for Mother. He assures Oram it's safe. Oram looks into the egg as it opens up, and a face hugger pops out and wraps itself around Oram's head and neck. Soon, a creature bursts out of Oram's chest, killing him. It appears to have fully formed limbs and mimics David as he makes specific movements. Walter finds David as he is looking upon the ruins of the city. David quotes Ozymandias. Through a flashback, it is shown that David descended upon the engineer city and unleashed the black spores upon them, killing all the engineers. David tells Walter that humanity is a dying species, which is why they are trying to save themselves through colonization. David gently kisses Walter before ripping something out of him and disabling him. At the same time, Daniels discovers the corpse of Elizabeth, who appears to have had something burst out of her chest as well. Lope and crew member Cole get found by the creatures. Lope is attacked by a face hugger and is burnt by the acid, but the face hugger is killed by Cole. Cole is killed by the rapidly growing alien that came out of Oram. Lope is then taken out to safety. David attempts to go after Daniels. He pins her to the ground and forces a kiss on her. Walter returns and starts to fight David, letting Daniels get out. Walter appears to gain the upper hand, but David is seen reaching for a knife. Tennessee descends to the planet's surface in another lander to rescue Daniels, Lope, and Walter. The now fully grown xenomorph rushes to attack the crew as Tennessee flies them out of there. Daniels is attached to a harness as she swings around trying to kill the monster. Tennessee tries to fry under the turbines, but the xenomorph evades the fire. Daniels orders Tennessee to release the lander's crane, despite the fact that it would throw them off balance. Tennessee does so and Daniels manages to get the creature trapped in the crane. She turns the crane on and crushes the xenomorph. The survivors make it back to the Covenant. Epworth tends to Lope's facial burn. Daniels and Tennessee comfort each other after all they've been through and losing their loved ones. Daniels also tends to Walter, though she senses that something may be off about him. An unidentified life form is detected on the ship. Daniels and Tennessee run to the med bay and find Lope dead with something having burst out of his chest. The two detect the creature's whereabouts. It stalks Epworth and Ricks as they have in the shower. The xenomorph uses its second mouth to go through Rick's head before killing him and Epworth. Daniels and Tennessee reach there, but it's too late. Daniels lowers the creature into the vehicle bay. Walter opens the hatch as Daniels tries to get the xenomorph to fall out. A large vehicle starts rolling toward Daniels. She manages to duck out of the way as the vehicle impales the xenomorph and drops out of the ship back down to the planet. Daniels and Tennessee go back to their original mission plan as they return to hypersleep. Daniels puts Tennessee to sleep and is prepared to have Walter do the same for her. Before she sleeps, she asks Walter if she'll help him build a cabin by the lake, referencing something she told him earlier. He doesn't immediately respond, and Daniels quickly realizes it is, unsurprisingly, David. She screams and tries to break out, but David puts her to sleep. He goes over to the refrigerator of embryos and regurgitates 2 alien embryos to store them with the others. David then records one last transmission before heading off on his own mission. The movie ends here. Let us know your thoughts in the comment section. Also subscribe to this channel for more interesting recaps. Thanks for watching.
Earn your degree faster at Purdue University Global. With over 175 online programs, there's one for you. Start today with a 3-week risk-free trial. Apply now at purdueglobal.edu.
Outdated IT tools that don't keep up can make it feel like everything is against you. But Freshworks makes IT software that people actually love to use. Freshworks, ridiculously easy software for ITSM.
Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain a horror and mystery movie called Scream 2022. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The film opens in Woodsboro. Tara Carpenter is home alone when her phone rings, with a voice claiming to be someone named Charlie calling for Tara's mother. He keeps her on the line for a moment while she is texting her friend Amber Freeman. The voice starts asking Tara horror movie questions. She says she prefers newer, elevated horror films like The Babadook, Hereditary, and The Witch, but the voice asks her about the Stab movies, particularly the original film. The voice becomes threatening and reveals that they cloned Amber's phone and are sitting outside her bedroom right now, and they tell Tara that they will kill Amber if she doesn't answer the questions correctly. Tara gets the last question wrong, and the killer known as Ghostface begins trying to break into her house. She opens the door and he slashes her stomach. Tara tries calling the police while Ghostface keeps trying to get in and taunt her over the phone. The killer makes his way inside and stabs Tara through the hand and twice in the side, while also breaking her foot. The police arrive soon, so Ghostface flees and leaves Tara alive, but seriously injured. In Modesto, Tara's older sister Sam is working with her boyfriend Richie when she receives a phone call from Tara's friend Wes Hicks to inform her that Tara has been attacked. Sam and Richie drive back to Woodsboro while discussing the Stab movies and what connection they have to the attack. At Woodsboro High, Tara's friends Amber and other friends are gathered as they talk about Tara's attack and Sam returning home. Nearby, a creepy guy named Vince Schneider that Liv used to hook up with stands by trying to get her back, even though she is now with Chad. It also turns out that Wes is the son of Judy Hicks, who has gone from deputy to sheriff of Woodsboro. Wes then gets a text from Tara after she wakes up, and the friends all go to visit her. Sam and Richie arrive at the hospital where they meet Tara's friends in her room. Tara is happy to see Sam since it has been 5 years since she fled from Woodsboro. Tara asks everyone but Sam to leave the room, though Richie stays outside for Sam's sake. The friends gather at a pool hall where they talk about Sam and how she ditched the family after she and Tara's father walked out on the family. Vince is there trying to make moves on Liv again, and when Chad goes to confront him, Vince pulls out a knife until the bartender orders him to get out. After taking a washroom, Vince finds his car being turned on with the headlights on but finds nobody in the car. He is found by Ghostface, who stabs him in the neck and leaves him to bleed to death. Sam and Richie are still at the hospital with Tara. Sam goes to the bathroom to take her medication, where it turns out that she hallucinates seeing the ghost of original Woodsboro killer Billy Loomis. He tells her that she knows why these attacks are happening, and that she has something to do with it. Sam then receives a taunting call from Ghostface, who soon attacks her until she runs to find an officer and tells him about the attack. Judy comes to talk to Sam, Tara, Richie, and Amber, with some suspicion thrown on Richie. Judy remembers Sam from how she caused problems for her family and suggests she and Richie leave town in the morning. Sam then asks Richie and Amber to leave so she can talk to Tara. She reveals to her that when she was 13, she was in the attic of their old house when she found a diary that her mom wrote, thinking they were about their dad. That was when Sam found out that she was the illegitimate daughter of Billy Loomis, and when she confronted her mom about it, that was when her dad found out the truth and left the family. Tara is angry at her for waiting all this time to tell her after abandoning her, and she orders Sam to leave the room. Sam tells Richie that they should go back to Modesto, but he vows to stay with her until they are sure Tara is safe. Sam then says they need to find an expert to help them. Sam and Richie find the home of former Sheriff Dewey Riley, who lives alone and has separated from Gail Weathers, watching her now successful morning news show. Dewey doesn't want to talk to Sam and Richie until Sam says she is Billy's daughter. Dewey suggests that if the killer was inspired by the first Stab movie, then there are certain rules that they need to follow to survive, like don't trust the love interest. Dewey still refuses to help them and makes them leave. He then calls Sydney Prescott, who is now married with kids. She is happy to hear from Dewey again, but he then tells her the killings in Woodsboro are happening again. Although Sydney has learned to arm herself, she refuses to set foot in Woodsboro again. After some consideration, Dewey fixes himself up and goes back to Woodsboro with Sam and Richie. They go to Chad and Mindy's home, where it turns out they are the nephew and niece of Randy Meeks, and as such, Mindy is as much of a film buff as her uncle was. The other friends are gathered so that Sam can explain she is Billy's daughter and the connections that the killings have to the original murders or the first Stab movie. Amber says that she learned that Vince was the nephew of Stumacher, Billy's accomplice. Mindy suggests that the killer is doing a requel of Stab because many die-hard fans of the Stab franchise were pissed off by Stab 8, which was just called Stab, again in the vein of recent franchise films like Halloween, Star Wars, Jurassic Park. Wes worries that his mom is next since Judy was part of a Stab story. When Mindy suggests that Sam could be the killer, she storms out and goes back to her motel. Judy later orders food for herself and Wes and then goes to pick it up. On her way there, she is called by Ghostface, who threatens her with killing Wes. She speeds back home and tries to call Wes, but he is taking a shower. Judy runs to the front of the house and is stabbed repeatedly by Ghostface. Inside the house, Wes hears noises and walks downstairs, but he never notices his mother lying outside in front of the house. Ghostface then attacks Wes and stabs him through the throat, killing him. Sam and Dewey later come across the crime scene. Gail shows up as well, mourning Judy, but also chastising Dewey for telling her about the killings via text. Although their reunion is rocky, he admits to Gail that he was forced to retire from his job after they split up and he began drinking. When Sam notices the deputy from the hospital there at the crime scene, she realizes nobody is at the hospital looking after Tara, so she heads over there and is joined by Dewey. Back at the hospital, Tara tries to get a nurse or a guard, but nobody answers her. The lights are then turned out by Ghostface, and Tara tries to wheel herself outside to get help, where she finds a guard has been murdered and his gun was taken. She goes back into her room to hide and finds someone opening the door. She hits them with a crutch, but it's just Richie, having come to check on Tara per Sam's request. Meanwhile, Sam tries to get in touch with Tara, but Ghostface calls her and taunts her. Ghostface knocks Richie out and goes after Tara when she tries to flee the room. Ghostface tells Sam to choose whether Tara or Richie will die. Sam stalls for a time until she and Dewey make it there, and Dewey shoots Ghostface 3 times. He gets Richie into the elevator with Sam and Tara, but he stays behind to put a bullet in Ghostface's head. Unfortunately, before he can do so, he is distracted when Gail tries to call him, giving Ghostface an opportunity to rise and attack. The killer gets 2 knives and stabs Dewey in the gut and back, slicing him upwards and killing him. Ghostface gloats, "It's an honor," before fleeing the scene. Gail later arrives and is devastated to discover Dewey's body being wheeled out. Sydney returns to Woodsboro upon hearing of Dewey's death, and she reunites with Gail. Sam takes Tara out and offers her condolences to the 2 women, but although Sydney tries to offer help, Sam refuses and says she is going to take Tara and flee from Woodsboro. Sydney tells her that running away never works, but Sam goes through with it anyway. Sydney then tells Gail that she put a tracker in Sam's car, and they proceed to follow her. On their way out of town, Tara tells Sam that she needs her inhaler and can't find it. She says that Amber has a spare one for her, so they go to her house, where they are having a memorial party for Wes. Chad, Mindy, and Liv are also there. Liv wants to hook up with Chad, but he fears that she is the killer, which upsets her and makes her leave. When he goes looking for her, a location-sharing icon pops up, but it is just Ghostface tricking Chad to lure him. The killer gets the drop on Chad and begins stabbing him. Sam and Richie force the teens to leave the house, except for the main group of friends. Liv comes back and learns from Mindy that Chad went looking for her. Fed up with being accused of being the killer, Liv suggests that Mindy is next, since the expert character usually gets killed. Mindy continues watching the first stab, specifically the scene where the Randy character is unaware that the killer is behind him, while telling the character in the movie he is watching to turn around, and sure enough, Ghostface is right behind Mindy. He stabs her in the neck, but is stopped as Sam comes in. After Ghostface flees, Amber comes in with Tara and thinks Sam attacked Mindy. Richie comes in, as well as Liv after she found Chad outside, and comes in with his blood on her hands, leading to more accusations. When she says one last time that she is not the killer, Amber reveals that she is, and pulls out a gun to blow Liv's brains out. Everybody runs. Sydney and Gale reach the house. They hear screams from inside the house and get their guns ready. Amber comes out and pretends to be attacked, but they know it's a trap. Amber shoots Gale in the side and runs back into the house. But although Sydney tells Gale to go to the hospital, she plans to see this end for Dewey's sake. Sydney enters and shoots every door, thinking Ghostface is hiding behind them. She ends up shooting Richie in the leg, though he was just hiding for safety. Sam finds Tara tied up in the closet, but then thinks for a moment because Richie told her there are always two killers, and he implied Tara is the other one for trying to lure them back to Woodsboro. Amber then attacks Sydney, and a struggle for the gun ensues. Sam grabs it, but then Richie stabs her in the side, revealing himself as the second killer. He even shows that he took Tara's inhaler to bring them to the house. Richie and Amber take Sydney, Gale, and Sam into the kitchen as they prepare to kill them. But not before explaining their motive. They were so dissatisfied with the last Stab movie having taken creative liberties that had little to do with the original, like Ghostface having a flamethrower, that they have decided to make their own requel by bringing back a legacy character, Sam being the daughter of the original killer, along with the original protagonists, Sydney, Dewey, and Gale, to make an ideal Stab sequel, seeing themselves as just passionate about the franchises they love. They also plan to frame Sam as the villain of their story. When Amber goes to check on Tara, she finds that she is not in the closet anymore. Amber gets whacked with a crutch by Tara while Sam fights Richie. Amber makes it back into the kitchen where Sydney and Gale fight her. Gale fights her the hardest as retribution for Dewey's, and Sydney smashes a jar of hand sanitizer on Amber's head before both ladies shoot her and cause her to fall onto a lit stove, causing Amber to become engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, Richie prepares to kill Sam, but she grabs a concealed knife and stabs him in the face before viciously stabbing him repeatedly before slashing his throat. Sydney and Gale come to warn Sam that the killers always try to come back for one more scare. Amber then runs out screaming, trying to kill again before Tara shoots her in the head, finally killing her. Sam takes Sydney's gun and shoots Richie in the head to make sure he stays dead. The police and medics arrive, and Chad and Mindy are revealed to still be alive. Sam thanks Sydney and Gale for helping them even when she told them not to. Gale decides that her next book will be about what a hero Dewey was and that the killers can stay dead without anybody knowing who they were. Sam then goes to the hospital with Tara while news reporters cover the crime scene. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain a horror and mystery movie called Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2022. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. A DVD plays that recaps the events of the original film. Therein, a group of teens is slaughtered when they meet a murderous family living in rural Texas. The only survivor was a young woman named Sally Hardesty. After she escaped, the chainsaw-wielding killer, nicknamed Leatherface, who wore the faces of his victims, removed his mask and disappeared. The DVD is playing in a gas station, watched by a young woman named Leela. Leela asks the gas station attendant what happened to Sally. The attendant says she spent her life trying to find the killer of her family and friends. Leela goes outside to join her sister Melody. The girls are traveling with Melody's friend Dante and his girlfriend Ruth. They are heading to an abandoned Texas town named Harlow. Dante, a social media influencer, bought the town at a bankruptcy sale. He plans to sell the properties to wealthy young adults so they can build a new, more idyllic, modern community. As they drive to Harlow, they get in an argument with an angry Texan named Richter and meet the two police officers with jurisdiction over the town. The Texans are all suspicious of Dante's plans for the town. When the four arrive in Harlow, they learn that the contractor in charge of restoring the buildings is Richter. Later, they run into an old house where they meet an old woman named Miss Mike still living in the town at an orphanage she used to run. Miss Mike claims that she paid off her debt to the bank and is still the rightful owner of her orphanage. Offended by her racially insensitive statements and her family's Confederate lineage, and concerned she will ruin his plans for the town, Dante calls the cops to evict her. As the officers escort Miss Mike out of the house, she suffers a medical episode. A huge man walks down the stairs to help her. Miss Mike explains that this man is her last orphan and has been living with her for years. The man, the officers, Miss Mike, and Ruth all get into the ambulance to escort Miss Mike to a hospital. Although Mel and Leela are upset by how Dante handled the encounter, Dante remains focused on proceeding with the auction. A party bus with wealthy, young investors arrives as the ambulance pulls away. Leela wanders through the town and finds Richter working in his shop. She notices he owns an assault weapon and reveals that she is the survivor of a mass school shooting. Leela confides that she has survivor's guilt, saying everyone expects great things from her, but that she doesn't think she has anything to offer. Meanwhile, in the ambulance, Miss Mike passes away, and Ruth texts Dante the bad news. The man begins acting violently in his grief. The officer in the back with him tries to take out his gun, but the man snaps the officer's hand off his arm, and then stabs the officer in the throat with the officer's own exposed arm bones. He then shoots the other officer and the ambulance crashes into abandoned farm equipment. Back in town, Richter learns about Miss Mike's eviction and passing. He steals the keys for Dante's car and the party bus, saying he will only return them if Dante can prove he is the rightful owner of the orphanage. Dante looks through his files and can't find the deed. Mel, now upset that they may have treated Miss Mike unfairly and inadvertently killed her, insists they look through her house to see if she has the deed as she claimed. At the crash site, Ruth regains consciousness. She sees in the side mirror that the large man is scraping the face off of Miss Mike's body and applies it to his own. This man is Leatherface. She takes the police radio and tries to radio for help, but the only person who hears her is the gas station attendant. Leatherface then kills the other officer he shot earlier by crushing his head with Miss Mike's oxygen tank. Although Ruth tries to play dead and later attempts to escape, Leatherface discovers Ruth is alive and kills her by slitting open her stomach with a knife. Leatherface then begins walking back to Harlow. Meanwhile, the gas station attendant calls his old friend Sally Hardesty, now an old woman. Sally grabs a stash of weapons and begins driving to Harlow. Leatherface arrives back at his orphanage home, where Dante and Mel have split up to search for the deed, with Mel having found the deed upstairs, proving Miss Mike was the rightful owner after all. Leatherface attacks Dante and chops his face apart with a meat cleaver. He then heads upstairs where Mel hides under a bed. Leatherface sits down and begins applying makeup to his mask when he hears the sounds of partygoers outside. He sees the investors celebrating and flies into a rage. Leatherface retrieves a sledgehammer and begins smashing in the wall of the bedroom. Inside is his old chainsaw. Although maimed, Dante is still barely alive. He stumbles outside where he runs into Richter and one of the partygoers. He warns them about Leatherface before dying from his wounds. Richter grabs a handgun and walks towards the orphanage, while the partygoer forces Leela and all the investors back on the party bus. Richter enters the orphanage and Leatherface hides behind a door to ambush him. Mel is able to tilt a nearby mirror so that Richter can see Leatherface hiding. The two get in a fight, but Leatherface gets the upper hand when he hits Richter in the knee with a sledgehammer. Leatherface impales Richter on a shard of glass, and Richter collapses to the floor where he sees Mel hiding under the bed. Richter tosses the keys to the vehicles to Mel before Leatherface finishes him off by bashing Richter's head in with the sledgehammer. On her drive, Sally sees the ambulance crash site. She stops to investigate and finds that Leatherface made Miss Mike's corpse into a grotesque memorial. Meanwhile, Leela gets off the bus to search for Mel and finds Dante's corpse. When Leatherface goes into another room to repair his chainsaw, Mel sneaks out and tries to make it to the exit. Leatherface catches her and they tussle, with Mel falling through the floorboards of the old building. As she makes her way through the crawl space, Leatherface uses his now functional chainsaw to try and rip her apart through the floorboards. Mel escapes when Leela hears the commotion and is able to break open a basement window for Mel to crawl through. The sisters flee to the bus with the keys and demand the driver leave immediately. The bus begins moving but mysteriously stalls out. The driver gets out to investigate, and then his severed head is thrown back inside the bus by Leatherface. The investors immediately pull out their phones and begin recording Leatherface, threatening to cancel the killer. Leatherface responds by revving his chainsaw and killing them all.
Enjoy stepping out and digging in. Enjoy every big wave and every little moment. Enjoy summer in Ocean City, Maryland.
Leela and Mel manage to escape the slaughter through an emergency exit in the ceiling and begin running away. They see a car idling in town and jump inside. They find the car is driven by Sally, who refuses to leave. Instead, Sally gets out and pursues Leatherface back to the orphanage. Inside, Sally finds her old tormentor. She holds a shotgun to his head and demands he acknowledge who she is and what he did to her family and friends. Leatherface says nothing, merely pushing his way past Sally when he hears Mel and Leela outside. Realizing that Leatherface either doesn't remember or no longer cares about her, Sally attacks and tosses her car keys to the girls. Sally and Leatherface fight. Though she grazes him with a shot and manages to stab him in the stomach, Leatherface stabs her clean through the gut with his chainsaw. Leatherface lifts Sally off the ground, so she sinks further onto his saw blade before flinging her into a pile of trash. Mel tries to run Leatherface down with the car, but Leatherface dodges and Mel crashes. Mel is impaled through the leg and unable to escape as Leela runs off without her. Leatherface begins slowly walking towards Mel, ignoring Mel's apologies about what happened to Miss Mike. Leela returns with Richard's assault rifle, but doesn't know how to use it. Leatherface chases Leela and is shot several times by a still-alive Sally when they get outside. A wounded Leatherface runs into a nearby abandoned theater. Leela goes to Sally, who says that if Leela runs, she will forever be haunted by Leatherface, just like Sally was. Leela decides to stay and fight as Sally passes away. She takes the shotgun and enters the theater. Meanwhile, Mel pulls out the rod that pinned her leg to the crashed vehicle. Leatherface manages to lure Leela into an ambush and the two tumble into a pit filled with water. Leela emerges first, but Leatherface gets out and grabs her before she can reach the shotgun she dropped. Before Leatherface can kill Leela, Mel jumps on his back. This gives Leela the time she needs to grab the shotgun and shoot Leatherface twice. Mel then grabs Leatherface's chainsaw and slices him in the throat and face. The psychopath falls into the pit and the sisters watch him sink to the bottom before embracing him. The women get into a self-driving car and engage the autopilot. As the car begins pulling out of Harlow, Leatherface mysteriously shows up and breaks the passenger side window to drag Mel outside the car. As the car continues to drive away, a weeping Leela screams as Leatherface decapitates Mel with his chainsaw. Leatherface then begins dancing with Mel's severed head and his beloved chainsaw in a post-credit scene. Leatherface walks down a dirt path towards the home he grew up in and where he killed Sally's family. The movie ends here. Let us know your thoughts in the comment section. Also subscribe to this channel for more interesting recaps. Thanks for watching.
Something really funny happened today upstairs with the sink.
Hey, y'all put this in a yacht ramp?
I listened to it on the app, no car required. Hey, did y'all hear my interview on Y2 Country?
Okay.
I used a lot of big words.
Can we please not talk about Sirius XM for one meal?
Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain a horror, action, and comedy movie called Alive, 2020. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie begins in a room with Jun-woo waking up lazily and checking his phone time. He lives with his parents and sister in an apartment. But his mother and sister leave the apartment. He sees a note and some money placed on the table, which his mother left for him. He switches on his PC and starts playing online games with his friend. He is a computer game lover and spends most of his time playing video games and Free Fire with friends. As he played an online game with his friends, news flashed on the TV saying that a virus was fast spreading in Seoul. The infected were biting each other and were spreading rapidly. The government failed terribly to control it. The people who are not infected cannot find a way to escape the situation. After listening to the news, he looks down from his balcony and saw people biting each other brutally. After witnessing it, he became nervous and upset at what was going on. It is a zombie virus that is rapidly spreading with no control. The infected are turning into a zombie. At the same time, one of his neighbors forcefully enters his room. He asks Jun-woo to use the washroom. Jun-woo overhears news saying that the infected show cannibalistic characteristics. When someone is bitten, his outlook changes. Their eyes become red, and their skin becomes pale white. As he listens to the news, his neighbor starts transforming into a zombie. He starts acting strange and tries to get out of the door so that he does not hurt anyone. Jun-woo then successfully pushes him out of his apartment and hurriedly closes the door. He becomes worried and stressed. He received a text from his family asking him if he was okay, then do not to open the door to anyone. He writes "alive" on a sticky note and sticks it on his parents' picture as a motivational note. He sees how the survivors are trying to send messages for help on one social site on his phone. They are posting to share their status and location. He makes a poster stating, "Staying alive," and publishes it on that social site. He places a refrigerator on the entrance door to make the flat more secure. Jun-woo knew about the situation in this region. When he was receiving signals, he comes to an idea and stick his phone to a drone camera so that he flew a drone to understand the situation in his area. The situation was getting more worse as his mobile battery became low. He was running out of patience and food supplies. He had no internet and was disconnected from the whole world. He was living the life of a prisoner in his own home. Later that night, he saw a police officer fighting zombies to save her life in the street. She fights hard, but the zombies attack her. Jun-woo witnessed everything and tries to save her and drag the zombies' attention, but it's too late and the zombies kill her. Meanwhile, he hears a noise in his apartment and takes a golf stick to check what's inside, but finds a zombie who tries to enter the apartment. He stops him from coming inside but fails. To save his life, he jumps off the balcony, deceiving the zombie, who thinks he fell off the building. Zombie follows him and jumps from the balcony and dies. Jun-woo holds onto the balcony grill and climbs back. This time he was saved because of his intelligence and vigilant thinking. He was relieved for a moment, but soon found out that the food items were running out. He compromises his appetite with drinks. Initially, it was a good escape from the stressful situation. He starts having hallucinations where he is back with his family and loved ones in his imagination. Everything is normal, which is entirely different from reality. After realizing that it was a dream, he starts crying loudly. Suddenly, his mobile phone resorts, and he gets a voice message from his family. His mother tells him that she was in his father's office when zombies attacked them. Sadly, they are killed too. Jun-woo experiences mixed feelings of anger and pain. He becomes upset and aggressive and starts breaking his house out of his depression. He loses control and breaks almost everything in his home. He comes out of his apartment in aggression, fights zombies, and kills as many as he can. After watching a scary zombie who is eating human flesh, he comes back to his apartment in fear. He was focused on one thing only: staying alive. He was determined not to become a zombie ever, and decides to end his life instead and tries to commit suicide by hanging himself. He was near to death when someone from the front building saves him with a laser gun. He fell to the floor when he gets up and sees another survivor in front of his building. Her name is Kim Yoon-bin. They both start communicating through signals. Kim Yoon-bin had a trap on her front door to capture and kill intruders and zombies. One day a zombie gets trapped in that trap. As they communicate, she kills that zombie when she gets a chance. Kim Yoon-bin was a friendly, loving, and gentle girl. She never wanted to kill anyone, but she was stuck in a situation with no alternative. She observes that Ju-woo is getting weaker as he doesn't have anything to eat. She tries to throw some food into his apartment with a rope attached to a ball, but instead of reaching his apartment, the ball fell on the road. Jun-woo sends the drone to her apartment. In this way, they install a rope between two flats. She delivers food to Jun-woo. It was a much-needed help at this time. After some time, a zombie finds the ball that fell on the road. He was a skilled firefighter before. He remembered his skills, so he knew how to climb up a rope. The rope was tied to a table in Kim Yoon-bin's apartment. As the zombie was climbing, the table moved towards the balcony and hits Kim Yoon-bin. She gets unconscious. Jun-woo tries to help her and attack the zombie with his drone. He successfully distracts him for some time and cuts his face. At the same time, several zombies attack Jun-woo's front door and try to break it. He gets confused and loses control of the drone. The zombie grabs the drone and breaks it. Kim Yoon-bin gains consciousness and cuts the zombie's hand, from which the zombie fell and died. Jun-woo decides to find food in the other apartment. He takes keys from a zombie's dead body and checks a nearby apartment for food, thinking the zombie was the homeowner. He finds food, a walkie-talkie, earphones, and mountaineering equipment in that apartment. Suddenly, he sees a dead woman lying in the bedroom. At the same time, the zombie house owner comes and attacks him. Somehow, Jun-woo saves himself and escapes from there. He tried to send a help signal using the radio, but unfortunately, the radio was down. Jun-woo sends walkie-talkie and some other equipment to Kim Yoon-bin. They start talking to each other, and was a much-needed relief in these times of isolation and stress. At this time, the audience realizes that it's much more essential to have companionship and support than food and other riches in the testing time. Being all by yourself is sometimes more damaging than anything else.
A boost of energy and hydration to help get you going, and amino acids to help you recover after. Advanced energy and muscle recovery support without any sugar. Fuel every workout from start to finish with Amino Energy.
They collected rainwater in the container placed on the balcony to drink as water. The next day, zombies approached and entered the building. Soon they spread everywhere in the building. Their steps had a loud and scary sound. Kim Yoon-bin tried to keep still quiet, but when she is crawling, her hand touches a nearby table which fell off, creating a loud sound. After hearing that, the zombie started moving in the direction of her apartment. She is so scared and tells Jun-woo that what can I do now? Jun-woo uses his technique and calls from his landline to her neighbors. The zombies follow the phone bell and enter the apartment next to Kim Yoon-bin's flat. The two discuss that if they stay here, they will eventually die. Kim Yoon-bin tells Jun-woo that she has not seen any zombies on the 8th floor of his building. She suggests that they go there and find some food to stay alive. She comes down using a rope and finds herself in a ferocious battle with the zombies. She kills as many zombies as she can, and avoids some zombies while running. But one of the zombies almost catches her when Jun-woo comes out for help and saves her. They were outnumbered by watching each other's backs. After overcoming many difficulties, finally they enter the elevator. They reach the 8th floor, but the zombies follow them too. Jun-woo tries his best to block the way and kills zombies, but they are larger in number and catch Jun-woo. Here a stranger man comes and saves both of them. This man offers them water and food. Kim Yoon-bin was doubtful and skeptical about that person. They initially refuse but later eat the served food. He was not a good person and was deceiving them. The served food had medicine mixed to make them unconscious. As they become unconscious, he ties both of them. He takes Kim Yoon-bin as food for his zombie wife. He throws her in his wife's room as Jun-woo gains consciousness. He gets hold of a gun and points at him, but the man does not listen. He was crazily in love with her zombie wife and focused to keep her alive. When Kim Yoon-bin finds herself in the zombie's room, she acts wisely and starts looking around for something to help her. When her husband opens the door, she pushes her towards her husband. Zombie bites her husband, and Kim Yoon-bin kills both of them with a pistol shot. The shooting sound was loud enough to attract the zombies, and they started approaching the apartment. The situation is grim, and Kim Yoon-bin asks Jun-woo to shoot her as she does not want to become a zombie at any cost. As they are standing at this dead end, they hear the sound of a helicopter. The hope sparked in their heart again and decides to go upstairs. While reaching the top, they face many zombies, but did not make themselves the food of zombies. Finally, they reached the rooftop, but sadly, there was no any sign of a helicopter. Zombies break out the door and move towards them. They had limited bullets left while Jun-woo shoots some zombies and prayed for their lives, when there is not any hope left to live. Suddenly, a helicopter appeared from the back of the building. The men in a uniform fire on zombies and rescue them safely. After leaving that place, their phone signals restore, and they start receiving messages from their friends and family. The movie ends with Jun-woo's inspirational statement, changing from stay alive to alive. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain a horror and comedy movie called Bad Milo, 2013. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie begins, and we see a man named Duncan. He is running fast towards his house. He comes to his house and asks his wife to hide quickly. His wife Sarah starts asking him what happened, but Duncan starts telling her to hide without telling him anything. Fearing this, Sarah goes to the basement room and hides. Someone breaks the door, and Duncan sees it and starts screaming loudly. Meanwhile, 5 days earlier, where Duncan is having an ultrasound in the hospital, the nurse was very confused while doing the ultrasound, because she sees strange things in Duncan's stomach. While seeing this, the nurse tells him to talk to the doctor about it. After that, Duncan and his wife start talking to the doctor. Duncan asks, "What's wrong with me?" The doctor tells him that you have polyposis in your stomach, and it is not a problem. We can get rid of it easily with the help of treatment. We just have to put one loop behind you, and with his help we will get him out. The doctor then starts asking him about his family and if anyone else has this problem. At this, Duncan tells him that his mother is fine, and his dad lives apart from them. Now the doctor tells him to go to a good therapist, and he tells him not to take too much stress. The next day, Duncan goes to the office. There, his head officer removes him from the job of accountant and puts him in the job of human resources, in which his job was to hire people from the company. Then his head introduced him to a servant named Alistair, who will help him with this work. He then goes to a therapist at his wife's request. He tells him the whole story. The therapist tells him to do hip losers, but Duncan forbids him to do so and says, "I don't believe them all." After that, he comes home and spends time with his family. There is also a boy named Bobby in his family. Duncan's mother had called Dr. Lawrence home for this. Here he tells Duncan that he can cure him by treating him, but he refuses to do any treatment. Now, the doctor starts talking to him about it again and again. This makes Duncan feel very stressed. That's when he gets a call from Alistair, in which he tells Duncan that whenever I was using your computer, I accidentally deleted one of your important folders. He says that it was a folder of presentations. Duncan gets very angry because he has been working on it for the last year. At the same time, he starts to get pains in his stomach. He comes home with his wife and rushes to the toilet. When he gets out, he starts talking to his wife about raising his family, but again he starts to get sharp pains in his stomach. He goes to the toilet and starts to lighten up again. Now Sarah is disturbed by the loud noises and sleeps with earphones in her room. On the other hand, Duncan starts screaming in the toilet. He also seems to be in a lot of pain. Then suddenly he becomes unconscious. At that moment, a strange creature comes out from his body. It's a fast-moving creature that goes to Duncan's office. There it attacks Alistair and kills him at the spot. Then it comes back and enters Duncan's body. The next morning, when Duncan's eyes opened, he feels a little weird. He sees on TV that Alistair has been brutally murdered by a kind of creature. The news shocks him because it all happened so suddenly. Now Duncan goes to his office and sees that there is blood everywhere in his cabin. He talks to his head about it. He tells him that at night an animal came to Alistair's cabin and attacked him. Then his head introduces him to a client, which Duncan hires him. Then Duncan starts explaining his company's scheme to this client. He meets a lot of clients, but he can't satisfy anyone, and he was new to the job anyway. His head sends him home to get some rest. After that, Duncan came back to the hospital and started to get treatment from the doctor. The doctor faints him and puts a camera in his anus and starts looking for the same polyp. Then suddenly a small creature appears in his camera, and the doctors and nurses get scared when they see it. Then the creature attacks the doctor and eats his face. Then all of a sudden Duncan wakes up. It was just a dream of his. The next day Duncan gets very stressed with his dream and comes to the same therapist and tells him the whole story. He tells Duncan to hypnotize him. Then the therapist starts hypnotizing him. He starts to ask him a lot of questions, and then there is sudden pain in his stomach. At the same time, a creature seems to be coming out from his body, which was very little and looking quite scary. The therapist is quite surprised to see it. When he tries to attack him, the creature attacks him and cuts behind him. The therapist somehow separates him from his body and starts lifting Duncan. Duncan regains consciousness and starts screaming after seeing this creature. The creature also starts screaming while seeing Duncan. The creature then breaks the window and runs off. They were both very worried about this creature. The therapist took out his own book and started to find out about the creature. The therapist explains that this creature is first generated from the body of human beings, and it's made of the dark side of human beings. As well as if you try to kill him, you can die too. If you want to avoid this creature, you have to bond with him. Whenever the creature will find you so you don't have to make him angry. Duncan becomes even more upset when he hears this. Suddenly that creature again comes there. They are shocked to see him. The therapist tells Duncan to try to bond with him. That's what Duncan does. He tries his best to talk with him with great love and affection. Duncan realizes that he is hurting someone while seeing blood on his face. He kept his name Milo. Therapist detects his manner that he is now penetrating Duncan's stomach again. After that, he goes to his house. He also gets nervous because there is a creature living in his body. When his eyes open in the morning, he begins to remember the words of the therapist, in which he says that you have to live to relax while controlling this creature. He then goes to his office where he is told by his fellow employer that one of his employer account balances suddenly becomes 0. On hearing this, he gets very upset and talks to his head. His head tells him that this is his problem. You can do one thing, you can maintain his account from someone else's account. But Duncan replies that this work is illegal. When he gets out of the office, he gets a call from a therapist. He asks Duncan to watch the breaking news on phone. The news is that last night another creature killed a doctor, but they both knew that this was done by Milo. Duncan gets even more upset when he hears the news. Therapist tells him how to keep Milo under control. He asks Duncan, "Where is your father?" But he doesn't know where his father is. He says that you have to find your father and talk to him about it. In the next scene, we see Duncan arriving at his dad's house with the help of an address. His dad's name was Rajat. He lived in an old house. He tries to talk to his dad about it, but his dad refuses to talk about it. Here Duncan gets angry, which causes him to have a sudden stomachache, and he suddenly goes to the bathroom where Milo goes out of his stomach and wants to attack his dad, but Duncan forbids him to do so. He somehow manages to get him back into his body. He comes out and again tries to talk to his dad, but he forbids him again. After that he comes to his office, and there he starts looking for food for Milo, but he doesn't find anything. He then gives the mouse in his office to Milo as food. Suddenly his employee comes there and she hears noises of eating something, but Duncan says that because of his stomach pain. Seeing this, Duncan starts talking to his head. He asks what is going on, and what will happen to our investment. We will lose all our money. His head tells him that he should have thought about it before. Now I can't do anything because the government is closing his office now. At the same time, Duncan gets angry and Milo comes out of his body and starts attacking his head. Duncan tries to stop him, but he can't, and the elevator closes. Duncan comes down to the stairs, but that time it's too late and Milo had eaten his head badly. He calls to police and says that the creature has killed another man. Then he comes home and tells Sarah that now his company has been taken over by the government and all this money is wasted, as well as all our savings are gone. Sarah ignores him and tells him that she is pregnant. Duncan becomes happy to hear such great news. But Duncan seems to be stressed and feels an ache in his stomach. Milo was trying to get out, but Duncan thinks that if Milo comes out it can harm his unborn child. So he decided to leave the house for some time and stay in a hotel until his new baby borns. Then we see that Duncan is taking care of Milo very well. He tries to feed him animal food, but he forbids him to eat it, because he just wanted human flesh. He somehow tries to keep him away from humans so that it doesn't attack anyone. After some time, Duncan gets a call from Sarah in which she says that her family arranged a party to celebrate her pregnancy. Sarah invites him to the party and requests him to come home. Duncan then calls his dad to meet with a therapist. Duncan asks him some questions, but his dad refuses to answer any of his questions. He says that I have not come here to answer any question. Then Duncan gets angry and Milo starts trying to come out. At the same time, his dad's stomach also starts in pain, and as soon as he sees it, the same creature starts coming out from inside his dad, which was exactly like the same. But it was weaker and older than Milo. Here we can understand that there is a genetic problem in Milo's family. Well, the two creatures look at each other and start fighting with each other. As Milo cuts into the other creature's hand, We find out that he is attached to his owner, which means it hurts Duncan's dad's hand. Roger then attacks Milo with a bottle, which has a direct effect on Duncan. Now Milo takes a knife and attacks Roger's creature. Milo repeatedly attacks him with a knife, which affects Roger, and Roger is seriously injured. Now Duncan tries to calm down Roger, and Roger tells him that he's glad that Sarah is pregnant. Upon hearing the news that Sarah is pregnant, Milo gets angry and starts going to Sarah's house. Roger and Therapist tell Duncan to hurry up and save Sarah. When Duncan comes out, he sees his car, which Milo badly damaged it. Then he tries to call Sarah, but she can't attend the phone because she is busy at the party. Now Duncan runs towards his home. And this is the same scene that was seen at the beginning of the movie. He comes to her house and asks Sarah to hide. She asks him what happened, but he still tells him to hide. Sarah didn't understand anything. Milo then breaks the door and attacks Duncan. Duncan explains to Milo that Sarah is not at home. But Sarah asks Duncan if everything is fine outside. When Milo hears her voice, he gets angry and jumps into the water pipe. Duncan tries his best to stop him, but he can't. Milo exits the basement pipe below. Sarah is frightened when she sees Milo for the first time. Duncan tries to open the basement door, but Sarah locked the door from inside. Inside, Milo attacks Sarah and knocks her unconscious. Milo is about to be harmed her. Duncan breaks the door, comes inside, and takes Milo away from Sarah. She runs out from there, but Milo attacks Duncan's hand and goes outside. When Milo comes out, everyone is shocked and scared to see him. Then Duncan comes out with an axe and attacks him and cuts off his hands and feet. He tells him to stay away from my wife. But by doing so, his hands and feet also stop working. Then Duncan takes him in his lap and wraps him in a cloth. Her mother says that this thing must have ended with her dad Roger. His mother apologizes to him for hiding this matter from him, so he forgives him. Duncan comes in and tells Sarah everything. He says that it's part of my body. He puts Milo in his body. Now they both hug. After some time, Sean ships a few months ahead, and we see that Duncan is preparing for his upcoming baby. As well as Duncan has opened a company of his own, and he starts telling his office people about the importance of his family members. But the fact is, there is a new baby is growing in Sarah's womb. There is one creature like Milo is also growing. Whenever he will born, a similar creature comes out from his stomach. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching.
With AccuView contact lenses, I have the confidence to let my personality shine through.
Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I'm going to explain a horror and action movie called Peninsula 2020. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie starts in the same timeline where the zombie virus broke out in the Korean peninsula. It picks up during the zombie outbreak. Here we see Jung Se-ok is taking his sister's family to the ship. They come across a man, his wife, and 2 daughters on the way. He was asking for help desperately. The man's shirt was all stained with blood. Jung Se-ok suspects that the zombies also bite the man. Thinking the same, he tries to drive away and move ahead. In desperation, the man's wife requests Jung Se-ok to take one of her daughters with him. Jung Se-ok ignores her with a heavy heart and moves ahead, abandons them to their fate. Soon they reach the ship which departs from Korea. The ship was to go to Japan, but Jung Se-ok comes to know that the ship is now going to Hong Kong instead. He goes to the deck and talks to the captain about it. Here a person already infected starts transforming into a zombie in the cabin as he leaves. The whole ship is troubled after seeing zombies on the ship. Jung Se-ok's brother-in-law Chol-min was standing in the queue for food. Getting the news, Jung Se-ok rushes back as his sister and nephew are in the same cabin. He encounters the zombie right in front of the cabin and shoots him with his gun. He entered the cabin slowly and witnessed that all the people there were already infected, including his nephew. His sister was sitting on the floor holding her son. The infected could turn into zombies at any time. Thinking the same, Jung Se-ok tries to take her sister away, but she refuses to abandon her son, and he leaves her alone. Jung Se-ok emotionally witnessed her sister curdling her infected son. The zombie started attacking her sister. The two watch from outside helplessly and sadly. Some infected people boarded the ship, and it was the last ship that went to Hong Kong. Then the movie's timeline switches from past to present. Cho Min and Jung now live in Hong Kong. The locals dislike them as they were considered refugees. One day, some gang members approach them and take them to their leader, who offers them a job. They are asked to make a team of 4 and enter the Korean peninsula, which is still quarantined and full of zombies. Their target was to bring a truck out of the Korean peninsula with $20 million. In case of success, each member was promised $2 million. He also gives some instructions to keep themselves safe from zombies. Zombies suffer from night blindness and need the help of sound at night to navigate. He suggests that they can complete the mission efficiently at night. They are handed over 2 satellite phones and are sent to the assigned location. They are told to use these phones to communicate when they accomplish their mission. They reach the place where that truck was parked. Jung reaches out and checks the truck. He finds that this is not the truck they were looking for. During that time, he hears a voice. He saw a collapsed glass building full of zombies when he turned back. The building was made of glass. It was fragile and not reliable. Jung Seok rushes back to the car and hurriedly drives away. At a distance, they observe another truck. This time, Jung Seok does not go alone for surveillance and is accompanied by Cho Min and another partner. Soon they felt that they were not alone there and someone was keeping an eye on them. They opened the truck door and were mesmerized to see a truck loaded with money. The mission to find the truck was completed. They checked the driving seat and observed that the driver has turned into a zombie as well. They thought he was dead, but they were utterly wrong. As Cho Min steps inside the truck, the driver attacks him. The truck horn is pressed in the struggle to get out. The horn echoed the whole region. All the zombies got alert and started moving towards them. They run and jump towards them. Jung Seok shoots the driver and one of his partners starts the truck. Zombies were attacking the truck, but they successfully drive away with great difficulties. Now it was time to use the satellite phone, but before that, someone started shooting flames at them. It was a trap so that the zombies could identify their location following the light. The zombies start following them and approaching them speedily. They wanted to rush out of place and drive hurriedly. As a result, their car crashes and the truck hits it too. Jung Seok falls out of the car and notices that 3 of his companions are dead. Jung Seok had a little time to think and act as he was surrounded and attacked by the zombies from all sides. He fights courageously, but they were outnumbered. From nowhere, a car comes to help him. A boy named Junai was driving the vehicle. His younger sister Youngjin accompanied him. They picked Jung Seok up and quickly leave. Zombies were spread everywhere and were attacking the car from all directions. But he was a skilled driver and drives the car like a pro, and soon they lost the zombie herd. He parked the car under a bridge. A crowd of zombies was in front of them, but they were out of sight at the moment. Navigating through this crowd of zombies was an impossible task. At this point, Youngjin acts wisely. She had a remote control car decorated with lights. She uses the car to distract the zombies, and they successfully escape to their parents' house. After meeting the parents, Jung Seok remembers that they are the same couple with 2 daughters he met and ignored 4 years ago. The irony of the situation was that Jung Seok was saved by the girls he refused to help in the past. On the other side, the truck was approached by a gang named Unit 631. Their leader was a first-class Hong. He notices that the truck driver is still alive, but instead of helping, he brutally kills him, though they are humans and nothing less than zombies. They confiscated the truck, thinking it had food supplies, and took it to their military compound. Unit 631 is very famous in the military compound. Meanwhile, the other 3 knew that no one would come to save them. Moreover, they are surprised to learn that Jung Seok is a Hong Kong native. They are amazed how for the last 4 years they have longed for help with no hope. And now people come to this part of the world for money. Ju's mother asks about Jung Seok's partners. He tells them that they are all dead. On the other side, when Unit 631 opens the truck door, they find Cho Min hiding in the truck. They catch him and select him for a game. The gang member gets shocked as he opens the bag. He shares the whole incident with Captain SEO. After listening to him, and checks the truck and bags filled with cash himself. With the bags, he finds the satellite phone. He switches the phone on and immediately receives a call from the other side. He picks up the call and finds out that this truck is a part of the operation. He was told that the person bringing the truck would be rewarded with money and escape from Korea. Simultaneously, Chol-min is kept with the other enslaved people. They are taken into an arena where many people watch a survival game between zombies and humans. It was a horrifying game, and only a few survived the first round. Jung succeeds in getting the family's confidence. Jung Seok was uncomfortable and felt guilty for not helping the family 4 years ago. He approaches the mother and reveals the fact. After knowing that Ju's mother shows no reaction and stays normal, she says it's not a big deal. Jung Seok did what he thought was right for the well-being of his family. At night, Jung Seok and others proceed with the plan. They settle in the car and drive. Ju's mother parks the car outside the military compound. Only Jung Seok and Min enter the military camp to check the truck and get hold of the satellite phone. They find the truck, and while searching the truck, they find the satellite phone, but it's broken. Concurrently, Captain Seo's partner Private Kim comes to the truck and gets captured. Min points a gun at him, and out of fear, he reveals the satellite phone and their plan to take the truck out and escape from Peninsula. He further tells them Captain Seo came to know about this operation through a satellite phone still in his room. After hearing that, Jung Seok figures out that they got hold of Chol-min's phone. Private Kim also tells them that they found a man in the truck, and he is a part of the survival game between zombies and humans. Listening to that, Jung Seok rushes to save him. It's when Captain Seo arrives at that place. He saw Min pointing a gun at Private Kim. He is not interested in saving him and starts firing. Min hits Captain Seo with a truck. As the brutal survival games peak, it becomes impossible for the Chol-min to sustain. At that bite, Jung Seok comes with a gun and starts shooting the zombies. Chol-min and Jung successfully escape from the zombies and Unit 631. At the same time, the game leader Sergeant shoots Chol-min from the back. Seeing Chol-min die was a tragic shock for Jung. He lost all his family. The sergeant was also about to shoot Jung Seok when Min arrived with a truck. She shouts for Jung and asks him to hoop in the truck immediately. The truck's window was broken and zombies were entering the truck as well. It was even hard to move it. Min was trying to make a way by moving the truck to and fro. The zombie crowd was humongous. At this moment, a car with bright light and loud sound come quickly. It was no other than June. He is very smartly distracting the zombies, trying to give Min a clear way. But the zombies were not alone. Unit 631 was also doing everything to stop them. They were directing zombies with fire shorts towards the truck. The gang followed the car in a furious car chase. June speeds, tricks, and turns vigilantly. He takes care of most of the cars of the gang, but one car challenges him the most. After a nail-biting car chase, June loses that car as well. As the gang fails to stop June, the gang leader makes his other move. He turns on the headlights of his cars. The light directs the zombies towards the truck. Jung Seok and Min again find themselves in the middle of the herd of zombies. Min drives fast and wisely keeps going. Jung gets out the truck window and shoots the headlights of the gang's cars. They successfully escape from that place, whereas the other car got stuck and surrounded by zombies. They find that the ship is ready to sail on reaching the port. They are excited and happy to see that. At the very moment, a car comes and hits Ju's car. It was Captain Seo. He gets hold of June and points a gun on her head. He asks everyone to surrender. It was more like a dead end. Again, very smartly, Yin uses her remote car to distract Captain Seo. June is freed, but Captain Seo catches sight of Yu Jin and shoots her. At that moment, Elder Kim comes between him and Yu and gets shot. Captain Seo shoots Min too, jumps in the truck, and drives it straight to the ship. He had the document and ticket to exit the peninsula. After checking the money in the truck, they shoot Seo. Before dying, Seo takes the truck out by reversing it speedily. As the ship's door opens, all the zombies enter inside. Seo dies but takes all of them with him. After getting shot, Elder Kim starts losing his breath and passes away. In this time of distress and anguish, a military chopper is seen flying in the sky. They signal it to stop. Min was shot and cannot walk fast. The zombies were approaching them speedily. This time Jung promised Min that he would help her daughter escape. Min goes back to the truck and loudly honks its horn to distract the zombies. Jung takes the two to the helicopter. They are surprised to see that the person helping them rescue is Jane. Ju asks Jane to help her mother, but she refuses. She pulls out Jane's gun and points at her. After getting surrounded by zombies, Min decides to commit suicide. Jane convinces her that this is for the better. They cannot do anything now. Jung felt the same helplessness he felt when he failed to save his sister. This time he was not willing to give up without trying. He takes out his gun and starts firing. Hearing the gunshots, Min gets out of the truck, and Jung blows the truck surrounded by the zombies with a hand grenade. Seeming impossible, all four escape safely and board the helicopter. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I'm going to explain a horror and sci-fi movie called Texas Chainsaws 2013. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie opens with a montage of the original movie. We see each kill happen in 3D as it did in the original movie. It also shows the infamous final scene from the original movie with Sally riding away in the back of the pickup truck, while Leatherface swings his chainsaw maniacally in the middle of the road. Next, we cut to a police car pulling up in front of the Sawyer house behind another car. They run inside and barricade the door and hold up arms along with the Sawyer family. Sheriff Hooper arrives outside the Sawyer family house, and he shouts to them that he only wants the boy. He says that the woman, Sally, said that a man with a chainsaw killed all her friends. Drayton Sawyer shouts that they were trying to protect their family. Hooper constantly tells him that he needs to take the boy into custody, so Drayton goes into another room and shouts at Jed, telling him that he has to go out there and give himself up. Just then a group of townspeople from the town of Newt, Texas, led by Mayor Bert Hartman, has come with one thing in mind: to kill the entire family. As Drayton and the family prepare to surrender, Bert and other townspeople begin to attack by setting the house ablaze and shooting through the house. Pretty much all of the family is killed in the chaos despite Sheriff Hooper's attempts to stop them. After the chaos dies down at nighttime and the house is burned down, we see Gavin Miller stumble upon a barely alive Loretta who is still holding on to the baby. Gavin takes the baby from her and kills Loretta by kicking her directly in the face. He runs to his wife Arlene, saying that he found a baby and that they should adopt her. They decide to name the baby Heather. In the present day, adult Heather Miller is working in the meat section of a grocery store. She is interrupted by her friend Nikki, who is super excited about a trip that she, Heather, Heather's boyfriend Ryan, and Ryan's friend Kenny are taking to New Orleans. Heather goes home to her grungy-looking apartment, where Ryan is sparring on a punching bag. We see that Heather has strange pieces of art that include bones and a lot of black paint. Ryan goes to answer and get some mail for Heather, which is a will for her. It states that her grandmother is dead and has left a house for her. However, Heather is confused because her grandparents died years ago. She goes to confront her parents, who reveal to her that she was adopted. They warn her not to go to Texas, but she, completely pissed and hurt, leaves and goes back home to Ryan. When she arrives, she tells Ryan she has to go to Texas to learn more about the house and her real family. Ryan doesn't object at all and surprises her when Kenny and Nikki appear, offering to go with them. So they drive towards Texas, and on the way, they stop at a gas station and accidentally hit someone walking with the van. It's pouring outside, and the guy introduces himself as Daryl. He says that to forget about them hitting him, that they can just drop him off when they get to Texas, and he even offers gas money. So they figure out what the hell and let him come along. When they finally reach the house, they are met at the gates by Farnsworth, who gives her a keychain full of keys. He also gives her a letter from her deceased grandmother Verna and advises her to read it immediately. He goes on his way, and they go through the gate. The house is stunning and filled with antiques. They explore the house and decide that they should get some food from a local store that may be around. Daryl offers to stay behind and set all their bags up for them, and he also gives them some money for food. They leave him at the house and go into town. After they leave, Daryl immediately starts stuffing things from inside the house into his bag. He's obviously a thief/scam artist. He explores the house and uses the keys to get to every door. However, He wonders what the large key goes to and goes all throughout the house until finally, he stumbles upon a hidden room behind a wall. He goes into the room, which leads him to a door. He uses the big key on the door and goes down into a wine cellar of some sort. As he looks for something to pry it open with, he turns back to the metal door and Leatherface appears and strikes him over the head with a hammer. While in town shopping for things, Heather is approached outside a store by Deputy Carl Hartman, who is clearly attracted to her. Heather tells Carl where she's staying, and the mayor overhears this and asks her if she's related to the Sawyers. She lies and says no and quickly leaves with her friends. When they arrive back at the house, they see that everything is a wreck. They deduce that Daryl must have been a thief and robbed them and left. They relax since it wasn't anything extremely valuable missing and have a few drinks, and Heather is exploring the house upstairs. While Kenny is cooking, he notices the wall/door that Daryl went through, and he walks through. Kenny walks down into the cellar and sees Daryl's bag and a pool of blood. He calls out for Daryl, but doesn't get a response. Then when he steps into the room with the metal door, he sees the metal door is wide open. Suddenly, Leatherface jumps out of the darkness and chases Kenny. Kenny gets halfway up the stairs when Leatherface shoves a hook through his back. Back in the house, Heather is upstairs and stumbles into a room where the corpse of Grandma Verna is sitting in a chair. She screams and runs downstairs to find everyone, but she sees the house is empty. When she runs into the kitchen, she sees Leatherface holding a severed hand and cutting the fingers off into a bowl. She screams and catches his attention, and he grabs her and tosses her onto the kitchen floor. When she comes to, she is in a room in the cellar, and we see Leatherface cutting up Daryl's body in pieces. Heather quickly jumps up and runs up the stairs. Leatherface chases after close behind. She falls down the front stairs when she gets outside and runs to the back of the house, which is a graveyard full of the Sawyer/Carson family. She finds an unfinished grave with a coffin and climbs inside. As Leatherface stalks the graveyard, he hears Heather crying and jumps on top of the coffin and begins cutting into it. Ryan and Nikki step out of the barn house after hearing the chainsaw. He stops cutting into the coffin and runs toward them. They quickly run back into the barn house and barricade the door. Ryan finds a shovel and Nikki finds a loaded shotgun. She shoots through the door as Leatherface tries to cut through. Suddenly it gets quiet. They see a pair of lights through the door, and the van suddenly crashes through the barn house. They quickly jump in and Ryan drives through the barn and towards the front gate. He tries to ram it, but to no avail. As Leatherface catches up to them, Ryan backs the car up so the gate can open automatically and they drive through it. Just as they do, Leatherface manages to cut through the front tire and the side of the van. This causes the van to flip over and crash. Heather looks over, and we see Ryan is dead. She and Nikki scream as Leatherface tries to cut through the van. He even goes so far as flipping it onto its side. Heather is able to climb out through one of the windows. This distracts him, and he begins to chase Heather through the woods. She manages to reach a fence that leads to a carnival on the other side, and she hops it. Leatherface doesn't stop, and he cuts through the fence, chasing her through the carnival as people run all over, screaming. She gets to the mini Ferris wheel and jumps up and grabs onto one of the seats as it lifts her up. But just as she gets close to him, Officer Carl orders him to freeze. But this gives Leatherface enough time to escape into the woods. Carl takes Heather to the police station for questioning. There we see Sheriff Hooper waiting, and when she describes Leatherface, he is shocked and begins to think Jed must still be alive after all these years. She also admits that she just found out she was a Sawyer. Carl pulls a box labeled evidence and sits it on the table, saying there is some crazy stuff in it about the Sawyers/Carsons. The mayor shows up and demands to speak with Hooper, so he leaves Heather alone while he goes to talk to him. As soon as he leaves, Heather begins to go through the evidence box that Carl pulled, and she sees how her entire family was killed without a fair trial by the townspeople and the mayor, and her adoptive mom and dad. She reads about the entire incident that took place that night. Meanwhile, one of the police officers was investigating the crashed van and tells Hooper that no one is there. Hooper orders him to stay at the site. The mayor orders him on the walkie to follow the blood, and the officer does so. When he gets in the house, he turns on a video call of some sort so the mayor and Hobbs can see what he sees. As he follows the blood into the cellar and down a dark hallway, he comes upon the room where Kenny, Daryl, and Ryan lay dead and butchered. He sees a freezer, and the mayor opens him to order it. As he gets closer and closer, the freezer suddenly pops open and Nikki jumps up. This shock scares the officer, causing him to shoot Nikki in the head and accidentally kill her. The officer runs back up the stairs of the house and is attacked by Leatherface, who bludgeons him with an axe and then begins to chop into his back repeatedly. Mayor Burt decides to confront Heather, saying she must have something to do with this. They see the evidence from the night the Sawyers were killed sprawled all over the table, and Heather has written the word murderers on one of the sheets. Back at the house, we see Leatherface crafting a new mask from the face of the police officer he just killed, and he sews it onto his own face. Heather is on the streets of the town, and she reaches a payphone and calls Farnsworth. She tells him that she knows everything. When they meet, he informs her that he warned her to read the letter immediately because Verna detailed everything she needed to know. He also informs her that Jed, Leatherface, knows she is still alive, but he doesn't know who she is. Suddenly, the mayor arrives and chases her out of the bar. The mayor's partner hits her with his car. He jumps out to grab her, but she quickly slashes his face with a knife and makes a run for it. Heather gets a good distance and then runs into Officer Carl. She asks him to get her to the bar so she can help Farnsworth and warns him that the mayor is after her. They see Farnsworth outside and he sees them, but Carl keeps going. Heather shouts at him and then realizes he's helping the mayor when the mayor calls his phone. The mayor tells Carl over the radio to bring her to the old slaughterhouse that the Sawyers used to own. Little do they know, though, that Leatherface has a radio in a truck and overhears this. He grabs his best chainsaw and goes out into the night. Farnsworth rushes into the police station and warns Hooper that Heather is in trouble and that a police officer took her. When Carl arrives at the slaughterhouse, he goes to tie Heather up with some ropes. He leaves her there and tapes her mouth shut. Outside, we see the mayor and Ollie have arrived. The mayor tells Carl to leave and that they'll handle her. Back inside, we see Leatherface is behind Heather and he places his chainsaw on her shoulder. He steps in front of her and revs the chainsaw. As he gets closer and closer to her with it, he stops and notices the bullet scar on her shoulder. He removes the tape from her mouth, and she begins to beg and plead with him, repeatedly telling him that it's me. Leatherface is shocked by this but cuts her free just as Ollie and the mayor arrive and begin to beat the crap out of Leatherface. Heather makes a run for it. As soon as she gets outside, she hears Leatherface yelling out in pain as the mayor and Ollie beat him repeatedly. The mayor wraps a chain around his neck and tells Ollie to power it on. The chain leads into a giant meat grinder. Ollie runs to go power it on, and just as he does, he is attacked by Heather, who shoves a pitchfork through his body and kills him. As the chain begins to pull Leatherface closer to the meat grinder, Heather shows up and tosses him his chainsaw. Leatherface uses it to cut the chain and free himself. He rises up, and Heather smirks and tells him, "Do your thing, cousin." Leatherface then cuts both of the mayor's ankles with the chainsaw. The mayor ends up crawling back into the grinder and is shredded to pieces. Back at the Sawyer house, we see Leatherface sitting slumped in a chair, and Heather is standing next to him. She tries to touch his face, but he gets up and goes down into the cellar. Heather finally reads Verna's letter, which in flashback, Verna Carson details that Jed is the only blood relative she has left now, and that whether she chooses to stay or not, she should never forget where her home is. We see Heather go down into the cellar. She stares at Leatherface face to face as she grabs his tray of old food and goes upstairs. She has decided to stay. The movie ends as Leatherface grabs the metal door and slams it shut. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain a horror and adventure movie called Fido 2006. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie starts with a story from the past. In the early 50s, the cloud of radioactive dust caused the dead to rise from the graves. These zombies desired human flesh and started biting, infecting, and turning others into zombies. The scientist from Zomcon Corp, scientist Dr. Crofter Jiger, discovers that if humans can destroy the zombie's mind, they can kill them. By doing so, the humans won the zombie-human war. Because of the lingering radiation, whenever someone died in the town, it turned into a zombie. Keeping everything in mind, Dr. Profkerjiger invented a domestication collar that helped contain the zombie desire to have human flesh. As their appetite is satisfied, they do not want to attack humans. With that collar, zombies were successfully domesticated, and humans started having them like pets and domestic servants. When the domestication collar switches off, zombies turn wild again and start attacking humans. The screen changes into the modern time where children are shown the movie about ZomCon. They want to educate them about ZomCon's advantages. After that, the teacher introduces the students to ZomCon's head of security, Mr. Bottoms. He is Cindy's father, one of the students in the class. Mr. Bottoms tells the students that his company's purpose is to keep them safe. The teacher says that if the students have any questions, they can ask Mr. Bottoms. At the same time, we see Timmy Robinson, the blue-eyed, brown-haired boy. He didn't have friends and preferred to stay by himself. The other kids used to make fun of him. He asks Mr. Bottoms if zombies are still alive. After listening to him, all the kids start laughing. Mr. Bottoms replies that zombies only know how to eat human flesh. In the next scene, the kids are trained to kill zombies. Stain and Roy, two boys from the same class, used to bully Timmy. During the training, they start messing with Timmy and push him down. They point the gun at him, but luckily the gun is fake. Soon the kids leave for home. We see different zombies performing different services. They served at school, on the road, and as house helpers. Timmy's neighbor had a zombie house helper as well. Timmy reaches home and tells her mom that Stain and Roy bullied him again and messed up his clothes. His mother, Helen Robinson, asks him to change. Later that night, Timmy's dad, Bill Robinson, reaches home. Helen has made him a luxurious meal. Here Helen introduces Bill to a zombie she bought from ZomCon. Bill gets scared of the zombie and tries to talk Helen out of it with little success. Bill allows the zombie to stay in for fun. He starts torturing the zombie with the remote control. The next day, Timmy asks his dad to play ball with him. He bluntly refuses and goes out to play golf with his friends. He gets disappointed and starts playing in the garden by himself. Timmy decides to play with his zombie, but his zombie cannot throw the ball properly, which makes Timmy angry and irritated. He walks to a park close by and observes that Stain and Roy are teasing a zombie. After seeing Timmy, they follow him and push him to the ground. Roy points a gun at him. At the same time, Timmy's zombies come and push him away. Stain and Roy got scared and run. Timmy smiles back at the zombie. He named him Fido. He started playing with him, but Fido still could not play with the ball properly. He threw the ball in the forest and asked Fido to fetch it. Fido finds it under a bench where Timmy's neighbor Miss Henderson was sitting. He wants to pick the ball sneakily, but Miss Henderson sees him and starts hitting him with her walking stand. Timmy heard the noise and rushed to where he saw Fido all aggressive. He was scared and frozen. Fido was scary and approached him slowly. During that time, the Fido collar resumed. He became calm and did not attack him. Timmy gets angry at Fido and hurries back home. In a rush, he forgets and leaves his ball there with his name embossed on it. On the way home, Timmy comes across Cindy Bottoms, who tells him that his mom is at her place. As she talks to Timmy, Mr. Bottoms comes there in his car. He notices blood on Fido's face. Timmy tells him the blood is coming from his nose. Mr. Bottoms ignores that and drives away. Timmy brings Fido to his father's workshop and starts washing his body to wash away blood with a hose. Here Helen enters the workshop and both get stunned. Out of surprise, Fido mistakenly drops stuff placed on the shelves. Helen gets angry and worried because she thinks if Bill knows about the zombie's mess, he will send him back. In the next scene, Timmy's family is having lunch. Timmy tries to talk about his grandfather, but Bill gets irritated and leaves. In the following scene, Mr. Bottoms' family visits Timmy's home. Bill asks Mr. Bottoms about the number of zombies he killed during the zombie-human war. During the discussion, it's revealed that Bill's dad got infected and turned into a zombie. Sadly, Bill had to kill him. He always gets sad and emotional while talking about himself. By night, Miss Henderson transforms into a zombie. One man is walking his dog in the park that night. Miss Henderson attacks and bites him. Timmy decides to bury Miss Henderson's body and drives his cycle to the park. When he reaches the park, he is attacked by Miss Henderson. He tries to fight back and hits her with his shovel. He chops her head off and buries her body in the garden. He finds that Fido's collar got broken again, and he was chained with a pillar when he reached home. Fido is behaving aggressively and shouting loudly. Here one of Timmy's neighbors, Mr. Theopolis, enters their backyard. He takes him home and repairs his collar. He tells Timmy that no one should go near Fido and keep cautious if the collar gets broken again. He tells Timmy to keep Fido's collar situation a secret. The next day, Helen helps Fido dress up to attend a funeral. He makes him wear Bill's suit. Bill is pleased with the funeral. Timmy tells Helen that he would prefer to become a zombie after dying. In the park, many people were transforming into zombies. The Zomcons people were shooting them. This was happening because Miss Henderson bites another man at the park before dying. The following day, Fido and Timmy are cleaning Bill's car. Helen brings drinks for them. Fido feels happy seeing Helen approaching them. It seems like he started liking Helen. At the same time, Bill tells Helen that zombies don't drink. Fido takes the drink and starts drinking it. Bill gets annoyed and tries to snatch the cleaning cloth from Fido's hand. During the scuffle, one of Bill's friends comes to pick him up for a golf game, but Helen tells him that Bill will stay with his family today. On the other side, Mr. Bottoms searches the park for any link. They find Mr. Henderson's walking stand. He catches Roy and Stain and starts questioning them. They tell Mr. Bottoms that Fido is responsible for spreading the zombie virus in the area. Timmy and Fido were walking in the jungle when they came across Roy and Stain. They point a gun at them to catch them and tie them with trees. Stain breaks Fido's collar with a hammer. Fido becomes aggressive and forceful. He unties himself and starts following Stain and Roy. They took refuge in a nearby hut. Fido follows and attacks them. When he gets out, he starts walking toward Timmy. He gets scared, but when Fido gets close, he tries to untie the rope instead of attacking Timmy with no success. He tells him to close the door of the cabin first. In the neighborhood, Helen was coming from shopping when she saw a zombie walking a dog with no collar. She gets scared as the zombie is fast approaching her. Mr. Theopolis comes to the rescue with a gun and starts shooting the zombie and misses every time. Then one shot hits the middle of zombie's head. When they turn back, they see Cindy with a gun. When Helen enters the home, Fido is waiting for her inside. When she asks about Timmy, Fido starts walking, guiding her to follow him. Stain and Roy were infected now. They came out and were about to attack Timmy. Then we see Helen and Fido sitting in the car and diving. Fido guides the way when Helen notices his broken collar. She gets afraid and reaches for her gun, but soon understands that he will not hurt her. As Stain and Roy attack Timmy, Fido catches them and throws them into the forest. Later, Helen shoots them and burns the cabin. Helen thanks Fido and hugs him. Cindy and Timmy are playing together. Helen tells Mr. Bottoms that she is pregnant. She further adds that she has not revealed it to Bill yet. Bottoms show Bill his war room. Mr. Bottom has killed 500 zombies in the war and kept some zombies' preserved heads as souvenirs. He tells Bill that someone killed Miss Henderson. Bill feels odd having this conversation with Mr. Bottoms. They reach home and Bill wants to talk about something serious, but Helen is not in the mood. She wants to dance and Bill refuses. She started dancing with Fido, who is sitting there quietly. Bill gets upset and starts torturing Fido with a remote and goes away. Mr. Bottoms finds a ball with Timmy's name written on it in the park. He starts suspecting Fido of Mr. Henderson's murder. The following day, Zomcon's truck takes him away. Timmy becomes upset and starts crying. He tells Mr. Bottoms that Fido is innocent. He didn't do anything wrong. Mr. Bottoms replies that Fido may not have done anything wrong, but Timmy did. Timmy's parents assure them that nothing like this would happen again in the future. Bill is pleased as Fido leaves. The next morning, Timmy reads in the newspaper stating that Stain and Roy killed Miss Henderson. At the dinner, Timmy tells his parents that it's false news as his mom murdered Stain and Roy. Helen tells Timmy that we should be thankful and happy to be Bottom's neighbor. Bill gets irritated and goes away. After Bill leaves, Helen tells Timmy that she missed Fido as well. He was a part of our family and she feels bad for abandoning him like that. Bill drops Timmy at school in the morning and presents him with a gun. At night, Helen tells Bill that she is pregnant. After listening to the good news, Bill gets excited but says that he does not have enough money for another funeral. Cindy sends a note to Timmy in the morning stating that Fido was still alive. Timmy meets her and asks about Fido. She tells him that he is in the Zom corn factory. Timmy wants to get him out. She suggests that maybe Mr. Theopolis can help. Theopolis agrees and with her zombie named Tammy, drives to the Zom corn factory. They get to the factory to get Tammy replaced. Helen finds Cindy's note in Timmy's room. Helen and Bill drive to the Zomcon factory as well. After entering the factory, Theopolis takes the collar out of one zombie to distract everyone. That zombie becomes aggressive and starts attacking everyone. Taking advantage of the hassle, Timmy sneaked inside. Theopolis gets upset after seeing that. Timmy forgot to close the gate as he entered. Seeing the gate open, many zombies entered the factory from the wild area. Timmy, Helen, and Fido rushed out to the factory. On the way out, they meet Theopolis and Hoopin with him in his car. Soon the Zomcorn factory security secures control and kills all the intruder zombies. In the last scene, Helen had a baby. Theopolis started treating Tammy as his girlfriend. Fido is shown playing with Timmy and catching well. At the same time, Cindy comes and has Bottoms as his pet zombie. Helen watches Fido gently looking at the child in the walker and smiles at him. Fido smiles back and the movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I'm going to explain a horror and action movie called Scarecrows 2017. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie starts with someone installing a scarecrow crucified on a cross in the field. After a while, the scarecrow opens its eyes. He is scared and anxious when a crow sits on its shoulder and bites it. In the next scene, we see four friends, Farbise, Ash, Devin, and Ely, driving in a car on a road trip. In the meantime, Ash wants to attend nature's call. They stop at the gas station. Ely tells Farbise that he intends to propose to Ash. Farbise reveals he took the car without asking his uncle, the car owner, and he doesn't know their location. In the middle of the discussion, they start arguing about it. As they are talking, something from the sky falls on their windshield. When they look close, it's a human finger dropped by the crows flying in the sky. Ely gets scared, and Farbise tries to swap it down with the wipers, leaving the stain. To keep it a secret from the girls, they open the car's diggy. Ely jumps out of the car and tries to engage them in conversation as Farbise cleans the bloodstains from the windshield. Devin catches Ely staring at her. Devin hearts for Ely and tries to get close to him with little success. Now Farbise tells them that there is a lake close by and they should spend the day there. They agree and start walking towards it. They come across a board stating Miller Trail on the way, and it's not allowed for strangers to go beyond that point. They are not hyped about the trip, and Farbise tries to cheer them up. They ignore the board and continue walking. As they enter the forbidden area, someone is watching them. While walking towards the lake, they pass through a scarecrow installed in the field. They see a crow sitting on its shoulder. Ely found it strange as the scarecrow was supposed to scare the crows. At the same time, Devin realizes that there is no mobile network there. She gets annoyed with Farbise as he suggests the place. In the next scene, we see a scarecrow running in desperation. He stops to take a breath, takes off his head cover, and starts screaming for help. We see he is wounded and losing his breath. He hears a whistle, and when he turns back, he sees the same man who installed the scarecrow in the beginning. He tries to run in the other direction, but the farmer captures him with the rope tied around his neck, hits him with an axe and kills him. On the other side, the four get tired of the long walk. Ely and Farbise ask Ash and Devin to stay back as they go and check the lake. Farbise hands over a bottle of alcohol to refresh them. The boys leave them there and walk along. As Ash and Devin talk and drink, someone is watching them. They all take a dip in the lake and enjoy themselves. On the other side, the farmer takes away the fugitive. After having fun, they come out of the lake, sit and chat on the lakeshore. Ash and Devin feel tired and ask Farbise and Ely to bring the car here. They leave while the girls sit and wait for them. While sitting there, Ash thinks that they are being watched, but Devin disagrees. On the other hand, their car is missing when they reach the gas station. Farbise gets worried and angry as this was his uncle's car that he borrowed for the trip. Farbise and Ely argue as they accuse each other of their situation. Ash and Devin were sitting and waiting for the car when they heard something. They shouted back to scare that someone away, but got scared and ran to the gas station. The boys end up fighting as they blame each other for the whole situation. When the girls reach there, they find the boys fighting. After seeing Ash and Devin, Farbise and Ely stop and tell the girls that their car is missing. Ash and Devin got worried as it was getting dark, and they were stuck with no mobile services. Ely tells them to stick together and stop arguing. They were hungry as well as their food was in the car. They see the farmer who killed that man in the scarecrow cloth as they are talking. They call for help, but he ignores them and walks away. They decide to follow him and reach a farm fenced with barbed wire out of desperation. It was difficult to cross it, but Devin got in first and others followed. They pass through, but Farbise gets hurt with the barbed wire. Ely takes it out, but it's hard for him to walk. To stop the bleeding, Ely ties Farbise's leg with his shirt. Farbise and Ash decide to sit and wait near a scarecrow. Ely and Devin go to look for help. Ely and Devin start walking and soon find themselves in the middle of the field where they see a house. Farbise finds himself in terrible pain and asks Ash to roll and light him a cigarette. Ely heard a whistle. At that moment, the farmer comes and punches Ely. He gets unconscious. Devin wants to escape, but she stumbles on a farmer's axe and gets unconscious. On the other side, Ash and Farbise share a smoke. It was getting dark when Ash noticed the scarecrow moving. Farbise wants to pee, and Ash takes her to the field to attend to nature's call. The scene changes and the farmer takes Devin to his place, where another girl is held captive. As he tied her with the chair, she woke up, got scared, and started shouting. To stop her, the farmer stitches her lips with a thread. He punches her hard, and she faints again. The farmer picks the other girl and leaves. Ash was waiting for Farbise when she noticed something different in the scarecrow. She sees human hands and maggots coming out of the scarecrow's mouth. She gets even more scared. As Farbise was doing his business, he heard a whistle. He calls for it with no reply from the other side. In a while, he brings Ely to his place. The farmer prepares an injection for Ely. To wake Ely, Devin starts shouting even with stitched lips. The farmer gets annoyed, changes his mind, and injects her with an injection. She gets paralyzed and can only move her eyes. He puts a scarecrow mask on her face and leaves. In the field, Ash calls for Farbise with no replies. She gets scared and confused. Some grab her and drag her into the field. She starts screaming. That guy asks him to stop shouting, and he is there to help. He further tells her that coming here was a mistake. He asks him to follow her, and she agrees. They reach the home in the middle of the field. He asks her to stay quiet and takes her inside. Ash sees bloodstains on the seat. He tells her that it has been going on for a long time. All the scarecrows in the field are living people. He tells her that his father is responsible for it. He lost his mind after losing his mother. His mother's dead body was tied to the roof. Ash gets worried about her friends. As he was telling Ash, there was a knock on the door. The man asks Ash to hide. In the meantime, the farmer walks in with Farbise. The farmer and his son start tying Farbise on the chair. Here we see Ely's mouth stitched. He is unconscious and in a terrible state. The farmer nailed him to a cross. He wakes up with pains but cannot scream as his mouth is stitched. Ash witnessed it while hiding. She cannot hold it back and shouts to stop the farmer. She attacks him with a screwdriver but fails. She calls for help from the farmer's son, but he watches standing still. The farmer hits her and she gets unconscious. The farmer and his son take Ely to the farm and install him as a scarecrow in the field. When she wakes up with a scarecrow mask, she is tied to a chair. The farmer's son unties her, gives her a torch, and asks her to follow the way they came here. She is weak and cannot walk. He tells her to reach the road and seek help. Before she leaves, the farmer comes. To stop his father, he threatens him with a dagger. He tells the farmer that it's over now and he has to let her live. He tells the farmer that it was an accident and they did not intend to kill his mother. The farmer asks for the dagger. He hands over the dagger. Ash stops him, but he asks his father to let her go, and the farmer agrees. The farmer's son tells Ash to run. After Ash leaves, the son apologizes to the father, but the farmer kills him with the same dagger. Ash runs hard but cannot find a way out. She crosses a scarecrow. She got close, thinking it was Ely. She is terrified but takes off her mask and sees Devin, who is dead. Ash is horrified but takes the nail out from her arm and starts running again. She comes across another scarecrow at a distance. She calls for Ely, but it is the farmer in camouflage. She screams and runs away into the field. The farmer follows. She runs hard but stumbles. She struggles to get away and screams. She stabs the farmer in his face with a nail and kicks him. Thinking the farmer is unconscious, she runs away. As she finds her way out, she hears someone crying. She looks around and finds Farbeyes on the cross. She tries to help but fails to take the nails out of his hand. The farmer comes and hits her hard. For a moment, she loses her balance and falls. The farmer tries to choke her when Farbeyes swears at him. He gets up, grabs the shovel, and hits Farbeyes with a fatal blow. She runs and calls for help with little success. She hears a whistle. When she turns back, she sees the farmer standing. Deceiving the farmer, she starts running towards the road, and finally gets out of the field but stumbles. She gets hurt and can hardly move when she sees a car right before her. She cries for help, but the couple inside is making out with very high music. They cannot hear her calling for help. She crawled to the car and was about to open the door when the farmer grabbed her from the leg and dragged her back to the field. The scene changes, and we see a farmer digging a hole and installing another cross with a scarecrow crucified. The crows flying in the sky sit on its head and start biting. Behind the mask, we see two eyes suddenly open wide and scared. As the mask falls, we see Ash with her mouth stitched crucified on the cross. We see the scarecrow statues of Farbeyes, Ash, Devin, and Ely crucified on a cross. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain a horror and action movie called Parasite Part 1, 2014. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie starts with the narrator saying if the human population is reduced, it will reduce the world's problems and challenges. She further says if the human population is reduced to 100, the world calamities will be reduced as well. It is important to save the lives of others, if you don't think there are some who do. In the next scene, we see parasites coming out of the sea and moving towards the city. We see a couple sleeping and a parasite crawls in his ears. He gets relaxed after becoming uncomfortable for a while. Shinichi Izumi was listening to music in his bed when the creature tried to crawl in his ear, but failed as he had ear pods on. The creature tries to crawl in from the nose, but he pushes it away. He thinks it is a snake and tries to kill it. While doing so, the creature bites his hand and crawls in his hand. To prevent it, he ties his charging leads to his hand. During this time, her mom comes to his room, and he tells her that a creature has penetrated his hand. Her mom checks it and finds it's completely normal. She tells him that maybe he is having an illusion as he stays up late listening to music. The next day, Shinichi feels something strange in his right hand. On the other side, we see the man who had a creature crawling in his ear. He is behaving strangely. He goes to his wife and his face turns into a star-shaped creature and eats his wife's head. Now we know that when these parasites enter a human body, they can control it completely. They feed on human flesh and use the human body as a host. The scene changes and Shinichi is going to college when his girlfriend Satomi Murano comes. His right hand started touching her oddly unintentionally. She gets annoyed and leaves. In the classroom, when his rubber falls, his hand elongates and grabs it. He was able to basket a ball from a long distance. He gets worried about suspecting something has gone wrong when that creature crawled into his hand. He returns home and tries to search the phenomena on the net with little success. He sees an eyeball in his hand. He tries to cut his hand, but his hand turns into a monster and tries to bite him. Then he transforms into a hand with one eye and a mouth on the palm. It said that he had failed and did not eat. He asks Shinichi to teach him to speak. On the other side, the man with the parasite in his body is sitting in front of the TV and learning the language when his kids come home. They are calling for their mother and asking for food. He goes to them and we see the headless, half-eaten body of his wife lying on the floor. Shinichi wakes up the next morning thinking it was a dream, but sees the creature sitting on the chair learning Japanese. He asks for his hand back with little success. His mother asks him if he is okay. He replies positively. Shinichi tells the creature to leave, or else he gets it operated out from the hospital. It tells him that if he does that it will die as it lives in a human cell. We see Shinichi sitting in the library and the creature reading the books. He wants to gather all the information needed to survive in the world. The creature says that it doesn't agree with Shinichi calling him a monster. He asks him to call him Midi instead. Midi wants to learn everything. Shinichi takes Midi to the sword fight and archery training. Shinichi is making a painting when Satomi comes and tells him if he does anything like he did that day she will not talk to him again. Later at home, Midi asks about Satomi and Shinichi tries to avoid it. The scene changes and a shopkeeper is scanning items for the customer when his face opens up like a flower. The shopkeeper gets scared and the parasite eats it. On the other side, a taxi stops for the lady. When she gets in, her face opens up like a flower and she kills and eats the taxi driver. In the next scene, Shinichi is going on the bus when Midi presses the button and asks him to get off. Midi directs him to a restaurant where a creature is eating a man. On seeing Shinichi, the monster transforms into a man. Initially, he welcomes Migi, but when he comes to know that it failed in eating Shinichi's brain, he wants to kill them both. Midi tells Shinichi to run as he won't have a chance, but he fails. His face opened and was about to eat Shinichi when Midi saved him. Shinichi asks Midi if you have killed one of your comrades for him. Midi tells him that he has done it for himself. If Shinichi dies, he will die as well. Midi hopes someday he can leave. Shinichi picks up his mom from work and they walk home. She asks why he is stressed out lately. He tells her that it's the school stress, nothing else. Shinichi says if this phenomenon continues, the victims will continue to grow. He asks Migi to stop others. Migi tells him that they are not doing anything wrong. Humans are food to them as meat, beef, plants, etc. are food to humans. Shinichi tells Migi that human lives are important, to which Migi replies own life is more important. He further tells Shinichi that if he keeps on providing him the needed nutrients, he won't harm him, else he will kill him. The police are unable to explain what is happening in the city. The next day, Shinichi goes to school, and in the assembly, Midi senses the presence of another parasite. The principal introduces Ryoko Tamiya, a new lady teacher, and Midi tells Shinichi that she is the one. Ryoko Tamiya looks at Shinichi and recognizes Midi. The scene changes and we see Shinichi following Ryoko Tamiya. She tells him that she won't harm him. She warns Migi that surviving on the host body part is unimaginable. Migi asks her what she plans to do here. She tells him that she wants to live a normal life. Ryoko Tamiya asks them to meet after school. Initially, Shinichi denies it. Migi convinces him by saying that she ate the lady's brain, but still living like a human. Later they went to meet them. She makes them meet two men, Mr. A and Shimada Hideo. She tells them that they have to make a network to hunt unconsciously. Moreover, Tamiya, Ryoko, and Mr. A were expecting a human baby. She warns them not to oppose them as she can kill the whole class in a second, and the whole school is their hostage, including Satomi. Midi warns Shinichi about Mr. A as it senses a killer instinct in him. Mr. A questions Tamiya Ryoko about why she wants to take Shinichi into their group. She says that she wants to understand how humans think, and he is an excellent subject for the research. Shinichi's mother asks him if he is okay. She tries to get close and Shinichi sees his burn scars. He pushes her back saying that he is okay and he can take care of himself. Midi asks why Shinichi's blood pressure increases when he sees her mom's scars. He tells Midi that her mom got burned while protecting him when he was 4. Midi asks why humans sacrifice themselves for others. On the way back, Midi sends Mr. A and warns Shinichi. They try to run, but Mr. A catches them and tells Midi that he suspects him of killing the commander. Midi tells Shinichi to save himself if he can and starts fighting with Mr. A. It was a deadly fight. Instead of running and leaving Midi, Shinichi kills Mr. A by stabbing him with a rod. Midi and Shinichi return home. On the other side, Mr. A before dying switches bodies and enters Shinichi's mom. Midi warns Shinichi that a parasite is getting close. When the door opens, they see Shinichi's mom. Midi tries to warn him, but Mr. A stabs in his chest, hurting his heart. He faints, and Mr. A and his mom's body leaves. Midi enters Shinichi's body. Time passes, and after a while, Shinichi wakes up. Midi tells him that he has patched his heart with his body part and slowly returned to his hand. Now his heart had a part of Midi. Shinichi gets upset about his mother's death. Midi consoles him, saying she is taken over by Mr. A. They come to Tamir Ryoko and ask for Mr. A. She tells them that they all have different personalities and he had a strong personality, making him dangerous. She tells them she made them meet Mr. A for the sake of an experiment. Shinichi tries to fight him, but she is too strong. At the police station, the policemen are discussing that the victims have human flesh in their stomachs. They also found Shinichi's fingerprints there. In the meantime, Shinichi and Midi are taking a walk, when Midi senses a parasite close by. When they explored, it was revealed that it was the candidate running for mayor. They return home and Midi is all excited about a parasite taking part in the mayor's election, when two detectives come to integrate them about Mr. A death. Shinichi and Satomi are talking in the school when Shinichi meets Shimada Hideo. He gets worried about him being there. Tamir Ryoko and Shimada Hideo discussed Shinichi, saying that he has changed and strengthened. Shinichi plans to go and find Mr. A and Midi stops him. Midi tells Shinichi that after healing him he has to sleep 4 hours a day. When he sleeps he cannot wake up, like he is dead, and Shinichi will be on his own. Tamiya wants to keep the things hidden and continue her experiment for a better future for their species. Takeshi Hirakawa tells her that he will work for parasite interests when he wins the election. He also inquires about Tamiya's baby. Shinichi and Satomi go out shopping when he notices a dog fainted on the road. He woke through the traffic to save him, but it was too late. The dog was dead. He throws it in the dustbin. Satomi gets upset with Shinichi. Tamir Ryoko decides to leave school. Midi asks about Shimada Hideo. She tells them that he won't be a problem as he hardly eats human flesh. On the other side, Shimada Hideo is modeling for the painters in the art room. One girl pricks his hair and identifies him as a parasite. Midi feels his killing instinct and rushes there to help them. He turns into a monster, and before he can attack them, Satomi throws a liquid on his head which makes him wild. Before they could escape, Shimada Hideo started killing them. When Shinichi reaches there, he sees most of them dead. Satomi is hiding in the cupboard, but Shimada Hideo finds her. Before he could attack her, Shinichi pushes him away. Tamir Ryoko comes there as well and shows her disappointment in him. She throws a liquid from there and leaves. Shinichi picks up Satomi and jumps off the building. Soon after, the bomb explodes, but Shimada Hideo survives. The police shoot him with no success. Shinichi kills him with an iron rod, shooting with a bow. Tamir Ryoko hands over Mr. N's address and tells Shinichi that she wants to experience motherhood. Shinichi reaches there and sees that Mr. is still in his mom's body. Midi sleeps, taking the shape of a blade. Shinichi and Mr. have a nail-biting fight. He tries to fool him using her mom's voice and tries to attack him. Shinichi stops, thinking it's her mom, when Mr. tries to impart a fatal blow, but her mom takes over her body for a microsecond to protect Shinichi. To free her from Mr. A, he hits her with a fatal blow, and she dies. On the other side, Takeshi Hirakawa gets elected as mayor. We see Tamiya, Takeshi Hirakawa, and Goto discussing that now they have a command to kill mankind. Tamiya feels worried for her baby. While standing next to unconscious Satomi, Shinichi tells Midi that he will find and kill all the parasites one by one. Someone is taking his pictures, and the movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain an action and sci-fi movie called Blood Red Sky 2021. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie starts in RAF Scotland, where the military is maneuvering towards an airplane, making an emergency landing. Colonel Alan Drummond tries to communicate with the pilot with little success. The pilot is wounded. After intercepting the conversation, they know that there is an explosive device on board. The person in charge wants to explode the plan at an appropriate time. He is asking for help but refuses to hand over the passengers on board. Colonel Alan Drummond warns his gunmen about it and stops them from shooting. Suddenly, they see a little boy, Elias, climbing out of the exit door. He is shocked and has a teddy bear in his hand. The injured pilot was suspected of being a hijacker. He pleads for help, saying he is not a terrorist and he can explain everything if given a chance. Colonel Alan Drummond offers him help only if he lets go of the people on board. The boy is taken to the hospital. Colonel Alan Drummond asks the German interpreter Naomi to get all the information possible about the terrorists. She asks her if he was traveling alone with his parents. Elias keeps quiet and starts recapitulating what happened earlier. The scene changes. Several hours earlier, we see a lady completely bolted, getting ready. She puts on her wig and contact lenses. Elias is at the airport and boarding a plane to network. Nadia, Elias's mom, and a German widow talk to her doctor, planning her treatment. The doctor gives her hope and tells her that they are waiting. Elias was waiting for his mother, who would meet him later at the airport. Elias was boarding luggage when he met Farid. He is boarding the same plane and helps Elias. Nadia goes to the toilet to drink medicine and injects herself with some medicine, which gives her severe discomfort. In the meantime, Elias has a conversation with Farid, the guy who helped him with language earlier. He tells Farid that her mother is ill and they are going to New York for her treatment. Her mother saw them talking and called Elias back. Elias and Farid shook hands and Elias went with his mother. They all boarded the plane and the plane took off. Nadia felt unwell when she started thinking about the good times with her husband, his lovely family and happy moments. They were driving somewhere in the dark when their car broke down. Nicolia, her husband, went to get help while she waited in the car. With these thoughts, she wakes up. In the airplane, two people start arguing. One air marshal gets up to handle the situation. The steward, 8-Ball, takes a dagger from his pocket and kills the second air marshal. They capture the first air marshal and ask the whereabouts of the third security personnel. He tells them, and one of the hijackers chokes her to death. 8-Ball kills first air marshal by stabbing him multiple times mercilessly. Nadia feels suspicious and worried. She can sense something happening. Soon Berg and his team hijacked the plane with the help of the co-pilot Bastian, who killed the pilot. They threw the dead body in the cargo. Their leader Berg tells everyone that the plan is now under their control, and to keep themselves safe, they should cooperate until the ransom is paid. Berg sabotages the black box so that no one can track the plan. The plan was on its own. 8-Ball's shirt had blood stains, and when he passed by Nadia, she could not resist looking at him with heavy breathing. She tries to exhibit self-control, but experiences extreme uncomfort. He points a gun at her but then moves ahead. Elias takes the plan map and wants to figure out a way to escape when her mom tells him to stop. The hijackers turn the plane towards London. In the meantime, one of the hijackers asks Farid to come with him. Reluctantly, he follows. Elias tries to escape and hide, taking advantage of the situation, and Nadia follows. 8-Ball finds them and shoots Nadia multiple times. Elias was devastated to see her mom dead. The hijackers ask Elias to stay seated. He cries hard thinking his mom is dead. Berg warns 8-Ball that he will kill him if he creates more trouble. In a while, Nadia regains consciousness and remembers when she and her baby Elias were sitting in the car waiting for Nicolia to return. She starts following in his footsteps. She reaches a local farmhouse with blood on the doorstep. She steps inside and gets attacked by a vampire. She takes refuge in a room, where she finds Nicolia's dead body. Later, the vampire tries to get in from the ventilator. Nadia tries to stop him. The vampire gets burned by the sunrise, but manages to bite her before dying. She wakes up and sees the hijacker controlling the plan. She is weak and needs blood to regain strength. Nadia hears a dog barking in the cargo. She slides down to cargo and feeds on a dog. Nadia removes the contact lens, which she used to conceal her eyeballs. The hijacker make Farid, Muhammad, and another passenger record a message telling that they are a part of ISIS and hijack the plan to serve the religion and create terror in people's heat. They have to record the message in English and Arabic. Thinking the hijacker doesn't understand Arabic, Farid tries to record a help message but fails. Berg tells him to read what is written and shoots the other passenger to warn him. After recording the message, Farid is brought back to the other passengers. The hijackers come to the cargo and take out a bag with material to make a bomb. George starts making the bomb. He catches Nadia while she was drinking the blood. Nadia transforms into a vampire and kills him. To gain more strength, she sucks his blood. She is transforming into a vampire. Nadia finds parachutes in the cargo and ammunition and sees a hijacker installing bombs in the plane. The hijackers go to the cargo and see their George and dog dead. They fail to figure out what happened. The hijacker programmed the plane to crash in London, or the British Air Force will shoot it as they parachute out from the plane. Nadia reunites with Ali-gzz and goes to the cockpit, where they find the plane flying on autopilot. Nadia asks the passengers if anyone could fly the plane. A young man, Muhammad, volunteers. Nadia gains control of the cockpit. On the other side, 8-Ball follows Nadia's bloodstains on the floor and concludes that Nadia is still alive. They start looking for her and find out she is in the cockpit. Berg asks her to open the cockpit door, to which she restrains. 8-Ball brings a little girl to blackmail her, but Nadia surprises Berg with an attack and bites him before they can harm the little girl. Berg starts transforming, and Nadia kills him by stabbing a dagger in his chest. 8-Ball is watching her from a distance. Nadia tells Ali-gzz to stay in the cockpit, and she promises to return. She was transforming completely. She takes refuge in the bathroom and injects herself with a medicine. She again has a flashback of her reaching home after the vampire bite. It made life extremely difficult with the baby. Her urge for blood was increasing. She took her canine out to hide her new identity. To get the answer regarding her situation, she goes back to the farmhouse where she meets an old vampire. He tells her that Nadia killed his son and he wants to avenge him. He started shooting her. He said that it's important to kill her to stop this evil from spreading. The scene changes and we see the hijackers are worried after the death of Berg, as he was the only one who knew the plan. Their only option was to regain control of the cockpit. 8-Ball makes a wooden spear to kill Nadia. Ali-gzz leaves the cockpit to save her mom. When Ali-gzz opened the door with the dagger, he found Nadia was weak and unconscious. Mohammed sees the vampires coming, goes back to the cockpit and locks the door, leaving Ali-gzz and Nadia outside. 8-Ball attacks Nadia with a wooden spear and UV light. She falls to the ground, and the other hijackers try to take over the cockpit. Taking advantage of her situation, 8-Ball takes Nadia's blood in an injection. She tries to stop him with little success. Before he could kill Nadia, Ali-gzz dares 8-Ball with a gun. 8-Ball tries to take the gun from Ali-gzz, but he accidentally shoots a window which depressurizes the plane. Nadia shoots 8-Ball on the shoulder. Muhammad tried to keep the hijacker out in the cockpit but died because of the low oxygen. The hijackers take over the cockpit. Nadia hands Ali-gzz over to Farid and leaves. Nadia looks for the 8-Ball and finds him sitting in a bulletproof car. She tries to shoot him but fails. She is successful in making a hole in the windscreen, but it was not very helpful. He injects himself with Nadia's blood and starts transforming into a vampire. Nadia tries to set him on fire but fails. Nadia again has a flashback where the old vampire tells her that she has to end this evil, but she overpowers and kills him. Before she leaves with vials of vampire suppressant, she burns the farmhouse to ashes. Hijackers came down to help 8-Ball, who started hunting them one by one. Nadia escapes to the passenger seat, who gets scared after seeing her. They secure a gun and UV light, and Farid and others start looking for Nadia and shoot her. She gets annoyed and attacks them. When she is about to be hurt, Farid, Ali-gzz stops her and she listens. She convinces them that she is there to help, and they cannot let 8-Ball and others climb up. As Nadia was going to stop them, Nadia tries to shut the door with little success when Farid comes to help her. During the struggle, 8-Ball bites him. One of the passengers shot him as he was about to enter, and they locked 8-Ball and secured the plane. Bastian informs Nadia that they cannot reach New York and must land at the nearest airport. A selfish injured passenger opened 8-Ball wishing to get bitten by him. 8-Ball and his team start attacking the passengers. Farid tries to help them, but Bastian stops him. Now they cannot land with the plane full of vampires. Nadia decides to sacrifice herself and kills the vampires using explosives. To stop her, Ali-gzz deceives her with a UV light and goes to get the detonator himself, but gets surrounded by vampires. Nadia asks Farid to take care of Ali-gzz. To regain her strength, she kills and feeds on Bastian. She goes to help and rescue Ali-gzz. On the other side, 8-Ball is attacking Ali-gzz. Nadia comes to help, but is attacked by 8-Ball. Ali-gzz calls him to distract her and blasts the door. With little energy left in Nadia, she pushes 8-Ball out of the door, who gets hold of the net and is saved from the fall. Farid turns the plane in the direction of the rising sun, causing 8-Ball to burn and fall to his death. Nadia was weak, and Ali-gzz fed him with his blood to save her. As she tasted his blood, Ali-gz's life was now in danger. To save him, Nadia rejects him and flees. The scene changes to the present, and Ali-gzz is in the hospital. He asks about Farid and is told that he is still on the plane. He tells Naomi to get him out of there but fails to convince them. They perceived him as a bad guy. Ali-gzz tried to tell them to get him out of there before the sun sets, and all the passengers were dead. Ali-gzz and Farid try to warn the authorities, but they ignore them. The gunmen boarded the plane, looking for survivors. They capture Farid as he is about to blow up the plane. The adventure resulted in a massacre. The vampires attack the soldiers from all directions. Ali-gzz escapes from the ambulance and runs back to the airport with his teddy. He sees Nadia feeding on the soldier and calling her with hope. She roars angrily and heads towards him, intending to attack him. At that moment, he realizes that his mother is gone forever. To save everyone, Ali-gzz takes the detonator out from his teddy and activates it, killing all the vampires. Farid is released and unites with Ali-gzz. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today I am going to explain a horror and action movie called Army of the Dead 2021. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The film starts with a convoy of soldiers transporting a highly classified package from Area 51. As the soldiers speculate as to what it could be, a newlywed couple is driving down the same road, and the husband becomes distracted as he receives a blowjob. The couple crashes into the truck, blowing themselves up while the payload comes loose. The soldiers approach it and are met by a humongous zombie, Zeus, who proceeds to tear the soldiers apart. He corners the two drivers and rips one's jaw off before biting the other one. The two become zombies, and Zeus has his sights set on Las Vegas. Zombies soon start to overrun Vegas, leading several mercenaries to head in and eliminate as many creatures as possible. Many casualties occur, but soon the whole city becomes walled off from the rest of the world. Years pass, and one of the mercenaries, Scott Ward, is working at a diner when he is approached by billionaire casino owner Bly Tanaka. He informs Scott that there are $200 million beneath the Vegas Strip under his hotel, and he wants Scott and a team to get the money before the government nukes Vegas to wipe out all the zombies. Tanaka tells Scott that he can take $50 million and split it amongst his crew. Scott's daughter Kate works as a volunteer at a quarantine zone camp. She is friends with a woman named Jita and helps her look after her two kids. Jita wants to enlist the aid of a woman named Lily, aka the Coyote, who helps smuggle people out of the camp past the city. Jita just wants to get enough money to bribe the guards to get her and her kids out of the camps. The ladies are then harassed by a volatile guard named Bert Cummings, who looks for whatever excuse he can to torment the women. Scott is haunted by the fact that he was forced to kill his wife in front of Kate after she became a zombie, and it is part of why Kate hasn't seen him in years. He reluctantly agrees with Tanaka to go through with the job. Scott begins by recruiting an old friend and teammate, Maria Cruz, who is working as a mechanic. She doesn't hesitate to join Scott, and they go recruit another former teammate, Vandero, who works at a retirement home. They then go after safecracker Ludwig Dieter, helicopter pilot Marion Peters, and zombie killer Mikey Guzman. The team goes to meet Tanaka to go over the plan. Guzman brings two other members, Damon and Chambers, although Damon leaves when he learns that zombies are involved. Tanaka gives the team blueprints for the job, and he sends them with his right-hand man Martin. They head towards the city's entrance, where Scott reunites with Kate. Although it is obviously a rough reunion, they recruit Lily to join them. But when Kate learns that Jita asked Lily for help and didn't come back from the city with her, Kate punches Lily in the face. Lily insists that she did not intend to leave Jita behind, but there is a possibility she is still alive. Kate decides to join the team, despite Scott's objections. Lily also manages to get Cummings to go along, claiming she needs one more guy. The team makes it into Vegas, where they find a zombie tiger named Valentine guarding the outside. As they proceed to move forward, Lily shoots Cummings in the leg and ties him up, stating that there are smarter, stronger alpha zombies out there, and she intended to bring Cummings as an offering in retribution for him raping the women at the camps. The team hides while the queen of the zombies, the bride, comes by to sniff Cummings before she and another zombie drag him away to the Olympus Casino, where Kate thinks Jita may be. Sure enough, Cummings is brought before Zeus and his horde of alpha zombies, and Zeus turns the cowardly guard into one of them with a bite. The team moves forward underground, where Lily warns them about the hibernating zombies. They attempt to move quietly past the zombies, but Chambers accidentally bumps into one. She stabs it in the head, but another wakes up. Head stab. Then another wakes up. Head stab. The last one's arm causes some trays to slide down, causing a noise that wakes all the zombies up. The team starts to fire on them, and Chambers manages to kill a few, but she becomes overwhelmed and bitten. She looks to Guzman, who remorsefully shoots one of her gas tanks to blow her and the other zombies up so that the others can get out. The team makes it further in, where they discover more blueprints to the building, meaning Tanaka has had other teams come in and die for his money. Martin claims to deny knowing anything about it. The team splits up, with Martin and Lily going to do a perimeter check, Peter starting up the helicopter, Dieter joining Vandero and Guzman to the vault, and Scott and Kate going to turn on the power. While together, Scott and Kate discuss them being estranged, which Kate says had more to do with Scott not being there for her after her mom died. Meanwhile, Dieter tries to find a safe way into the safe when he and the others find multiple skeletons of other mercenaries. Outside, Martin and Lily encounter the bride. Martin manages to overpower her and behead her, telling Lily that the head is worth more than what is in the vault. Zeus later rides by on his zombie horse with his own bulletproof helmet and finds the bride's headless body. He mourns her and pulls out their unborn zombie baby. He roars and leads the other alphas to get the humans. Vandero and Guzman find a zombie to use as bait by tossing a microwaved hand to the end of the hall so that he can set off all the booby traps and leave the path safe for the other three. At the same time, the others learn that the nuke launch has been moved up, leaving them until sunset to get the money and flee. The helicopter starts to malfunction, and Peters has to fix it. The rest of the team reconvenes down by the vault, where Dieter successfully opens it. The team rejoices in their discovery and starts to take their shares out. On their way out, Maria admits to Scott that she agreed to the mission not for the money, but for him. He admits that he thought he messed things up between them after the outbreak, but it appears they are willing to give it another shot, and then an elevator full of zombies comes down. One of them grabs Maria's head and twists it 180 degrees, to Scott's horror, but he is forced to fight and run. Meanwhile, Martin traps Lily as he escapes with the bride's head, saying that that's what Tanaka wanted all along, with the intention of using her DNA to create a whole zombie army to control. Dieter and Vandero fight off the zombies near the vault, but Dieter is killed while Vandero becomes trapped inside the vault when it shuts. The team continues to try and escape, but Guzman is bitten and sets off grenades to kill the zombies and himself. Martin tries to make off with the head, but is found by Valentine, who tosses him around viciously until finally making a meal out of Martin's head. Scott and Lily make it to the fixed helicopter, but they are found by Zeus. Lily holds the bride's head, having switched it before Martin found out, and uses it to hold Zeus off while Scott and Peters get away. Zeus impales Lily with a bar, but she tosses the bride's head and makes it splatter on the pavement before Zeus can get it. Scott realizes that Kate went to the Olympus to try and find Jita, and he convinces Peters to help him find her. Kate finds Jita and another woman named Sadie. They encounter the zombified Cummings, who kills Sadie before the other zombies show up. Kate shoots Cummings in the head while trying to get away with Jita. The two encounter Scott, who holds Zeus off with a grenade. They make it to the roof, where Peters appears to have left them, but she comes back after changing her mind. As they fly away, Zeus jumps onto the chopper and fights Scott. Peters attempts to fly fast enough, just as the nuke drops onto Vegas. In the ensuing chaos, Zeus bites Scott in the arm, but he manages to grab his gun and blow Zeus's head off. The impact of the blast catches up to the chopper and causes it to crash, killing Peters and Jita. Kate survives and goes to Scott, who is dying. He gives her enough money to help Jita's kids get out of the camp. She tearfully says goodbye to her father and shoots him in the head when he becomes a zombie. Kate breaks down just as another helicopter comes to recover her. In the ruins of Vegas, Vandero emerges from the vault with his shares of the money. He finds a car and drives to an airport, where he rents a private plane. As he does a toast with the stewardesses, he starts to feel dizzy. Vandero goes to the bathroom and discovers a bite mark on his arm, and the pilot says they are about to descend into Mexico City. The movie ends here. Let us know your thoughts in the comment section. Also subscribe to this channel for more interesting recaps. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today I am going to explain a horror and sci-fi movie called Cult of Chucky, 2017. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie starts with Andy talking to the lady sitting in the restaurant. She asks him why he has a collection of guns. He replies to protect himself, but she fails to understand from what. She has Googled him and found out that he has a very dark past. Andy told her that he liked her and didn't want to scare her away. He tells her that his babysitter was murdered when he was 6 and his teacher, caseworker, and 37 more people were murdered that year. He tells them that justice was done through the police who didn't catch them. He returns home and grabs a drink from the fridge. He takes a tortured Chucky head from the safe. Andy tells him that it's just him and Chucky tonight. He lights a smoke and Chucky asks for it. He hands it over. After taking a buff, Chucky shouts to scare Andy, making him annoy. He takes out a welding gun and starts torturing Chucky. He has been torturing him for years. The scene changes, and we see Nika Pierce getting electric shocks. One doctor asked the other if Nika Pierce was wheel-chain bound as her body responded to the shocks. He replies positively and pricks her with a needle on her feet with no reaction. In the next scene, Nika and Dr. Foley are having a conversation. Nika tells him she can still see him and his victims in her dreams. Dr. Foley tells her that the murders were real, but Chucky never existed, an illusion and was a fantasy. He convinced her that she was the one responsible for the murders. He was happy with her progress as she accepted some hard truths about herself. We see a van taking Nika to Harrogate. It is a huge building in the middle of nowhere surrounded by snow. Nurse Carlos helps Nika get settled and guides her around. He tells her that there are no cameras in the room, but does not misuse the privilege. Nika goes to the sitting area and meets Malcolm, a man with the multiple identity disorder, Angela, a woman who believes that she is dead, Claire, a woman who burned her house down, and Madeline, a woman who suffocated her infant son. They are all alarmed by living next to Nika and want to know more about her. Dr. Foley tells them that Nika is not a danger to any. Nika tells them she loves her niece and hopes she is okay when Angela tells her that she is not. She also gives her a message from Chucky that he will come to visit her as she is allowed visitors. Dr. Foley introduces a good guy doll named Chucky as a treatment support tool. Madeline accepts it as her baby, while others are skeptical about it. In the next scene, Claire tries to convince Madeline that her baby is dead and that it's just a doll. Nika supports Madeline and confronts Claire. She also comes to know that Malcolm has multiple personality disorders. Dr. Foley tells Nika that she has a visitor. She was excited to meet the visitors, expecting it to be her niece, Alice, but instead, it was Miss Valentine's, her niece's legal guardian. Nika gets surprised as she resembles Tiffany a lot. Miss Valentine tells Nika that Alice is dead, and she wants her to have her doll, Chucky, comfort her. Nika is devastated to hear the news and throws away the doll. Now there are 2 Chuckies in the building. Dr. Foley puts the dolls in his office and leaves. After a while, Chucky blinks and her expression changes. It was a stormy night, and Nika could not sleep after hearing the news of her niece's death. We see Chucky taking out a knife from the drawers on the counter while Carlos listens to the music. Chucky comes across Angela and asks for Nika's room. She tells him and wants to talk to her. Chucky gets annoyed and tells her that she will be the next and be right back. He enters her room and finds that Nika has committed suicide with an iron string from her wheelchair. She sees Chucky standing next to her as she faints. The next morning, Carlos comes and wakes Nika. She wakes up and sees "not so fast" written in her blood. Moreover, her cut is stitched. Soon there was an alarm that started ringing. On coming out, she finds that Angela is dead. It seems like she has committed suicide. In her blood spilled on the floor, it is written, "Chucky did it." In the past, Andy tried to convince Dr. Foley that Chucky was alive and Nika was innocent but failed. On the other hand, we see Claire accusing Nika of murdering Angela. Dr. Foley believes it was a suicide, whereas Malcolm thinks Chucky did it. Nika tells them that the lady who bought Chucky was Tiffany Valentine, Charles Lee Ray's, also known as Chucky's girlfriend, and the doll is real. Dr. Foley burns Chucky as Nika anxiously waits for a reaction. Nothing happens to the doll as its hand melts. Nika asks Dr. Foley to check the other one as they can easily switch places with it. Madeline refuses and asks them to keep her baby out of it. Malcolm asks Nika why she didn't kill Chucky. She tells him that first, Chucky will kill them all and in the end will kill her as well. Malcolm and Nika try to talk to Madeline, but she quickly walks out to walk her baby. Nika asks Malcolm to go, talk to her and help her. He tells her that his outdoor privileges are suspended. Nika distracts Nurse Ashley, and Malcolm walks out of the door. On the other side, we see Claire take the door from Foley's office and try to throw it away when it bites her. She tells Dr. Foley that the doll is alive, but he thinks she did it herself. Dr. Foley and Carlos take her to the treatment room and tranquilize her when she insists. Madeline throws Chucky and Malcolm into an empty grave on the other side. They are rescued by staff. After coming out of the grave, Malcolm starts referring to himself as Charles and behaving like Chucky. Nika now knows that Malcolm is now possessed. Now Claire and Chucky were alone in the treatment room. Chucky gets hold of an oxygen tank and throws it to the fool, which rebounds to the glazed roof, breaking the glass. The broken glass decapitated Claire. Andy reads the news in surprise as the original Chucky is with him and wonders who is doing this. He gets a short-haired Chucky doll delivered to the hospital and leaves for the hospital. Nika tries to tell Dr. Foley that both Chuckies in the hospitals are alive and she is not a murderer. Dr. Foley suggests they should have another hypnosis session, and it will help her reconnect with reality and the past. Nika agrees. During the hypnosis session, Dr. Foley tries to temper her memory regarding the murders and tells her that there is video proof of Nika murdering Andy and Claire, which she destroyed. As he was sexually abusing Nika, Chucky hits him from the back and faints. Chucky asks Nika to join the club, hands her a broken pointed glass, and kills Foley. Nika dreams of Alice, telling her that they have been waiting for her, and we see a gigantic Chucky with a wife standing next to her. She sees herself laying on the same treatment bed where Claire was killed with snow pouring down. She wakes up suddenly. We see Nika, Malcolm, and Madeline discussing Dr. Foley's accident in the next scene. Nika wants to stab the doll with a pencil and asks permission from Madeline to hold the doll, which she denies. Malcolm tells Nika that he is Charles. Foley tells Nika that he knows she assaulted her, but he will keep it quiet for sexual favors. Nika is worried for Madeline as she nurses Chucky. As Andy is driving to the hospital, he gets a call from Tiffany, who asks him to join them, and they will never let him succeed. The scene changes, and we see Madeline suffocating her good guy doll, replicating the death of her baby. Dr. Foley says a symbol. Let's bury this doll and our past with it. So they do. Carlos asks Nika if she was buying it. She replies negatively as she believes it will come back, and it always comes back. In the meantime, Andy reaches the hospital, where the guard stops him. In return, he punches him and gets locked up inside the hospital. Nika was worried about the return of Chucky from the grave. On the other side, the buried Chucky breaks out. She senses and wants to react, but Chucky injects her with a tranquilizer before she can turn. In the meantime, Carlos brings in a box with short-hair Chucky to Dr. Foley. He wonders why anyone would send that to him. The doll from the grave comes and kills Madeline. Nurse Andy resigns, and Dr. Foley asks Carlos to care for the one-armed Chucky. He throws it out from the junk exit. Dr. Foley returns to his office and finds Nika tied up in her wheelchair. He considers an opportunity and starts sexually abusing her. Chucky again hits him with a bottle and he faints. He gives Nika the last chance to join them, but she refuses and tells Chucky that she is not a killer. At the same time, one-armed Chucky comes into the room and finds the short-hair Chucky as well. Chucky says a voodoo spell to awaken the doll. Chucky then tells everyone that he found a voodoo spell that allowed it to divide his soul into multiple host bodies, creating a cult. At the same time, Carlos gets into the room. Nika tells him to run, but the three dolls attack him and kill him mercilessly before he can. Chucky's enjoyed killing Carlos. They decided to kill Andy, and the short-haired Chucky was selected for the job. Foley Chucky says that he will take care of Nika. We see the guard outside the hospital suspecting a red car at the gate. As he was checking, Tiffany kills a security guard outside by stabbing him in his neck with her nails. Nika tells Chucky to kill her and make it fast. He replies that he never wanted to kill her. Many things are worse than death, and he starts casting the voodoo spell. We see Nika is completely possessed now and can walk. She kills Dr. Foley by crushing his face with her heels. She comes across Malcolm, who killed Nurse Andy while posing to be Charles. Nika tells him that she is Charles and Malcolm is nothing but a sick man. Chucky kills him by drilling into his head as they talk to each other. They laugh as Malcolm dies. The short-haired Chucky comes to kill Andy and hits him on his leg with a knife. As he was about to attack again, Andy grabbed him, opened up her belly, took out the gun hidden inside, and shot him. When Andy turned back, he saw Nika standing there but behaving differently. He knew that she was possessed and wanted to shoot her, but his bullets finished. Nika laughs and locks him back in the room. He calls for help with no success. All the Chuckies turn into dolls again, and Nika walks away to the car where Tiffany is waiting for her, and they drive away. We see Kyle, Andy's sister, coming to Andy's home. Chucky's tortured head was getting suspicious. She tells him that Andy called her here and they will have some fun. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today I am going to explain a horror and sci-fi movie called The Hoarder, 2015. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The story starts as Ella is home alone and making the drink. However, the bell rings in a few minutes, and it's none other than Ella's best friend Molly. The two friends, Molly and Ella, have some conversation about Ella's relationship. However, Ella is about to marry Brad soon, but she is suspicious that he is hiding his extra affair and about his storage unit as he spends most of the time there. So she can't trust Brad. Since Ella is about to marry Brad, she wants to get rid of her doubts. Ella asked Molly to help her take out Brad's storage unit details. After reaching there, they went to the receptionist, Steven, who checked Brad's unit details and gave him the card. Molly informed him that it was his finance Brad's storage unit there. They took the card and started moving toward the storage tank. On their way to the lift, both the girls realize that there are many storage units and it's a huge place. While they were in the lift, one guy asked them to hold the lift. Later, he tries to flirt with Molly. Finally, they reach the 4th floor. When they started moving towards the storage tank, the passage was all dark. Slowly, the lights are switched on. All of a sudden, again, it was all dark. But Molly switched on the lights, so she sees that Ella is sitting on the floor as she falls. They started moving again. Finally, they reach Brad's storage tank. After a few failed attempts, Molly gets success in opening the door by swapping the card. When the door opens, on the other hand, Ella switches on the lights while Molly notices some strange, wild creature standing behind. That strange creature grabs her in no time, and the door gets closed. When the door opens, she sees Molly's dead body and a strange creature sitting there. Ella is shocked to see that. She gets scared and starts to run and somehow reaches the lift. Even the lift got stuck and the lights started blinking. On the other hand, that strange creature inserts his hand through the grill. Ella gets scared and she somehow escapes from the lift with the window on the lift's roof. On hearing her shouting, Inspector Vince comes to help her. He just pulled her inside, and then she ran from him as Ella was scared. Then Willow, she has a unit there, also comes there. Upon inquiring why she is scared, Ella tells the whole incident. He asked Ella to relax, and he will find Molly. At the same time, he goes to Brad's storage unit to check and find Molly. When Vince reaches there, everything seems to be okay. But he notices some handprints on the storage unit door, and he starts thinking about something. On the other hand, Willow comforts Ella when Vince comes back. He is behaving as if nothing has happened. However, Vince suspects that Ella is drugged as he cannot believe her story. On the other hand, it was time to close the storage units, so employee Wayne asked Ian and Sarah to close their unit. Ian and Sarah are a couple who are working in their unit. But Sarah convinces him to give her some extra time by giving him some money, a bribe. Later, Wayne is having some fun in a storage unit by listening to music and dancing, but he feels weird. When he goes out to check if there is something wrong, a strange creature kills him. After that, Inspector Vince kept asking questions to Ella. Even he doubts her to be drugged. Vince also asks him why she goes to the wrong unit instead of Brad's. But Ella is clueless that she is going to the wrong unit. She tries her best to convince Vince to trust her story. Then Ella requests him to find her friend. Later, Ella, Vince, and Willow go to see CCTV recordings through stairs. On the other hand, Steven gets a notification about checking the fire door on the computer. He tries to contact Wayne but fails as Wayne is lying dead. Then he goes to check the fire door and finds the strange creature. When they reach there, the door is locked. On the other hand, Molly checks her phone, but there are no signals on the phone, so they cannot get any help from outside. Then Ian meets Willow, Vince, and Ella while Sarah is alone in her unit. When she goes to find Ian outside but fails, then she takes her purse and starts moving. Their strange creature attacks and drags her body. After listening to all the incidents, Ian suddenly goes to alert Sarah. But when he reaches there, he cannot find Sarah and see blood. Then Vince tries to open the lock by firing on it, but he failed. At the same time, Ella suggests that they should warn others too. When the three of them come down, they get to know about Sarah's disappearance. So Vince suspects Ian to be her murderer. Because they had fought in the past, they were divorced too. At the same time, they hear some noises from another unit. When they open the unit, they find a man named Rashid. Rashid lost a recent job and started to live in the unit on finding out. Rashid doesn't have enough money to pay his rent. Even Vince suspects him and checks his unit but doesn't find anything. As Rashid moved here 3 days ago, he usually hears some noises. But the noises are from the basement floor. All of them rush to the basement floor. There, they find a unit unlocked. Vince checks the unit properly and they find some tools there. But Vince doesn't find something suspicious. Vince asked everyone to go up, but the argument between Vince and Ian starts as Ian wants to find Sarah first, while Vince is concerned about their safety. Their argument is still going on. On the other hand, Willow is smoking. Suddenly, the fire alarm activated, the red light switched on, and it started to rain. Then a strange creature attacks Willow, but Vince saves her by firing the strange creature. On the other side, Rashid goes to get the drilling machine from the unit to save Willow. After a few moments, they realize that Rashid was missing, so they all started finding Rashid. However, Willow is damn scared, and Vince finally trusts what Ella says. The scene changes as the passage gets blocked by the wall, and Rashid is stuck on the other side. Rashid tells everyone that he went to get a drill machine, but then someone came and killed him using the drill machine. The scene changes as Willow starts to cry and panic that they all will die. So Vince hugs her and tries to calm her down. They are discussing their next move. Later, Willow tells everyone about the exit door on another side of the building. Everyone asks her why Willow don't tell them about the exit door before. She replied that she just remembered about it now. Without wasting a single minute, they all go to another level through it. But all the exit points there are replaced with the walls. Then Vince forced everyone to go level 3. However, Ian opposed it as his decision didn't seem appropriate. After reaching level 3, Vince goes to his unit. At the same time, 3 of them are standing outside, clueless. When Vince comes out, he has a bag on his shoulder. During Vince and Ian's fight, Vincey's bag drops and some money comes out. They get to know that Vince comes here just for money, as the money can go into custody if an investigation occurs. Later, Vince insults Ian and his profession and leave. Now, 3 of them, Willow, Ian and Ella, are in danger as they don't even have a gun. They are in big danger and discussing a new move. Ella decides to go to level 4 to find Molly. But all of a sudden, Willow starts getting restless, and she wants to go to her unit. Willow asks them to wait there, and she will come in some time from her unit. On the other hand, Vince is moving carefully, but his bag is stuck in a fire extinguisher, due to which some money drops on the floor. He gets busy collecting his money. At the same time, the killer murders him with a sword. They both go inside to check on her and get to know that Willow is taking drugs. At the moment, Willow cannot walk as she is not in her senses, so they both leave her and go. Ian and Ella are going to level 4. On the other hand, Willow is getting back to her senses, and then suddenly, her unit door opens. Then she hid under the table, but someone attacked her and wrapped her in a plastic sheet. Finally, they both safely reach level 4. When they open the door, so there are many other doors inside. Ella goes inside one room where she discovers many tools and gadgets. All of a sudden, she finds a red hat. Immediately, she informs Ian about the red hat and warns him. At the same time, they feel some movement in one room and open it. He shot without even seeing it, but it is Sarah, Ian's wife. Simultaneously, they feel that the receptionist is coming inside, so Ian and Ella also hide inside one room. Later, when the receptionist leaves, they both come out. But the receptionist didn't leave. Instead, he was waiting outside. As Ian comes out, he shoots him. Ella runs away. After running for some time, Ella reaches Brad's unit. She found a few cartons with different labels and one labeled with Ella's things. She takes out a diary and keeps it in her pocket. At the same time, the receptionist, Stephen, also comes there. She somehow hides and starts crawling. But he holds her legs and starts to drag her while suddenly a strange creature attacks him. Ella starts running again. Then, the receptionist, Stephen, killed the strange creature. But this time receptionist manages to catch Ella as she has no way to run. Later, the scene changes as Ella lies on the bed and is tied up with the ropes. Ella creates problems for Stephen as she sees Jeffrey. It was revealed that Stephen joined Jeffrey's lips. That's the reason he looked ugly and strange. The receptionist is the psycho. He does the same with Sarah, and now it's Ella's turn. Stephen, being psycho, is preparing to bind Ella's lips with nails and a hammer as he did with Sarah and Jeffrey. He read Ella's diary too in front of her. Stephen is coming toward Ella with a hammer and cutter, but he goes outside for some work. While Stephen is away, a man is lying next to Ella. He has a cutter in his hand, which he passes to Ella. Ella cut her ropes. Then Stephen comes back. After that, he comes toward Ella to bind her lips, so Ella attacks her with a cutter and runs. Later, she hides in a dark place. She finds Molly's dead body there and screams. She is feeling really bad that Molly is no more just because of her. On hearing her shouting, Stephen comes there. Before Steven catches her, she notices light and sees the ladder and starts going up and successfully gets out of the place. When she opens the gutter lid to take her diary, Steven pulls her inside the gutter. After a few weeks, Brad comes there to clear out his storage unit. He also inquires Steven about Molly and Ella as they are disappeared for 2 weeks. But Steven denies that he doesn't know anything about Ella and Molly's disappearance. However, it was shown that everyone was busy with their work in units, while Ella was locked in the basement and Steven bind her lips to, and she was crying. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I'm going to explain a horror and sci-fi movie called Child's Play 2019. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie starts with an ad for the Buddy dolls, made by major tech developer Caslin Industries. The Buddies can connect to the owner's electronic system and adapt to their routines to help them in their day-to-day lives. It is set to be a major seller. At the Caslin factory in Vietnam, the manager berates one of his employees for slacking on the job. He fires him but also orders him to finish the doll that he has been working on. Out of spite, the employee programs the doll to have all of its safety functions turned off. After sending the doll out for distribution, the employee jumps out a window and lands on his boss's car. In Chicago, we meet Karen Barclay as she works at her job, said Mart, where a customer is complaining that the Buddy doll he ordered isn't blonde like his kid wanted. Karen clarifies that it's because the doll they are looking for is the Buddy 2 that hasn't come out yet. Karen goes home to her son, Andy, who wears a hearing aid. They have settled into a new apartment, and Andy is pretty lonely with no friends. Making things more difficult is that Karen is dating Shane, whom Andy sees as a jerk. Karen and Andy also meet their neighbor, Detective Mike Norris, who lives with his mother Doreen. At work, a customer brings back a defective Buddy doll, the same one from before, after complaining that its eyes were glowing red. Karen's boss has plans to send the doll back so that it can be compacted, but Karen wants to take it home for Andy. When Wes refuses to give it up, Karen blackmails him by reminding Wes that he cheated on his wife, so he lets her have it. Karen brings the doll home as an early birthday gift for Andy, but he doesn't seem interested in it. Andy turns the doll on, and it starts to speak to him. He tries to name it, but the doll refers to itself as Chucky. Andy has a hard time getting Chucky to do what his functions are supposed to do. He gets commands wrong and inadvertently creeps Andy out by waking him up at night. However, Andy finds that he can talk to Chucky about his feelings toward his mom dating Shane, and Chucky forms a genuine attachment to Andy. He starts to teach Chucky how to scare Shane by showing him how to make creepy faces. Chucky does so, but his recording device also plays back Andy's words about Shane, which makes him mad when he hears them and gets Andy in trouble with Karen. On one occasion, Andy's cat Rooney scratches him. Seeing that Rooney hurt Andy, Chucky begins to strangle the cat until Andy stops him. Andy befriends 2 other kids from his building, Fallon and Pug. They hang out after they see that Chucky is different from the other Buddy dolls, mainly that he mimics Pug swearing. The kids watch one of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies, and Chucky begins to imitate Leatherface's movements by walking toward Pug menacingly with a knife, before Andy once again has to stop Chucky from hurting anyone. Andy comes home from school one afternoon and finds that Chucky stabbed Rooney to death for seeing him as a threat to Andy. The boy tearfully tosses his cat down the garbage chute and has to hide from Karen that the doll killed the cat. Chucky tries to make it up by frightening Shane again, but as he plays back Andy calling Shane an asshole, the man goes to Andy's room to confront him about leaving Chucky around and to state his problem like a man. Andy is left crying and saying how he wishes Shane would go away. Chucky hears the request and his eyes glow red as he forms a sinister smirk. Shane later goes home after arguing with Karen, where it is revealed that he is already married with 2 kids. He goes outside to take down some Christmas lights, only for Chucky to knock his ladder over and causes him to land on his feet, painfully shattering his legs. With the lights wrapped around him, Chucky gets a tiller and turns it on, which pulls Shane toward it and then scalps him. Chucky then proceeds to slash Shane up. The next morning, Mike and his partner come across the scene to see that Shane's face has been removed. Karen is later informed, and she learns about his other family. Andy is given another unwelcome surprise when he goes into his room and finds that Chucky left him a melon with Shane's skin face on it as a gift. He plays back the sound of Andy wishing Shane was gone, so he gets Fallon and Pug and convinces them that Chucky needs to be destroyed. They hold Chucky down, and Andy pulls out his main core before they dispose of him. They then try to get rid of the Shane melon by wrapping it in gift paper to throw down the garbage chute. Unfortunately, they are spotted by Karen, and when Andy says it's a gift for Doreen, Karen offers to escort them over to give it to her. Before she can unwrap it, Andy tells her that he would like for her to open it on his birthday in a few days, to which Doreen agrees. Chucky is found by the building's electrician/peeping Tom Gabe, who brings the doll to his little workshop where he puts a new core inside Chucky, with plans to resell him for a lot of money. Gabe then starts to leer at Karen in her bathroom, when the electrical items in the room start to flicker. Chucky starts to reawaken, and he manages to hack into other Castlin electronic products. He starts to torment Gabe until he gets him to hang above a buzz saw. Chucky raises the heat on the pole that Gabe is holding onto until it gets so hot that Gabe falls groin first onto the saw and is dismembered. Andy later finds that another boy from his building, Omar, has found Chucky, but he's calling him Chode. Andy tries to get him back from Omar, but when he refuses, they start to fight until they are pulled off each other. Andy finds Omar's phone and uses the Buddy app to keep an eye on his friends. He sees through Chucky's eyes that Pug has expressed doubts to Fallon about being friends with Andy. Andy and Karen later go to the Norris apartment for dinner. While there, Chucky is nearby and overhears Doreen referring to Andy as her new best friend. When everyone else is out of the room, Andy manages to get the Shane melon away from the apartment and throw it down the garbage chute. Doreen later goes outside and is picked up by a self-driving Castlin car. She is driven around near the supermarket until the car starts going out of control, as it is manipulated by Chucky. He causes the car to crash before he breaks in and stabs Doreen in the chest. Mike later comes across his mother's body and weeps before he later finds out that the Shane melon was discovered in the chute, and he recognizes the wrapping paper around it. Karen learns that Andy took Omar's phone, and he tries to convince her that Chucky is behind all the recent string of incidents, but she doesn't believe him and takes him to work with her. At the same time, Fallon and Pug learn about Doreen's death and suspect that Andy was right about Chucky. At Zedmart, customers are gathered as the Buddy 2 is about to launch. The storm is like Black Friday as the dolls go on sale, but as Wes comes out in a Buddy costume, he is stabbed in the neck by Chucky. His costume head comes off, and his blood is sprayed all over a terrified little girl. The lights in the store then go out as Chucky takes over all the electronics in the store. He sends drones out after people, and one of them finishes Wes off by slicing into him. The other customers start running around in a panic, and the other Buddy dolls start to come to life. Andy is helped by Fallon, Pug, and Omar, but Mike shows up and tries to arrest Andy after suspecting him of being involved in Doreen and Shane's deaths. He soon sees that Chucky is responsible, but Mike gets cut by a drone after saving one of the kids. After taking out several dolls, Andy is faced with Chucky, who says that if he can't be his friend, nobody can. He then reveals that he has Karen tied up and is going to hang her. As Chucky goes for Andy, the boy starts to sing the Buddy song that Chucky sang earlier in an attempt to talk him down. It works long enough for Andy to knock Chucky off of him and go save his mom, but Chucky gets up and attacks Andy again. Andy manages to free Karen before grabbing Chucky's knife and sticking it into his core, seemingly shutting him down for good. But when Andy goes to his mom, Chucky lunges toward him until he is shot by Mike. Karen then finishes off the evil doll by ripping his head off. Medics arrive for Karen and Mike, while Andy and his friends destroy Chucky's remains in an alley. An announcement is made by Castlin's CEO Henry Castlin, who issues a statement about the Buddy dolls programming. The dolls are recalled and placed back into storage. Suddenly, one of the doll's eyes starts glowing red. The movie ends here. Let us know your thoughts in the comment section. Also subscribe to this channel for more interesting content. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain a horror and sci-fi movie called The Spree 2020. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie starts with lots of hi from Kurt's world. In the next scene, Kurt Kunkel tells his life story. He was born in Los Angeles and then moved to Azusa, a small town nearby. The parents made that decision as the small village was less expensive compared to LA. This made Kurt sad. He tells that at the time of 9-11 he was a kid and did not understand what was happening. He knew his event would always be remembered. He wants to be a social media influencer. It was a rough ride for him. Kurt's dad Chris was a live streamer as well. After his parents' divorce, Kurt decided to stay with his mother as she was upset and needed support. Initially, he wanted to be a gamer, but in 2009, he decided to become an influencer and online creator. It was a rough ride for him. Even after 10 years of struggle, he failed to go viral. He has done everything from gaming products review and hacks for social media success. To earn extra money, he started babysitting and he enjoyed it. He thought that children were a great source of online content. He claims to be still friends with some of them. One of those kids later became a social media influencer, Bobby Basecamp. He seems more irritated with Kurt, and it's most likely a one-sided friendship. Bobby Basecamp's success as a social media celebrity made Kurt jealous. Kurt then joined a rideshare app as a spree driver. He liked this job as it was more interactive and can be more productive for social media content. We see him preparing his car with multiple cameras. He installs 8 cameras in his car. He also suggests preparing the bottle before the ride and recommends the viewers check the video he posted earlier. He wants to document every moment of his life. He considers if you don't document your life, it means you never existed. To make the lesson memorable, he offers multiple screens to the viewers and promises to share his phone screen for unlimited experience. Before starting the lesson, that tells everyone to subscribe, share and use #TheLesson on your social media. He picks his first ride, Frederick. He gets suspicious about the cameras installed in the car. Kurt tells him that it's to ensure his safety. Frederick asks for the charger and Kurt replies positively. Frederick tells Kurt he is going for the speech. Kurt asks him if he can greet his followers. Frederick asks about the followers. Kurt replies that he is recording a tutorial for boosting your social media profile and views. Frederick is a white supremacy advocate, which makes Kurt worried about offending his viewers. At this time, only Bobby Basecamp is watching. Kurt starts driving rashly, which makes Frederick worry. Kurt offers him water and Frederick takes it. After a few sips, he starts feeling breathless and chokes to death. Kurt puts on the music and starts driving fast. Frederick dies in his back seat. Kurt wore his sunglasses, felt cool and excited, and made a victory sign to his followers. He says one down and lots more will follow. The scene changes and Kurt prepares the water bottle and injects them with poison. He uses an injection to inject the poison into the bottle and seal it with hot glue. He has prepared a whole bunch. Still, Kurt doesn't gain more viewers besides Bobby, who thinks the killing was fake. Kurt considers it a good sign as he wanted to get as many kills as possible without getting deducted. His next ride is Andrea Archer, who gets in the car and picks up a water bottle while talking on the phone, drinks from it and dies. He takes her phone, ends the ride, rates the driver on her phone, and selects a tip for himself. He also replies to a few messages on her phone. While he was doing that, his father called a couple of times asking for a ride. Kurt hangs his call. There was a lady passing and Kurt hides from her, saying it's important you have to be worried about the small details initially. He picks another ride named Mario. Another rider is added to the ride named Jesse Adams. Mario recognizes her as a famous viral comedian and her role as Sashir Zamanta on SNL. Her huge social media following gained Kurt's attention. He asks her how she grew her audience. She replies that she is funny satirically. She gets uncomfortable while sitting in the car. She cannot stand Mario's relentless advances and Kurt's desperation for followers. She posts an abuser warning about Mario and exits from the vehicle. She suggests Kurt be relaxed about the follower thing and should not be desperate about it. Kurt was upset about losing an opportunity to get close to a social media celebrity. He drives Mario to a construction site and asks him to get out of his. Kurt plays the Gummy Bear song and kills him by running him over with his car. His blood stain on his windshield gets him excited. Later that evening, Kurt stalks Jessie on Instagram and finds that she has a show that evening. It was dark and Kurt switched on the lights inside, saying he cannot let the lesson continue in the dark. He says it's a universal coincidence that two big things are happening simultaneously. Kurt goes to the filling station, where he comes across cops. His car has bloodstains but somehow is successful and hides it from them. Bobby tells him that his live stream is failing to get people's attention, as no one is interested in a person driving a spree. Kurt tries to explain to him that he has killed 3 people on the live stream. How can people not be interested in this? Like most of his content, Bobby still thinks Kurt's murders are fake too. One of Bobby's viral videos was about pranking a homeless guy who gets food for his homeless friends after finding money randomly from the road. Bobby tells Kurt to give him some wow moment or how he won't upload his stream on his channel. To spice things up now, Kurt picks up a trio of socialites. Richard, Kendra, and London are initially scared of Kurt's reckless driving but later accept Kurt's offer of an adventure. He drives them to the junkyard and offers Richard and Kendra if they want to have some fun with the sunroof. Kurt drives way over the junkyard's speed limit, as Richard and Kendra are enjoying themselves when Kurt goes for the kill. He closes the sunroof and a junkyard's dog attacks them and kills the 2. Kurt kills London with a drilling machine. After killing the 3, he calls Bobby with excitement, expecting it must have gone viral. Bobby tells him there was no one to see and he is not good at these social media things. He should look at Jessie to learn something. Kurt puts on her steam with today's happening. She mentions representing encountering Kurt and Mario. She shares her daily life, playing with dogs and spending time with her grandmother. Kurt gets disappointed. He watches her post. He is not impressed and thinks his content is much better than hers. He gets jealous, saying he won't let them have the audience if I cannot have it. Jessie is with her grandmother and having a fun time with her. She doesn't want to go to the show and spend more time with her. It seems like Kurt reaches Jessie's grandmother's home and she hears a doorbell, but it's a fake out. Kurt goes to Bobby's home. Bobby is reluctant to talk to him and doesn't want to be part of his live stream. He tells them that they are not friends or collaborators. He doesn't know anything to Kurt and he is evil. He tells his followers on the live stream that Kurt has some psychological issues and needs medical help, which embraces Kurt. At this point, his viewership jumps to double digits. Kurt overpowers him and kills him. On the other side, Jessie's SNL colleague Kyle Mooney drives to her show. Kurt's followers reach 100, making him extremely happy. He showered, cleaning Bobby's blood and telling his followers that something big would happen tonight at Jessie's show. He explores Bobby's stuff and calls it an official takeover. Kurt was sitting and relaxing when he got a text from his father saying he had some surprise and that she should pick him up right away. Therefore, he goes to pick up his dad. His dad liked his car's light and camera setting. Chris and Kurt asked Uno to tag Kurtworld's post on her stream. She refused initially. Later, she only agrees if he can drive him to the LA taco truck. Kurt waits in the line to buy Uno a taco. She starts exploring his car and finds a gun. She takes a few pictures with the gun. She also sips water from the poisoned water bottle. She becomes breathless and faints. At the same time, 2 policemen came to the taco stall as well. Kurt throws the bottle out of the car, which makes the cops suspicious about Kurt and Uno unconscious in his car. The cops ask Kurt to take the field sobriety test. Seemingly, Kurt was finally caught, but Uno woke up mumbling and shot one of the cops. She runs away and Kurt takes off as well. His viewership skyrockets to quintuple digits. He flees from the police but crashes his car. Kurt remains unharmed. Kurt reaches Jessie's show with a gun and thousands of followers on the live stream. Mooney's performance was weak, while Jessie got a warm reception on stage. The show is being watched by 1 million people. She starts her performance by saying to her, "All eyes on me. I want to be seen." Jessie shares her spree, Mario and Kurt during the show. She thought Kurt was so desperate for followers. She says that Kurt's eagerness for followers made her self-reflect. She further says you cannot find happiness in the number of followers and subscriber counts. She says that for years I have tried to get the followers, and now when she got it she so desperately wants to quit it. She ends her reliance on social media by breaking her phone on stage and a mic drop. Mooney follows her and tries to livestream her, which she tries to avoid with little success. Kurt rushes out of the building. As the Spree service is suspended in LA for investigating some murders, Kurt gets a ride from another application. Dabbit tells Kurt not to worry as he is not the crazy driver driving around tonight. Kurt replies ironically, "I know." Kurt kills the driver, Dabbit, off screen. Jesse and Mooney are sitting in the bar. Jesse ditches Mooney and runs out, and hops into a go-go ride. It's Dabbit's car, but now Kurt is driving it. He reveals to Jesse that it's him, and he was at her show as well. She gets scared and tries to reach out for help using her phone. Kurt tells her she broke her phone on the stage, and it will not work. Jesse chokes him with a phone cord. He crashes into a trash can. Before she can escape, Kurt punches her and she faints. He drives home and takes her out in his front yard. He makes a live stream poll about what he should do to Jessie. A majority of the audience tells him to kill her. She wants to run her down but loses her sight. He gets out to find her. Jessie takes the opportunity to take control of his car and tries to run him down. She crashes the car into his house. She asks the viewers to call the police for help as it's all real. Chris finds her wife dead, lying on the floor. He is also surprised to see Jessie standing with her car crashed in his house. He killed her before taking off for Spree. Kurtz comes and shoots Chris a few times before Chris could say anything. Jessie is watching that, standing scared. Jessie tries to drive away but cannot reverse the car. Kurt was about to shoot her. To save herself, she drove forward, crushing him against the wall. This does not kill him immediately. A viewer asks Jessie to check if Kurt is alive. Jessie kills him with her mobile phone and takes a selfie when he dies. Kurt clips are shown at this point, saying, "I guess I got what I wanted." 50,000 people are watching. In the end, we see Jessie become even more popular than before. Kurt is despised by most but considered a hero by some. One of the comments promises to make a movie on Kurt someday named Spree. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain an action and horror movie called The Unhuman, 2022. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie begins when a girl, Ever, is packing some eatables for her field trip. Her mother arrives and tells her not to indulge in destructive activities, but to try to involve herself in positive activities when she spends her time in high school. Her friend, Tamra, arrives and she feels odd to see the way Ever has dressed up. She gets her in the car and tells her, "You need to expose your skin a bit to show others." Suddenly, their car bumps into a guy, Randall, who carries a load on a bicycle. It does not take him too long for him to be thrown a glass of drink from another group of friends just for the sake of fun. In the next scene, the principal of the high school collects the mobile from the students and places it in the bag before sitting on the bus. All the students begin to crack jokes on the bus. Right after, the principal announces that we will be going through some adventurous routes, so all the students have to be aware. He has shown mixed emotions in a way that makes students scared. The journey begins and the driver, Wayne, sets off for a field trip. The principal notices Wayne is taking a wrong turn. All of a sudden, the windscreen is filled with blood and everybody gets frightened. The driver loses control and falls right in the middle of the forest. The condition of the students becomes severe and frightening. Next, the principal inquires about everyone's health and finds Jessie suffers the most. Suddenly, they hear some movement on the bus roof. The situation turns from bad to worse when the civil defense operator tells everyone through radio to keep their safety belongings with them, as they are in a risky area and a state of danger. Someone strikes the window where Ever is sitting and leaves a handprint filled with blood. Nobody knows so far what is going on. Henceforth, someone knocks on the door of the bus. Students do not want to open, but the principal negates them and opens it. The principal is going to exchange words with him until he is ripped off from his neck. Everyone tries to get out now, and someone could not manage to move out. Ever tries hard to save Candace, who rolls all inside on the floor, but the monster catches him too. However, those who get away start finding solutions how to get away with this. They run toward the building where one of the students, Danny, slips over the horse dead's body. It brings more scare to everyone. Later, they walk through a forest and have been hearing horrific noises. They get together to find a solution. Danny, one of the students, however, keeps on disagreeing with whatever is discussed. JC takes him into confidence level to agree with what is being discussed. Afterward, they reach out to a room where they find sculptures and wall painting art. They decide to find the stuff for the preventive measures that makes them alert and attack. Thus, they decide to kill the monsters. During so, Jump Street asks about those who were left behind on the bus. Danny is hit by a falling wooden and bleeds. JC comes out there to see Danny's condition. After observing all around a lot, Ever finds this place weird. They all get together at a place where they all become very happy seeing each other. Suddenly, they hear a horrific sound again. Therefore, Ever sees through the wooden fence and sees Candace asking for help. Ever decides to leave, but Randall stops her as they all have a sense that the monster trying to get closer to where all of them are hiding. Ever decides to help her, however, rest of the team denies the idea of helping her, declaring they could bring their lives in trouble. Even Tamara, who stays with Ever most of the time, ignores the idea. The monster is about to attack Candace when Ever impatiently opens the wooden fence. Candace tries to reach her, but the monster catches her and starts beating her. But she finds there another monster, Driver Wayne, and they both get inside now. All of them are shrieking, trying to save the lives of each other. They all get to a room and close the door with the help of a wooden bar. They take a sigh of relief, and after a few moments a person appears and all start screaming again, thinking there might be those monsters again, but luckily it is Ryan, their fellow. They all are surprised how Ryan managed to save his life. They all start assuming those creatures can be zombies, but as usual, Danny denies the idea there cannot be such a thing. The next moment, the monster arrives and they are all trapped. This time around, monsters arrive in numbers, including those who were their fellows on the bus. They are converted too. They begin to find a way and Hunt, the Jump Street, starts beating the monsters so that the rest could find a way to escape. They kill a couple of monsters, but unfortunately, Hunt gets caught. He asks for help from Danny, who is going to pick him up, but the monster from the other side drag Hunt, and Danny becomes helpless as he could not do anything right there. In the next scene, all of them escape and Danny is regretting not saving the life of Hunt. He loses his emotions and starts fighting with Ever, telling them they all turned out to be selfish for saving their life than Hunt. They all see the dummies around them, sensing they want us for their fee. Meanwhile, Wayne, the bus driver who turned into the monster, gets in and tries killing, but Randall beats him plenty of times with a rod. Everyone pays thanks to Randall and Tamara is significantly impressed. Now Danny is still furious with himself for not saving Hunt, and many notice his behavior is getting different. He tells that he gets stabbed by the monsters, which ultimately leads to the fact that he can be converted too. Suddenly, a zombie arrives and rushes toward everyone but manages to fall Danny from a building and dies. Later, everyone notices Danny wakes up and behaves like a zombie. There are many like Danny who are turned into zombies, and that's what Randall tries to reveal to everyone. Ever decides to take risks now and try to get their phones from the bus. Randall is against this idea as he thinks we all can get killed, but this Ever is not listening to anyone. Ever fires up one of the zombies' buses so that they can distract them and gets to the bus to get phones. Tamara tries to stop Ever from taking that risk, but she ignores her rudely. This time only Steven manages to go with her. As soon as they get to the bus, Ever takes out the phones, but those phones are broken. All of her efforts went in vain. Ever starts cursing herself, telling Stevens, "I could not even justify myself all the time." Everything she tries to do something good, things turn out to be positive. However, Ever sees the radio signals and tries to access the defense system, and she could not be able to do so. She puts on the cassette and discovers the recording of the words from the defense system. She comes to know it was a pre-planned, and shockingly a twist in the tale happens when Stevens injects her on the back so that she could forget everything, and Randall joins him. The story flashes to 5 weeks before, when Randall and Steven were planning to change the whole thing the way they want so that they could avoid any humiliation. Since Danny and Hunt are hard to beat, they try experimenting on Ever and Tamara. It is all going to happen with the help of a drug that can make someone do whatever one wishes for and can create a zombie. The guy, Chip, was the one who bit the face of Principal Lorenzo and is told by Randall to subdue him, instead biting the face. They took Wayne into all this because he has been desperate to beat the principal, as he believes the principal remained unkind to him. Randall is devastated by Chip's plans, as he did not want any attack for killing Wayne, and Chip replies that's because he overdosed it and extreme anything turns out to be bad. As the drug will lose its effect, they don't remember a thing, and Ever will be one of those. The Chip further says, in case of any confusion, he has a backup plan and a plan to inject so that all the human ignores the error. Both Stevens and Randall reach out to the cage, injected Danny and Hunt, and decide we will make them beat Tamara and company. On the other hand, Ever struggles to thrash Chip at first, but her principal reminds her of what her mother said to her: take out the positives. She gathers courage and beats Chip. Tamara meets Randall, who explains that Everett is no more and what they have to do as soon as Stevens opens the cage. He handovers the beating material to everyone, and at the same time Ever tries to reach the place. As soon as Stevens opens the cage, Ever comes in the middle to stop them from beating. Randall, however, provoking the company that Ever might be affected, it's better to kill her too. Ever convinces Tamara that we have been drugged, injected, and in this way she smashes Randall and Stevens and is given to the prisoners as a punishment. Afterward, everyone comes to know what Randall and Stevens have been trying to accomplish and starts beating them. Ever gets the final shot and smashes Randall. After a few moments, Randall screams and intends to kill everyone. All the girls who he had tried to trap take full advantage and beat him black and blue. Ryan takes a massive part in beating, and Ever finishes the things off. After a couple of hours, everyone is packing up to leave for home. Ever narrates that this experience gives everyone a lesson. 2 youngsters try to be the master of everything, and 2 adults who want to remove their desperation through killings, taking drugs, trying to teach a teacher, being humble with the ones who distract them, and having an unwanted relationship with their crushes. After making such tremendous efforts, they all get nothing in return. On the other hand, Ever narrates what positive and unbelievable aspects come out of that horrible experience. It makes everyone so united. The girls come to know that inward beauty is far better than outward beauty of a person. It enables the team to respect each other and avoid violence. Danny and Ryan become friends, the 2 who have been fighting over small issues and who try to consider themselves superior to the others. Hunt is surprised to witness all this too. Likewise, it enables the strangers to become an acquaintance. Tamara understands all that Ever is trying to say, and they both hug each other warmly. Lastly, Ever handovers the mask to Chip, which he used to use for killing, and all the fellow teens get into the bus and take their seats. Suddenly, an odd noise comes and everyone starts screaming. It is Principal Lorenzo who wakes up, and the movie ends here. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today I am going to explain a horror and thriller movie called Lights Out 2016. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The film opens with Paul Skyping with his son, Martin, late at night while at work at a mannequin factory. Martin tells his father that his mother, Sophie, has been acting strangely lately. Paul tells Martin that things will get better. Paul's assistant, Esther, is locking up the warehouse. When she turns off the lights in one of the rooms, a figure appears in the back of the room. She notices the figure, and when she goes to turn the lights back on, it disappears. She does this 2 more times, and on the 4th time she turns off the lights, the figure appears right in front of her. She goes to tell Paul about the figure. She interrupts him as he's in the middle of his Skype call with his son, and tells him that she saw someone who then disappeared. He dismisses it and tells her to go on home. A little while later, he goes to lock up for the night. As he is about to leave, he remembers what Esther told him about seeing someone. So, he walks through the barely lit warehouse. Eventually, he comes across the same figure. It's crouched down in a darkened area of the warehouse. Just then, one of the lights above Paul turns off because it's motion detected. Paul sees this and runs away. As he passes through a small patch of darkness, The figure claws his leg, sending him to a lit part of the ground with a bloody gash. He gets up and sees the figure in front of him, standing in the darkness. He notices that it's standing right at the edge of the ground where the darkness ends. Paul takes off again, limping all the way back to his office. He locks the door and grabs a baseball bat. Suddenly, the lights start flickering and eventually go off, leaving him in the dark. The handle on the door starts to jiggle as the figure tries to get in. Eventually, the door opens up slightly. Paul prepares for it to attack, but he's suddenly pulled from behind into the dark. His mangled corpse is dropped off somewhere on the other side of the warehouse. A few days later, Martin is about to go to sleep when he hears what sounds like his mother talking to someone. He makes his way through the hallway to her room, where it appears that she is talking to someone in the dark bathroom. When Sophie sees Martin standing by her room, she says, "I'm sorry. Did we wake you?" He begins to get scared, but Sophie tells him to go to sleep. He begins to walk back to his room. He looks back to see Sophie standing at the door of her room and also sees a creepy hand at the corner of the door as well. Martin runs back to his room and locks the door. He gets back into bed. A few seconds later, the door handle to his bedroom begins to jiggle. On the other side of town, Martin's sister, Rebecca, is hanging out with her boyfriend, Brett. The next day, Martin is in the nurse's office after he falls asleep in class for the third time in a week. Since the school cannot get a hold of Sophie, they end up calling Rebecca down to the school. She and Brett meet with an official from Child Protective Services, who fills her in on what has been happening with Martin. It is revealed that Rebecca has a rocky relationship with her mother after her father abandoned her a few years before. Paul wasn't her real dad, but her stepdad. Rebecca goes to talk to Martin alone. He tells her that he hasn't been sleeping lately. Brett drives Rebecca and Martin to Sophie's. Brett stays in the car as Rebecca takes Martin to the house. As they are walking, Martin tells her that Sophie has been talking to someone named Diana. Rebecca stops walking and asks Martin where he heard that name. He tells her that he heard Mom say it. Rebecca tells Martin that Diana isn't real, that she's someone their mom made up. Sophie opens the front door and welcomes Rebecca and Martin inside. When Sophie asks why Martin is home so early from school, he tells her that Rebecca will tell her why. Martin heads up to his room to pack some clothes, unbeknownst to Rebecca. Rebecca gets into an argument with her mother when she finds out that Sophie has been neglecting to take her antidepressants. Rebecca tells Sophie that she's taking Martin over to her place for a few nights. Just as Martin walks up with his suitcase all ready to go, Sophie begins to cry and pleads with Rebecca to let Martin stay. But Rebecca takes Martin and goes to her place. Later that night at Rebecca's place, she wakes up to find Martin gone from her bed. She looks to where the noise is coming from and sees the figure hunched over and scratching the floor near the door of the bedroom. Rebecca can see the figure whenever the light of the sign is off, and then it disappears when the light comes back on. The figure notices that Rebecca is watching it. So, it disappears and then reappears standing up in front of Rebecca, and as it charges towards her, it disappears as the light comes back on. Rebecca races to the light switch, just as the light of the sign turns off, but she is able to flip on the light switch to her bedroom in time. She looks around for Martin and finds him in the bathroom, sleeping in the bathtub with a flashlight on. The next day, after taking Martin to school, Rebecca and Brett go to Sophie's. Since Sophie is out running errands, Rebecca and Brett go inside. Rebecca heads upstairs where she comes across a box with information on Sophie and her past stint in a mental institution when she was a young girl. When Sophie was in the institution, she met a girl named Diana who had a rare skin disorder and could not go out into the light. The doctors tried an experimental procedure on Diana with a bunch of lights, which caused her to die. Rebecca hears a noise in her old room, and when she goes to check it, the door to her room closes shut and she is yanked up to the ceiling by Diana, who tries to strangle Rebecca with her own necklace. Rebecca's screams are heard by Brett, who is able to get the door open, and the light from the hallway causes Diana to disappear and Rebecca falls to the ground. Brett tells Rebecca that Sophie is coming home with Martin, so Rebecca grabs the box with the information on Diana, and they both flee out the back door. Later that day, Sophie and Martin are spending some quality time watching an old movie. Sophie pauses the movie and tells Martin that she'll be right back. All of a sudden, Sophie goes and turns out the lights in the room. Martin gets afraid and Sophie tries to calm him down. She tells him that Diana is her friend and can only stay if all the lights are turned off. In the background, you see Diana approaching behind Martin. When she appears beside Martin, he freaks out and begins to try to turn on some lights. Diana tries to stop him, but Sophie gets in her way and Diana smacks Sophie, sending her to the floor. This allows Martin time to get to the front door and escape. He goes to Rebecca's place. Brett goes to the store and gives Rebecca time to talk with Martin. Martin tells her that Diana is real. Rebecca acknowledges that he's telling the truth. Just then, a knock is heard at the door. Thinking it's Brett, Rebecca goes to answer the door and finds no one there. Rebecca and Martin begin to hear Diana in the walls. The same scratching sounds that Rebecca heard before begin to come from the closet in her bedroom. She slowly approaches the closet door and turns on the light. No one appears to be there. All of a sudden, Diana grabs Martin's leg and tries to pull him under Rebecca's bed, but Rebecca is able to pull Martin back out. With Brett, Rebecca and Martin go back to Sophie's. Rebecca tries to convince Sophie that Diana is dead, but that her spirit is trying to kill them. But Sophie ignores them and goes upstairs to her room to go to sleep. Rebecca tells Martin that all three of them are going to spend the night there. Brett will sleep on the couch and Rebecca will sleep in the same room with Martin. Rebecca goes to Sophie's bedroom to tell her that she's spending the night. As she walks away from the bedroom door, Sophie opens the door. She tells Rebecca that she's glad she's spending the night. Sophie grabs Rebecca's hand and slyly slips Rebecca a note. After Sophie closes the door, Rebecca looks at the note, which reads, "I need help." Later that night, Diana cuts the power to the block. Brett goes outside with a flashlight to investigate as Rebecca goes to the basement with a wind-up lantern to try to find the fuse box. Martin wakes up and finds Rebecca gone. He grabs a candle, goes to the hallway, and calls out for Rebecca. Behind Martin, Diana appears. He turns around and sees her in the dark. Almost immediately, she again appears behind him. This time the shock sends him to the floor. She begins to drag him away, but he turns around and shines the candle in her direction. This briefly sends her away. Martin makes his way downstairs to the basement, where he finds Rebecca. Rebecca figures out that it's a trap and they turn to go back upstairs. Diana appears at the top of the stairs and slams the basement door shut. They go to the basement door and begin to call out for Brett. Sophie begins to realize that Diana is not her friend. She calls out to Diana and tells her that she cannot survive with her, since Diana, as a spirit, has latched herself onto Sophie. Sophie goes to take her medication, but Diana appears and smacks Sophie across the room. Sophie hits her head on a nightstand, knocking her unconscious. Brett comes back into the house and hears Rebecca and Martin calling out for help. He goes to the basement door and tries to open it. He turns and sees Diana down the hall in the kitchen. She begins to get closer to him. He shines the flashlight on her. She disappears for the moment but suddenly appears beside him, smacking the flashlight out of his hands and sending him to the floor. She begins to approach him, but he grabs his phone and uses the light to shine her away. With his phone in front of him, he uses it to keep her away. He is able to make his way outside to his car. As he passes under the dark carport in front of his car, Diana grabs him. She lifts him up above her head, but before she can kill him, Brett grabs his car keys and hits the button for the car alarm. His car headlights turn on, sending Diana away, and drops Brett to the ground, barely saving his life. Rebecca and Martin are still locked in the basement. She goes through a box and uses scrap pieces of paper to keep the fire in the furnace going. She leaves Martin by the furnace and looks for supplies that they might be able to use. Martin finds an old ultraviolet light that he gives to Rebecca. She looks through the basement and finds writing all over the walls of one section of the basement. Diana had been living in the basement because it was continually dark down there. Diana appears and Rebecca discovers that UV light cannot harm Diana because it's not powerful enough. Brett arrives with 2 police officers. He stays outside by his car while the 2 police officers head inside. They are able to get Rebecca and Martin out of the basement, but not before Diana kills one of the officers when he goes to check out the kitchen. Rebecca tries to warn the other officer that she needs to use a flashlight to stay alive. Rebecca and Martin are heading out of the house, but Martin doesn't want to leave Sophie behind. Brett comes to the door and Rebecca tells him to keep Martin safe as she goes to get Sophie. Rebecca makes her way upstairs, but is attacked by Diana. Diana picks up Rebecca and throws her off the second-floor balcony, where she falls hard on the ground floor, but she's relatively unharmed. Diana heads downstairs and is about to kill Rebecca, but Sophie appears behind her with a gun from one of the dead officers. Sophie tells Diana that if she, Diana, ever harmed any of her children, she would make her pay. Sophie puts the gun to her head and pulls the trigger. Diana disappears into dust as Sophie dies. Rebecca sobs for her mother. Later, Rebecca goes to the ambulance with Martin and Brett. Brett comforts the two of them as the power to the street comes back on. Fade to black. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I'm going to explain a horror and sci-fi movie called Mom and Dad 2017. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie starts with a mother and child sitting in a car parked on the railway track. Soon he gets out of the car, leaving the child there. Soon the car comes and collides with the train, killing the child. In the next scene, we see Carly getting ready. She has a small family of 4, her mom, dad, and a younger brother. They live in a city where all the parents are very loving and protective. They give them company and like spending time with them. The family has a strained relationship. They are watching the news about the car accident on the railway track, which cost the child's life. They didn't pay much attention to it. Brent replicates the accident with Josh, and Kendall stops them. Brent does not approve of Carly's new boyfriend, Damon. Josh frequently teases Carly. Kendall drives Carly and tries to talk to her. She wants to get close to her daughter with little success. Carly is blunt and rude with her. Kendall tells her that Carly and Josh are her life, and how she treats her is unfair. Carly replied that she is not responsible if she doesn't have any life of her own. Kendall is hurt but keeps quiet. Brent leaves for the office but gets surprised to see the empty streets. The scene changes, and we see Carly and her friends sitting in her class. Their teacher catches them chatting and using the phone. Damon was taking a paper, but they were surprised to see their parents standing outside the examination hall. Suddenly, the classroom phone rings. A student's parents came to pick him up. One after another, all the students leave the classroom. The parents start gathering outside. The students were getting confused as they didn't understand what was happening. When Carly and her friend came out, the student rushed to the side where the parents were waiting for them. The police were trying to keep the parents away from the school vicinity. We see a parent calling her child. The teachers and police try to stop him, but he runs toward his mom and jumps to the other side of the grill. The mom kills him with the key in front of everyone. Carly and her friend are surprised and scared to see that. In the meantime, the parents jump over the grill and start attacking their children. The parents were searching for their kids and were killing them. The police were trying to stop them with little success. Carly and her friends try to escape and reach the parking lot. On the other side, Damon reaches home. His father was sitting there. He gets in, starts cleaning the place, and starts talking with her dad. He throws the garb outside and hears a baby cry in the other house. When he returns, his father attacks him with a broken bottle. Damon wants to escape, and his father stumbles on the table, accidentally cutting his neck with the same bottle. Kendall gets back in her car and checks her wallet. She notices her money is missing, and she knows Carly stole it. She remembers when she wanted to return to her previous boyfriend. It was an embarrassing moment for her as he refused to be with her and suggested that she should take some classes and indulge in activities to curb the frustrations. As she was crying, she got a call from her sister and rushed to the hospital. Carly and Cale reached Cale's home. Carly switched the news and was scared to know that parents were killing their kids. Carly calls Cale, but she goes upstairs to her mother. Her mother is sitting in the room. Carly keeps calling her with little success. After a while, she goes upstairs to check on Cale. She screams after seeing Cale dead. Her mother stabbed her to death. Kendall reaches the hospital. As she was waiting for her sister, she started watching the news. The expert explained that the chemical reverses the basic human instinct to protect our child. He rates it as one of the most efficient biological weapons, as humans will be eliminating their future. Her sister, Jeannie, and her boyfriend reach the hospital and have a beautiful girl. Initially, the mother is happy and emotional to hold her. Kendall notices the monitor started showing snow. Suddenly, Jeannie changed. She started strangling and choking her. Kendall, the doctor, and the staff noticed it and saved her. Carly runs towards her home when she sees a man with a baseball bat with blood stains on it. She gets scared, and as she is running, she stumbles. She meets Damon. He inquires about her parents. She tells him that her dad is at the office and her mom is at the gym. Damon tells her they must go to their home to save her brother. A doctor and a policeman take Jeannie's child from Kendall. Reluctantly, she hands her to them. They take her to the hospital's nursery. It was a scary scene where all the parents standing outside the nursery looked at their kids violently and aggressively. Brent was at the office and slept for a while. Kendall was trying to call him with little success. He woke up and was normal, as the chemical didn't affect him yet. We see Carly and Damon watching the house from a distance. They reach the house and see the housekeeper cleaning bloodstains from the floor. Carly tells her to leave home immediately, but she refuses. Damon tells Carly to get Josh, who was hiding under his bed in his room. He tells Carly that something bad happened to Lisa. The housekeeper leaves. Before they can leave, Brent reaches home. He is angry to see Damon. Brent gets into an argument with Damon. Josh listens to his father's voice and rushes downstairs. After seeing Josh, Brent turns wild and tries to attack him. Damon tries to stop him, but Brent hits him back and he faints. Brent followed them when he slipped over a toy car, fell, and fainted. Carly and Josh escape to the basement and take refuge there. They see a broken table there, and the movie takes us back 3 weeks earlier. Brent bought a pool table and got into an argument with Kendall. They had ambition, dreams, and goals, but they had to give up on their kids. They were getting frustrated but were willing to sacrifice all. The scene changes to the present time. Kendall is driving fast to reach home and save her kids. A mother pushes a cart with her kid inside in front of her car. The chemical in her blood is not yet activated. She gets in and finds Brent fainted. When Brent wakes up, we see Kendall change as well. Kendall tries to convince the kids to come out with little success. She gets a knife drill and tries cutting the door lock. Brent goes to his room to get the gun and finds it missing. At the same time, we hear a shot and see Kendall shot in the arm. Josh took the gun with him. Brent and Kendall argue about having a gun in the home. Brent bandages Kendall's gunshot wound. The parents then decide to suffocate the kids in the basement and plan to leak the gas inside. After setting the gas pipe and switching it on, Brent and Kendall sit together, relaxed and waiting for their kids to die. Carly tries to figure out what their parents are up to. Time passes, and the sign of a gas leak starts appearing. Josh experiences dizziness and difficulty breathing. Carly starts looking around and finds ventilation and a matchbox. She comes up with a plan. Carly tears off the chemical side of the matchbox and attaches it to the floor. Take some matches and attach them to the door so that if the door opens, the match should catch fire. As the kids were getting breathless, the parents were happy, expecting they would die soon. Brent started to cut the door lock, and Kendall a heavy kitchen gadget in case the kids were alive. Carly and Josh escaped using the ventilation. Brent and Kendall broke the door. The matches rubbed the chemical side of the matchbox and caught fire with a blast, throwing Brent away. After a while, Kendall wakes up and grabs a mincemeat hammer. As Carly gets out of the ventilation, Kendall sees her and attacks her. She enters a room to hide and close the door. They had some sweet mother-daughter moments in the room. Carly sadly remembers those moments. Soon Kendall finds her and attacks her. Kendall grabs Carly, who bites on her arm to escape. Damon wakes up and comes to help her. It was a hard struggle, but they managed to trap Kendall in the cupboard. Josh asks about Kendall. They get distracted, and Kendall opens the cupboard door. She has a hanger in her hand and stabs Damon with it on his face, which passes through his cheek. Kendall comes out of the cupboard and hits Damon with the minced meat hammer, who falls from the stair on the ground floor. Carly and Josh run down and Kendall follows. Brent meets Kendall and together, they are about to kill the kids when the doorbell rings. Kendall reminds Brent that it's his parents. He opens the door, and before he can say anything, his mother sprays him in the eye, and his father starts stabbing him. Josh stops his grandfather, but as soon as Brent sees him, he gets aggressive and starts attacking him. It seems like the effect of the chemical was fading on Kendall. She tries to stop Brent's mom, telling her he is her son, with little success. Josh takes refuge in the car, and Brent starts breaking that. This car was dear to Brent, and Josh remembers when he forgave him for messing with his car and warned him if he messed up his car again, he would kill him. Brent starts hitting the car. He gets in to hit Josh when Brent's father starts stabbing his leg and later his belly. Josh gets out of the car. On the other side, Brent's mother attacks Kendall, who hits her back with the minced meat hammer. Kendall turns to hit Carly, but Damon hits her with a shovel and she faints. When Brent and Kendall wake up, they are tied to the pillar in the basement. Kendall tries to convince the kids that it's okay to let them free and that they won't harm them. Carly refuses and tells her it's difficult to trust them. A pool ball rolls on the floor. Brent laughs with frustration. Josh and Carly tell them that they love them. Brent and Kendall tell them they love them more than the world, but sometimes they want to. And the move ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain an action and a thriller movie called 47 Hours to Live 2019. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie begins when a girl named Cadence drives a car recklessly through the roads of Texas, and she has to stop at a signal. Suddenly some boys start annoying her, and they need her phone, but as soon as the signal turns green, Cadence moves her car, and after that one of those boys is killed by a car. Cadence, however, keeps on driving recklessly, and after some moments, she finds a girl, Rose. She gets scared, but fortunately, nothing has happened. Next, Rose is leaving for school and her mother urges her to drop her, but she convinces her mother and goes on her own. After a few days, both Cadence and Rose are found in the same school. Rose is just shifted into a city as her father got transferred, and this is a new place and school for her. She has no friends and cannot even talk to someone comfortably. On the other side, this school is not new for Cadence, but she has no friends too, and both Cadence and Rose are socially awkward, thus they become friends in no time. While conversing with Rose, Candace has to pick up her lucky pen from the toilet as she cannot use any other pen than this. Other than school, they also start spending time with each other. Sometimes they go to watch a movie together, and sometimes they spend their time with each other at home, and even they take a part-time job together in the same cafe. One day, they both are in the Cadence's home, and they decide to discover an internet game whose name is 47 Hours. In this game, the camera timer needs to be turned on for a double custom to get active, and the one whose picture is captured is going to die. It is a death curse, and the victim has to pass the curse within 47 hours, otherwise the player is finished. Although it looks like a game, it sounds quite daring. Rose and Cadence decide to play a game by summoning a devil spirit, and guess what? Rose is captured by the camera. Rose feels scared and she leaves for her home afterward. Now Rose thinks that she may die in real and study about the victim of the game the whole night, and looks at some demonic faces. She finds no evidence as such of death, but some players who played this game died unexpectedly, and the boy who died of an accident at the start of the movie was also supposedly a part of this game. Rose begins to scare, and suddenly her phone starts vibrating and an unknown number makes a call. As she picks up, she hears a human voice, and the insects start coming out from her phone, and the siren blows up too. The following day, Rose shares all the details with Cadence and also reveals the name of the players who died as a result of playing this game. But Cadence could not believe it, and she starts convincing Rose that she is getting scared as she takes her study of the game too seriously. She adds many things are posted on the internet, and those are not really all the time. Rose then thinks it might be the siren that haunted her, and Cadence might be thinking right as to how a game can take anyone's life. But all the games are not fake. Next, they go to work right after school, and on their way, unusual incidents start happening. When Rose is in the washroom, she hears weird voices and a jelly-like substance falls on her. Rose also tries to call Cadence, but she gets no response either. Rose tries to move out, but the door gets locked automatically and a weird creature attacks her. Rose screams with fear, then Cadence shows up, opens the door, and saves Rose. They come to know that the creature that scared Rose is a mere cutout. Cadence starts laughing at Rose, but it does not seem to be right for Rose as she feels abnormality around her. Rose reveals that during the time they were playing the game, they might have invited the devil, but Cadence, having a different mindset, does not believe in superstition. Rose adds, what if she takes her lucky pen away? Now this has turned up Cadence, and just to calm Rose down, Cadence just turns on the same game again and takes the curse herself, and nothing has happened that night. The following evening, when they both are at work, a weird thing happens to Cadence. The weather is unpleasant and a tornado alert is also announced for the last few days, due to which their work gets finished earlier. Cadence is doing cleaning and a video is running behind her on a giant screen. Suddenly Cadence sees herself on a screen and her face becomes horrible in it. The monster tries to kill her on the screen, and then Cadence comes to know what Rose was trying to say. Well, Cadence does not reveal anything to anyone and goes to her home and starts playing the guitar. Afterward, the wind blows and the rain starts pouring heavily. It looks as if the end times have arrived. Suddenly, weird noises begin to vibrate in her home and her electric guitar plays automatically. Her phone buzzes from a block number in which her picture is shown, and when she declines that call, she sees a horrible face on her phone. In the meantime, there is a power cut and Cadence tries to burn the candle. She does not even know when she turned on the gas mistakenly and a huge blast could occur, but it could not. Fortunately, Rose shows up as she is worried about her friend Cadence. She plays the game with Cadence again and takes the curse herself. Meanwhile, Rose receives a smell of gas and turns off the furnace straight away, thus saving her friend's life. A storm is ended outside, which means they are out of danger currently. Although they both are scared, Cadence does not feel like giving up as she has already faced a lot in her life, and she is ready to face everything that comes on her way. Furthermore, she shares the secrets with Rose that she is so unsocial in the school that everyone taunts her and there is no friend and nobody feels like talking to her. This is just because someone uploaded her nude picture online and she had to bear worldwide humiliation, and she still is suffering from it. The girls make fun of her whereas boys try to make use of her, and while facing all this, she has become changed and she has not given up. On the other side, Rose's story is almost the same as her crush made a rape attempt on her, and the news spread around the city when she reported the police. The boy did not get any punishment, and rather every citizen targeted Rose. As a result, she gave up and shifted to this city. Now they both have a basic difference, but they become good friends, and after so much time, Cadence finds someone like her who she can trust. The following day, Rose reaches out to play a game and Cadence takes curses herself, and she tells Rose to join a party that is going to happen the next day. During the party, many friends have shown up and Cadence sees many weird visions on TV screens and phones as someone reminds her she is on the curse and her time is near. However, at the same party, Rose meets up with a guy named Justin and they both are busy talking. At the same time, Cadence, who is intoxicated and scared, reaches out to them and challenges Justin to play the same game. Justin takes it casual, accepts the challenge, and takes the curse on his own. However, Rose does not like it as she thinks there is no need to bring Justin into the game. Similarly, another classmate, Leela, shows up there and tells them that this game is useless as she played this 2 days ago and she is still alive. Well, Rose finds a great deal of courage and becomes tension-free. She gets a piece of evidence that this game is fake, and she is not going to die, but on the same day in the school, her beliefs get shattered as she comes to know Leela has died in an unusual circumstance, and Leela played this game a day ago, not 2 days ago. Rose becomes more panicked as she knows this curse is on Justin now. Rose meets with Justin and tries to make him understand the game. Justin, however, thinks that Rose is doing a prank on her, and finally Cadence threats Justin and takes the curse on her own. During the night, she sees a weird dream that Leela makes her a call and her face gets demonic. Her body begins to stitch, and she excretes vomiting blood. Dark blood comes out from her private part, and this turns out to be a horrible experience. Now, Cadence understands she cannot bear this for more, and they have to find a permanent solution for this. Now after the class, they begin to find the owner of the website where they searched for a game. They meet the owner, and the owner does not even know who wrote the game, as many games like this circulate on the internet spontaneously, but no one knows their origin. But the owner tells who posted the game on the website. Now Cadence takes help from one of her hacker friends to crack the ID, and they find an address. Without any further delay, they reach out to the address where they meet a weird man, Hildely. As he listens to the name of the game, he makes them flee, and while returning, both Cadence and Rose see two girls who look creepy and abnormal. They come to know that those two girls have been playing the game for the last 5 years, and they have closed themselves in a room since then just to save their lives. Those two girls think that Devil has written this game, and to save from the devil, they put it on the internet, and if someone becomes the victim of it, they may get saved. Well, both Rose and Cadence have not found any solution from them, but it adds more tension to them. The time to pass the curse has come, and this time it's Rose's turn to take the curse. She keeps on receiving creepy calls throughout the night, and she even sees scars on her face. Half of her face is cut and fallen. The next day, Cadence offers her to post a game on a day throw, which is an online community where the games like these keep on circulating. However, Rose does not want to put anyone's life at stake intentionally, and on the same night, she reaches out to Cadence to pass on the curse, whose mood is slightly off. Whenever Cadence plays this game, she gets an immediate sleep afterward. Now, both of them fail to realize that the camera could not capture the photo of Cadence. Now, Rose feels unusual things throughout the day, and when she tries to access Day Throw on the internet during the night, she understands that the curse is still on her, and she gets frightened with that. At this time, Cadence is not at school but on a duty, and to reach there, it would take at least 23 minutes for Rose, which she is not. Rose fails to connect with Cadence through the phone, and suddenly she finds black shadows surrounding her as if her death is drawing near. She begins to move out, and she sees a man from afar who she follows and reaches out to a washroom. Now in the washroom, a witch attacks Rose and tries to kill her, but Rose somehow manages to escape herself and run away. She meets with her classmates and requests them to play a game with her, but instead, they break her cell phone as they have no other option. Now, Rose has to reach out to Cadence if she wants to stay alive. She begins to drive toward the cafe, but the weather is bad, the wind is blowing heavily, and a tornado is about to appear. In all this fuss, an accident occurs and Rose is trapped in a car. She sets herself free and reaches out to the cafe. In between, Cadence has made a number of phone calls to Rose, and she begins to tense as she does not get any response from Rose. Therefore, Cadence sets herself out in search of Rose. Next, Rose makes a phone call to Cadence and requests her to return to the cafe as her time is about to finish. Fortunately, Cadence does not take much time to return as she did not move too far, and then they try to play the game. In the meantime, a tornado appears in the city and they hide in a car, but they do not feel safe as this storm can destroy anything. Rose's feet suffer from an injury and she cannot even move. Now, Cadence takes out her phone to take the curse herself, but her cell phone gets turned off before the process. Now, Rose's 47 hours are over. Cadence tries to calm her down, but death seems to be knocking on the doors of Rose, whose face turns pale in fear. However, she no longer has to bear this situation as a huge part of hoarding falls on her body instantly, and her body is divided into two parts. Now at the end of the story, we see two teenagers discussing the story of both Rose and Cadence. They also think that this is fake, that is why they play this game, and a new curse line begins, and who is going to die between them now? No one knows as the movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain a horror and sci-fi movie called Hatching 2022. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie starts with a family of 4. The mother is a vlogger. She is image obsessed and desperately wants her daughter to win the gymnastics competition. She controls and manipulates. The father is a miniature sculptor who works from home. He does not have much say in the home and prefers to stay away from any confrontation. Their daughter Tinya is a gymnast. Their son Macias is an unhappy and annoying kid. One day a raven bird came inside their home, flying everywhere. It broke almost everything which came in its way. Tinya was able to catch it after a great struggle. Instead of setting it free, the mother kills the raven bird by twisting its neck. She calls it organic waste. Tinya takes the dead bird out and throws it in the garbage bin, but the bird is not dead yet. There was some life left in it. Another family moves into the neighborhood, and their daughter Rita is almost the same age as Tinya. Rita has a dog, and when Tinya tries to pet it, the dog bites her. Rita gets worried, saying her dog has never bitten anyone before. Tinya feels bad about it, but prefers to stay quiet and seemingly blames herself. On the other side, we see Macias was tucked in bed but not sleepy. His mother was trying to put him to sleep and was singing him a lullaby. Macias was annoying his mother by asking her to sing louder. Before the situation aggravates, Tinya joins her mother and gently signs the lullaby, putting Macias to sleep. After that, the mother and daughter discuss the upcoming gymnastic competition. There is huge pressure on Tinya to win the competition. At night, Tinya hears the raven bird mourning in pain. Tinya finds it and kills it with a rock to end its pain. As the raven bird, she finds an unhatched egg lying at a distance. She takes the egg home without telling anyone. The next day as she was practicing, she failed to concentrate and got upset about it. Her friends ask her to join them and go outside, which she refuses. Tinya lives a controlled and monitored life. Her mother controls almost everything to ensure she has the excellent aptitude, body, and weight to win the gymnastic competition. This is not Tinya's preference, but her controlling mother pressures her. Tinya wants to live and enjoy her life but is trapped in this controlling environment. Tinya catches her mother and Tiro kissing. She tells Tinya that people have some special friends and Tiro is her kind friend. Also tells Tinya that this should remain between the girls. We see Tinya's mother leaving with Tiro for a business trip. Tinya's dad and Tinya were upset as they knew what was happening but preferred to stay quiet. We see Tinya's mother has an issue with Rita as she joined Tinya's school and was a gymnast. She was making the moves comparatively easily and was flawless. She tells Tinya that Rita was her competition. Her mother makes Tinya practice specific moves until she masters them. them. Her hand gets bronze, but this hardly matters to the mother. She was apathetic toward Tinya and cared about her winning the championship only. Later, Tinya goes home and notices that the egg is growing rapidly. It was not normal. One day when she placed her hand on it, it turned red and looked nothing like a raven bird egg. The egg kept growing. Tinya's mother had a past that made her so numb and heartless. When she was young, she was an ice skater and met with an accident, which left her with a damaged limb. Now she wanted her daughter to become a champion and fulfill her dream. Later that evening, she tells Tinya that she never felt as happy and complete as she feels with Tiro. She can leave anything for him. She was planning to go on the so-called business trip with Tiro. This upsets Tinya, and she goes to her room where she cuddles the eggs. It was a giant egg, and Tinya started crying while hugging it. The teardrops on the egg get absorbed. At the same time, the egg starts hatching. A strange creature, a human and raven bird, comes out. Tinya gets scared and hides in the cupboard. Before the bird human finds Tinya, her father calls for her, and the creature runs away, jumping off the window. Tinya tells her father that a big bird came inside and broke the window. Later that night, the bird human came inside again. Initially, Tinya got scared, but the creature started replicating her like she was considering her mother. The creature was hideous, but it looked pretty to Tinya, and she called her beautiful. They connected somehow. She showered her and made her sleep under her bed. As she was showering that creature, Macias wanted to go to the restroom, but Tinya stopped him. Tinya's father also gets skeptical about the whole situation, but sees blood on Tinya's bed and prefers to stay quiet, considering it to be Tinya's period cycle. Later that night, we see that Tinya and the creature are connected. They can telepathically communicate with each other and share feelings. As Tinya was sleeping, she was annoyed with Rita barking at the dog and thought she wanted to kill it. The creature kills it and brings the headless body to Tinya. She looks at the dead dog and vomits, and the creature starts eating like aloe feeding. Tinya buries the dog's dead body, but Macias sees her doing it. Tinya names the creature Ali. It was from the lullaby their mother used to sing to them. We see Tinya shopping for bird food for Ali when she comes across Rita and her friends. The other girls were rude to Tinya, but Rita was not, and she walked Tinya home. On the way, she was placing posters on trees for her missing dog. She was really sad and upset about it. The mother comes back from spending time with Tiro. She was really happy and was showing overwhelming passion for her husband. There was no resentment in her attitude, which made Tinya sad. Her mother brings Tinya a gift, but nothing for Macias, which makes him angry. To make Tinya look bad, he digs out the dog's body and brings it to the living room. He tells everyone that Tinya did, which makes her angry. Macias pushes, and she goes into a state of shock, detached from everything. The feelings were mutually shared with Ali, who tried to attack Macias. Before she could hurt Macias, Tinya's mother slaps her, and she gains consciousness and stops Ali telepathically. Macias gets scared and tries to convince everyone that there is something in the house with little success. We see Ali start making loud, raspy signature calls. Tinya's mother comes to her room and starts looking for Ali but fails to find it. Instead, she finds the torn dress she gave Tinya for her competition. She gets upset with Tinya. Again, the competition was all which mattered to her. Tinya gets upset with Ali and locks her in the cupboard. Ali starts crying and calling for her. Ali's cries started getting louder. Apart from the bird sound, a demonic voice was also coming from the cupboard. Soon Tinya's heart melts, and she lets Ali out. She felt like her mother and loved her unconditionally. Tinya eats the bird food and vomits so that Ali can eat. She was becoming all that she wanted her mother to be. Tinya was loving, considerate, forgiving, and accepting towards Ali, unlike her mother. Tinya was desperate for her mother's love. Ali knows that and feels the same. To get Tinya close to her mother, Ali reaches out to her as she is sleeping. Macias sees Ali going to his mother's room and gets scared. Ali touches her wounded leg and holds her hand, which wakes the mother. She gets up and starts looking around with a knife in her hand when Macias tells her that something is wrong in the home and with Tinya. His mom doesn't trust him and considers it is mischief. On the other hand, Ali felt cold, and Tinya made her wear her clothes. Ali was gradually transforming into a human, gradually shedding her bird parts. Tinya loves her, combs her hair, and calls her beautiful. Ali was her baby with all its flaws, which she missed with her mother. The scene changes, and we see Rita and Tinya practicing for the competition. Rita's routine was perfect, but Tinya struggled, which made her mother angry. It was upsetting for Tinya, who again communicated to Ali telepathically. Rita leaves for home, walking alone. Tinya feels that she should go to Rita as she is endangered. At the same time, we see Ali attacking Rita, but this time she was not like a bird, but was a human and looked like Tinya. Tinya reaches home and finds Ali's beak on the floor. It seemed like Ali had shed it. Tinya and her mother leave to spend some days with Tiro and his Helmi. His house was old, but Tinya seemed to like it. She was very loving and passionate about Helmi too. Ali follows her to Tiro's home. Ali and Tinya share the bed at night. She was rapidly transforming into a human. The next morning, Tinya's mother serves everyone breakfast. Tinya was initially not getting along with Tiro, but later they started conversing and enjoying themselves. This is the first time we see Tinya smiling. During that time, Tinya's mother gets a call saying that Rita was attacked by an animal and got hurt. Tinya visits her in the hospital, but Rita gets scared after seeing her as she is confident that Tinya attacked her. Tinya runs away from the hospital. After reaching home, she slaps and tortures herself so that Ali should realize her mistake. Ali consoles her, and now she has completely transformed into a human who looks exactly like Tinya. Tiro gives him a present and asks if he needs help practicing gymnastics. She showed him her routine, which was again flawed. Tiro stops and tells her she doesn't need to try so hard. He tells her that her mother wants her to be a gymnastic champion, but does she want the same? Tinya fails to answer his question and looks back helplessly. At the same time, Ali calls for food. Tinya goes to her room, eats bird food and vomits. Tiro follows her and sees Ali eating from the bowl, thinking it is Tinya. Tinya abruptly closes the door and Tiro's hand gets hurt. Later, Tinya apologizes for the accident and asks Tiro to keep it between them. He forgives her and agrees that he won't tell her mother. On the day of the championship, Tinya's mother asks her to practice her routine one last time, which is again not perfect. The mother gets angry with Tinya. At the same time, Tinya's mother was very gentle and loving towards Helmi, which made Tinya jealous, and Ali shared the same feelings. Tinya realizes that Ali will do something terrible with Helmi and asks Tiro if they can join her for the competition, but they decide to stay back.
A world without us won't just mean a world without honey. Apples, almonds, tomatoes, strawberries, watermelons, apricots, kiwis, pumpkins, cucumbers, beans, milk, even coffee? No way! It will mean the disappearance of almost 90% of the wild plants that depend on us to reproduce. And all the animals that eat those plants. And I'm not very optimistic for you humans either. My name? Honeybee. The point is, we are vanishing. The ongoing consequences of the climate crisis. Warm winters, cold springs. Unfortunately, honeybees have not been able to adapt to these sudden changes. Is there a sustainable way to protect honeybees from the climate crisis? The Solar Beehive. A smart beehive powered only by solar energy actively monitors and controls interior temperature, providing the bees inside with a stable environment during abrupt weather changes. In addition, food and water are supplied to help boost and maintain the honeybee's immune system. The bee-friendly design of the hive keeps the bees safe if they fall into the water. With the Solar Beehive, an attack from the bee's ultimate enemy doesn't mean a fight to the death. As soon as a hornet frequency is detected, the entrances to the hive automatically close. On World Bee Day, a honeybee colony moved into the solar beehive. With the constant, real-time care provided by the solar beehive, these 40,000 bees will safely flourish. Flowers planted by the students and the community will also provide a sweet meal for the honeybees. One key task that the solar beehive performs is data collection on the activities of the bees inside. This real-time data will become a pivotal starting point in finding a solution to the honeybee extinction crisis.
솔라 비하이브에서 생성된 데이터를 토대로 꿀벌 개체수 감소 원인을 분석을 하고 향후 개체수 보존을 늘리는 데 더욱 매진할 수 있을 것으로 기대하고 있습니다.
The average number of flowers one colony of honeybees pollinate? About 300 million flowers. Hanwha believes that by protecting these tiny honeybees today, we can protect Earth's plants, animals, and humans tomorrow. Hanwha.
Later that day, Ali tried to attack Helmi with an axe. To save Helmi, Tinya hurts her wrist during the competition. Tiro comes and saves Helmi, but sees that it was Tinya who attacked, as Ali now completely looked like her. Tinya and her mother return to Tiro's place and ask them to leave. He breaks up with Tinya's mother and part their ways. Tinya's mother gets upset about it, but on reaching home, she pretends as if nothing happened and kisses Tinya's father passionately. Later we see that Tinya wants to be apart from Ali and pushes her out of the window. She sees her on the lawn and asks why her unusual behavior is. Tinya's father could not differentiate between Tinya and Ali as both looked the same. Tinya's mother wanted to overcome this failure and put on make to vlog. She tells Tinya to go away and scolds her. Macias tells her he is happy that she lost the competition, making Tinya sadder. Tinya goes to take a bath and Ali hides in the cupboard. Tinya's mother finds Ali in the cupboard. She tells her that she smells savage and smelly. She tries to comb Ali's hair, which comes in her hand. Tinya's mother gets scared, and to console her, Ali tries to hug her. At the same time, Tinya comes into the room, and we see both Tinya and Ali standing side by side. As she was about to attack the mother, Tinya told her to stop and leave. She tells Ali that she doesn't need her anymore. This hurts Ali. She screams with pain and leaves. Tinya tells her mother that she hitched Ali and feels like a mother to her, but now she wants to part ways. Her mother and Tinya decide to kill her and start looking for her with a knife in hand. They find Ali and Tinya's mother tries to stab her with a knife. It was too much for Tinya, and she came between Ali and her mother to save Ali. Accidentally, the knife stabs Tinya in the heart and she dies. Tinya's mother starts crying. We see her blood drop in Ali's mouth, which completes her transformation. Now she was completely transformed into Tinya and call for her mother. The movie ends here, showing that Ali was nothing but Tinya's hidden personality and feelings. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain an action and a thriller movie called The Hunt, 2020. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. We open on a text chain between a group of people. The texters decry the state of the nation and the presidency. The texters then discuss their excitement at the idea of hunting deplorable. We cut to a private plane where obscenely wealthy individuals are enjoying caviar and champagne. They talk in odd tones about the trip they are going on arranged by their benefactor, Athena. Suddenly, a drugged man bursts into the cabin in a state of distress. The passengers struggle with him, and eventually, the doctor stabs him in the neck. The man isn't dead, so he flings a bottle around until Athena walks in and stabs him with her shoe. The others mention something about it, not even starting yet, but as she cleans her shoe, says that there is no sentimentality in war. The older man from before drags the stumbling man into another compartment of the plane. He's still alive and asks for help, but unfortunately, the blonde woman he calls to is unconscious. Later, the same woman wakes up outside with a gag in her mouth which she can't take off. She stands up and sees another woman with a gag across a river, making a makeshift compass. The woman acknowledges her existence for a second, but walks away at the same time a man walks by behind the first woman. She follows him to a field with a giant crater in the middle. A few other people are seen approaching the box. One of them says it's a trap, but the man still goes to open it. The others hide. He opens the crate and a pig runs out. Then he looks inside and pulls out a rack filled with weapons. All of the people in the field go toward the crate, including the blonde from before. She finds the keys to the gags and helps one of the people out of it. No one knows what's happening. Suddenly someone starts shooting at them, so they all hide. The blonde thinks she dodged a bullet, but suddenly gets shot. One of the people on the field shoots toward the place where the shots came from before, but gets killed too. The others are still hiding. A woman runs out and falls in a ditch, so one of the guys goes to help her, only to find her impaled, though still alive. He helps her up and they run when suddenly he steps on a landmine. They explode. Another guy manages to run away from the shooting. He gets to a fence. Someone approaches and he almost shoots him, but it's the man who opened the crate. Two others run toward them. They all jump the fence except the crate man. He gets shot with a spear and decides to face his attackers, only to be killed moments later. The other three escape and get to a gas station. The owners are a couple, thinking the people are robbing the place. Blue Shirt tells them they don't want their money, he just wants to know where he is. They tell him that he's in the state of Arkansas. He asks for the phone to call the police, and they say they'll trace the call and be there soon. The woman eats a cookie and immediately chokes on it like it's been poisoned. Suddenly, the couple is wearing gas masks and throws a smoke grenade at them. Before the Blue Shirt can shoot them, the man kills him first. They choke the other one with the grenade and then kill him too. The woman vents the gas station. Later, they clean it up, disposing of the bodies. The woman sees that the Blue Shirt has a wedding ring and starts feeling bad. Her husband tells her that it doesn't matter because he surely is a bad man, probably even uses the N-word. The couple argues about the subtleties of racism when they get a call on the radio. They tell the woman on the other end who they managed to kill, and she tells them that another one of the hunted is approaching their way. They prep the gas station as she walks toward it and walks in to find them ready and greeting her warmly. Crystal asks for a box of cigarettes and gets her emergency money, then asks what state she's in. The woman answers her as she gets her chance, but Crystal notices something is wrong and attacks them. She grabs the shotgun from under the counter and kills the man first and then the wife. Crystal checks the gas station and finds the bodies, then grabs some rubber bands and some ammo. She drops her jacket and leaves the station. There's a truck in front, so she goes to check it out. First, she sees that the plates are fake, showing Croatian ones underneath. Then she finds a tripwire connecting the door to a bomb. She hears the others talk on the radio she snatched and hides in the bushes. They're looking for her because they can't find the couple from the station. They send a drone to check the station out and someone shoots it down. The man that shot the drone appears, smashing the drone further, and as he goes toward the truck, Crystal stops him telling him that it's rigged. She tells him that by shooting the drone he basically told them that they're at the gas station and then starts walking towards some train track she saw earlier. The man follows her. He tells her he has a theory about why they're there, being hunted down. Apparently, he had read an article about a group of liberal elites that kidnap people and take them to a manor to hunt them down. Crystal doesn't really believe his theory. She hears a train approaching and tells the man to run so they could catch up to it. They hop on the train and once inside they find a group of immigrants hiding. The man says that they're not real, that they're crisis actors. They also don't speak English. Crystal isn't convinced in his theories again.
Air pollution is hyperlocal and it can vary block to block by 800%. And so the traditional ways of monitoring just can't tell us where emissions are coming from or who they're impacting. And so what ACLMA has done is we've pioneered an entirely new way to track the health of our air and track climate changing emissions at the scale of entire cities, entire states now, but with block by block resolution. We had our company-wide meeting yesterday, and I was sharing just how incredible it is, how few people have the opportunity to imagine something and then actually realize it, like actually bring it into the world. I'm Davida Herzl, and I'm CEO and co-founder of ACLMA. At ACLMA, we're putting air pollution and greenhouse gases on the map at hyperlocal resolution and scales that have never been possible before. We do this with a fleet of vehicles that we instrument with sensors that measure a wide variety of pollutants to create the richest ever picture of the air that we breathe and live in. We have the largest fleet of its kind on the planet, mapping air in cities across the country and around the world. So this is the inlet that samples the air, and it draws air through a set of tubes to our sensing devices where all of the different sensors are located. And then we stitch all of the millions of measurements that come through that system to create these incredible maps. In the past, when I would walk into a business meeting or an investor meeting and I was the only woman in the room, I definitely noticed it. But I didn't let it intimidate me or stop me. And so I just made it my job to push through all those barriers. Images in media and society are telling us that because you're a girl, you can't do certain things. That we collectively, and as parents, as families, as employers, need to ensure that there is access, that there is representation, and that as company builders, we're creating environments where we're elevating women and creating diverse environments. Companies do better when you have a diversity. The data shows this. Through that entire period when I was bootstrapping, I was engaging with the VC community, and it was really hard. And I think that, if you look at the numbers today on the amount of women that are getting venture capital funding, it's 2% or less. 0.5% goes to women of color. So those are pretty terrible numbers. It was incredibly frustrating. One of the secrets to raising the amount of money that we have is that I went to diverse investors. We have a significant amount of investors that are either women or funds that are led by women. And so diversity in the venture capital community itself is a critical ingredient to getting more money into companies run by women.
They give us neighborhoods. So you go to the areas of the neighborhoods and you drive up and down the street, and it's going to show a blue line. It's going to let me know I've been through that street. So I try to loop it, and that's how I'm measuring the air quality, going through these neighborhoods. Okay, you guys ready for the roller coaster ride?
I think that ACLMA will be looked at as one of the most successful climate tech companies. I think that ACLMA will be seen as a critical part of the solution. I think our data will have driven really meaningful transformation and emissions reductions and actually drive investments into intervention. So that's an incredible example of how I see us scaling and supporting climate action at scale.
Great to see everybody here today. Thank you for joining us here in the Bronx. It's a big announcement on climate, and it's a big announcement on health in the most disadvantaged communities statewide. We're talking about launching a program that will impact the lives of millions of New Yorkers. We're lucky enough to come across a company and an individual who knew how to GSD, get stuff done, and turn this ambition into results. So it's my honor and pleasure to introduce Davida Herzl, who is the CEO and co-founder or founder of ACLMA. Davida?
Hi, everybody. I'm Davida Herzl. I'm CEO and co-founder of ACLMA. Right now, ACLMA's mobile network is currently mapping across the state. New York is the first state in the country to deploy at this resolution to quantify air pollution, greenhouse gases like methane, and toxics at a scale that has never been done before. So we're very excited. I grew up in San Diego, and I always say that I'm an entrepreneur by DNA. because I grew up with parents who were both entrepreneurs, had a lot of different small businesses throughout my childhood. Both of my grandparents on both sides were entrepreneurs, so it was just what you did. And after I graduated from law school, my parents, the question was, Davida, what are you going to build? And I decided that climate change was really the defining issue of our time. And it's where I wanted to focus all of my entrepreneurial energy, and it's what led to the creation of Acclima. I'd spent quite a bit of time early on trying to raise money, and it just wasn't happening. So then I went back to my entrepreneurial roots and said, I'm just going to sell. And so instead of getting investors, we got customers. We secured a contract with Google to actually deploy what became the world's largest indoor sensor network. One of the offices where we deployed was the office where Street View was housed. And I got a call saying, hey, we've seen what you've done with the indoor sensor network. Have you thought about doing this at the scale of a city? And I said, well, actually, yes. And I literally pulled out our plans from 2009 and within 24 hours had sent them our plan. And so 4 months later, we were mapping with Google Street View in Denver. And we now have a global partnership with Google where our sensors are on the Google Street View fleet. And it's been an incredibly fruitful partnership that has transformed the science and our understanding of air pollution. My advice to other women founders is to take the leap. Your values, your vision for the world is needed. Technology, ultimately, who builds it and why they build it matters. It defines the future of our world. And when it comes to climate, it's that much more critical that women entrepreneurs are at the front, that we're really helping to shape that future. And so my advice to women founders is to just do it, to just jump in and to find networks of other women that are also building.
Suddenly, the train stops and the military police search the compartments. Crystal and the man, along with the immigrants, surrender. The police are frisking them when the man decides to tell one of the officers that the two of them are American and that the refugees are actually crisis actors. The officers don't speak English and step aside when one of the immigrants speaks to the man in fluent English with an American accent. He says they don't believe him and the man freaks out. The immigrant tells him that he's the only actor and that he needs to calm down. The man tackles him and puts a grenade in his pants, as everyone else hides. The dive blows up. Next, Crystal is in a truck being taken to a refugee camp. Once there, she is taken to an officer who asked her for her papers. She asks where she is, and when they don't answer, she begins guessing and finally guesses right, Croatia. She asks them to call the American embassy, but instead, they bring in Dawn, another one of the people that were hunted along with her. The two of them go to the camp kitchen to eat, while Dawn keeps sharing the same theories with her as the other guy. Suddenly, an official from the American embassy shows up to pick them up. Later, they're seen riding with him through the woods. Dawn has told him everything about their predicament, and the official is shocked, saying he'll contact the State Department and the military to find the people that hunted them. Crystal realizes that there's something strange about the guy, knocks him out, and pushes him out of the car. Then she backs up over him, killing him. She finds a gun in his jacket. While she looks through the trunk, Dawn freaking out that she killed the official, until he looks inside and sees the other guy that was with her before dead. She finds a map and Dawn says that he thinks they are the only two left. Dawn wants to leave in the car, but she says no. She wants to use the map to find the people hunting them and retaliate. She tells him a gruesome story her mother used to tell her when the pig suddenly appears again. At the bunker, the group of people hunting them is chatting about what's politically correct and what isn't. One of them is a soldier, their consultant. He asks them to be quiet, but they just make fun of him. Athena's voice is heard over the radio, telling them to shut up. One of them goes out to pee, and when he gets to a tree, Dawn distracts him with the pig and Crystal kills him. Back at the bunker, the group hears a noise outside. The soldier gives them instructions on what to do, which they barely follow. All of them are scared, so when Dawn drops the pig inside, they shoot it dead. The woman is upset that they killed the pig when suddenly Crystal kills one of the men and shoots at the others. She incapacitates the soldier, then stabs the woman. She fights one of the other men for a rifle, but he takes out the ammo. She finds another bullet in the chamber and shoots him. Then she goes to the sniper and kills the last one as well. She thinks she's got them all, but suddenly the soldier tackles her and they fight. Crystal pulls a pipe out of the ceiling and beats him up with it, but doesn't kill him. The woman is still alive and she calls her a hick. Crystal picks up a gun and goes to shoot her when Don shows up. He finds a gun and Crystal tells him to ask the woman why they were doing that to them. She gives a stupid answer and Crystal wants to kill her, but Don stops her, saying she's a woman and should be spared. Crystal asks the woman if she should be afforded mercy just because she's a woman, and as she answers no, Crystal shoots her. Don freaks out and suddenly Athena's voice appears on the radio, asking if he got Crystal, to which she points her gun at him. He says he's not one of them, as Athena keeps asking what's going on over the radio. She tells Don to kill Crystal, as he pleads with her not to trust the woman on the radio, but she shoots him regardless. Crystal tells Athena that Don is dead and Athena tells her to come and get her. Crystal sits down next to the soldier and has a civil conversation with him until she asks where Athena is. She tells him that she won't give up and presses his wound, so he tells her where she is hiding. He gives her the information but cautions her that she was preparing for the hunt for months. Crystal kills him too. A flashback to 1 year earlier takes us to Athena's office, where two people from the company are waiting for her. They talk about the text message she had about the hunt. She says it was only a joke, but they tell her that there are people who believe that it's true. Athena laughs, but the man is persistent, calling it a possible PR nightmare, telling her that she has to step down from her position. She asks for a list of the people that have made the conspiracy theory about her hunting human beings. In another flashback to 8 months prior to the hunt, the group is choosing the people that will be a part of the hunt. They have difficulty choosing, but Athena tells them to continue. Suddenly, the slide shows a picture of Crystal, as the man presenting the slides reads her opinions about Athena. She gets angry and chooses her as her arch-nemesis. In the present, Crystal is walking towards a manor. Athena talks to her on the intercom, saying that if she doesn't leave her gun there, she will activate the C4 under the gate. So Crystal leaves the gun there and walks inside. Beethoven is heard in the background, as Crystal cautiously walks inside the house and sees the pictures of herself and the others on Athena's wall. Athena is waiting for her in the kitchen, cooking. She asks if she killed Don, but doesn't tell her if he was one of them. Crystal doesn't know who she is, but it seems Athena doesn't know who Crystal is either. They talk about why she organized the hunt and Crystal makes fun of her for doing it for the wrong reasons, coming full circle and making the conspiracy theory a reality. And also because she has the wrong Crystal. The woman that posted the awful conspiracy theories online about Athena was another Crystal with the same surname as hers. After all is revealed, Crystal grabs a knife and goes after Athena. They fight savagely, equaling in strength and stamina. Crystal throws everything she can find at Athena, including an expensive bottle of champagne, which Athena manages to save from shattering. She kicks her over the fireplace, but Athena gets a shotgun and goes after her upstairs. They fight for the gun, but Crystal pushes her down the stairs and jumps down. Athena goes for a knife next and stabs Crystal. They fight outside for a moment and get to the kitchen again, where Athena stabs Crystal with a vegetable cutter. But as she kicks her, Crystal pulls her in and stabs her with the other side of the cutter. Athena dies, but Crystal survives. She gets up, eats the toast and closes her wound with a blowtorch. She cleans herself up and puts on one of Athena's dresses as well as her shoes. Before she leaves, she takes the expensive champagne. When she walks inside the jet, she tells the stewardess and the captain that she killed their bosses and threatens them with a gun, telling them to take her home. She sits down and the stewardess prepares a snack and the champagne for her. Crystal invites her to eat and drink with her. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching.
Laufen, official tire of Major League Baseball.
Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain a horror and action movie called Cooties 2014. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. This movie starts in America on a farm where a person twists chickens' necks mercilessly. He is using an unhygienic method to make nuggets. Even swarms and flies were moving on the flesh of the chicken, which is poisonous. After inspection, these nuggets are selling out in the school for the children. In Fort Chicken Elementary High School, we see Shelly eating the same virus nuggets in the school canteen. In Chicago, a news presenter is broadcasting the news that something weird in chicken. In this scene, we meet our protagonist, Clint, a failed writer. Recently, Clint composed a manuscript and her mother read it. She also shared her views on his insistence that it was a dull and unplotted book. In the next scene, Clint drives toward the school and recalls the chapters. Before entering the school, he met with security guard Rick, who considered Clint a mushrooms dealer. However, he parked his car in a parking area, but his car became a sandwich because of the truck. Wade, the gym trainer, was this truck's owner blocking Clint's way. So Clint has to come out of the trunk of his car. It was the first day of Clint Hudson in school. That's why he was becoming confused. Clint went to the office and met Principal Sims, who is talkative. Sims tells him that he will replace Mrs. Keener, who was pregnant. Sims also takes Clint's phone because he thinks these devices cause a lousy impact on kids. After meeting with Sims, Clint went to the teacher's staff room. Here he encountered with weird character Rebecca, who has an alarm on her body to call the police. Rebecca also warned him not to behave uncivilized. Otherwise, she would turn it on. Clint also tried to talk with Wade, who looked at his head to toe but didn't answer him. At the same time, Clint cast his eye on Lucy, her class fellow now she is teaching. Both were happy to meet each other after 15 years, and Lucy was also his crush. Suddenly the bell rang and they had to go to take a class. Lucy showed Clint his class, and Clint also called Wade Dick in front of Lucy. Lucy tells him that Wade is her boyfriend. We see Clint was taking the lecture on the 4th standard and told them he came here to pay the bills. Meanwhile, Patriot uses abusive language with Clint. When Clint scolds or snatches the cell phone, Patriot terrifies him that he will complain that Clint was doing immoral activities with him. Clint ignored this spoiled child and talked about his novel with them. Clint asked one of them to read his first chapter. Calvin raises his hand to read the book, and he starts reading. During the Clint class, Patriot also bullied the same girl, Shelly, who ate defective chicken nuggets. Patriot pulled her ponytail, and the bunch of her hair was in Patriot's hand. Shelly got mad at this, attacked Patriot's face, and chunked skin from his cheeks. Shelly runs away, and Clint takes Patriot to the nursery ward. The nurse says that Patriot's cheeks needed stitches. Patriot was not weeping from pain, and it was strange. After class, Clint shares this incident with Lucy. Clint also apologizes for calling her boyfriend a dick. The movie jumps to the other scene where Dink runs to Shelly in the playground. Shelly was digging the hole in the ground, and Dink accused her of biting his friend. Suddenly, she gives a massive scratch on his face. In the playground, Dink was striking every child and expanding the virus on all of them. Children have been turning into cannibals and eating Mr. Pedersen's flesh. Rick, who was watching all the situation in his truck, informs the principal. Rick didn't do anything because he was on medication. Sims got emotional, went to the playground, and tried to become a principal. Children attacked him and tore his body apart. They were eating Sims brutally, and all children became a zombie. On the other hand, Wade was playing basketball in the playground but was unaware of the terrible situation. Meanwhile, we see Patriot, who also becomes a zombie, go to the principal room. Wade looks at the children, whose faces are filled with blood. They were not innocent children. Instead, they turned into monsters. Luckily, Wade survived because he ran toward the school by using the method of smashing, tackling, pushing, and closing the door at the exact time. Wade meets up with other teachers and tells them that these children are fast. Meanwhile, children were banging on the glass window. Teachers were frightened, but they got hope after seeing David, a cop. David was treating them as children because he was unaware of the situation. Children ate his 2 fingers, and David ran to his car. Shelly attacked David after digging a hole in the ground and crossing the iron barrier. Wade got emotional and decided to fight them back and opened the door. When Wade encountered Patriot, Patriot attacked Clint, but everyone managed to save him. Patriot showed that he would attack Rebecca, but took another lady into the iron almirah. Wade locked the almirah, and they moved to the library. In the library, watching Calvin, they all got scared but realized he was just a child. All the teachers took Calvin and headed to the second floor, which might be a safe place. In the next scene, Patriot broke the locker and allowed other zombie children to enter by opening the door. They cannot use the phone by reaching the secure room because Patriot has broken all the wires in the principal office. None was able to understand what was happening here. Calvin says that Shelley was cooties and she was the reason for this mess. Shelley was banging on the door and Doug examined her raised blister. It means that she was suffering from a virus. At this time, both Wade and Clint argued about their plan. Lucy rejects both ideas, which is risky. In this challenging situation, Clint was thinking about the plot of his story, which was hilarious. Lucy says they should wait because parents will come to pick up their children. They can give them a signal of impending danger, and they would rescue them. Meanwhile, scene shifts in the playground. Children played with human body parts like heads, eyes, and flesh. On the other hand, they were ready to go on the roof to call for help. Firstly, Racer Dawkins' mom appeared and was on her phone. She couldn't listen to the teacher's warning. We see Racer infect his younger brother and kill her mother. A girl holds Mr. Lacey's feet and joins the squad because she was not infected. Infected children are moving toward them, and they can climb on the tree easily. Thus, they stepped inside to save their lives and reached the room. Dink also came into the room hanging to Doug's leg and was about to bite him. Luckily, Wade saves him by hitting the fire extinguisher cylinder repeatedly until he dies. It switched Wade's mood, and he went into the attached room for pondering. Doug saw that the infected child's blood was black. By examining his brand, he was assured that he could create an antidote to this virus. Tammy, the girl who joined their squad, was also scratched on her back. Lucy went to Wade, who was rude to him. Wade wants to propose to her, but he firmly believes that Lucy has fallen in love with Clint. He said your smile was unique for him, and you didn't smile at me like this. Meanwhile, Doug shares his theology in the safe room that people without puberty can affect the virus. Tammy and Clint were safe because they were adults. Doe says that zombies are not human, they know to eat. Meanwhile, the lights went off because Patron had switched off the main board of electricity. Nevertheless, they discovered Calvin was sleeping because of diabetic. Hitachi shows up and takes them from this room because zombie children have come from the front door. They fled from here under the leadership of Hitachi in a secret place. Now, they are worried about Calvin. They need sugar or soda to stabilize his sugar level, but they have it. There was also radio where the reporter told them it was all happening because of chicken. Whole Fork Chicken Township was infected. However, Clint got an idea and said they could escape in Wade's truck. Although the car was in the teacher lounge, they could go through a pipe of vents. Only Clint could fit in the two best. Clint went into the line and made his way through the map. Lucy's words energize him, but Wade was continuously discouraging him. Lucy decides to go with him. Wade stops her, but she doesn't listen to anyone. She says that she hates everyone in the room and chases Clint. Luckily, pair met, and they approached the vending machine. Lucy grabbed Wade's car's key and decided to take the phone from the teacher lounge. For this purpose, she has to go to the next room through a vent. The zombie child came with her bicycle when Clint was trying to take out chocolate. Clint held his breath, but vending machines started making noise. On the other hand, Lucy found the broken cell phone. Clint and Lucy went inside the pipe. Zombie children were chasing them. They managed to escape by throwing chocolate into another tube. They changed their way because zombies could reach the hidden place. Lucy and Clint went to another room through the pipe and blocked the way. Clint also gives their colleagues a signal that zombies are in their way. Weds also blocked the passage of AC pipe at the right time. In the next scene, we see that people are being panicked because they have been stuck in the rooms. Although it was a problematic situation, Clint shared his feelings for Lucy. Clint confesses that he came here for Lucy because he knew that Lucy taught here. In the next scene, Wade is mad at Clint, but his wrath minimizes when Clint calls him a handsome guy. Clint shared a plan that this was time to fight them back. Wade and the teacher get all the things they can use as weapons in the room. In the other room, Lucy and Clint give the children drugs to help them meet with friends. Now they were ready to fight with infected children until death. Unfortunately, when they discussed their plan on the device, Patriot listened. They came out of the school by killing children with a tulip bowls that Wade owns. Many people have become zombies outside. Thus, they start fighting with them. Rebecca killed them with iron plates, and Clint hit them with hockey sticks. Doug made an electric stick that gives current when it hits someone. Wade dodged them, and all the other teachers reached on the truck. Wade decided to remain there so that the remnant teacher go from here. Wade also says to Clint to take care of her girlfriend. Lucy ran to save Wade, but Clint didn't permit her to do that. They all sat in the car and safely moved from here. Clint learned that the car's gas was running out during driving. At this time, Patriot, who was back on the truck, appeared from the top. Patriot holds Clint's shirt, but Clint keeps his foot on the brake. Patriot fell on the road, and Clint trampled him with the truck. They parked the truck at Danville and thanked God that it was not Fort Chicken. However, the dead bodies around were a sign that the virus had also reached here. They all looked at the TV where Indiana, Ohio, was also infected with this deadly virus. It was like an epidemic that was spreading everywhere. They also learned that it was all happening because of the chicken factory. Chickens had a disease, and these chickens were served in their school canteen as nuggets. While watching the TV, they don't know that zombie children are lying on their truck. Lucy screamed, and they all ran to the room where all children were. They thought they would die. Fortunately, Wade and Hitachi came and saved them. Wade was pouring petrol on this place and burned all the children. Rick also survived, and they all headed from here in his vehicle. In the last, they decided to go where children hate to go. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain an action and a thriller movie called Sputnik, 2020. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. During the Cold War in 1983, two Russian cosmonauts, Commander Konstantin Veshnyakov and Lieutenant Kirill Averchenko, complete the final leg of the Orbit 4 space mission. Averchenko talks about his excitement to see his family as they prepare for an atmospheric re-entry towards the Earth. After executing all the system procedures, the two men are finally ready to descend. As they begin to enter the Earth's atmosphere, powerful turbulence suddenly causes their spacecraft to shake vigorously, forcing the system to fluctuate. As both men try to regain their composure, they notice a silhouette of a non-terrestrial creature, lumbering across the window toward them. The Orbit 4 spacecraft enters the Earth's atmosphere as it crash-landed in the fields of Kazakhstan with only Konstantin surviving. Inside the Research Institute of Brain in Moscow, Dr. Tatiana Yurievna, a psychiatrist and a renowned neurophysiologist, stands on trial for alleged malpractice. She explains that her patient was improperly diagnosed by the previous doctor and insists that the method of submerging the patient into the water is necessary to temporarily cut the oxygen supply inside the lungs. In the end, Tatiana is sanctioned for dismissal. Meanwhile,
Why do you want to hunt? Because you all think that I can't. Whatever did this, I can kill it.
Would more effective writing give you an edge at work? Grammarly can make your job one click simpler. Grammarly makes sharpening your resume easy, working right where you are to help you get where you're going. Concise writing means fewer miscommunications. Grammarly can help streamline your message so it reads loud and clear. 92% of professionals say that Grammarly has saved them time writing and editing their work. We can help with everything from full sentence rewrites to small typos you might have missed, all with the ease of a click. Whether you're looking for a new job or you love the one you have, Grammarly can help you sound professional, express your ideas clearly, and communicate with confidence. We can even check the tone of your emails to help you build relationships at that new dream job. Congrats! Grammarly. Better writing made one click simpler.
Colonel Semiradov, head secretary of the Soviet Union's scientific research, spectates her proceedings from afar. Impressed by her forthright attitude, he approaches Tatiana and presents a proposition. Semiradov tells Tatiana that he runs a research institute for neuropsychiatry. He persuades her that he will take care of the review board if she goes with him to Kazakhstan to work on a case. Showing no reluctance, Tatiana takes the helicopter with Semiradov, heading their way to Kazakhstan. In flight, Semiradov discloses how they had to falsify the media reports about the recent Orbit 4 landing. He then tells Tatiana how they lost radio contact with them on the day before they landed. And the patient, sole survivor Commander Konstantin, who was then retrieved near the spacecraft's remains, suddenly suffers from episodic memory loss. They soon arrive at the All-Union Scientific Research Institute. As they head to one of the underground labs, Semiradov tells Tatiana that she has access to 90% of the facility. They find Dr. Jan Rijel, the research director of the institute, attempting to hypnotize Konstantin. After a few minutes of bad luck, Rijel ends the session in disappointment. As Rijel vents his frustration, Tatiana enters the glass confinement to meet Konstantin. She introduces herself and offers him a cup of tea. Just as he grabs the cup, Tatiana observes his every movement keenly. She explains that she was requested to assess his condition. Then she shows an indifferent expression towards him and suddenly asks about his toy. Despite Tatiana's impoliteness, Konstantin graciously answers that it's a cosmonaut's tradition to bring one personal possession with them in space. After a few minutes of running through the initial stage of the interview, Konstantin asks Tatiana's help to contact his mother to tell her that he's doing well. Neither confirming to agree nor disagree, she then takes her to leave. On the other side of the glass confinement, she tells her colleagues that the patient is suffering from PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder, and explains that his sensory receptors may be damaged as she expresses her disapproval of confining Konstantin more of a prisoner than a patient. Tatiana is scheduled for the next day's flight to Moscow, and without a choice, she is compelled to stay for the night. After making up her room, she then goes to the telephone to grant Konstantin's request to call his mother, but the operator denies her attempt. Later that night, Semiradov knocks on her door, bringing her back to the lab. A group of soldiers suddenly arrives, moving quickly to secure an additional set of latches around Konstantin's confines. Then on a monitor screen, Tatiana watches Konstantin struggle as he spews blood on the floor, after which an embryo of a non-terrestrial creature comes out of his mouth. Seeing the creature come to life, she spaces out in extreme terror. Semiradov explains that the creature resides inside Konstantin. The creature comes out from its host during the night. Tatiana is suspicious and demands the reason why they want her to work on this classified case. Semiradov admits that he chose her because of her radical approach to the medical field regardless of the process to get certain results. Tatiana finds out about the nature of the creature as she examines the results of the previous experiments when they tried to separate the creature from its host. Without the creature, Konstantin's vital signs progressively deteriorate, while at the same time, he acquires phenomenal vitality and exceptional healing capabilities when the creature is inside his body. Meanwhile, as Tatiana reviews the footage of the creature, Dr. Rijel enters the room. She then asks Rijel how the creature feeds. Rijel explains that it gets its nutrients from the food that Konstantin eats. As Tatiana notices Rijel's enmity towards her, she sarcastically clarifies that she is not after his position nor his aim for the Nobel Prize. Later on, she makes an appointment with Konstantin and catches him inside his cell exercising. Konstantin confronts Tatiana that she might presumably be drawn to him and accuses her that she willingly presented herself to officiate this case. Tatiana sarcastically informs him that she is more likely to think that he is deranged. Catching his attention, Konstantin asks her to elaborate.
Living with schizophrenia, people wonder if I'm able to have a social life. They think I can't hang out with my friends. But I can. I DJ with my friends often. I feel good about treatment goals.
Talk to your doctor about schizophrenia treatment options.
She discloses that the whole institution thinks that he killed his co-pilot, Overchenko. After finding Overchenko dead as soon as they have landed, there is no other person that is likely to be suspected except him. Showing signs of aggravation, Konstantin realizes that it could be the whole reason why they held him in detention. Ignoring his claim, Tatiana adds that she read on his profile that he abandoned his son. Konstantin is offended and asks her to leave. She then quickly returns to her infuriated colleagues and apologizes for her menial manner towards Konstantin. She orders them to test his endocrine levels as she explains that she intended to aggravate him on purpose. Afterward, she asks Semiradov to transfer Konstantin into a medical unit during daylight hours. The next day, Tatiana pays Konstantin a visit to his assigned medical unit. She apologizes for provoking him, intentionally just to measure his hormone levels under severe distress. He suddenly tells her that he didn't know about the child. A week before his flight, he was informed about his fiancé's death. His fiancée didn't have any relatives, so his son was brought into an orphanage without his knowledge. On that night, Tatiana stands behind the glass confinement as Konstantin lies unconsciously on the floor. The creature walks towards her, scanning her on the other side of the glass. Tatiana demonstrates to show how she lies on the floor. Observing her movements, the creature imitates her position. She then accidentally knocks on Konstantin's toy as she stands up. As the toy staggers, the creature looks at it in fascination. Tatiana then puts on a protective suit and demands to raise the glass. Without anything in between them, she places the toy in front of the creature. All of a sudden, the creature twines around the toy unexpectedly, as if a predator protecting its offspring. Looking in astonishment, Tatiana tries to lay a hand on the creature, but suddenly slips on the slime in the attempt, causing the creature to react violently. Semiradov immobilizes the creature by switching the bright lights on. Then he immediately lowers the glass down as the soldiers pull Tatiana to safety. Right after the incident, Semiradov checks on Tatiana. Excited about her discovery, she tells him how Konstantin's subconscious self embodies the creature's mind after noticing how the creature reacted toward the toy. She hypothesizes that it reacted in such a way because the toy reminds him of the guilt he feels towards his son. She is convinced that Konstantin and the creature are a single entity and share the same conscious mind. She assesses that the creature partially alleviates Konstantin's memory and social skills, causing amnesia. She then concludes that at some point, the creature will no longer need its host. She suggests bringing Konstantin to Moscow for proper treatment, but is instantly rejected by the colonel. Tatiana once again reviews the videos and happens to notice some parts of the footage were edited. She then confronts Rigel about her suspicion that the creature might not be feeding on what Konstantin takes in for himself, but entirely feeds itself separately. Rigel reacts distressfully as he threatens her, telling her to go back to Moscow. Later that night, Rigel takes Tatiana during the creature's feeding sessions. Concealing herself at the back of Rigel's truck, she's able to sneak inside the feeding chamber. Rigel hands her a night vision telescope for her to completely observe the whole procedure. In a large cage, the soldiers locked one of the prisoners inside. Due to its sensitivity towards bright lights, the feeding must be done in a low-light condition as they bring forth the creature to its human prey. The creature shows itself to its victims first to expand their fear, letting the brain increase its cortisol production from which the creature feeds and obtains its nutrition. The next morning, Tatiana invites Konstantin for a run around the facility's compound. As they do their rounds, Tatiana secretly tells him about the alien creature from outer space that's inside him. Then she continues about her recent discovery that the creature feeds on people. She then explains that she can help him separate the creature from himself. He acts as if he heard nothing from Tatiana and quickly turns around. Just before Konstantin finishes his run, he instructs her to meet him at midnight in the hallway. At exactly midnight, both Konstantin and Tatiana can meet at the rendezvous. They remain covert, slipping into the hallway and heading towards the facility's morgue. Konstantin confesses that he is the creature himself, a version of himself without morals or obligations. He admits that he feels everything it feels and clearly remembers every detail of what he sees. Then she asks for the reason why he keeps it for himself if he already knew what was happening from the beginning. He justifies that if ever Semiradov knows that he can control the creature, the more that he will be kept in custody. Upon returning to her room, one of the soldiers intercepts her and takes her to Semiradov's office. She then confronts Semiradov about feeding people to the creature. He admits that the real reason they are here is to find a way to control the creature, turning it into an effective weapon. He then takes her to the feeding chamber and locks her inside the cage together with 2 other prisoners. From a distance, the creature quickly moves in to attack one of the frightened inmates when Tatiana suddenly stands in front of it, protecting the man behind her. The creature shows hostility, but was seized by Tatiana's determination to defend the man. Witnessing its marvel, Semiradov subjugates Tatiana to cooperate with him to investigate how to fully control the creature as he threatens her life. Tatiana forces herself to work the next day. She decides to study the catatonic body of Verchenko with Rigel, to unravel the truth behind the creature's decision for choosing Konstantin over him. Continuing their conversation in the same language, Tatiana manages to convince him. He then provides Tatiana with a bag that contains a sedative. Without a moment to waste, Tatiana approaches the guard and quickly injects the sedative into his neck, knocking him down. She then takes his gun, gives it to Rigel, and asks him to be on the lookout as she steps inside Konstantin's room. Tatiana finds Konstantin weeping on the floor, feeling sorry for himself. Regardless, she tells him her plan to escape and convinces him to do so. As they leave the room, Rigel hands Tatiana the keys to his vehicle and tells them where to find it. Looking at Tatiana and Konstantin heading for the exits, Rigel rushes towards his office as he securely locks the doors with a table. Then he calls the authorities, reporting the incident. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Semiradov looks at Tatiana and Konstantin running off. The response team is already holding their position, waiting for them to surrender. On the other hand, Semiradov manages to get inside his office after Rigel discloses all the information to the authorities regarding their operations. Rigel tells Semiradov that he has already informed them about their illegal activities. Expressing his grave disappointment towards Rigel's disloyalty, Semiradov shoots him dead on his seat. Back at the enclosure, hiding behind the crates, the response team slowly closes in. Tatiana then throws the syringe that contains a cocktail of hormones that can imitate the effects of Addison's disease, forcing the creature to leave his body immediately. The creature suddenly appears in front of the soldiers, attacking them one by one. Then Tatiana quickly drags Konstantin inside Rigel's jeep and rapidly drives it crashing through the gates. Semiradov arrives a little too late at the enclosure. Discovering that Tatiana and Konstantin had already fled, he decides to take the creature out all by himself. Driving at daybreak, Tatiana suddenly stops to check on Konstantin's severe condition. Just behind them, Semiradov and his team are closing in. Feeling helpless, Tatiana approaches them and admits she was wrong to think that Konstantin can survive without the creature. Semiradov takes out the heavily injured creature to force it back inside Konstantin. As Konstantin becomes completely symbiotic with the creature, he then transfers his consciousness to the symbiote, killing Semiradov and his team. Clear from all the danger, the creature re-enters Konstantin's body, and in a few seconds, Konstantin regains his vitality. Looking from afar, they see the authorities coming in. Now able to heave a sigh of relief, Konstantin tells Tatiana that he has finally made his decision, just as he subsequently pulls the trigger to kill the creature alongside himself. Tatiana survives and now leads a free life. After quite some time, after all that's been done, she is now ready to lead a new life together with her adoptive son, the son of the late Commander Konstantin Veshnyakov. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain a horror and action movie called Wormwood 2014. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie starts in the post-apocalyptic world where some equipped fighters fight with the zombies. They are wearing armor and have specialized weapons. They are trying to move a truck back into the garage and fighting with a herd of zombies. The story switches, and we see Benny telling a story about the day Benny and his two brothers go to the woods for hunting. Benny tells them that he could sense the fear in his heart. There was something strange about that night. They stayed in the woods that night. It was a charismatic night with a sky filled with the shooting star. It was a meteor shower. Soon they dozed off. Benny woke up in the morning. He saw one of his brothers dead. He started looking for his other brother and got some clue about who might be responsible for his brother's death. Soon he finds out that his other brother has turned into a zombie. It was him who killed Benny's other brother. The zombie started following Benny. He didn't want to hurt him as he was Benny's brother, but he had no option but to shoot him. Barry tells his story with tears in his eyes. We get introduced to Barry, a mechanic living in the Australian outback. He lived happily with his wife, Annie, and girl Megan, till now, but everything was about to change. They slept peacefully that night. Barry's sister Brooke, who lives in Bulla, Victoria, was doing a photo shoot in another town with a model and her assistant. As they were doing it, one model changed into a zombie and attacked Brooke's assistant. Brooke traps and kills her, but in double. She tries to get out of her studio, but when she opens the gate of her garage, she finds out that she is outnumbered. Zombies from everywhere surrounded her studio. She goes back inside and calls Barry to warn him about the happening. She tells him to take his family to a safe place, as something strange is happening. As Barry was talking to Brooke, Megan came into the room. She is scared and tells Barry that there is someone in the house. Barry walks down and sees a zombie eating meat from their fridge. When he saw Barry, it attacked him. To save Barry, Annie hits the zombie with a knife with little success. She finds an axe and hits again, but nothing happens. Finally, Barry hits with an axe in the zombie's spinal cord, and the zombie dies. Barry leaves home with gas masks and some gadgets which can come in handy. The city was full of zombies. Even getting in their car was impossible. They fight their way to their vehicle. They reach their car and start their journey to safety. On the other side, Brooke was still stuck in her studio. After a while, she is rescued by soldiers. They shoot all the zombies and test Brooke's blood for infection. Knowing that she is not affected makes her unconscious and takes her to an unknown place. Barry and his family were driving, looking for a safe place when Megan transformed into a zombie. Any zombie did not bite her, and now it's clear that the zombie infection is airborne. Soon Annie transforms as well and starts attacking Barry. He had no choice but to kill them. He kills Annie first, followed by Megan with the nail gun. His family was dead, and he wanted to end his life, but his gun had no nails. He is saved. Here we see that the zombies are breathing strange gas. This zombie phenomenon started with the meteor shower and is somehow related. Bork is abducted and taken to a mobile laboratory where a mad doctor experiments on humans and zombies. He takes blood from a zombie and injects it into Bork. Barry was sitting there devastated when another survivor, Chalker, found him. Barry snatches his gun and tries to kill himself when Chalker stops him, and they start fighting. As they fight, they are attacked by two zombies. Barry and Chalker kill them and escape. Later, Barry asks to kill him or hand him the gun. Chalker refuses to do both. He hits Barry hard and he faints. When Barry wakes up, he finds himself in Chalker's car. He attacks Chalker, who convinces him they should protect each other, as there are enough zombies out there to hunt them down. Barry tells Chalker about her sister, and he has to save her. Chalker agrees, and they leave for Bulla, Victoria. After a while, their truck breaks down. While fixing it, they hear a gunshot in the woods. They start following the direction of the shot. Suddenly a gunshot hits Chalker in the head, and he dies. It was Benny who mistakenly killed Chalker. The mad doctor was doing his experiment in the mobile lab, which was weird. He was injecting Brooke with zombie blood and was planning to do it multiple times. He has already injected her twice and plans to give 5 more injections. On the other side, Barry and Benny reach the garage, where they meet Frank and his assistant Tom. Barry asks for Frank's truck. They tell Barry that petrol and other fuels have stopped working. All the flammable fuels are not igniting anymore. Therefore, the truck can be of no use now. Frank and Tom have their colleague Naval in the freezer. He is zombie-chained and kept alive in the hope someday a remedy will cure him. They eat and relax for a while. Accidentally, they discover that the zombie's blood is ignitable. Barry puts a burning match in Nable's mouth that catches fire. The zombies were breathing flammable gas, which could be used as fuel to power the truck. Barry makes an engine that the zombie can power to continue his journey to save his sister. Now it was time to get their truck from outside. They put on the armor and go out to bring in the truck. It was the time shown in the beginning. After a vicious fight with the zombies, they succeed in bringing the truck into the garage, but a zombie bites Tom during this fight. They capture Tom as a backup fuel supply. They set off the journey to save Broke. As a result of the experiment, Broke can now telepathically control zombies. They notice that the zombies are very slow and sluggish during the day and energetic and fast at night. They capture one more zombie for fuel. Suddenly their truck stops. They found themselves in the middle group of zombies. Now they know that during the night, the zombies do not exhale a flammable gas and use it themselves, which makes them vigilant and quick. Zombies were attacking them from everywhere. Barry wonders what can be the reason why it is happening to them. Frank tells him that he believes it is a result of the meteor shower. As stated in the Bible, a meteor called wormwood has fallen from the sky. It has made the world bitter. It will be the beginning of the end. The good people will go to heaven, and the bad will go to hell. Some people will have to stay back and finish their trial like they are doing. Barry dozes off and has a nightmare about his daughter and wife. He wakes up in anxiety and shoots a zombie who catches fire. Soon the fire spreads and their truck starts burning. Barry tries to kill the fire while fighting with the zombies with little success. During this time, a zombie bites Frank. Barry kills Frank at his request as he doesn't want to die as a zombie. In the morning, they start their journey again. On their way, they leave Frank's and Tom's bodies. Along the way, they come across some soldiers like those who took Broke. Barry asks them what is happening. They tell him that the zombie infection is airborne and people with an A-type blood group are immune to it. They tell Barry that they are looking for survivors like him. He refuses to accompany them and tells them about Broke. The soldier tells him we have found a girl named Broke and can take him to her if he wants. They agree and start following the truck. Now Broke was controlling all the zombies in the truck. She gets them free and makes them attack the doc, but he kills them all. He was about to kill Broke and made a zombie bite the doc on his fingers. To avoid transforming, he chopped off his fingers, but with no success. As the doc becomes a zombie, Broke controls him to be free and kills him afterward. She opens the truck gate and finds Barry following her. She jumps onto Barry's car and they try to escape, but the soldiers start shooting them. During this chase and firing, the zombie fueling their truck dies. They stop over to fetch zombies. Broke telepathically calls for zombies, but before they can hit the road, the soldier shot Benny in the stomach. They put him in the truck and escape, but later pull him over to take care of him in the woods. At the same time, Broke feels she is also transforming into a zombie. She doesn't want that and tries to kill herself. With a heavy heart, Barry agrees and hands over his gun. But before she could do that, the soldiers arrived she could. Barry lets Broke escape and fight with the soldiers. They tell them they have decapitated Broke and take her head to their commanding officer. Broke telepathically calls zombies for help, but the soldiers kill them all. They start torturing Barry. To save her brother, Broke surrenders. They handcuffed all to their truck. Seemingly there was no way out for them. Barry comes up with a plan to kill them all in an explosion, but Benny disagrees. The soldiers take Broke to behead her. Before they can do that, Benny allows a zombie to bite him, transforming into a zombie so that Broke can control him to overpower the soldiers. He uses a Jeep boomerang to cut his arm and be free. He kills 2 out of 3 soldiers, but the captain shoots him and he dies. Moreover, he kills Broke in the head. She dies with all the zombies she was controlling. Barry challenges the captain to a fistfight, but the captain shoots Barry as he rescues his pistol. The captain also shoots the zombie Barry was using as fuel. Zombie's blood stained the captain's face, and taking advantage of that, Barry set his face on fire. Before Barry can shoot him, Broke rises with her horde of zombies. She survived as she was shot in the heart and not in the head. She was now a hybrid, a combination of zombie and human. Additionally, she had the power to control zombies telepathically. Moreover, she had telepathic powers, which allowed her to control zombies. She tests her powers with a zombie tied in front of her. He followed her telepathic command to the last detail. It was surprising, but it gave her hope to escape from this strange and brutal lab. Zombies die if they are shot in the head or spinal cord. She commanded her horde of zombies, and they ate the captain alive. After a while, they come across another truck of soldiers. Barry asks them what is in the truck, but they refuse to answer. Broke telepathically calls for zombies, and they attack and kill all the soldiers, and the movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recap. Today, I am going to explain an action and a thriller movie called Let Me In 2010. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie starts in March 1983. Los Alamos, New Mexico. A group of police cars, with sirens wailing, escort an ambulance to Los Alamos Memorial Hospital. They are carrying an unidentified 50-year-old man with acid burns to the face. He is placed on a respirator because the toxic fumes from the acid have seared his lungs and thus compromised his ability to breathe. A detective attempts to speak with him, asking him to identify himself and wondering whether he is a part of a satanic cult. He gets no reply. A nurse calls him to the front desk to take a telephone call from the receptionist in the lobby, who reports that the man's daughter is asking about him. Hearing a sudden change in the beeping of his respirator, the nurse returns to the man's room and screams. The man has jumped out of his 10th floor window to his death, leaving only a note that reads, "I'm sorry, Abby." 2 weeks earlier, 12-year-old Owen is sitting alone in the snow-covered courtyard of his apartment building, singing to himself until his mother calls him for dinner. Owen's parents are in the process of a nasty divorce, and Owen is often left to eat alone and amuse himself by playing alone in his room. One evening, he notices a girl about his age and her father moving into the apartment next door to his. Oddly, she is wearing no shoes. The next day at school, Owen is picked on as usual by 3 older boys, Kenny and his friends Mark and Donald. Out of fear, wimpy Owen doesn't fight back, even though they give him a wedgie, causing him to urinate on himself. That evening, as he sits in the courtyard rehearsing knife attacks on his tormentors, he notices the new girl, Abby, watching him. She's not very friendly and tells him right off that they can't be friends. Not long afterward, her father walks through the courtyard. It is revealed to the viewers, and what Owen doesn't know is that he is not Abby's father. On his first kill after moving into the new apartment, he stalks a local all-night supermarket where he breaks into the car of a local woman. At a railroad crossing, he knocks her out, takes her to the woods, strings her up by her ankles, slices her throat wide open, and drains her of her blood. But afterward, he trips in the snow, spilling the blood on the ground. Consequently, Abby is beginning to get hungry and annoyed. The next evening, Abby and Owen run into each other again in the courtyard. Once again, he notices that Abby is not wearing shoes. Still, Owen shares with her his Rubik's Cube and shows her how to work it. After Owen has gone inside, Abby goes hunting. She waits in the shadows under a bridge. When a man walks by, she feigns falling and asks him to help her. The man picks her up, intending to carry her to her home. Suddenly, Abby latches onto him and bites his neck. Father is livid when Abby tells him what she has done, but he dutifully cleans it up by dumping the victim's body into a small lake. The next morning, as he leaves for school, Owen finds his Rubik's Cube in the courtyard, completely solved. That evening, Abby is waiting for him in the courtyard. This time, she is more friendly and takes the time to explain to Owen how she went about solving the puzzle. She also smells better, but oddly, she cannot remember her birth date when Owen asks. Since Abby doesn't know her birth date, she doesn't celebrate her birthdays and gets no presents, so Owen offers her the Rubik's Cube. The next day, while the class is supposed to be watching Romeo and Juliet, Owen is busy copying the symbols for Morse code. He is later confronted in the lavatory by Kenny, Mark, and Donald. Kenny asks what he was working on during class. When Owen refuses to show him, Kenny hits Owen with a metal antenna, raising a gash on his left cheek. Owen later tells his distant and non-attentive mother at dinner that he fell during recess. After dinner, Owen meets with Abby as usual in the apartment courtyard. When she sees the band-aid on Owen's cheek, he tells her the truth about what happened. She warns him that he must hit them back hard and then they'll stop. If they don't stop, Abby promises to help him. Owen shares with Abby the Morse code that he copied. The next day at school, Owen signs up for the weightlifting program. Later, he takes Abby to an arcade to play MS Pac-Man. He offers her a now and later candy bar. At first, she refuses. Then she tries one. When Owen finds her heaving on the sidewalk, he hugs her. Abby asks him whether or not he would still like her if she wasn't a girl. "I guess so," Owen replies, not quite understanding what Abby is asking. As the friendship between Owen and Abby deepens, Father starts feeling jealous. He tries again to obtain blood for Abby. This time he chooses to hide in the back seat of a student's car and attack him on the road. His plan is foiled, however, when Jet's friend Greg asks for a lift. When Jet stops for gas, Father attacks Greg and drives off. The struggling boy causes them to go over an embankment and turn upside down, pinning Father under the car and killing Greg. Knowing that he is trapped and about to be discovered by the police, Father pours acid on his face so that he can't be identified. When Abby learns that he has been taken to a hospital, she shows up at the reception desk asking for her father. The receptionist tells her that he is on the 10th floor, so she flies up the outside of the building until she gets to his window. Father lets her in and offers her his neck. After Abby drinks his blood, he jumps out of the window and falls to his death. At the nurse's station outside Father's room, the detective taking a call from the receptionist in the lobby hears the nurse scream. By the time the detective gets to Father's room, he has jumped out of his 10th floor window to his death, leaving only a note that reads, "I'm sorry, Abby." Abby returns to the apartment building and taps on Owen's bedroom window, asking to be let in. Owen is almost asleep, but he tells her to come in. Abby removes her bloody clothes and crawls into bed with him. Owen asks her whether she'd like to go steady with him, and Abby replies, "I'm not a girl." That doesn't seem to bother Owen, so they decide to go steady. The next morning, Abby returns to her own apartment, but she leaves a note for Owen that reads, "I must be gone and live or stay and die." One afternoon on a school outing to a local pond for some ice skating, Kenny, Mark, and Donald again confront Owen with a warning that they are going to push him into an ice hole. This time, however, Owen stands up for himself and takes a swipe at Kenny's head with a big stick, causing his ear to bleed. At the same time, some other students noticed a body frozen in the ice. The police are called and the body is cut free. Later that afternoon, after school is out, Owen brings Abby to a secret room in the basement of the apartment building. When Abby asks why they're there, Owen pulls out a knife and cuts his finger, offering to mix drops of blood with her. Watching Owen's blood drip on the floor, Abby can no longer stand the hunger that she's experiencing now that Father is no longer providing her with blood. She falls to the floor and begins to lap up Owen's blood. She finally transforms into her true vampire image with white cataract eyes, unappealing facial warts, and sharp teeth. Abby hisses at Owen to go away. When he doesn't, she runs off herself. Overcome with bloodlust, Abby jumps on the next person who walks by, Virginia. Fortunately, Virginia's boyfriend Larry is able to kick Abby off before she kills Virginia. Unfortunately for Virginia, Larry's save only means that Virginia is doomed to become a vampire herself. She notices the change the next morning after being transfused with 6 pints of blood. She wakes up, starts to drink her own blood from her arm, and bursts into flames when the nurse opens the curtains. A wimp he might be, but Owen is not a dummy. He has figured out that Abby is a vampire and confronts her at her apartment that evening. When he asks her if she is a vampire, she does not seem to understand the word and she only replies, "I need blood to live." He asks about the whereabouts of her dad, and she says that he wasn't really her father. Owen finds an old photo of Abby and Father, taken when Father was about 12 years old. Abby looks just the same as she does now. Concerned about what she might do to him, Owen goes home. Later, as he's about to sit down to the pot pie left for him by his mother, Abby knocks on the door. She requests to be invited in, but Owen stalls. He asks her what would happen if he didn't invite her. Silently, Abby walks in uninvited. Almost immediately, her skin begins to bleed. Owen quickly invites her in and gives her a hug. After showering, Abby changes into one of his mother's old dresses. When Owen's mom unexpectedly comes home, Abby immediately scampers across the window from Owen's apartment to hers, even though it's 2 stories up. The next morning, Owen finds a note from Abby asking him whether he would like to hang out with her that evening. Meanwhile, based on Larry's description of Virginia's attacker, the detective has traced Abby to her apartment. He breaks in and finds her asleep in the bathtub. Because he can't see in the dark, he rips open the foil covering the windows. Immediately, Abby's skin begins to crack when it is exposed to the sunlight. Owen, who was in the apartment waiting for Abby to wake up, screams no, giving Abby sufficient time to jump on the detective and drink his blood. As he lies dying, the detective reaches out to Owen for help, but Owen closes the bathroom door and leaves him to his fate. After feeding, Abby informs him that she must go away before the rest of the police show up looking for the detective. That night, Owen looks out the window to see Abby getting into a taxi to move away. After Abby is gone, Owen returns to his normal boring routine of going to school and going home. One evening, he is about to start swimming lessons with Mr. Zorek. As he gets into his swimsuit and begins his lesson, Kenny, Mark, and Donald start a fire in the dumpster behind the gym, forcing Mr. Zorek to leave the pool area unattended. When Mr. Zorek goes to put out the fire, they lock him out of the gym and go back into the pool where Kenny's older brother Jimmy has kicked everyone out of the pool and made Owen get back in. Jimmy gives Owen an ultimatum: either stay underwater for 3 minutes or have one of his eyes poked out. Owen's eye for Kenny's ear. Then Jimmy pushes Owen under. A minute passes. Suddenly, pandemonium breaks out in the gym. From his underwater point of view, Owen hears Bully screaming. Then Jimmy's severed head falls into the water, followed by more body parts. An almost drowned Owen surfaces and crawls out of the water. He looks up to see Abby's bloody feet standing beside him. She had apparently crashed into the pool area through a skylight window, and in a matter of seconds Owen sits on a train traveling towards an unknown destination. Snow is falling outside. A large trunk sits in front of him. It is clear at this point that Owen has become Abby's new protector and handler, and they are traveling to find a new life for themselves. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching.
This is what it's all about, doing what you're made for. It's time to learn about what Entyvio is made for. If you want to take the next step to learn about Entyvio, ask your doctor for more information or visit entyvio.com.
Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today I am going to explain a horror and an action movie called Alone 2020. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie starts with the leading character. In the first scene, Aiden says in front of the laptop that 42 days have passed. Apart from this, he tries to commit suicide and apologize. In the flashback, we see Aiden's early life when he is careless and only knows about merrymaking. He woke up and listened to the screams of people, but he ignored them. Meanwhile, he heard the security alarm and went to his balcony. He saw people running and a helicopter crash from the building. When he looked down, he saw a girl asking for help. Meanwhile, 2 people approached her, but she became a zombie and killed them. Now, Aiden got poorly scared and went to his apartment. A person came inside his house, and Aiden told him to go out from here. Brandon tells him that his roommate is trying to kill him, so he came here. Brandon went to the washroom to wash his wound, and Aiden listened to the news. The news anchor said that people who got injured by zombies become vampires. Their symptoms were also weird because they bled from the eyes and yelled. By listening to the news, Aiden held the knife and commanded Brandon to leave his apartment. Brandon goes and Aiden sees from the keyhole that people are eating his flesh. It was scary. In the next scene, we hear the news where she says to keep you safe and stay away from people. In short, she was advised to quarantine. However, Aiden has terrified and tried to contact his family, but there was no signal. Suddenly he got the message, and his dad advised him not to open the door for anyone and asked about his sister. He got another message where his dad told him he couldn't come because the situation had worsened. He also got another message from her mother, who wanted to talk to her, but he could not do it because of the signal problem. In the evening, he was watching the destruction made by a zombie from the glass wall of the entire city. He was weeping and upset because he was alone in this abnormal situation. Aiden also writes one on the mirror, meaning one day has passed. Aiden had nothing to do, so he made a sticky note about staying alive and attached it to their family photo. After 1 week, he tried to contact his family again, but the result was the same. He was listening news when he learned that water would run out. They also say humans can live without food for a week, but without water for only 3 days. Aiden put the fridge in front of the door so that zombies couldn't enter his house. At night, he used a vlog for his first video. Aiden was making his first video on a vlog where he mentioned that he had never lived alone, even for 1 day. Some voices were coming outside, and it was constant. The following day, he attached a newspaper to his glass wall so that zombies couldn't find him. Meanwhile, the news anchor shared her expert views that this infection attacked their minds. Zombie continuously repeats the words that they uttered last time. The most important thing is that they know what they are doing. Zombies ask themselves to stop hurting others, but they hadn't control over their bodies. In the next scene, Aiden was making his 16 vlog video, which means 16 days have passed in loneliness. Many things are running out like water, and news channels are repeating the news. This isolation was infecting his brain, and he was getting hallucinating. Suddenly, he heard the voice. It was a zombie from the washroom's ventilation system. Aiden kills her through his bat and closes the washroom ventilation way. Many weeks have passed, and he is getting mad because he didn't see any human until now. He also thinks about a story of a person who tries to survive in the freezy weather with broken legs. Aiden also had eaten nothing for 3 days. At this time, he got a message from her mother that she was safe in the office. She also tells him to save her sister because they cannot contact her. Meanwhile, he listened to the screaming because zombies had approached their family. Now, Aiden feels depressed because he has lost his family. Aiden was so melancholy that he decided to go outside. He caught his baseball bat and went outside, where a heap of zombies attacked him. He also sees Brandon, saying his last words, "I'm okay." Luckily, he survived from zombies by dodging them and reached his apartment. One was still banging on his door and reiterating the 2 words, "Come here." In the next scene, Aiden was smoking when the city blacked out. In the morning, he was agitatedly removing the newspaper from the wall. Aiden decides to commit suicide, as seen in the first scene. He tries to commit suicide by hanging, but he sees a girl in front of his apartment. He becomes happy, but his stool becomes unbalanced and he falls from the chair. However, he went to his glass window, but the girl considered him a zombie and set the curtain on her apartment. Aiden was pleased because he was not only alive on this planet. He made his last video on vlog night because the battery would run out. Aiden also did stupid things by cutting his beard through scissors. He also composes a note that he will show her in the morning. The following day, he waved his hand to Eva, and Eva was also happy to know that Aiden was human. Both were talking by writing the comments of the paper. Aiden and Eva can't go on the balcony because zombies can see them. Aiden also asks about water and food from her, but she doesn't have anything. Eva inquires the same question, but he says through gesture that he hadn't food, but he had water. Suddenly, Eva had to go because someone was scratching her wall. They decided to talk tomorrow. Nevertheless, he had hope appeared in his life and didn't want to lose her at any cost. At night, he feels hungry and he eats toothpaste. Meanwhile, the rain was falling and he took a bath from the rain and did shave. The next day, he asked her to bring basketball gloves so he could send the ball with rope. Luckily, they succeeded and Aiden sent drink through the string. But bottles bang on the iron wall, and the sound attracts zombies toward Eva. Aiden did bravery and drew his attention toward him, and when he approached his balcony then, he killed him with the bat. At night, he got an idea and went out of his apartment to proceed with it. He came to Brandon and took out the keys to his apartment, but scary zombies attacked him. He luckily entered Brandon's apartment, where a zombie girl died on the bed. There was not much food, but it was enough to satisfy his appetite. Aiden learned he was a mountain climber by watching his certificates. He went to his room and tried to find something that could make him close to Eva. He found a tool and rope that could help him, but a zombie attacked him and tried to bite him. Aiden killed him through the device and ran outside of Brandon's apartment. Coming out of Brandon's apartment, he saw zombies were still, so he decided to move like them. By using the same strategy, he safely reached his apartment. Aiden thought someone had bitten him, but when he monitored, he relaxed because there was no sign of bitten or scratch. Aiden also checked Brandon's bag, where he got walkie-talkie. The next mission was to reach the walkie-talkie in Eva's apartment. He went to his balcony and made a rope from bed sheets because going from the hallway was dangerous. He fell to the ground when he was going. It created a sound, and zombies were attracted to it and searched him, but he dodged them. He threw walkie-talkie and securely reached his apartment. Aiden was delighted that he would talk with her. The following day was pleasing because he woke up to the voice of Eva. Her voice was coming from walkie-talkie, and they were both delighted to hear a human voice after a long time. They were asking about their liking and disliking of each other and decided to talk daily. Both were spending time daily talking with each other. Aiden firstly wants to die, but now he wants to live for Eva. Eva also praised him by saying him courageous and did a daring task. The following day, he asked about her boyfriend, and both were happy because they were single. Eva tells him that she has drawn his sketch many times, which makes Aiden happy. In the next scene, we see that Aiden is going to use the ventilation route to reach another apartment. Suppose he lives like this, then he will die of starvation. So, it was necessary to hunt for survival food. In the route of ventilation, he encountered a dead zombie. Aiden doesn't lose hope and proceeds. However, he arrives at the apartment where none is, but there is lots of food. He happily tells Eva about it, but she becomes mad at him because he was risking his life by doing it. In addition, she admonishes him not to take her with him in this hazardous task. However, he calmed her down and told her there was no one in the apartment. Eva also tells him that zombies will soon enter her apartment, and she made a rope through the bed sheets as Aiden made. There was also a fridge next to the door for safety, meaning someone else did it. Aiden hangs out with Eva and tries to find the person who put the refrigerator. Aside from this, he met an older man who dug a hole in the wall to come here. The older man tells him that he made the hole to get food. In addition, they talk like old friends and share about their families. The older man asked many questions about his family and the girl in his life. Advil Dual Action. He didn't tell about Eva to him. The older man also brought another bag so that Aiden could carry more food. The older man was optimistic that scientists would create medicine to heal the zombies. When Aiden was keeping the food item in his bag, an older man hit Aiden's head with a bat. When Aiden awoke, he was in the room, and an old lady was bound next to him. She was a zombie. It was terrifying because he was near to her. The older man tells him that he has already killed his 2 dogs to feed her. An older man made a plan to serve Aiden as food to her wife. The older man also gave him painkillers so he couldn't feel pain. The older lady was continuously saying to kill her, but the older man loved her and tried to save her. Aiden tried to convince him, but he was not in a position to listen. Suddenly, he heard someone banging on the door. An older man went to see it. Aiden used his full strength and opened the bounded rope. When the older man came, he pushed the older man toward the older lady, who bit him on the neck. Aiden closed the door and went away. Meanwhile, he received the message from Eva that zombies had entered his apartment. Aiden tells him to hold on, and he is approaching here. Aiden went to the balcony and jumped to his balcony. Now he was using a cloth rope to come down. He falls down and luckily finds a gun and shoots zombies with it. Many zombies are jumping from the balcony to eat Aiden. Aiden is dodging them, and Eva throws a rope of bed sheets so that Aiden can use it. Aiden was climbing through the rope, and zombies were doing the same, but Aiden stayed on Eva's second floor. He also tells Eva to jump down. Eva did the same. Both had united and were happy to meet, but they had a battle in their way. As they came out of the apartment, they used the method of pushing and throwing zombies in their path. Both were fighting like a team. If Eva got in trouble, then Aiden assisted her, and if Aiden got into a problem, Eva rescued him. A zombie attacked him when they approached the door of Aiden's apartment, but he survived. Aiden enters the apartment. He pleads with Eva to kill him because the zombie has bitten him. He went to the balcony to jump but realized that the zombie didn't bite him. They embraced each other and were happy because they had 1 month's food in the next apartment. In the last scene, we see many zombies gathered in Aiden's apartment and pushing the door. Aiden and Eva sat beside the fridge to support the door. Both had the firm belief that they could do this. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today I'm going to explain a horror and an action movie called The End, 2017. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie begins with Claudio leaving early morning for a meeting. He is picked by Ricardo, who drives him to the office. He was a successful person and enjoyed a prominent position in his office. On the way, they hear news on the radio about the increasing chaos and unrest everywhere. Claudio gets bored with the news and asks Ricardo to turn it off. Ricardo asks him to help him with a job as he is an economics graduate. Claudio tells him to let him take the call first. He picks the call and discusses some official matters. After finishing the call, he tells Ricardo that all he can do is feel sorry for him. It was rude and abrupt, leaving Ricardo speechless. He reaches the office and comes across his assistant, Sylvia, who tells him his client is waiting upstairs. He takes the lift where he meets Marta. They had an affair and Claudio tried to kiss her. Marta pushes him back and tells him that she is married now and he better stop. He shows her his wedding ring and forces himself on her. Sarah pretends to agree, but grabs his private part and tells him to stay away. Afterward, she stops the lift and leaves. She walks out of the lift as Claudio schemes in pain. In the meantime, Lorna calls Claudio.
Whenever heartburn strikes, get fast relief with Tums. It's time to love food back.
Tums. She tells him that many terrorist attacks are happening in the city, and there is unrest everywhere. He tells her that he reached his office safely and saw nothing on the way. As they talk, the lift stops and the light is gone. Claudio calls the building manager and tells him he is alone, stuck in the lift. He is near the 7th floor. Claudio calls Sarah, who tells him the client has been waiting for a long time. He asks her to tell this client to wait for 10 minutes. Claudio calls the building manager, who tells him that there is a problem with the building generator. They have sent for the mechanics and soon they will fix it. Claudio gets panicked as she has one client waiting and another appointment in the coming 30 minutes. After waiting for a while, he opens the elevator's door. He opened one door completely but failed to open the other. It was opened a little but was not enough to get out. He can open it and shouts loud for help, with little success. There is no one on the floor. It was insanely quiet. He gets a call from Lorna telling him that someone is breaking their front door. She was scared. Claudio tells him to stay on the phone. Claudio calls Stephen and asks her to help Lorna. He tells Claudio that he is on the road stuck in a traffic jam. He checks the news on his phone and finds unrest in the city. He hears people shouting and running. He tries to look outside the slightly open door. He sees Marta fall to the floor. She was asking him to help. Claudio tried to drag her inside the elevator with little success. Someone was pushing her to the other side. She is pulled back after a failed struggle. Everything turns quiet again. The silence was scary. To look around, he gets close to the open door when zombies attack him. They are unable to enter and run to the other side. The building manager communicates to Claudio through the radio and tells him that the mechanics and the lift are not fixed yet. He has to wait for a while. Claudio tries to tell him that he needs to get out and that something strange is happening. He tells him about Marta, but the manager is unaware of that and unable to understand him. As he was on the call with Claudio, zombies attacked the manager and killed him. Claudio gets more scared. He was now trapped with no possibility of help. There was no one left outside to help him. He tries to call Lorna with no answer. He starts freaking out. He tries to call Sarah with no success. As he gets extremely worried, Sarah calls him back. A zombie attacks him from the back when he picks to talk to her. He gets away from it after a struggle. He breaks a pipe from the evaluator's wall and kills the zombie. During the scuffle, he gets blood stains on her face. He cleans it with water to avoid infection. He pushes the zombie's body outside. While doing that, the zombie's blood starts flowing in the elevator. The lift was getting flooded with the zombie's blood. Claudio takes out papers from his files and drains the blood on the floor. As he was doing that, he heard someone outside. It was Sylvia. She was not infected yet. He tells Sylvia that if she can help him get out, he can save her. She agrees, and both try to open the door with little success. Claudio was using a pipe but accidentally dropped it. It made a loud noise and attacked zombies. Sylvia hears a zombie coming and tries to get inside, but she can't and runs away. As she goes away, a zombie attacks Claudio and he cannot get inside the elevator. As the zombie was struggling to do that, someone killed it. Claudio was relieved. It was Sylvia. Before she could help Claudio, zombies attacked her and killed her. He was devastated to see that. Claudio was helpless, stuck in that lift. In this moment of helplessness, he calls Lorna. This time she answers and tells him she is not yet infected, but the infection is spreading fast. Claudio tells her that he is still stuck in the elevator. He tells Lorna to stay inside and keep the door locked. As they are talking, zombies attack Lorna and the phone drops. We see Claudio crying helplessly. At that sad moment, he hears someone coming. It was a colleague from the office. He tries to help him but gets attacked by zombies. He runs away. Claudio was sitting there numb. After a while, he hears some zombies walking in the corridor. He calls them and dares them to catch him. They could not break in, and we were reaching out with their hands. The zombies start attacking Claudio, but they failed to get in. Claudio was pushing them away with a pipe, but they were pushing themselves in. At the same time, Sarah comes into the corridor, and the zombies see her and start following her. Sarah takes refuge in the room, but some zombies follow her. With no success, Claudio tries to get the zombies' attention to save Sarah. He bangs the pipe and throws his watch toward them, but they follow Sarah to the room where she is hiding. Claudio got tired and sat down, depressed. He takes out his phone and starts watching videos of the zombies attacking people, infecting and killing them. As he was doing that, more zombies attacked the elevator. He thought about what to do next. The building lights went out. Claudio sees someone shooting the zombies. It was a soldier. He was about to shoot Claudio and asked him if he was infected. Claudio replies in negative. They tried to open the door, but it was locked. Claudio asks him to call others and help him out. The soldier tells him that he is alone. Claudio gets disheartened as he knows that he cannot help him alone. The soldier tells him he can fix the elevator if any generator is available. Claudio tells him that there is a generator on the rooftop. Before leaving, he hands over a walkie-talkie and a gun to Claudio. He tells Claudio to guide him about the generator using the walkie-talkie. He tells Claudio that his name is Marcello. Claudio tells him to go to the end of the corridor and take a right to the stairs. Go to the 9th floor. When he was about to reach the 9th floor, he told Claudio that he could not go any further as a pile of furniture blocked the stairs. It was a dead end, Claudio stated, panicking when Marcello told him to calm down and think of an alternative. Claudio apologizes and starts thinking. Later he tells him that there was some construction work in progress on the 9th floor, and they will have some power source or scaffolding. Marcello goes in that direction and reach the rooftop. Claudio guides Marcello to the 9th floor, and he resumes the building power. The lift door moves a little but does not open. Claudio checks it closely and finds some object blocking it. Claudio started checking them closely, but as he was doing that, he got attacked by zombies. Marcello tells him to shoot the zombies with his gun. He does that and kills all the zombies. Claudio gets upset for killing them. Marcello tells him that he did what he had to do, and they were infected. There was nothing else Claudio could have done. In the meantime, zombies attack Marcello, and it seems like they killed him. He was now sad and disappointed. He looks at his wife's picture and gets emotional. He had one bullet in his gun and was planning to commit suicide. The blood was spilling on the elevator wall, and Claudio's shirt also had blood stains. As he was about to do that, he heard Marcello on the elevator's roof. He is happy and relieved to hear from him. Marcello asks him to open the roof of the elevator from inside. Claudio does that using the pipe. Marcello jumps inside. Many zombies are trying to attack and get inside the lift. Marcello kills them all with his gun. After doing that, they sit together and start talking about their families. Marcello tells Claudio that the military developed the virus in a lab, but it was leaked by mistake. It has taken over the whole city. The scientists who were conducting the research are all dead. Claudio asks about Marcello's family. He tells him they are in safe camps, making Claudio sad as Lorna is already dead. As they were sitting and talking, Marcello started becoming breathless. He was slowly transforming. The virus had already infected him. Marcello gives Claudio his gun. He asks Claudio to shoot him. Claudio refuses. The tries to suicide, but Claudio stops him. Later that night, Claudio notices that Marcello has completely transformed. Before he can kill him, Marcello attacks Claudio. After a fight, Claudio succeeds in killing Marcello but gets hurt by a bullet. He ties his wound, picks Marcello's repeater, and starts shooting the zombies. Whenever he fired, the gun pushed him back. Eventually, he faints while gazing at the zombies trying to reach him. He can hear his heartbeat. He wakes up to heavy gunfire. At the same time, he received a call from an unknown number. It was Lorna and was saved by the soldiers. He felt really happy after hearing Claudio Lorna's voice, but her phone baddies die. Claudio feels relieved, finds new hope to live, and finds his way out. He tries to break the obstacle by blocking the door using the pipe, and he succeeds. After that, he pushes the elevator door open and gets out, holding his gun. There were dead zombies and blood stains everywhere. He was sad and overwhelmed. It was dawn, and he reached the ground floor. Here, he sees zombies crawling toward him. He kills the zombie and gets out of the building. In the streets, there were dead zombies everywhere. The soldiers killed them. He walked slowly, trying to comprehend and adjust to the depressing surrounding. While walking, he picks a milk bottle next to Zombie. He feels back for her, but she attacks him on the bridge. Before he can hit her back to defend himself, the soldiers kill the zombie. Claudio waves and shouts for help. The soldier sees and Claudio is finally saved, and the movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain a horror and sci-fi movie called Assimilate 2019. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie starts with a tiny insect that was crawling on the leaves. We also see a house where a woman tried to contact her mother anxiously. She said she was hurt, and Kat didn't know whether she should go to the hospital or not. Suddenly, a zombie-type creature tries to enter the house, but Kat then closes the door and the backyard window. Unfortunately, Clone breaks the window on the second attempt. In the next scene, we meet with two leading characters of the movie, Zach and Randy. They are best friends making a film on Paw Dump Town in Michigan. Here people live a simple life. There is also no crime. They are scrolling around the city with Bluetooth cameras in their collars. However, they upload a video of Sheriff, who allows the football team's captain to purchase bears from a liquor shop. In addition, they talk with Pastor Greg, the church priest, who offers them to play the role of Jesus Christ. Both were not interested in it. They headed home, where Miss Bissette showed them many tiny bugs on the apples. Meanwhile, a mother was dragging her children, and the children were saying, "You are not my mother." Jump to the other scene, where we see black pollen-like things in the air. Scene shifts to the heroine Kayla, whom Zetch loves most. They chit-chat with Kayla's family. Randy provoked him to share his feelings with her when she went. In the following scene, Zetch was trying to teach something on the computer to Kayla. Kayla tells him that she is going to Peru after graduation. During the night, we met with Zacky's parents. Zacky's father was on the chair because he was disabled, and her mother was cooking. After dinner, Zach and Randy came outside and played frisbee. Meanwhile, they listened to the scream of Miss Bissette. They ran to Miss Bisette's house, where they saw blood. They also call Sheriff, but he hangs up the call. They were trying to find Miss Bissette, who was in the closet. Miss Bissette got scared and told them something bit her. The creature who bites Miss Bissette came out of the wall. Zach and Randy decided to chase this creature to seek out any clue. However, they saw Pastor Greg when they were chasing the mouse-like creature. Pastor Greg put the beast in the box and went away in the car. It was surprising for them. When they came again to the house of Miss Bissette to check out her, they saw she was calling her husband. She was pleading with him to come back. In the morning, they reached Deputy Josh's office, where they encountered the football captain. He was angry because they uploaded his video on the web. Luckily, Deputy Josh saves him, and they show the video of Miss Bisette's house incident to Josh. Zach and Randy tell him the whole incident and convince him that Pastor Greg was doing it. Deputy Josh was not ready to believe this and warned them to stay their film away from the police and Pastor Greg. Now, they have no other choice except to talk with Pastor Greg. They were astonished that how can Pastor Greg do. They headed to the church. Before entering the church, they hear a scary yell, but they ignore it and enter the church. The church was empty, and Pastor Greg was in the room with mysterious people. It was dead silence, and everyone looked at Zach and Randy. Pastor Greg came out to talk with them and straightforwardly gainsay to accept that the man in the video was he. Pastor Greg also humiliates them and uses slang language for their parents. Randy becomes furious, but Zach takes him out of this place. Meanwhile, they went again to Miss Bisette's house in the night, but she pretended nothing had happened the last night. They were shocked to see the plain lead because there was no bitten sign. Additionally, Miss Bissette was behaving strangely, making their suspicions stronger. Zach and Randy listened to voices coming out of the room, but she doesn't allow them to go. She also gave them an offer to spend a night with her, but both refused. They came out of her house. Through the window, they saw the view inside the room where a man was bound to the bed. They got scared when another man came in front of them. They fled from here. Something fishy was going on here. In the next scene, Zach and Randy show this clip to their parents. Their parents advised them to stay away from other matters. Furthermore, it was not their concern. Zach tries to convince them, but they go away with rejection. Meanwhile, when Zach and Randy watch the clip, they notice that the person on the window and the bound person were the same. However, Kayla arrived and told them her dad was behaving differently. He continued by saying that he had my dad's face and voice, but was not my dad. Kayla's mother was also not at home. So they decided to go to Kayla's house with a Bluetooth camera. If they saw something extraordinary, they could upload it on social media. Nevertheless, they were moving to Kayla's house, but something odd happened on the way. People were burning something outside the houses and looking at them weirdly. They reached Kayla's house and looked at her dad, who was tearing the doll apart. Zach inquired about the bathroom and went upside to search for Kayla's mother. He finds nothing but reaches the basement, where he finds Joey. Joey hid there because his father was behaving weirdly. On the other hand, Kayla's father was being skeptical and went upside down. Suddenly, Zach heard the footsteps approaching. Zach tells Joey to go inside the room and he goes to the washroom. Kayla's father was banging on the door, and Zach was trying to wash out dirt from his hand. When he dried his hand from the towel and went to keep it in the basket, he saw the body parts of Kayla's mother in it. Zach went outside the washroom and told Kayla's father that he needed to go. When he went outside the house, Kayla saw the video clip in which she saw her mother's dead body. She becomes depressed and embraces Zach. The next day, they showed this video to Deputy Josh. Josh asked about the validity of this video. They assured them that it was true, something wrong in this town. They went to Kayla's house, where her mother was alive. When Kayla hugs her mother, she realizes she is not her mother. Kayla's mother says to Josh that her daughter is mentally upset. Pastor Greg also scolded Josh for believing in such a fact video. Now, Josh doesn't believe them and goes away. Kayla wanted to take his brother with her, but his fake parents didn't permit her to do that. As the story proceeds, they try to upload the video but cannot get the signals. When they were hanging around Zachy's house, they heard the sound in the barn. Randy inquired from Zach if somebody was working inside the barn, and he replied no. When they got inside, they saw a confusing scene because Zachy's father stood on his feet, which was impossible. Something felt off, and they tried to leave, but many people were at the front door. Pastor Greg kept the boxes and shut the door of the barn. After closing the door, it was darkness everywhere. Turning on Mobile's lights, they searched for an escape route. As they kept the boxes of creatures in the barn, it bit Randy's leg badly. Suddenly, they saw a transparent egg in which Zachy's mother came out naked. It was not Zachy's mother, it was a creature. The creature went to her mother, who was also in the barn, and killed her by snatching her memory. Zach becomes angry after seeing it and murders the clone at the moment. Meanwhile, Kayla opened the backside door of the barn, and they ran away from there. Now, they decide to go to Josh's house, but they don't know whether he is human or not. They feel slightly relaxed when they knock on Josh's door and realize Josh is human. Josh also tells them that he has faced the identical creature. However, he showed them the same man as Josh, whom he had killed. Josh also feels sorry that he didn't believe them. They now understand that the creature bites people and forms the same person through his DNA. The clone who develops absorbs the memory of the bitten person. On the other hand, Randy was worried because he was also bitten in the barn. Meanwhile, Randy's clone has discovered him and is ready to steal his memory. They must face not only Randy's clone, but also all the people who had gathered at Josh's house. All scared, Josh was shooting at the people who were trying to enter the house. Meanwhile, creatures turned the home down. However, they took Josh with them, but they will still hunt them. Randy took crucial steps in this situation and decided to face the people. Randy smiled at Zach and went outside. Randy converts their attention to him so that Kayla and Zach could escape. Zach was depressed because he was losing his loved ones, one after one. They ran from here and reached into the forest. In the next scene, Kayla gives him the idea that we can get a delivery van from her mother's shop. Through van, they could go to the cable company where they could upload their video on social media and ask for assistance. According to the plan, they entered the town where were many clones. Clones were burning people's dead bodies. Zach and Kayla pretended to be clones and went to the flower shop. Besides this, Kayla heard her brother Joy's voice and went to help him. They were taking children so that creatures could bite them. Children don't want to do it, but they are doing it forcefully. When Joy sees her sister, he starts weeping and Kayla does the same. Crying was the symbol of humans because the clone could not feel the emotions and feelings. So Clone saw the tears in Kayla's eyes and howled. They have caught Kayla, but she orders his brother to run to the cabin. Joy ran from there, and the clones make a bit of Kayla with the creature. However, Zach arrived with the delivery car, but it was too late because the beast had already bitten her. They succeeded in running from here. While driving, Kayla tells Zach that she told Joy to run into the cabin. At the back of the vehicle, tiny bugs had turned into the creature, ready to attack Zach. The beast attacked Zach and ran to the woods. Zach and Kayla try to chase him, but it disappears in the forest. Now both have been bitten by the creature, and their clone was going to come for them. In the next scene, when they were walking in the woods, they saw heaps of clones standing there. The whole town had infected with this virus. They decided to go cable company so that they could upload the video. Apart from this, Randy appeared, but he was not Randy. Zach indulges him in talking, and Kayla hits Randy with a stone. Both kill Randy's clone by drowning him in the river. Nevertheless, they enter the cable company and search the main office to upload the video. Unfortunately, their naked clone has approached to hunt them down. For a moment, Zacky's clone is about to get the memory of Zach, but Kayla saves him. They reached the main office and uploaded the video, but clone was badly banging. Zach got an idea, so both played the video and opened the door. The video attracts clone, and Zach turns on the fire extinguishing system. They got out from here, but the clone died because they couldn't breathe in carbon dioxide. They came outside from the cable company as they went inside. In the last scene, they go to the cabin and meet Joy. Besides, they listen to the news where all the cities were infected with this creature, like Paris, New York, India, etc. Their city was the last creature to attack. They also saw their YouTube video. There were only 4 views. Moreover, movies end with the comment, "Are you still there?" The movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain an action and a sci-fi movie called Death Bell 2008. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie starts with Na calling for Jaiwon in the outdoor classroom. The tables and chairs are on fire. She comes across another girl who smiles at her, but creepily. Na moves forward and tries to remove dust from a glass, but before she can do that, a ghost attacks her. She tries to run with little success. As she tries to escape, she sees Jaiwon's ghosts, and Na wakes up from the dream. She lived in the girls' hostel. It was the day of the midterm exam. We see the teacher discussing the exams. In the classroom, Na argues with one of her classmates and his friends. She does have a mother, and the boy teased her about it, which made her angry. We are introduced to Chang-wook. He is late for class and jumps the wall to get to school. The exam states and the students start solving it. Kang Hyan knew nothing about the exam and was caught cheating by Miss Choi. As the students were giving the paper, Bayam, one of the students, saw something hunting in the answer sheet and got scared. Mr. Kim, the teacher, rushes to help and consoles him. He tells him that he is just getting nervous. Mr. Kim helps him get back on the chair and notices cuts on his hand. On asking, he tells Mr. Kim that he is doing nothing. It is the girl who has done that. The paper finishes and a song, making fun of the school, starts playing. Mr. Lee suspects Kang Hyan and tries to slap him for the mischief, but Mr. Kim stops him. Kang Hyan likes Ina and brings a gift for her, and she accepts it. The principal and the teachers had a meeting in which they discussed the competition scheduled in the coming weeks. The principal asked the teachers to choose the top 10 students from their classes and start preparing them for the competition. They were expecting participants from the other schools as well. We see Ina and her best friend Myung Ho trying their laundry on the roof and chatting. Kang Hyan comes and invites them to a party. The students' results are displayed on the day before the special class. On that occasion, Bayam sees Jaiwon on the screen and has a paranormal experience. He sees that ghost reflection in Ina and attacks her. The other students save Ina. Bayam is sent to the hospital and Miss Choi informs his mother about it. Later that night, Ina and Myung go to that party. and they sneak out of their hostel, fooling the security guard. A security guard came across Bayam sitting scared in a dark place with blood on his hand. When did the security guard ask him what he was sitting there? He imagines that girl again getting scared and running away. The girls reach the party and have lots of fun. The day of the particular class came. The class starts, and Mr. H. Wang Chang-wook welcomes everyone. He congratulates them as only good students made it to the special class. The teacher asks about Hai Young, who was not in the class. We see Dong Hung finding his way to the class when someone calls him. He starts following the voice, which leads him to the washroom. Something falls on him from the ventilation and later drags him inside, leaving his blood stains on the floor. Mr. Choi puts a video on the TV for the students, interrupted in the middle, and we see Hai Young in a glass cage asking for help. The students get surprised and upset after seeing that. The voice from the PA system tells them that it's a part of the death game, and if they want to save Hai Young, they need to answer the question right. If they fail to respond, it will lead to Hai Young's death. The voice also warns the teacher not to leave the school. The students fail to answer, and Hai Young dies. Despite the warning, Mr. Lee tries to leave the school but gets beaten to death. The voice of the PA system gives them another puzzle to solve. This time Dong Hung's life was at stake. The voice tells them to listen carefully as they will get a chance to hear it only once. The voice asks Dong Hung why he is here and what is his sin. He replies that he is sorry. His mother was a greedy person. The voice tells the students to go to the auditorium and search for the Chinese world related to greed and sin. Dong Hung was blindfolded and crying in pain. They solve the riddle, but it takes longer than the given time. As a result, Dong Hung dies. His mutated and tortured dead body falls from the roof on the stage. It was devastating for his classmates. They find out that there is another student, Ji Wook, who is missing. Ina wants to understand what is happening and runs to the record room, and Kang Hyun follows. There she finds out that murders are happening in the sequence of the merit list. Ina was the 5th on the list. When Ina is upset, Kang Hyun hugs her and tells her he will protect her. Some students plan to go and hide in the girls' hostel. Myung Ho also joins them. They ask permission to attend the new room but escape to the girls' hotel. Bayam is also hiding in the school. He finds the students hiding in the girls' hostel room and laughs mysteriously. Ina reaches back and tells the teachers that the murders are happening according to the merit list. She asks about the other students, and the teacher tells her they are gone to the washroom. They decide to split into 2 teams and look for clues. The security guard finds that all the telephone lines are broken. MS Choi finds a room door open and hits it randomly. Accidentally, she hits the security guard, hurting him badly. On the other side, Chang-wook noticed a broken lock. He follows that path. In the girls' hostel, the kids hid in a room when someone started banging on the door. It was getting louder and louder. Soon it opened a hole in the door. They ask one boy to go and turn on the lights. Instead, he gets dragged into the door opening. Chang-wook notices an unusual happening in one of the rooms and runs towards it. When he reaches there, the voice on the PA system gives them a task to make a sentence with the letters and numbers and enter it into the computer. On the other side, the lights start blinking in the girls' hostel. MS Shio with her team reaches there. We see a ghost girl smiling in a flash. When the light is turned back on, the boy who got stuck in the door hole is found dead. Ina finds Myung hiding in the bed. She apologizes to Ina for leaving her alone and thinking about herself only. Chang-wook solves the riddle and enters the password into the computer, only to find Ji-wook dead. There is a mysterious face staring at the camera. The students got scared and ran away. The scene changes and they are sitting in the cafeteria. Ina remembers Kim Jae-won, who died in the auditorium in spring. She has a flashback where she had some great moments with Kim Jae-won and Myung. Jae-won was a bright student. Ina, Jae-won, and Myung shared a room. Jae-won needed a scholarship but failed to secure it in the finals. She was devastated. Jae-won mysteriously dies after that. Ina tries to convince Chang-wook with little success. By this time, Yoon So-jin is missing. They are given another task to save her. We see someone torturing her. Mr. Kim decides to go after the ghost and gets attacked by her. Choi, Ine and Kang Hyun solve the riddle, which is more like statements saying that she knows who killed her, and her anger will endure when they face the truth. Mr. Kim and Ms. Shio, Ine, and Kang Hyun meet on the stairs when they hear the washing machine beeping. Yoon So-jin was put in the washing machine and was spun to death. Ina goes to a room and finds a girl stilling on a table writing something. She calls for her, and when she turns back, it is a Jae-won ghost. Ina gets scared and shouts for help. To end the test, they decide to search for the answer to the first question. For that, they decide to go to the PA system room. They want to unplug the PA system, but it goes under the building. So they decide to go to the basement. They follow the cable and reach a place where Baem was hiding. He attacks Ine, but Kang Hyun saves her. In the scuffle, Kang Hyun gets killed. Mr. Kim kills Baem. They thought it was over, but sadly it was not. The alarm for a new challenge rang. Ina knew it would be Mine. We see a lady standing behind Mine, who smoothly kidnaps her. They follow the alarm and reach a door. It had a riddle that would give them the password to enter. Inside the room, Mine was hanging by his feet upside down. There was oil on the following with a candle burning. Ms. Shio solves the riddle and opens the door well in time. Mine was suspended upside down but was alive. Ina holds her while Mr. Kim tries to break the rope. Before they could set her free, someone pulled the rope up, taking her even higher and dropping her from a height, eventually killing her. Ina saw and was shattered. Mr. Kim saw someone off the roof and followed. On reaching the roof, he is attacked by women. After a close fight, he kills that woman. It was Jae-won's mother. They thought the situation was over. During the memorial ceremony of the kids who lost their lives, Ina goes to the roof to get some fresh air. She has a copy and starts looking at it when she comes across Jae-won's family photo. It was her with her parents. She was surprised to see the photo, but she got kidnapped before she could say anything. The memorial ceremony gets interrupted, and Jae-won's father tells everyone that he has lived the last 2 years in agony, and they all know how it feels to lose a child. He had Ina tied to the chair, and she was screaming. He leaked the gas in the auditorium and dared them that if they tried to escape, he would burn them alive. He tells them his daughter was murdered by a killer with a bearded shaped keychain 2 years back. The criminal should come forward, or everyone will die. We see a flashback where Jae-won tells her teacher that she knows they gave out questions to Dong Hong, Hai Young Ji-wook, Yoon So-jin, and Mine's parents for money. They needed grads for pride, but she needs them to continue her education, and she will fight for it. We see Mr. Kim telling Jae-won to let it go, as he might lose his job. But she refuses and threatens to go to the education board for their grads if needed. At this moment, he attacks Jae-won and kills her. Baem witnessed to the incident but stays quiet. Mr. Kim cannot take it anymore and confesses his crime. He grabs an axe and starts threatening everyone, blaming them for his deeds. Before he could harm anyone, the security guard comes and stabs him to death. Ms. Shio rescues Ian. Later on, it was revealed that the security guard was Jae-won's father, who joined the school as a guard to avenge her daughter. In the end, we see Ina walking to check the merit list. Her name is on the top. She looks at it and smiles, but when she turns back, we see Jae-won possesses her, and the movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain a thriller and an action movie called Valley of the Dead 2020. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. This movie was based on the Spanish Civil War with a spice of zombies. The movie starts with a church bell, which tolls. Marriage is celebrated, which is enjoyed by all. The family was making a pose so that the cameraman could click their picture. Meanwhile, German soldiers appeared, and the dead silence appeared. A child presents drinks to the soldier. The soldier drinks it but makes it cough, and everyone laughs at him. The soldier got mad and ordered to shoot all of them, even though they killed children. They also put on blue smoke on their dead bodies. In the next scene, we meet with the protagonist of the movie. Jan's eyes were bound with cloth, and German soldiers were going to shoot him. At this time, his uncle, General Lozano, saved him from death. General saved him a third time, but he was not going to save him the fourth time. His uncle saved him not for love, but because he had a task for him. Jan had to take the letter to the Sixth and deliver it to Colonel Larkos. However, Jan hadn't any option, and if he dropped the order of general, then they would execute him. Although Jan was captain, the German army had doubts about him and considered him a traitor. They consider him a betrayer because he takes the side of Red means Russians. Thus Jan decided to head on, but he didn't know how to drive. So, General linked with him the second leading character, Ali-gzz. Ali-gzz was chicken-hearted on the National Front. In the next scene, they were moving to the 6th and Ali-gzz knew he would die. It was a dangerous route, so Ali-gzz was driving the car slowly. During the journey, they met with their first trial German troops. Through Jan's intelligence and bravery, they get through it without any harm. Nevertheless, it was their first trial. Many difficulties were in their way. There was a Russian plane flying in the sky, but it crashed on a mountain. Ali-gzz wanted to move on, but Jan decided to help him, although he was fascist. When they arrived at the plane crash location, they found the pilot's dead body hanging on the tree. Russian soldier hadn't feet. However, Ali-gzz and Jan were surrounded by Republicans. Republican sergeant takes their weapons and asks why they are scrolling on their territory. Priest killer checked them, and she only got a letter in Jan's boot. Both Republicans and the fascists were angry at each other. However, a Republican man was taking a picture of the pilot when he turned into a zombie. The zombie has bitten on his neck, and it catches the attention of others. So Brodsky separated them, but it was too late because he was dead. Brodsky was shooting the zombie all over the body, but it was useless. So Sergeant saves Brodsky by shooting the zombie at his head. On the other hand, their bitten comrade also had become a zombie, so he attacked them. Brodsky killed him by twisting his neck, but he was still moving. So Jamie fired on his head, and he died. Everyone was bewildered by what was going on. Ali-gzz tells them that they were possessed. They decided not to kill them, but they bound their hand with a rope. The priest killer warns Jan not to mess with the sergeant, or she will make him dead. They were all moving to their camp, but there was only distribution when they arrived. There were flames and dead bodies of people. Ali-gzz also saw the DS-1 of Match, which was destroyed by the explosion. The scariest scene appeared when all the dead people returned to their lives. They have become zombies. They don't know whether to shoot them or not because they were their comrades. Suddenly, a young soldier ran to his zombie father, and all the zombies attacked him. Now all were shooting at the zombie and decided to get out from here because there were plenty. Now they were running because it was necessary to go from there. Luckily they got the boat, but they needed to push him to the water. They released the hand of Ali-gzz, but they don't unbind Jan. They all sit on the boat and decide to reach the safest place. The wildest zombie was chasing them in the water. Now, the story proceeds, and they have reached the land. They had escaped from previous zombies, but a zombie woman was on their way. The sergeant killed him, and many other zombies appeared, and they had to fight them again. Now, the priest killer unties Jan's hand, and we can see great shooting talent in Jan, and all were shooting at their heads. Brodsky was killing them with a knife. Suddenly, a child was biting his foot. Brodsky doesn't dare to kill the child, so all zombies overpower him. The priest killer wanted to save Brodsky, but Jan didn't allow her because it was too late to rescue him. It was going to be night, and they succeeded in finding a house where 3 people hid. They were Sister Flor, Lieutenant Juro, and Rafier. These are unwelcome guests. Thus, they point their guns at them. Both parties were ready to kill each other, but Jan realized it was no use of fighting. They must fight with brutal zombies together to get out of this situation. They all agreed with Jan's argument, so they decided to fight to stay alive. In the next scene, Jan orders Match, Rafier, and Ali-gzz to watch for zombies from the 2nd floor. By sitting, they shared their perceptions of what zombies would be, and all were false ideas. Sergeant also gives Jan's letter back, and Jan lies that this letter was based on a family matter. On the other hand, Ali-gzz reminds by watching the ES1 that Match was the racer and got his autograph. Match says he knew he couldn't do the race again because he would die. Rafier asked him then why they were fighting. Match replied that he wouldn't retreat from the race until death. In the following scene, we see that Jan will burn the letter. When fire approached the paper, then a map appeared on the letter. On the other hand, Lieutenant Juro was asking about the life of the priest killer. Priest killer tries to avoid him, but shows him a picture and tells him about Father Bustos and his sister. When war occurred, she didn't get a chance to say goodbye to her family. In the next scene, Match sees a wounded dog. After that, he looked at a zombie. Match wanted to shoot him, but Raffier shot his head. By shooting one zombie, plenty of other zombies appeared. Now they have to move from here as soon as possible. Zombies were attacking them from windows and doors, so they used the backside door and ran away. Match threw a bomb in the house and came out with the attitude. We can see a blast in the house. It was dark, and they were running in the forest to save their lives. They saw zombies linked to an electric iron wall created by the German army. The German army was aware of this mess, and they asked Jan about it. Now Jan tells them about the map, and that he has good and bad news. The good news was that they had found the map, and the bad news was that they were in a dangerous place. At the same time, they saw Brodsky, who was also suffering because of the electric wall. So they killed him by shooting in his head. Now, they don't have an option except to follow Jan when they were going with Jan. Jamie told Sergeant that we should only care about our comrades. If we get a formula to turn humans into zombies, we will submit it to our government and will cheat fascists. In the following scene, Jan takes them to the place of the first scene. They also see a truck there. So he tells Ali-gzz to fix the truck, and they all go to the church. It looked like a laboratory. Many instruments and things were there. Suddenly, they heard a noise. Jan gives him the warning to come out if he is human. Now, Anna's name, a pretty girl appeared with a wounded leg. Nevertheless, Ali-gzz listens to the moaning of zombies and speeds up the process of maintaining the vehicle. Anna tells them that they killed all the people and experimented on them. Furthermore, all the people turn into zombies when they spray blue smoke or powder on them. Anna survived because she was behind her groom when he was shot. Meanwhile, Jamie has gotten the file in which all details are mentioned. Jamie asks their companion to join him except the fascist. The sergeant and priest can't ditch them, so they decide to stand with Jan. Jamie is attacked by zombies and Sister Flor closes the door. They are getting out from the backside, and Lieutenant Juro helps Anna. Hence, Anna became a zombie because she was also infected. Anna attacks Lieutenant Juro, but Raffier saves him. She bites Raffier's boot. They kill Anna and doubt Raffier. Raffier had no bite marks on his foot, so he was saved. They all have come out, but Sister Flor decides to stay here and face them. Anna bites Sister Flor during the fight, so she can't endanger their life. In the following scene, Jan convinces them to go to Los Aguilas. The sergeant doubted him because there was a camp of fascists. They were Republicans. Surely they would die. Jan convinces them by telling them about his brother, who was a side of the Republicans. Further, Jan knew they could find the root of zombies there. All were ready to go with Jan. Priest says that Jane is a lawyer. He knows how to convince people. The sergeant takes Jan aside and tells him to take care of his comrade in any situation. He says it doesn't matter if he dies because he is older now. Meanwhile, Ali-gzz arrived with a vehicle, and the blood was shedding from his arm. They all are headed to Los Aguilas. In the morning, they were in the camp of fascists, and Jan decided to talk with his uncle. He tells his uncle about his suffering, and the general allows him to come inside. Jan tells him about his comrades, but the general doesn't permit them to come in. General also tells him that bombardment will start and all will die after some time. Despite this, Jan decided to support his companions. Now, they don't know what they should do next, but there is someone who knows what to do. Ali-gzz told them about the bite and wanted to do something for them. So he took all their explosive material and went to the camp. Although Ali-gzz was a coward at the movie start, he did a courageous action. Ali-gzz paves the way for them through a massive explosion. Scene shifts where a German soldier shoots the general. However, they all headed to the tunnel, and zombies were also chasing them. They kill all the Germans who tried to mess with them. It was only for some time because Germans had become busy fighting zombies. Zombies were plentiful, and they were killing the soldiers. In this situation, Match and Lieutenant Juro decide to separate their way from them. Nonetheless, zombies were about to bite Jan and the sergeant, but Raffier shot them at the right time. 4 were searching the lab to get an antidote to this zombie virus. On the other hand, Lieutenant Juro and Matt sat on the truck, saving their lives for some moments. Zombies were banging on the windows, and Lieutenant Juro was smoking. Lieutenant Juro tells Match about her girlfriend, who died because of war, and the same happened with Match's family. Currently, they came to know that vehicle was filled with explosion material, so they exploded to kill zombies around them. In the next scene, we see that the sergeant has gone to start the train. Aside from this, Priest Killer and Jan went to the lab where the same soldier injected blue powder into his body. He tells them there is no antidote, and he is happy to have everlasting life. Priest kills him, and zombie in the lab bites Jan's hand. The Priest Killer cut his hand with a knife. On the other hand, General was also surrounded by zombies. He starts the train and shoots himself. In the lab, zombies have entered the lab. That's why they closed them into the box. Meanwhile, train had started, and plans were bombed on this land. They have killed all the zombies. Priest Killer and Jan were safe and sound, but the train's lab was destroyed. Only 3 people survived in this war: Priest Killer, Jan, and Rafi. In the last scene, the Priest Killer drops Jan in a safe place. Jane tried to stop her, but she went without telling her real name to him. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain an action and a thriller movie called The Wailing 2016. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. This movie begins with the leading character Jong-gu, who is a policeman. He was informed about the murder. After having breakfast with his family, he arrived at the location. He saw the killer sitting on the floor and suffering from the disease. Killer had boils all over his body, and the blood on him scared him. Jong-gu went to the room where the killer had killed his wife. The killer's wife was bound with rope as if she had been murdered elsewhere. Police reached the same room where the murderer killed his wife. They saw the room, which was full of black magic things. There was also a plant that had turned into a skull after burning. In the next scene, we are introduced to the hunter who hunts a deer. When he was going to take it with him, his foot slipped and fell in the forest. He lost his senses. However, when he regained his senses, he saw a Japanese man eating the flesh of a deer. Hunter tried to hide him, but he had already caught his attention. A naked red-eyed Japanese man attacked him. At night, Jong-gu's friend, a police officer, told his assumption. He says that all the incidents happening in Goksham were because of a Japanese man. But Jong-gu rejects his belief and says it all occurred due to poisonous mushrooms. How can mushrooms make people kill their families? Meanwhile, they also see a weird lady and are terrified by seeing her. In the following scene, we see Jong-gu wake from a horrible dream. Jong-gu spent her day with her lovely daughter Hyo-jin. At night, he was again called for a burnt house. When he arrived then, 2 ugly women attacked him. Luckily, he was safe, and Jong-gu also saw a Japanese man. In the police station, Jong-gu's daughter came to give her father a uniform. Jong-gu also remembered this woman they saw last night. The following morning, we see that the same woman had killed her family and burned her house. The detective also said she committed suicide by hanging from the tree. In the next scene, Jong-gu tells him that the Japanese raped the same woman. After that, her body was filled with boils and rashes. Jong-gu still was not ready to believe him. Now, a white dress woman was throwing stones at Jong-gu outside the burnt house. She tells him that all incidents and murders happened because of a Japanese man. He is not human. Instead, he is a demon. Her next target would be anyone who Japanese men often see. Furthermore, Jong-gu has already seen a Japanese man twice. Meanwhile, he got a call, and when he listened then, she disappeared. Jong-gu also searched for her, but he found a Japanese man behind the house. He was naked and eating the flesh of deer. When a Japanese man sees Jong-gu, a Japanese man attacks him. At this time, he is awake from the nightmare. Jong-gu learned that her daughter was suffering from a high fever. He also listens to weird voices on the rooftop. However, he went to the police station, and the captain warned him to find the witness girl. Both Jong-gu and his friend went to meet with the hunter. Hunter tells them about the incident between the Japanese and deer. Gong-gu orders him to take his house. Hunter was unsure about his house, but he took him to the forest where he lives. The next scene begins when the hunter takes them to the forest. When they reach the mountain then, he wanted to go from here. Suddenly, the rain started with thunder. Meanwhile, thunder fell on the hunter, but he survived because he took tonics. In the hospital, Jong-gu also saw a patient whose condition was the worst. His entire body was filled with infection and screaming with pain. So he dies on the spot in a terrible manner. In the club, they decided to go Japanese house to understand the situation. At night, Hyo-jin's condition was also terrible, like hospital patients. But Jong-gu saves him and she tells her father that someone is trying to enter their house. The next morning, her daughter ate fish. She didn't like fish. Thus, her grandmother decided to call her shaman. However, his friend makes Jong-gu acquainted with a priest. They took his help because a Japanese man spoke Hindi and the priest knew Hindi. Now, they headed to the house of the Japanese man. They find a room which was full of black magic things. Jong-gu's friend also sees a room where murdered people's photos are placed on the walls. A Japanese man's dog attacked them. Meanwhile, a Japanese man came and saved them from his dog. When they were moving into their house, Jong-gu's friend told him that the Japanese were doing something evil. In addition, his next victim would be her daughter. He also shows her daughter's shoe that he sees in the Japanese room. However, he asked her daughter about the shoe and inquired about the Japanese man. Hyo-jin becomes mad at this and talks rudely with his father. At night, Jong-gu searches her daughter's room and finds torn pages of her drawing book and a picture of Damon. He also saw a rash on her body. After waking up, she screamed at his father and threatened that she would kill everyone. The next day, Jong-gu headed to a Japanese house with priest. He also warned him to leave his town and go from here. Jong-gu also killed his dog mercilessly, who attacked him. Jong-gu breaks all the things with a stick. He also threatens to leave her daughter, otherwise he will kill him like his dog. In the next scene, Hyo-jin's mother takes her to the doctor so that he can recommend her something. The doctor was also unable to diagnose the disease. Hyo-jin has become boils on her stomach as other victims occur. The following day, Jong-gu arose with the screaming of her daughter, but he was unable to stand to see her daughter. The Japanese man was angry and did something to Jong-gu to take revenge. His family takes him to the doctor by leaving Hyo-jin in the custody of his neighbors. When Jong-gu came to know about it, he became suspicious. Hyo-jin had stabbed his neighbor with a knife. Hyo-jin was weeping, and Jong-gu calmed her down. It was a shocking incident. How can a little girl stab anyone? In the following scene, a new character enters the movie, Shaman. Shaman also shows them jar, which consists of black magic equipment. He tells Jong-gu that the spirit is on her daughter, and all were doing a Japanese man. Shaman also says the same thing as the white dress girl said that the Japanese man was a demon. Meanwhile, we also see an incident where a man killed his wife and other family members. Aside from this, Shaman demanded 10,000 rupees to perform a ritual. Shaman also tells him that the Japanese are the most powerful Satan. Her daughter was trapped randomly. There was not her fault. The shaman was preparing to perform rituals just like the Japanese bought hens to perform black magic. Both start their ritual at the same time. Meanwhile, Jong-gu's daughter was also feeling pain during the ritual of shaman. Now, the Japanese man has become severely wounded, but Jong-gu couldn't see her daughter's condition and made him stop. He also breaks all the things of shaman and orders him to go from here. Jong-gu took her daughter to the hospital, whose condition was stable now. In the next scene, priest took Jong-gu to his father so that he could give them a solution. However, father was also not ready to believe this story and recommended that he consult with a doctor for her daughter. He also says that humans cannot be damned. In the following scene, Jong-gu gathers his companions to teach the Japanese a lesson. When they headed to the Japanese house, then they found nothing. Meanwhile, a zombie appeared and attacked them. They beat him, and the priest tried to save the zombie. He bites at the cheeks of the priest. He also attacks Jong-ju. Jong-ju's companions try to kill a zombie, but he doesn't die. After a few seconds, he died himself. Jongju also saw Japanese mana, and they started chasing him. Nonetheless, they couldn't find him, and Jongju was depressed that he could not save her daughter. However, when Jonggu returned to their home, a Japanese dead body fell on the truck. They threw his dead body into a ditch. We also see Shaman, who says that the mouse has been entangled in a trap of Damon. It means the game is not over. Now, Jinku was so happy that he saved her daughter, and he went to the hospital and embraced her. She was looking fine now. At night, Priest got a call from the police that his uncle had killed his family. Police told him that it happened because of mushrooms, but he was not ready to believe it. Apart from this, the shaman's face was filled with blood. Meanwhile, a white-dressed girl appeared and ordered him to go from there. In pathetic condition, he ran from here. In the following scene, Shaman runs to Damon's lord and asks to save him. But Damon didn't help him and turned off the candle. So he decided to leave this village, but Satan didn't allow him to go from here. He survived an accident because a mysterious creature was throwing something at his car. Shaman also calls Jonggu and tells him to go to her daughter. He tells him that the white dress woman is doing all these evil things. In the next scene, he goes to his house and her daughter is missing. He was shouting and calling her daughter everywhere. Meanwhile, he meets with a white-dressed woman who tells him your daughter has already reached your house. She also gainsays him to go to his house, otherwise his house will be destroyed. She tells him that the Japanese man is alive and wants to kill his family. White Dress wanted to save his daughter because she was a child and women like her. Scene shifts to the priest, who sees a Japanese man performing something. He also orders him to transform into his true personality. He also calls him Satan, and the Japanese man confesses that I'm Damon. On the other hand, the white dress woman tells him that Damon has entered your house. Meanwhile, we see that Hyojin enters the house and eats lots of fish wildly. Her family was watching her, but doing nothing because they were scared. In the next scene, Jonggu gets a call from Shaman telling him not to believe her. He also orders him to go to his house because his family needs him. But the white dress woman says that you shouldn't believe him because he was a comrade of a Japanese man. She allows him to go to his house on the third voice of the bell. Meanwhile, he listened to the first bell ring. She also tells him that she has created a trap for a Japanese man. Aside from this, the Japanese man tells Priest how he can be Damon. Damon doesn't have flesh and body like a human. The priest believed in him because his father uttered the same words. After listening to the call of the shaman, Jonggu decided to go to his home. But a white-dressed woman held his hand and stopped him from going. Jonggu became shocked because she was far from him. How could she suddenly hold his hand? Now the second bell rang. In the next scene, when Jonggu enters the house, his mother and wife have died. Blood was everywhere, and her daughter was watching them in bewilderment. Meanwhile, a Japanese man has transformed into his true face. He has become Damon. It means a white-dressed woman spoke the truth and had extraordinary powers to save the village. The white-dressed woman sat hopelessly. However, we also see a shaman who comes into the house and clicks the pictures of dead people. He also had pictures of dead people, meaning he was working for Damon. In the last scene, Jonggu continuously mutters, "Don't be afraid, my daughter, I will save you." The movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain a horror and drama movie called Better of Z 2018. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie starts with a couple, Graham Sibley and his wife, Paige, waking up in the morning. They have strange circumstances. When Guy goes out to get some fresh fruit, we can see zombies standing on the other side of the grill, trying to reach out for Guy. He sees Maria, Paige's friend, and gets upset. He sees a helicopter flying, but avoids giving it a signal. He notices a broken fence and puts a wooden slab to block that. He received the final notice before the zombie breakout. On the other hand, Paige was an artist with multiple fine arts degrees. She is focused on following her creative inspiration. During the zombie apocalypse, many survivors including Guy and his wife Paige. Graham is a laid-back person who is enjoying his life in isolation. He tells her Maria has turned into a zombie as well. She rushes out to see her. She is wearing Paige's bracelet. She wants to take it back with little success. She goes inside sad and frustrated. One day he sees a wine bottle on the other side of the fence. He tries to get it using a stick. Guy tries multiple times with little success. He tries to jump off the wall and fetch it, but changes his mind seeing the zombies at the gate. Paige thinks her creativity is fading away as she is stuck at home. Paige was looking for some paper and came across a locked drawer. She becomes suspicious. On the other side, Guy's friend, Mark, who lives in the neighborhood, transforms into a zombie. Guy locks all the doors and windows, ensuring he does not come out. He does not want to kill or confront the zombies, but Paige does not agree with him. Paige finds her phone charger and gets hopeful to connect with the outer world, but Guy is skeptical. Paige tells him that she will try anyway. Paige tells him that it's the third week and they are running out of suppliers. Guy tells her that they have enough to survive. There is no hassle or stress. Paige tells him that it's like living in the desert, and she does not like that. She wanted to pursue her career as an artist. As they were discussing, they heard a helicopter flying. Paige runs out and tries to signal them with a flag with no success. She goes back to the house frustrated. She takes Guy's sword and asks him to kill Mark as it is a survival game, and he should do all that is needed to survive. He gets annoyed and tells Paige Mark was his friend, and he cannot kill him if it's a matter of survival. Why does she don't start the survival war with Maris, Paige's friend? He ran towards her with a sword and Paige followed. He hands over the sword to Paige and asks her to kill her. She could not gather the courage to do that. As she was thinking, Maria grabbed the sword. After a struggle, they get the sword back and Paige walks away. When Guy enters the room, he sees Paige crying. She tells Guy she feels like she is dead already. Guy tells him that he has never felt so alive before. There is no stress, no mortgage, no deadlines, no hassle. This is the life worth living forever. Paige gives him a look saying she does not agree. The zombies were making scary noises. Guy takes out the sword and kills one of the zombies. Paige and Guy start having a good time together, making love and enjoying each other's company. One day, Guy decides to get the wine bottle he saw the other day. He ties the zombies to his house with the gate and jumps off the wall. He was wearing gear that he thought could save him. He sees the zombie boy with a bicycle and tries to kill him but fails. He puts all the wine bottles in his bag as the boy zombie tries to reach his sword. Before he could get up and jump back, another zombie attacked. As he killed the zombie, he saw another man but ran towards the opposite side. He jumped back, but while doing that, he broke all the wine bottles except one. Paige comes out and asks if everything is okay. Guy hides the wine bottles and makes excuses for the mess. Later that night, Guy asks Paige to make them lunch. He explores his artistic side and starts painting as Paige cooks dinner for them. They both dress up and sit for a romantic dinner. Guy asks for the wine glasses and surprises Paige with a wine bottle. Guy wants to make out in the bed, but Paige refuses it as she runs out of contraceptive pills. The next evening, Paige was sitting upset and frustrated. Guy asks her why, and she tells him that she is crying about the boots she fancied buying, but now she can never buy them because of the zombie outbreak. She asks Guy if she is a bad person for crying over boots. He tells Paige that she is a good person. The next day, Guy is painting when Paige calls him to show his new invention. He is not that impressed, and Paige decides to throw it. She throws it in the garbage and notices big trash bag. She comes back to the house and sees all the dustbins are full. She checked the locked drawer, which was open and empty now. She decides to go out and check the back. As she was doing that, a zombie broke in. She checks the trash bag and finds the pamphlets from the helicopter with the help of guidelines for the survivors. Paige gets furious, but as she tries to get back inside, she comes across the zombie who broke in. The guy was painting with his headphones on. He could hardly hear Paige, and she was left alone to deal with the situation. She finally kills the zombies and gets inside. She goes straight to the sink to wash the blood off her hand. After doing that, she confronts Guy about hiding the pamphlets from her. He tells him it is dangerous to go to the rescue as it is 5 blocks away. He tries to convince Paige that they are safe in their house with no success. She sits all night, signaling the sky with no success. In the morning, she comes back inside. Guy apologizes as Paige looks at Guy's painting and appreciates it. One day, gas, water, and electricity suddenly finished as they were trying to settle. The guy was optimistic as they had water in reserve and fresh fruits to feed them. Guy arranges a backup, giving them the electricity for 10 hours. It was not enough, and we saw them having dinner with candles. Everything was adding to Paige's frustration. They talked about reaching the authorities again, but Guy still resisted it. The scene changes and we see Guy painting on a canvas and Paige listening to the radio. The radio catches the signals from the sheriff office. Paige follows the instructions to make an effective survival signal. She places red and yellow cloth in the open spaces, packs her back, and fills up a water bottle. Before she could listen any further, her radio battery died. Later that night, we see her sitting frustrated in the bed, taking a small bite from the last chocolate she found some days back. The zombies' voices were getting close and louder. The next morning, when Guy woke up, Paige was already cleaning the place. After a while, the helicopter flies away without noticing the signals. Paige ran to see, but her signs were missing. She runs inside and finds the clothes in the cupboard, which makes her furious. She tells Guy that she wants to go to the rescue right now. He tries to convince her, with no success. As they argue, she becomes more desperate and throws oranges at Guy. She tells Guy that she has sent their address to the rescue number. They will come, and it's over now. She was shouting, and Guy stopped her. On the other side, Mark was trying to break out. Guy goes to fix the lock again. Before he could come back, Paige picks up her things and gets out. She uses a glass jar to distract the zombies standing next to the entry gate. She opens the door, gets out, and locks it again. A zombie breaks in and attacks Guy. He kills him with a hammer. He runs inside, looking for Paige. Soon she jumps back inside from the wall. She is scared and tells Guy that there are so many of them. They get inside but feel that zombies have already entered the house. Soon they find themselves in the middle of the zombie apocalypse. The guy is still reluctant to kill his friend Mark, who attacks him first, but in the apocalypse, Paige kills him by stabbing him in the head. Guy decides to leave, but Paige notices a wound on her shoulder before they can. The guy looks at it and finds it's a zombie bite. He tells Paige it's a wound and not a zombie bite, but knows what is coming. He gets frustrated and upset. He told Paige to stay inside with little success. He knew they were safer at home, but everything was at risk. Paige was experiencing pain and burning as she started transforming. She apologizes for all the stupidity she did. They confessed their love to each other. They had an emotional, heart-touching conversation as she gradually changed. Guy tells her that soon they will rescue her and fix her somehow with a tear in his eye. She was in terrible pain. Her skin was getting pale and her eyes were getting dark. She is turning pale as Guy cleans blood off her body. As they were talking, Paige fainted and Guy started crying. He knew that Paige was changing into a zombie. He tries to commit suicide but fails. Paige wakes up as a zombie. Guy hears her walking, making zombie voices and breathing. Guy gets up and checks around when Paige attacks him. Guy tries to avoid hurting her. Deep inside, he hopes that there can be a remedy that can fix her. He tried to get out, but zombies were everywhere outside. Having no other way out, he had to stay in. Paige kept on attacking him and was getting close. He had a sword in hand with no intention to use it. He didn't want to kill her, but he had to save himself. He was devastated and sat there with Paige's dead body in his lap. When the door opened, he was shocked in pain, and a woman with a gun entered. She is a human, and they see Guy eye to eye. She knows he is human, but shoots him in the head before he can say anything. We see the same man Guy saw when he went outside to get the wine bottles. The man looks at Guy when the lady tells them to move out. The movie ends here. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain an action and a horror movie called Death Valley 2021. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie begins with three individuals who are running from creatures. One of them is the leading character Chloe, whom Oleg Volkov doesn't permit to come outside. Oleg Volkov shoots at Chloe's leg and the third person as well. Oleg Volkov closed the bunker's door so that Chloe couldn't get rid of this facility. However, Chloe saw a sliding door that was going to close. But luckily, Chloe succeeds in crossing it. The third individual also tries to pass, but a horrible creature drags him toward him. In the next scene, Chloe records a message. She says that someone attacked the facility and all scientists have died. Chloe records that if they want Adam and information regarding him, they must take her out from here. After 24 hours, doors will be open, she also informs them, so they have to do something within this time limit. In the command room, Chloe takes the bullet out of her leg. She also washed out the blood from her face and changed clothes. Now, she picks an axe to face the monster. Chloe also hides, but horrible creatures find her. The next scene is between James and Marshall, the main characters. James was talking to her wife, who was pregnant. James also says he is on his last mission and will get lots of money. His wife got angry because his profession was risky. James calms her down by saying that it would be his last task. James and Marshall move to their plane, where Rachel unveiled the plan. Rachel tells them they got a message 8 hours ago from the Russia-Bosnia facility. A hostile army has attacked this lab. In this lab, they were researching the DNA of a human. Now, they have a task to safely drag Chloe out of the facility by saving her from a hostile army. The opposing army was against this lab and their experiment, so they wanted to destroy this lab. In the next scene, James and Marshall search for their team in the forest. Here, they encounter the person of the local military. He had a metal detector with him. When he looks at James, then he starts running. Marshall and James were chasing him, and Moses and the preacher caught him. Moses and preacher were James' team members. They want to kill that boy, but James doesn't allow them to kill him. So they bind him with a tree because he can inform his team about them. On the other hand, Rachel entered the lab with her team. They started exploring things when they encountered the zombie. Zombies attack them, and they shoot him until he dies. The scene shifts where James and Marshall are heading toward the tunnel. Meanwhile, the local military started shooting at them. In this shooting, many soldiers die, and Marshall tells James that Moses has died. One of them was Gabe, who was shot in the shoulder. Unfortunately, local army captured Gab from the ditch. James learned that the bound man called the local army during the shooting. So he shoots him. When Jonah discovered his brother's dead body, he became furious. Jonah was a member of the hostile army. Jonah killed Moses by shooting in his head. They also bring the dog to catch them, but Marshall shoots the dog. This action grabs the attention of other soldiers. The local army was constantly shooting at them. Unfortunately, James and Marshall's bullets are also going to end. Hence, they jump into the stream. However, stream was deep, that's why they separated. Soon, James catches up with Marshall. They both argued about each other's mistakes. James accused him of not telling the truth about Moses. On the other hand, Marshall got mad because James didn't allow them to kill the bound boy. The good thing was that they had a map. Through this map, they could reach the tunnel. In the next scene, we see that Jonah is hitting Gab. Meanwhile, Oleg Volkov arrived and asked about the tunnel. Oleg Volkov orders him to open the sack when he doesn't tell him about the entrance. He got frightened by watching the ugly creature in it. After seeing it, Gab agreed to tell them the tunnel's location. Oleg Volkov tells him that these creatures are in this lab and are a significant threat to this world. So the local army was ready to seal the tunnel. On the other hand, James and Marshall went to the cave. In the cave, they were successful in finding the tunnel. They entered the lab but couldn't find their army here. However, they find the tape recorder. When they turn it on, they can know this lab's mystery. Many years ago, scientists found out about weird DNA on glaciers. They decided to experiment on it. James also shares a story regarding monsters with Marshall. Meanwhile, they listened to a horrible voice, and James went to the attached room. Here, James finds Chloe, who has hidden her. On the other hand, Marshall recorded his life story on the tape recorder. In the previous scene, Chloe tells James to stay quiet. It was too late to keep silent because the creature attacked James. When the beast was about to bite him, Chloe hit the beast with axe. Marshall listens to the voice of James, and he shoots at the weird creature. This creature was mysterious from the zombies. However, they went from here because many creatures were coming toward them. They want to get out of the tunnel, but the local army has reached out to seal the tunnel. Now they have to find another way to get out of here. The monster was also a few steps away from them. So Chloe gives them the idea to go from a vent. They all reach the vent, but the monster holds James' feet. James shot at the hand of the creature and was safe now. Nevertheless, Chloe stopped moving in the vent because they were on the creature. Marshall continuously talks to himself, which attracts the beast. Creature located them and was about to attack them, and they luckily reached another room. Chloe was constantly vomiting. Chloe also begs them to take her out from here, but James wants to know the mystery of the lab first. Chloe tells them these creatures are made of weird DNA of beast and human. The scientists got so successful in their experiment that they gave the name Adam. However, James decided to go underground, but Chloe was opposed to this idea. Meanwhile, when they were about to leave, they encountered a local army officer. He wants to make James and everyone listen to his commandments, but he was killed by a creature mercilessly. James also complains that they should be informed about these creatures. Chloe knows if she told them, then they would never come. James also inquired about the beast, whether he was Adam or not. Chloe says that Oleg Volkov has already killed Adam. Oleg was the in charge who controlled Adam. Chloe also tells them that Oleg wants to create a weapon through research. Now they had reached the underground lab and wanted to search the door. This door will give them their freedom. Meanwhile, the lockdown has shut, and the creature can move anywhere in the lab. During this expedition, they met with Rachel. Rachel was infected and turning into a monster. Chloe was aware of it, so she sent both by giving them a task. Chloe shoots Rachel. By listening to the voice, James and Marshall got mad. Even Marshall wants to kill Chloe because Rachel was his girlfriend. In the next scene, the creature gets attracted to their quarrel. James and Chloe arrived at the room and locked the room. On the other hand, Marshall ran into the morgue room and hid in the drawer. On the other hand, the creature was also in James and Chloe's room. Chloe kills him by stabbing him repeatedly. However, it draws the creature's attention and he bangs on the door. Chloe and James tried their best so that the beast couldn't enter the room. In the following scene, a dead body also attacks Marshall. The creature bites Marshall's arm and Marshall kills him. Now Marshall was also infected and he knew that he would die soon. Now, creature has suddenly gone from here. We also see that the local army entered the lab to destroy the creatures. James and Chloe encounter local army soldiers who throw James away. But Chloe, like an efficient soldier, kills a local army soldier. On the other hand, Marshall meets with Juna, who becomes happy because Marshall was infected. Juna binds him with the stretcher. Apart from this, Chloe convinces James to take her out from here. In the next scene, Juna asks about Adam. But Marshall doesn't know about him. Marshall's body was burning and he started hallucinating. Through visions, Marshall came to know that Adam was Dr. Chloe. In the following scene, James and Chloe reach Adam's room. Watching the dead body of the officer, Chloe starts vomiting. Chloe was happy that James got his alpha. Now they can go from here. Scene shifts to Marshall, where the creature attacks. The creature kills Juna, but doesn't hurt Marshall. The creature doesn't kill Marshall because he is already infected. In the next scene, James allows Chloe to go from here. Suddenly, he saw a bassinet and jumped to the conclusion. He understood that Chloe was pregnant and she was Adam. Chloe tells him that she has infected all the scientists to come out of this place. She doesn't want to give birth to her child in the lab. There were 21 scientists in this lab, and she infected them. James decided not to kill her, but he couldn't permit her to go from here. James knew that Chloe's blood was dangerous, so he couldn't give her permission to go. Meanwhile, creature came and hit James, according to Chloe's gesture. The creature was going to kill James, but Marshall approached here scarcely. Marshall aims at Chloe and orders Chloe to leave James. The creature leaves James and attacks Marshall, but James kills him with a fire gun. They can only be killed through fire. Chloe availed the opportunity and came out of the bunker. Chloe was in the lab for 30 years and was happy to see the world. Nonetheless, she happened to meet Oleg. Chloe embraces him, and she diverts his attention. Now, Chloe stabs him with a dagger, and Oleg stabs her. Oleg went away after stabbing her. After some time, James and Marshall come out of the tunnel and see that Chloe has died. When they came near to her, she attacked them. Chloe was kicking and beating them badly. She was punching like a fighter, and both could not beat her. When Chloe was going to pick up the gun, James put the rope around her neck. James was going to strangle her, but she saved herself. Now Chloe was going to kill James when Marshall jumped into the tunnel. The rope in Chloe's neck caused her to drag and strangle to death. However, James went into the tunnel. James saw that his eyes had turned into the creature. James wanted to take Marshall with him, but Marshall refused to go with him. As Marshall had been infected, he told James to leave. James again came out from the tunnel, and his condition was also worse. In the last scene, the rescue team came to save James, who was also infected. James attacks them. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I will explain a horror and thriller movie called The Last Shift, 2014. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. Jessica is sitting in her car and talking to her mom on the phone. Her mom is worried that she's become a police officer like her dad, who died on duty. She doesn't want to talk about that on her first day of work, so she ends the conversation. Jessica enters the station with a bit of hesitation. There seems to be no one there. So she goes inside to look. She hears some noises and sees a man in the distance cursing. Jessica speaks to him, but he tells her to turn around and stop. When he eventually walks over to her, he introduces himself as Sergeant Cohen. He tells her that this isn't the new station, but the old one. Cohen explains that all the calls have already been rerouted to the new station. She may have some walk-ups that she should send his way. In case of an emergency, she should call the station. Cohen shows her the kitchen but tells her not to go into holding. Jessica asks him why she's there instead of a security guard. He explains that she has to be there because she needs to take care of the evidence. Later, Jessica is reading a book and almost falls asleep. Suddenly, she notices something wrong with one of the lights in the hallway when the phone rings. She gets a distress call from a woman saying that she's trapped and that all of the people with her might be dead. When she asks for the address, the woman hangs up. Jessica immediately calls the news station. She hears something in holding and walks over to check it. Thinking that it might be Cohen, Jessica reaches the place where the sounds of banging are coming from but finds nothing there. Later, she eats her lunch in the kitchen and finds a long strain of hair inside her sandwich. Suddenly, there's a knock on the front doors, but when she goes to check, there is no one outside. When she turns around, there is someone inside the station. Jessica tells him to leave the station and sees that he's peeing on the floor. She takes out her baton and tries to communicate with him. But when that doesn't go anywhere, she chases him out. Jessica cleans the station and after that goes to the bathroom to wash her hands. She hears weird noises in the pipes and sees a pair of boots. Jessica leaves them outside for the homeless man. When she comes back inside, she hears another noise. She finds one of the bathrooms completely wrecked, then goes through to the station gym and into the locker room. One of the lockers still has a key in it and she opens it up, only to find a photograph inside of her and her father. She closes the locker and sees that all of the others have been opened. Suddenly, there's another call. It's the same woman begging for help. Jessica gets her name and she tells her that she has been taken on a ranch, then hangs up again. There is another call instantly, but this time it's the waste removal company. The man tells her that they will be running a little late. Jessica calls the news station again and tells them about the second call. They say that the girl isn't calling 911 but the station directly, and if she calls again, Jessica should tell her to call 911. Jessica continues to read the handbook, waiting for another call, when suddenly the raft behind her starts to move. She checks it, though she finds nothing wrong. As soon as she sits down, it unrolls again and rams into the other rafts. Jessica hears another noise out back and follows up on it. She sees that one of the doors has been opened and hears another noise inside, so she calls it in before she goes to investigate. The only thing she gets back from the station is a song. There's another noise and an alarm turns on in the station. Jessica is reciting lines from the handbook as she approaches the site where the sound came from. She goes into a trashed room, and when a box almost falls on her, she sees that the homeless man has entered the facility. He's looking for something, not paying attention to her, so she climbs up to get him. She incapacitates him and arrests him. Jessica takes him to hold, but he keeps resisting her, so she drags him in. The doors slam shut and the sounds of screaming can be heard outside. Jessica realizes that she's locked in the cell and calls for someone to open the door. A strange face appears in the window, scaring her to drop the flashlight. Suddenly, the homeless man has the flashlight and he's aiming it at her. She reminds him that she's armed. The flashlight lights the corner to reveal the homeless man still unconscious. Jessica asks who's in there with them. A child's voice can be heard. She bangs on the door again and the voice asks her if she wants to get out of there alive. Jessica asks for her flashlight, then everything goes dark again and two figures are seen next to her. The lights come back on and the cell door is open. She goes out and locks the prisoner in, then tries to calm herself down. Later, Jessica calls Cohen, and when he doesn't answer, she leaves him a message but doesn't tell him what happened. She pushes back to try and relax, but sees the word "so" etched out on the ceiling. When she checks the doors of the station, she sees a woman outside and tells her to leave. Marigold asks to finish her cigarette there because she feels safer, and Jessica lets her. Before she walks inside, Marigold says that she can tell she's a rookie. She tells her that she was in a cell next to the payment murderers that killed themselves in the station, who had kidnapped and slaughtered some girls. Jessica knows about the case because her father got killed at the scene of the crime, and she knows that the criminals died there too. Marigold finishes her smoke and leaves Jessica speechless. She patrols the station and finds a switched-on TV. The TV plays a police interview with the payment brother that had committed the heinous crime mentioned. Two other TVs come on, playing interviews with the Payman sisters. John Payman is seen in a flashback, talking about the devil. The flashback of the interviews continues with the sisters, both saying similar things. John makes an absurd threat on the recording as if he could be speaking right to Jessica. Suddenly, one of the chairs swings over to her, and for a moment it looks like someone is sitting on it. It keeps on doing that until it knocks Jessica over. The phone rings and she rushes to answer. It's the same girl saying that the other girls have been killed. The people that have done that keep singing the same song that Marigold told her about. Jessica tries to make the girl call 911, but she tells her that she can't, so Jessica tells her to run and hide. Before the call ends, Jessica asks the girl if she's heard the name John Payman, and she says that she has. Jessica has started connecting some of the dots, so she calls the new station again and conveys all the details of the call to the girl. She tells the officer on the other side of the call that she thinks that the remaining members of the Payman family might have her. He laughs and tells her that all of them are in custody under constant police supervision. All of a sudden, she hears whistling from the other side of the station. Jessica checks on a room with some office chairs, but gets distracted by more noise. When she looks back, the chairs have been completely rearranged. Jessica has had enough and thinks that the other police officers are playing a trick on her because she's a rookie. Suddenly, the bell of the station rings, and when she goes to check, there is one officer there. She begins asking him if it was just him that played the prank on her, or if were there others as well. He doesn't seem to know what she's talking about. Jessica asks if they play that same trick with other rookies as well. He introduces himself as Price, and he tells her that he just came to check up on her. She thinks that someone made him check up on her. But when he asks her how her shift is going, she tells him about the homeless man. He laughs and says that he's had worse than that, with one perp defecating all over his police car once. Jessica relaxes a bit, and he tells her that he actually came to check up on her because he knew her father. Price says that her dad was a good cop and that he'd be very proud of her. When he turns around, she sees a massive hole in his head, and as he walks by the window outside, he vanishes. Jessica goes to check where he went and calls after him. Suddenly, she hears voices coming from all around the station, circling her. Suddenly, she sees a body being moved inside the hallway. It begins to levitate, and it moves in an unnatural way. Jessica hides for a moment, pulls out her gun, and when she steps out to check if the man is still there, he's gone. All of a sudden, she hears the song again, and when she reaches the place where it's coming from, she sees a group of girls sitting in a circle and singing. The ghost girls turn around to face her with bloody sheets on their faces, while their reflections look normal. The door shuts behind her and they disappear. Jessica hears another racket outside and goes to the evidence room. She finds it completely trashed, with some male clothes placed out in the center. Jessica runs over to the phone and calls Cohen. He asks her why she's calling him, and she tells him that she thinks she's seeing things. Jessica doesn't think she'll be able to finish her shift. Jessica leaves the station, but the phone rings, so she rushes inside. It's the girl again telling her that she's escaped. She tells Jessica that she sees some kind of sign, and Jessica keeps her on the line while calling dispatch from her cell phone. The girl says that she knows that she's going to die, and Jessica asks her if there is something she could use as a weapon. She disconnects again. A photograph drops behind Jessica, and she hangs up the phone. It's a post-mortem photo of her dad. She sees more photos on the ground from the payment crime scene of the girls that died there. There is also one of Price. Jessica closes her eyes for a moment, hoping it will go away. But when she opens her eyes, the photos are arranged neatly in the hallway. Jessica hears screams inside her mind as the mug shots from the Payman family are seen. Suddenly, the photos catch fire. Jessica wakes up on the hallway floor to her phone ringing. Her mom is on the other line, saying that she's sorry for bringing up her father. Jessica notices her gun is missing. Suddenly, she sees someone in the hallway, and when she follows them, she gets knocked out. She wakes in an interview room with a woman. Jessica isn't sure what's real anymore. The woman tells her that she would do anything for John Payman, and that it was her that he should have taken with him that night. She asks Jessica if she's seen him there and tells her that she has to. Then the woman says that she's there to celebrate the first anniversary of his death, and kills herself with Jessica's gun. The phone rings again, and Jessica walks by the body, takes her holster and her gun back, then gets to it. It's the same girl on the phone. When Jessica tells her that she's dead, the girl starts laughing, and the sound of the bat hitting her can be heard over the phone. And when she looks under her desk, she sees the girl's ghost. Jessica hides in the rats, and the ghost follows, searching for her. She finds Jessica and tells her that she doesn't want to die. The ghost vanishes, and Jessica runs to the door, wanting to get out. She can't unlock the door, nor shoot her way out. Her phone rings. Her dad is calling. He tells her that she's driven like him, but asks her why she's trying to leave when he gave his life for the job. Jessica apologizes, saying she won't. He tells her that the man that killed him is still in the building, and that she needs to do something about it. The homeless man suddenly walks past her. She asks him how he got out and tells him to get down. Jessica checks the homeless man's cell, only to find him dead. The words "King of Hell" are written on the walls. Jessica tries to call the news station for assistance, but she gets only static on her radio. Then a scream and the song again. Blood comes out of the radio, and a ghost appears next to her. She sees a projection of the Paymans doing some kind of ritual in their cell and then killing themselves. Johns turns toward Jessica and takes off the sheet. The ghosts are suddenly next to her and on the projection as well. Price appears as well and shoots himself. John almost gets her, but she finds a photo of her father and recites parts of the law enforcement codex. Her dad calls her again and tells her that they're coming. He says she needs to stop them, whatever it takes. A few men in hoods appear and she shoots at them. They tell her to come and find them. Jessica searches for them and ends up in the evidence room. She hears them again and goes after them. Jessica shoots one and continues after the others. She takes out another one and incapacitates another. Suddenly, she gets shot too. Cohen appears behind her with his gun, raised at her. She turns and sees that the man she killed was from the waste disposal company. The real events play out in a flashback. Jessica can't believe it. She's killed all the guys from the company that was supposed to come and take care of the evidence. Cohen calls the situation in while Jessica sings Payman's song. The three Payman ghosts appear and take her. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain a horror and action movie called Black Friday 2021. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie starts with Walmart, where individuals prepare for Black Friday. We see an employee trying to attach the poster. Meanwhile, he encounters a weird thing that attacks with its tentacles. This person becomes a zombie and attacks the owner and another employee of this mall. Next, we are introduced to Ken, the lead character. Ken is working in the mall We Love Toys. Due to his job, he has to leave his daughters at his ex-wife's house. Both girls were not happy because they didn't like their stepmother. Ken also wants to have a Thanksgiving event with his daughters, but has to do his duty. Further, he was also concerned about the bonus he would get today. In the following scene, we see the second character, Chris. Chris was also working with Ken. Ken picks him up and cheers up his mood. While going to their mall, they saw that Walmart was locked. It was weird because today, none will bother to close their mall. Additionally, we see that ambulances are driving faster than usual. Now, they have reached the mall. Further, a person said to his wife that he was not feeling well outside the mall. His condition and color were pale, which depicts his poor condition. As all the people were preparing for Thanksgiving, the employees were also buying it. We see that Lou was flirting with Marnie. Ken also bonded with Marnie and offered to have pancakes outside. In the following scene, Chris changes his dress to the storeroom. Here, he met with Bircher and Anita. Anita is the employee of the month and loves the toy store. Scene switches to Lou, who asks about the washroom location. His condition was also odd. On the other side, Bircher went outside to smoke, but the door closed mysteriously. We also noticed that something had attacked him. In the next scene, we learn that the staff was unhappy with the manager and Anita. The manager also tells them about the difficulty of being a retailer. Jonathan, the manager, also forbade them to sell out the teddy bear that needed repair. When Jonathan tries to create enthusiasm regarding the store, nobody encourages him except Brian. He also announces that none will get a holiday because of the sale and Black Friday. After this, Brian, the supervisor, sent Chris to the cashier counter. However, we also meet with a new joining individual, Emmett. Emmett went to Ken, and Ken advised him to do his best without any stress. Now, we again listen to the voice of Jonathan, and many people enter the shopping mall. People had anything that they wanted or acquired. Marnie was also at the cash counter and saw two people looking strange. However, she ignores it. Aside from this, Chris was lazy in making the bill for the older woman. There was a sticky thing on his keyboard. The old lady was condemning him for not doing things in a hurry. Meanwhile, Brian shut down his counter and asked him to sweep the dirty floor. Brian was the supervisor, so he didn't have any other option except to listen. On the other hand, Ken accused the customers, and the old lady heard. The old lady becomes furious. She also threatens him that she will take revenge for it. Further, we see that same old lady sitting on the couch. Behind the couch, there was the same creature who attacked the employee. In the next scene, Chris has a mop to wipe the blood and flesh from the floor. Meanwhile, a zombie attacks him. He was the same person who was not feeling well outside the store. Chris smartly pushes the bowl stand on him. The monster-type zombie becomes faint. Suddenly, another zombie lady attacked him, and he hit her. Archie, who was also working in the mall, mistook the situation. However, there is an announcement to leave the store for a while. The news has broken that an employee has attacked shoppers. On the other hand, Archie and Marnie fastened Chris from the chair. Chris was trying to clear his position when a lady pounded on him. He was trying to defend himself, and the lady was bizarre. None believed in him. In addition, Jonathan is only concerned about his store. The scene shifts to Emmett. Emmett tells a lady to go outside since the store is closed. The lady was a zombie with a horrible face attack on him. Ken saved him by hitting her with a skateboard, but it was too late. With his tentacles, the zombie has already attacked Emmett. However, Ken tells all incidents to his colleagues. In addition, Anita makes fun of him and teaches him the tactics to please the clients. It was funny. Emmett was feeling worse and vomited. After some time, he attacks Anita and kills her through tentacles. Emmett would also attack everyone, but Archie stabbed him with the device. Emmett fled from here. As a result, Brian also called the police and other malls, but none responded. At last, someone in the mall received the call. She tells them about zombies and their mysterious behavior of collecting things. Meanwhile, we listened to the screams as if the zombies caught her. They came out of the room, watching Anita, who had also become a zombie. The scary sight was also waiting for them. Zombies were eating flesh. As the girl said on the phone, they were also collecting things. So, they make a plan to divide it into two parts. In the first group, Archie, Chris, and Brian went to close the door, and the remnant went to the safe room. The second group reached the office room safely. Here, Jonathan and Ken went to the washroom. In the room, Ruth asks that Ken is her boyfriend, but Marnie straightforwardly says no. Apart from this, everyone was following Archie, but Brian made a sound accidentally. It grabs the attention of zombies who attack them. Luckily, Archie saves them with his weapon. Ken was trying to find his whiskey bottle from the ceiling in the washroom. Unfortunately, bottle broke and Luo, who was in the bathroom, became alert. On the other side, the first group closes the door and kills the zombie with an oxygen cylinder. Scene switches where Marnie goes to see what is happening outside. We also see the human organ lying on the floor. Marnie saw that a vast pink color creature was absorbing the zombies. In the washroom, Ken kills the monster Lou with the dagger. He stabs in his neck. Now they all gathered in a safe place. Ken was mad because he couldn't spend time with his family. He says he will leave this place after getting his bonus. All were shocked when Jonathan told them that he doesn't have a bonus for them. Marnie also got mad and punched Jonathan's face. Ruth was watching outside from the glass window. She saw a police car was coming and she was happy to see it. The police car broke the glass window and trampled Ruth behind it. After breaking the glass door, all the zombies were coming to attack them. A monster attacks Chris, but Archie rescues him by stabbing the dagger in the zombie's eye. Another zombie attacked Archie with a tentacle when he was giving a hand to Chris. Archie tells Chris to run and face the zombies alone. Zombies turn Archie into pieces. Further, Emmett saw Chris and followed him. Emmett also enters the room where everyone hides. Marnie was already furious, and she hit him until he lost his senses. Jonathan says that he will not die. They were all depressed and unable to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the lights are gone. In the next scene, all remnant humans sat in the safe room. They decided to share their life with everyone. They also share when they come and how many years they have given to this mall. Jonathan tells them that this store provides him honors and respect, and he loves it a lot. They also were celebrating Black Friday in the dim light. After some time, we see an argument between Chris and Ken. Ken accused Chris of putting so much effort into becoming an employee of the month. On the other hand, Chris blames him for having a girlfriend who is 20 years younger than him. Marnie denies it, and Ken becomes surprised because he has a soft corner for her. Marnie says that you were similar to the age of my father. Furthermore, she was having time pass with him. After listening to it, Ken becomes very depressed. Ken goes from here in the next scene, and Marnie and Chris follow him. Now, Ken was trying to find a circuit breaker. On the other hand, we see a giant pink creature that is becoming more extensive with time. They will use a Lou's truck to escape from this place. Jonathan says that he will stay here because he doesn't want to go from here. Meanwhile, Emmett gets his senses and attacks them. Emmett grabs Ken by the neck, and Brian jumps to save Ken. Unfortunately, Emmett bites Ken's hand. Ken also hit him, and Emmett ran away. Ken knew he would turn into a monster, so he decided to stay here. It was a sad moment because they hurt his feelings, and Ken was ready to sacrifice for them. Ken also tells them to shut the door, so he can't come out from here. They ran from here. On the other hand, Ken was waiting to turn himself into a zombie, but he was still human. Apart from this, both Chris and Marnie console each other. In the following scene, Ken spends his time with a teddy bear. He also does skating. Ken was also surprised that Baran, not a zombie, bit him. On the other hand, Chris came out of the truck and saw Bircher, who went away without hurting him. After some time, Bircher shows up with the entire army of zombies. He went to the truck again, but the zombies knew that Chris was inside. Zombies were trying to turn the vehicle, so they opened the back door and went from here. Meanwhile, a creature enters the basement and tries to attack her. By seeing her closely, Ken understood that she was the lady who wanted to take revenge on them. In the following scene, Chris and everyone have moved to the rooftop. However, they saw a giant pink creature who had become extraordinarily big. In addition, zombies were also trying to come to the roof. Jonathan thought that it was his turn to save their people. Jonathan was also fed up with the problem, so he jumped on the zombies and protected them. Meanwhile, Ryan also explains that he bit Ken. By listening to it, Marnie got mad and punched him repeatedly. Marnie was upset because he had 2 daughters. How can Brian be so cruel? On the other hand, Ken ran from there by dodging the creature. Ken also got the text from her ex-wife that his daughters were safe and sound. However, Marnie, Churs, and Brian jump on the trash to escape this mess. They are also trying to find a car so that they can escape from here. A giant creature comes out from the enormous pink bowl. In the next scene, Bayran convinces the monster that he is with him. Firstly, the giant creature pays attention to him. After some time, the beast throws him with his weird hand. Meanwhile, we see Ken, who is coming toward them. Maureen and Chris both were happy to see him alive. Their main objective is to sit in the car and go from here. When they approach the vehicle, the creature attacks them. So Chris tells Ken to divert the attention of the monster. However, Chris diverts his attention. On the other hand, Chris drives a vehicle and approaches in front of the creature. The creature tries to drag the car with his tentacles. Chris also jumps from the vehicle, and the car hits his eye. The creature becomes injured and falls into the firing mall. In the last scene, they go away by assuming that they are safe. Yet, we see many other giant creatures hanging around the city. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain a horror and thriller movie called The Crazies, 2010. Spoilers are ahead. Like and share this video, and also subscribe to this channel. I will be more appreciate you. The movie begins with a burning town. There is fire and flames everywhere. We now see the scene that occurred 2 days ago, which caused destruction. Scene shifts to the office of Dr. Judy. Becca, Dr. Judy's assistant, came into Dr. Judy's room. She was going to take leave by giving an excuse. Becca wanted to watch Scotty's baseball match. Scotty was Becca's boyfriend. So Dr. Judy was already aware of it and allowed her to leave. They live in Ogden Marsh Township, where it was tough to keep secrets from people. The following scene opens with the leading character David, who was the sheriff of this town. David bought coffee and met with Ben, whom he knew very well. David and Deputy Russell were also present here to watch the match. Everything was going excellent, and they were enjoying the game. Meanwhile, David saw Rory coming straightforwardly to the stadium with a gun. David felt something wrong. Thus, he tells Russell to evacuate the area. David also jumps into the stadium to deal with Rory. David continuously ordered Rory put the gun down, but he was not in his senses. However, David considers that Rory was drunk and doing this because of it. Rory was giving David an intensive look. When Rory puts his hand on the trigger, David has to shoot him. Meanwhile, also we see a chart in which they show us the name of the town and population. The population of this town was 1260. In the next scene, David talks to the doctor and asks him to test for alcohol. Russell came and told him about Rory's family. An individual tried to stop him because it was not the right time to talk. David didn't listen, and Rory's family was furious. David offers his condolences and shares the details of the incident. Further, David tells her wife that Rory did all this because he was drunk. Rory's wife slapped him and denied his statement about Rory because Rory had already left alcohol 2 years ago. They went from here by leaving David astonished. At night, David was uneasy and couldn't sleep. Dr. Judy, his wife, consoles him that whatever he did was right. The following day, David was in the police station. He got a call from the medical center, who updated him about Rory's alcohol report. They did the test twice but couldn't find alcohol in his blood. Scene shifts to Ben, who is acting oddly in front of David. After some time, Deidre takes her husband to Judy for a checkup. Ben tells Judy that he was perfectly all right. He was tired. That's why he was looking weird. However, Judy also couldn't diagnose something wrong. She tells her friend Deidre to call her if something happens to Ben. The same night, Ben was working on the farm late at night. Deidre went to see her husband on the farm, but he was not there. Suddenly, he heard a scream from her little son. She ran to him, who was scared. Nicholas takes her to the cupboard and locks it. Nicholas tells her mom that his father had a knife in his hand and was acting strangely. At the same time, Ben searched for them in the whole house with a knife. His next step was to lock the door from the outside, once he felt that the door was locked. Now, Ben was pouring petrol into the entire house to set the house on fire. Scene switches to David's room, where he gets called to reach Ben's house. A police officer updates David on the whole situation that Rory has killed their family. Ben was also not ashamed of his action and whistling. Scene shifts to hunters in the forest. They find the dead body of a soldier with a parachute. As a result, David locks Ben up and waits for the team who will take him away for further investigation. David tells Russell that he was giving the same look as Rory did. Hunter called the sheriff and said about the soldier. Nevertheless, David went to the mentioned location with Dr. Jim. David thought if there is a soldier, there should be a plan. Now, Russell and David were in the stream to find out the plane. After a great struggle, they reached the plane, which was huge. David went to water suppliers and asked where water comes from. It was coming from the same stream where the plane crashed. Additionally, the first house where water supply was Rory's house. Now, David has understood that there is something wrong with this plane. The government or news channel doesn't broadcast this big news. Instead, try to hide it. Thus, he jumped to the conclusion that there was a chemical which is making people mad. In the following scene, David goes to Mayor to stop the water supply because it's poisonous. Mayor doesn't allow him because it is summer season and the field would ruin. So David took a bold step and turned off the water supply himself. The entire town is empty in the next scene except for David and the women. Meanwhile, a person clicks the pictures and drives away. David also listened to a cracking sound from Jim's clinic and went here. Jim was also treating patients madly. Jim stitched on the eyes of the patient and made a cross with it. Jim also attacks David, but David kills him by pulling the wire of the saw. Russell saved David from the saw, which was heading toward David. At night, David convinces her wife to go to the parents. Judy was not ready. Judy feels that somebody was outside of the house, and David goes to check. Meanwhile, we saw soldiers who were taking them from here. They'd forced them to sit on the bus where many people had already been seated. Soldiers take them to the camp, where they check the temperature of the people. In addition, they were also separating those who had high temperatures. Nonetheless, Judy's temperature was high because she was pregnant. They forcefully separated David from Judy. Soldiers kept Judy with infected people by binding her with a stretcher. They also apply an oxygen mask to her face. On the other hand, David gains consciousness and notices they were taking them somewhere else. They'd also wear him a bracelet for identification. Meanwhile, we see that crazy people have broken the iron wall and entered into camp. They were many in numbers. David wanted to rescue his wife, so he went from here by hanging from the vehicle. Apart from this, soldiers have gone from here because they can't compete with so many crazy people. Aside from this, David went to the police station and took back his gun to fight. He also met with Russell, who went with him. Scene shifts to Judy, who sees that Becca was also fastened with a stretcher. She encourages Becca that they will get out from here. Meanwhile, an infected person came and started killing the bounded girls. He had a tool in his hand that he was penetrating the bodies. When it was the turn of Becca, then Judy shifted his attention toward her. However, when the infected beast was about to attack her, then David arrived and shot him. They unbounded them and decided to reach Phil's truck that would stop on 35. David suggests using his old car to grab Phil's truck. So they decided to go from Scotty Fields to reach the house of David. They saw the whole town was burning with fire. While getting to Scotty's place, Becca was called Scotty. Scott appeared with a gun, and when he knew they were human, he laid the gun down. However, we hear the noise of soldiers and they hide in the barn. Soldiers were taking out Scotty's mother and shooting her. Scotty couldn't tolerate it and went outside. But they also killed him and set them on fire. David and Russell attack Soldier as he comes toward the barn to check it out. They also inquired why they were doing it. The soldiers also didn't know why they were killing. But the thing that he knows is that there is a virus that is spreading in the air. They also have orders to kill all of them. However, they freed the soldier, and this soldier saved them from other soldiers. They also moved to the house where David and Judy were packing the necessary stuff to go from here. Russell was checking the car. Meanwhile, Rory's wife and son, who were infected, bound Judy with a chair. When David went to the room, they also attacked him. Curl stabs the knife into David's hand. They were rescued by Russell, who shot them outside from the window. Russell was also infected because he killed them mercilessly. In the following scene, they moved from here. Becca coughed in the journey, and Russell favored throwing her out from here. Becca was alright, but Russell was infected. Judy and David know it, but David can't leave him because he saved him twice. Meanwhile, helicopter saw the car, and David parked the car in the car washer garage. After that, the machine started automatically, and infected people attacked them. They were breaking the glass door of the window and attacking them. During this fighting, Becca died from hanging from the wire accidentally. However, when they were outside, the helicopter exploded in their car. They were saved, but the vehicle was destroyed. Now they have to move on from foot. Meanwhile, they saw 2 cars, but when they checked them, they found nothing. They also saw a military vehicle coming toward them. As they were infuriated with anger, they decided to snatch the vehicle. David was going to aim the car, but Russell threw a stopper on the road. David wants to ask questions, but Russell wishes to kill him. However, David stops him and asks many questions about the soldier. David inquired what was in the plane. Soldiers revealed that it was Trixie virus. They created it to minimize the population, but a plane crashed in this town. After 42 hours, the person will die or become crazy. David also wants to know the cure or antidote, but Russell kills him. Both Judy and David decided to take the gun of Russell. Now, Russell was mad and said he had saved David 3 times and David doubts him. So he aims at David with his pistol and tells him to walk with Judy in front of him. David snatches the gun from Russell. Russell had also understood that he was also infected. Russell pleads to allow him to walk a little longer with them. At night, they saw an army barricade on the road. Russell decided to drag their attention. Meanwhile, they go from here. Russell does as he chooses, and the military shoots him. However, Judy and David cross it cleverly. Now they had reached the mall and saw a truck here. David went to grab the key and other necessary items from here. In the next scene, Judy screams. David reaches here by listening to the screams. Judy pointed out the vehicle where the dead bodies were lying. It was the dead bodies who had bracelets in their hand. It means the military wanted to kill all of them. Their task was to murder infected and non-infected people. Now, both plan to move on to another city, Cedar Rapids. David went to bring the keys to the truck and other things. We also see that many infected people are hovering around the mall. One infected person saw Judy and ran to kill her. Judy went into the room where the dead bodies of soldiers were. It means crazy people also killed the soldiers. Judy and David came out of the mall and sat on the truck. However, David couldn't find the right key. Meanwhile, infected people attack them. Judy also kills one of them, who tries to enter the truck. Meanwhile, David also got the key from the truck driver's pocket. Now, they heard the announcement that this town was going to explode within 30 seconds. David was driving the truck fastly so that they could survive. When the time ends, we see a huge explosion in the town. As a result of the blast, their truck is turned around. Luckily, they were safe and sound. In the last scene, they were going now to Cedar Rapids. We also see the chart of Cedar Rapids, which means this town was also infected. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain an action and a horror movie called Tokyo Gore Police 2008. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. This movie begins with the flashback of the leading character, Ruka. Ruka was very impressed with her father and wanted to adopt his profession. Ruka saw her father, who was protesting against the privatization of police. Meanwhile, someone shoots Ruka's father in the head. Now, Ruka jumps into the current situation. Ruka has become a police officer who haunts engineers. She went to grab another engineer who was in the building. Koji Tanaka, criminal, has murdered many people, and a team of cops went to capture him. Koji was an engineer who was eating the flesh with relish. On the other hand, Ruka was making cuts on her arm repeatedly. Meanwhile, the team arrived and shot him until he lost his arm. They become shocked because the weapon has been created instead of the lost arm. With the chainsaw, Koji was killing them ruthlessly. Ruka gives a marvelous entry, and Koji tries to attack her with his chainsaw. Ruka dodges it, but another cop falls prey to the attack. However, Ruka was ready to face this monster. Ruka cut his weapon arm and deformed his face with a saw. Finally, she killed him with her sword and turned him into 2 pieces. In the following scene, Ruka has taken the dead body into the lab. The weird-looking lab assistant was cutting his brain with a saw. The lab assistant got key in his brain. Now, Ruka reveals that these engineers are not ordinary. They have the power to generate weapons when they get hurt. These engineers appeared some years ago. It was clear that this key transformed a man into an engineer. Although Ruka doesn't know who is behind this evil plotting, she is here to kill all the engineers. Scene shifts to Bar Independent. The bar owner was the best friend of Ruka. The bar owner went into a flashback where we learned that the bar owner saved Ruka from the mongrels. She also saw the marks that she saw first time on her hand. The bar owner loves her and doesn't care about her customers. Ruka leaves as she gets the emergency message. In the following scene, Ruka reached the mentioned location. She was feeling something wrong. That's why she took out her weapon. When she got inside, she saw a broad man with an engineer pet. Suddenly the light turned on and she realized he was the chief. Chief brought Ruka up like her own children after the death of Ruka's father. However, the policeman and chief gathered to congratulate her on her birthday. Ruka also has killed 50 engineers, so she got a badge of the 2nd class. Ruka also went to her past, where her father was celebrating her birthday. Ruka's mother was cutting the vegetables in the kitchen. When her husband calls her, she becomes mad and repeatedly cuts her hand. The same cutting act did Ruka in her present life. Suddenly, the scene changes to a prostitute's home. Here a prostitute was having fun with the customer. However, the dealer of girls came and ordered Ruka to go to the next customer. The girl went to the long-haired keyman. Keyman also has the same key that the lab assistant found in Koji's brain. The scene again shifts, and we see a girl dealer in the restroom. Keyman came here, and she begged him not to kill her. But Keyman's purpose of living was to kill people and transform them into engineers. Thus, Keyman penetrates the iron rod in her stomach. He collected her blood from the bottles and inserted the iron rod again into her mouth. The next scene begins when a girl informs Ruka to arrive at the subway station. When Ruka reaches the decided location, she finds the body parts of the prostitute in the box. There was also a key mark in her hand which describes that Keyman did it. Now, she has to find out this murderer who is killing people mercilessly. So, Ruka transformed her dressing into prostitute and went to the subway station. On the train, the molester touches her improperly. She dragged him outside and chopped his hands as a penalty. After cutting his hands, Ruka again went to the train. In her nap, she saw that sniper who killed her father was in front of her. She woke and saw Keyman. Recognizing him because he had a key sign on his face, suddenly he disappeared, and Ruka saw another dead body in the box. Now she knew that he was near her. Ruka was searching for him everywhere. Meanwhile, she caught him and attacked him with her sword. While attacking him, she cuts Keyman's half-face. She wondered when Keyman separated his half-face. Keyman's half-face has been modified into a weapon. By using the tools, Keyman stuck her with the wall. Keyman also inserts the key into her hand. She was screaming with pain. Keyman doesn't kill her. Instead, she spares her fate here. Scene switchy on bed of Ruka. Ruka awoke and saw Chief near her. Chief was happy that she didn't have any serious injury. However, the lab assistant was examining the half-head of the Keyman. The lab assistant concludes that Keyman was also an engineer because he didn't die after cutting his half-head. Meanwhile, the chief shows his hatred toward the engineer. This half-head was going to help them identify Keyman's true personality. In the following scene, we see Ruka sleeping in the independent bar. The bar owner was looking at her with loving eyes. She also wears her bracelet, which depicts her love for Ruka. The next scene begins when Ruka is taking out the data of Cayman. The cop tells his real name and exposes that he committed suicide at 24. Cayman's real name was Akino Miyama, and he was a researcher. Ruka also demanded the list of numbers and addresses of the lab. He was working in the KG laboratory. On the other hand, Chief matched the sniper's head who killed Ruka's father. He became surprised because it fit. Apart from this, Ruka called the number, but none responded. Meanwhile, Chief was practicing with a sword. Aside from that, Rook went to the laboratory, which was full of dust. She also becomes successful in getting the clue. Ruka has found the name of the girl who was his subject. Her name was Haruka Yoshioka, and she called the officer to locate Haruka. The next scene starts when the commissioner has reached the chief location. Commissioner body parts that were cut become a weapon. He kills the people mercilessly with his gun. The police officer also gave him a tough time. They shot him, but there was no use in their shooting. On the other hand, Ruka was going to every address to find out about Cayman. Commissioner kills all the cops, and in the end, he also dies. However, when the chief saw it, he passed the order to kill all the engineers. Apart from this, Ruka went to the last location imprinted in the paper. On the door, many locks open when she touches them. The door opened and a keyman appeared. He presented himself as a host to her. He offers her to come inside. Furthermore, Keyman tells the story of the sniper who kills the people on the government's order. He was very talented but didn't complete his task one day. He held the infant child in his hand when he was going to shoot a prisoner in the building. Sniper couldn't hit him. As a result, he was fired from the job. Sniper doesn't have money to pay the school bill for his son. His son was brilliant. One day, Sniper got a call from his boss. He was again assigned a task. He had to kill the leader who was against privatizing the police. However, we came to know that Sniper was Cayman's father. Additionally, the person he killed was the father of Ruka. After killing Ruka's father, Sniper's boss kills Cayman's father in front of him. Cayman is depressed and injects all a criminal's anguish into his body. He also suicides, but he was alive. He awakes outside the door where someone's strange personality gave him the key. This key was extraordinary, and he created other keys to create more engineers. Thus, his mission is to turn all humans into engineers. In addition, he tells Ruka that the chief orders a sniper to kill her father. So, Keyman also tells her to forget all the grudges and support him in his mission. Ruka uses her sword and cuts him into 2 pieces. On the other hand, cops were killing all the engineers mercilessly. They are also killing those who are not criminals. Bloodshed and cruelty were prevailing everywhere. Cops were laughing when they screamed from the pain. The commissioner is happy to see the murderous situation in the following scene. On the other hand, the lab assistant was cutting the fingers of the girl to make a kind of weapon. Meanwhile, engineer hunters learned that the bar owner was also an engineer. They caught her and tried to turn her into pieces by binding her between 2 vehicles. On the other side, Ruka was depressed and started weeping after seeing the dead bodies of engineers. She also listens to the screams of the bar owner. When the bar owner saw her, she smiled. Meanwhile, her body separated because vehicles dragged her in the opposite direction. Now, cops were laughing, and Ruka became furious. Ruka kills all of them, and her hand transforms into a weapon. Now, 2 more attack her with guns. The bullet caused lost her eyes, and because of Ki, it was modified into a weapon. She kills both of them and reaches the chief's place. Ruka listens to the chief's voice in the speaker, trying to clear his position. Chief says it was his duty to kill her father because he was against privatizing the police. Furthermore, Ruka confronts a lab assistant who has a weapon in his hand. With his gun, he attacks Ruka. Ruka was stuck with the arms that were hitting her. When lab's assistant makes his last attack to kill Ruka, Ruka turns the table. She turns all her hands toward the lab assistant. The lab assistant was dead with his weapon. In the last fight, Ruka encounters Chief, who is ready to fight. Chief tells her that he raised her like her father, so she shouldn't kill him. But Ruka wanted to take revenge for her father's death, so she was ready to kill the chief. Ruka first fights with the chief's pet, who was walking on the sword. Ruka tasted her dust and made her faint. Now, the chief got mad after seeing the death of his favorite pet. The chief had 3 injections. Before fighting with Ruka, he injects first in his neck. Ruka cuts both his legs, and he injects Remnant 2 in his legs. Now both his legs have become jets, and he attacks Ruka. But she kills him with her weapon and sword. Ruka separates his head from his body. In the last scene, we see that Keeman and Luca are alive and up to do something. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain an action and a horror movie called The Machine Girl, 2008. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie begins with the scoundrels who are bullying a student. They compel the student to put the apple on his head. Further, they are hitting the apple with dagger. They don't have any concern that this act can take his life. Meanwhile, the leading heroine of this movie appeared. Amy shows them a picture of her brother and shares the incident of his brother's death. Amy's brother was murdered by bullies. However, the mongrel was going to attack her, and Amy cut his hand with a dagger. All boys got scared, and she said she had only one hand. This thing encourages them, and they attack her all together with knives. However, Amy was prepared, so he put the machine gun in her hand. It was bloodshed and horrible scenes of murder can be seen. Thus, she kills all of them mercilessly. 2 boys got a chance to escape, but she found them out and killed them with a machine gun. The bully boy whom she saved calls her a murderer. Amy was not a murderer. She was an ordinary high school girl 6 months ago. We jump to 6 months ago when Annie was playing basketball with her friend Yoshi. Yoshi praised her a lot, and Amy saw his younger brother Yu. Yu came here to demand some money for his game. Amy loves him a lot, and she gave him the required amount. At night, Yu and Takeshi went to the mongrels. Yu's friend Takeshi also brought the money from her mother. They didn't fetch this money to buy a game. Instead, they will give the money to the son of the mafia. The money doesn't meet the demand of Sho, so he accused them. And Sho also said disgusting words to Yu's sister, who in his group beat them badly and tell them to bring 20,000 more. Sho doesn't have a concern with their money. Further, he burns cash in front of them. Sho enjoys bullying and humiliating students. In the night, Yu mentioned the names of the boys he wanted to kill. He wept and mentioned 3 names: Teppei, Ryota Fuji, and Kimura. The following day, Amy was worried about seeing Yu's face. Yu doesn't tell his sister the truth. He tells her that these are the marks of a fight, and Annie advises him not to do violence. Their parents were accused of being murdered, that's why they commit suicide. So, Amy and Yu live together and promise to care for each other. The scene shifts to Sho's house, where he and his father were fighting. Yakuza, Sho's father, was teaching him sword fighting abilities. Sho also drinks his blood from Yakuza. It was a ritual that meant all the skills of the Yakuza would also generate in him. This ritual was interrupted by a maid who came here to call them for a meal. Yakuza became mad because she interrupted their family's sacred tradition. In the next scene, we see Sho's mother torturing the maid. Further, she kills her by cutting his neck. She kills her only for violating the family ritual. Meanwhile, some scoundrels were chasing Yu for having the money. Yu went to his friend Takeshi's house, but his mother insulted him. She also criticizes him because he is the son of a murderer. However, Yu and Takeshi went outside. In the following scene, both Takeshi and Yu are running from the teasers. Annie also saw them and decided to follow them. Unfortunately, these scamps captured Yu and Takeshi, who took them to their location. On the other hand, Amy was encountered by some bad people who tried to harass her. Scene switches to Yu and Takeshi, whom scoundrels will punish for not bringing money. They beat them again. Apart from this, those bad boys were unaware of Amy's fighting skills. She punched and kicked them hardly. Now she was searching for her younger brother. On the other side, Sho said cheap words to Yu's sister. Yu couldn't tolerate it and hit him with his bag. Yu and Takeshi started fighting with them, but they were many in numbers. Additionally, Sho and his gang made them fall from the building. The scene shifts to Amy, who listens to her brother's voice in her imagination. She also goes to the location where her brother is laying dead. She weeps bitterly after seeing the dead body of her brother. At night, Amy went to Takeshi's parents' house. She tries to believe that someone killed him. Amy has a strong belief that her brother can't commit suicide. She doesn't consider the police statement. However, Takeshi's mother, Miki, scolds her and tells her to get out of here. According to her, Yu was responsible for her son's death. Amy went away because they were not going to believe her. In the following scene, Amy has gotten the diary in which Yo mentioned the mongrel's name. In the morning, she went to Ryota's house and showed his father her brother's diary. Ryota offered condolence to her brother and went to school. His mother and father knew that this murder was done by their son. To hide this murder, they tried to kill Amy. Ryota's mother also fried Amy's hand in the hot oil. To defend herself, Amy punches her and throws hot oil at Ryota's father. She ran away. On the same night, Amy enters the house through the window. She kept a knife on Ryota's neck and compelled him to speak the leader's name. However, Amy doesn't spare him and kills him by cutting his neck. Amy doesn't satisfy with this, and she kills Ryota's mother. She doesn't kill Ryota's father, but makes him bathe with Ryota's blood. The next scene starts at Sho's house. Chief fell asleep at the leg of Sho. By seeing that, Sho's parents become furious. Who was beloved to their parents? Yakuza, as a penalty, tell the chief to cut his finger. But Sho's mother was vicious and ordered Chief to cut his all finger and consume it. Chief was looking scared. On the other hand, Amy has reached Sho's house to avenge her brother. She kept a knife at the guard's stomach and forced him to lead her to Sho. Scene changes where Chief has cut his all finger and eaten it. It was a scary scene. Meanwhile, Sho went to the washroom. While he was going, Amy attacked him. Sho's mother uses a gun to separate her from his son. By availing an opportunity, Sho fled. With her excellent fighting skills, Amy again captured him.
At Full Sail, our technology programs are designed with a different approach to learning. We let students get hands-on and start creating. They're learning to code and they're developing applications. They're exploring areas like cloud computing and UX design. Our students have access to amazing tools like 3D printing, laser scanning, and the latest advances in augmented and virtual reality. We're taking them out of the classroom and into the future.
Must answer for what he has done.
Where you tread. Doom will follow. Go now and claim your destiny. Death Knight.
Thus, when she was about to kill him, Yakuza threw his sword on Amy's arm. The blade has stuck between the arm and wall. Amy was unable to move. Now, we see that Amy's condition is worst. Her hands and arms were filled with blood because of torture. Yakuza also cut her finger with his sword. Besides, Amy was still reluctant to accept defeat. She wants to take revenge at any cost. Yakuza want to show her hell before death. Because of the evil act of Sho's mother, Amy accidentally lost her arm. In the next scene, Amy sets herself free by killing the guard of Yakuza. When Yakuza knew about it, Sho's mother slapped him because he ignored her words. Nevertheless, Yu's spirit takes her to Takeshi's house. Miki and Suguru find her at their door. Suguru made stitches on her arm and took care of her. Both now start believing her because her condition was telling the truth. Scene shifts to Yoshi's house. Sho's parents kill her when she doesn't tell them the address of Amy. Apart from this, Miki teaches Amy fighting. Amy's training sharpened her skills, and Suguru was making machine guns for Amy. After some time, when Miki went to check out Yakuza's family, a lady told them they had moved from there. Meanwhile, someone was keeping close observation on Miki and followed her. Miki shares it to Amy. Meanwhile, the team of ninjas reached to kill them. Sho hired them, and the person who was chasing her was his guard. Miki and Amy fought with them, and Mike told Suguru to complete the machine gun. Ninja hit Miki, and she got a massive wound on her stomach. Nonetheless, when the ninja was about to kill them, then Suguru appeared. He throws the gun machine toward Amy, and she adjusts it in her hand. Meanwhile, Ninja attacks Suguru with the weapon, and he turns into pieces. Amy killed them by using her gun machine. The gun machine was killing people ruthlessly. Miki was upset because she had lost her husband after the death of her son. Amy also attacks Sho and his guard. Amy got successful in catching a guard, where the guard threatened her. He says that his boss will kill her. The guard also demanded food, and she had to grant his wish. His presence can lead her to Sho. On the other hand, Yakuza has gathered all the parents of dead children. Now they can take revenge on Amy. There was also Ryota's father, who continuously mentioned his son's name. In the following scene, Miki awoke with a jerk, feeling pain in her stomach. Amy saw the deep wound that needed first aid in the hospital. Miki doesn't want to go to the hospital because her sole purpose is to take revenge on Sho. Amy makes her emotional that she loves her and can't allow Miki to die. Miki convinces her to take revenge on their enemies first. They torture on guard by penetrating the nail in his head. They didn't stop here and stab until he told her the exact location. In the following scene, Yakuza and his army were praying so that they could get success in their mission. They are also hungry to take revenge on their bad boys. The following scene takes place at the new location of the Yakuza. When they arrived, someone cut the guard's neck with a weapon. He died. Meanwhile, we see parents who are ready to attack them. They also wore armor for their protection. With the gun machine, Amy strikes them. It was useless because they wore armor, so they decided to fight back with a saw. Miki was chopping them with a saw. Miki attacked him, but he used the executioner blade which cut her feet off. After pounding on Miki, he ran away. Miki tells her to take revenge on her son. When he attacks the third time, Amy keeps his machine gun in front of the weapon, which causes his death. In the forest, Ryota's father attacked Miki. Miki kills him with a saw ruthlessly. While killing him, she also dies on the spot. Nevertheless, Amy went inside the house because she has to still deal with Sho and his mother. When she arrived inside the house, she saw that Sho was standing behind some innocent boys. Furthermore, Amy also becomes bewildered when she sees Sho's mother wearing an iron bra. There was also a drilling machine on it. Sho's mother hurt Amy badly with a drilling device. Amy was brilliant. She made disorder the engine, and Sho ran to check out her mother. His cruel mother was jerking because of the current. Meanwhile, Amy avails the opportunity and kills two birds with one stone. Amy cut their head with the sword. In the last scene, we see Yu's spirit and are happy because her sister has taken revenge. Meanwhile, Amy also wants to kill herself with a sword, but she doesn't. She saw movement in the bushes and was ready to deal with it. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching.
What's on the rules for breakfast today? Beat up my whole life. I've been shot down, kicked down twice. Ain't no stopping me. Come get it from me.
Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I will explain an action and a horror movie called The Long Night, 2022. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie opens up in a beautiful city where a couple, the main characters of the movie named Grace and Jack, is planning to move to the southern side of the country in search of Grace's parents. Jack asked Grace about meeting his parents, who are residing in Hampton. Grace is very excited and talks about changing clothes and getting her hair done. Jack praises her present haircut, and they kiss. In the next scene, they were moving towards their destination and stopped at a grocery store passing by. Grace talked about her missing parents and her birthplace to the shopkeeper. Jack bought some cigarettes, and Grace asked about the restroom, and they left. Two women and the shopkeeper laughed when they moved out of there. Grace is angry for not being the center of Jack's attention the previous weekend. Jack is making her smile with his flirtish talk. Finally, she smiled, and they both moved toward south. Part I. The invitation starts when the scene switches to a beautiful house with antique masterpieces and rusty windows and furniture. They search for Master Caldwell, but he was not there. They found the keys under a flower pot as per Caldwell's instructions. Jack found the house as a piece of shit, and he started looking for whiskey but couldn't. Grace is still angry, and Jack tries to make her smile again. But Grace excuses him for a run. After putting on her joggers, Grace runs towards the woods nearby. On the other hand, Jack is smoking while looking around, finding some weird broken pieces of photo frames and woods. Some skull-like structures were also hanging on them. Meanwhile, he listened to a vibrant whistling sound in his AirPods and instantly took them away. While running around the woods, Grace found a snake and turned backward. She called Mr. Caldwell to talk about the new residents, but the sound was interrupted, and an unknown number blinked on the screen. Grace puts away the phone and moves to the kitchen to drink some water. While holding the glass, she saw a person with a cloak covering his body. Suddenly, Grace saw a huge snake on the kitchen shelf, and to instantly move backward, the glass fell off and broke. She tried to run away, but the broken pieces of glass hurt her foot badly. In the next scene, Jack saw her sitting on the floor, and the snake disappeared till then. Jack helped her to move to the bedroom and band-aid her injured foot. The scene switches to the night, and Jack tries to convince Grace to move out of this place as he finds everything weird and dangerous. Grace has been so alone since childhood that she eagerly tries to find her parents. That's why she does not want to leave the place without finding her parents. Finally, Jack agreed, and they decided to stay. Part II. The seduction starts where Jack is taking a shower and Grace is sleeping while some weird activities are happening in the room. Her phone blinked with unknown voices, and she saw an unconscious woman flying in the air. And the light turned red. An unknown, terrifying creature with a totemic animal face appeared in the room. The same snake suddenly appeared on its legs, and the creature pointed toward her, making her a possessed girl with some evil spirits as her eyes turned white. On the other hand, Jack is locked and trying to open the door while calling to Grace, but she cannot hear him. Grace sees the same creature while sleeping, and suddenly the door opens, and Jack asks about the noise. The Grace woke up with a jerk and knew nothing. In the next scene, Jack asks to leave the house right now and pack his stuff. Grace unwantedly accepted and moved down the stairs. Jack could not find her phone and ask about it, but Grace told him that it was on silent mode. Phones of both Jack and Grace went missing. Well, Jack walked towards the car to put the stuff in, but as he opened the door, he saw a rat with a pentacle and lots of blood everywhere. He was stunned and called it a catch-fishing activity of some random boys and angrily moved outside to figure out the whole situation. In the next scene, he angrily started the car, but his car got stuck and the same creature appeared in front of him. He rushed out of the car and ran towards Grace. Both are scared like hell, and they run into the house with great fear. They saw the same star sign on the window carved with blood. Grace found a back door and opened it. She saw many people around her house wearing weird hats and clothing. Their faces are covered, holding fire sticks in their hands and standing still in a circle. One of them pointed towards Jack. Part I. The encounter started where Jack rushed toward Grace, and both moved into the house. Jack inquired about these people to Grace. He thought of them as Skinhead Clan Gang, and Grace was also unsure about who these were. Both of them are trying to figure out the whole situation. On the other hand, he shouted at them and closed the doors with heavy furniture. Suddenly the landline rang and Jack answered it. A whispering voice emerged and he said only one thing. "We don't want you, give us the girl, otherwise you wouldn't survive till the sunshine." Jack instantly puts down the phone. Meanwhile, the door knocked. In the next scene, Jack rushed to open the door. Grace stopped him, but he insisted. An unknown man opened the door with a rod and asked about their presence at home. Both angrily responded and asked about Gage, who is probably the house's owner. In the next scene, the man threatened the sheriff, but they didn't get scared as they tried to call someone for help. The man is probably Mr. Caldwell's brother, who called Grace and Jack in this house. He is looking for his brother, Mr. Caldwell, who had been missing till they moved here. The man thinks that Jack and Grace killed my brother, and he looked for a gun and his brother in the whole house. Suddenly, he opened the door and found the dead body of his brother. The scene switches to those weird creatures with big cloaks and masks outside the house standing still. Their faces felt like masks carved with skulls of animals or their skins. The man felt furious with them and held a rod to kill them. They stopped and froze him with magical powers as he moved toward them to hit them. In the next scene, the creatures killed a man with their sharp swords like weapons. One of them burned a giant pentacle behind them, and the fire started. Jack and Grace are seeing the whole thing from the window, and suddenly Grace starts screaming at the top of her voice. Jack is confused and doesn't know what's happening, trying to calm her down. The lights of the house started blinking, and Grace fainted. The experience started when the Grace was between some woods and complete darkness. She is running with her injured foot and trying to escape from all of this. At a glance, the scene switches, and this is all about Grace's dream, and she starts telling all of this to Jack. Jack replied in a very calm tone and said, "People usually encounter the same type of dreams." In the next scene, the same plot appears where Grace gets faints, and Jack is trying to wake her up. She became conscious and asked for some help from Jack. Jack was behaving weirdly and stood up to get the gun. Grace is following Jack. In the next scene, the masked creatures burnt a fire in the nearby well and point their leader toward Jack, looking from the window. Grace felt some noise and started looking for it. It was her phone blinking. The same creatures were asking for her life in a whispering tone. Grace cried for escape and shouted at them. She threw the phone away and started screaming. Jack rushed toward her, and they both tried to calm down by hugging and kissing. In the next scene, Grace found the same dead body, probably Mr. Caldwell's, that she saw in her dream, and they found a gun behind him. The corpse was stinking. In the next scene, the weird creature with a bull's skull on his head was standing behind them and trying to kill Jack. He throws Grace out of the room, holds Jack's neck, and locks the door with his magical powers. Grace somehow managed to open the door, and she shot the creature. Ritual started when they found a book of ancient Italian history of demons and Uptina, the serpent. The book says that the people rejected the Christian faith and started worshipping Uptina. They kill humans to find Uptina a host and worship Uptina. They seem to be Uptina and his worshippers, who wanted Grace's life for their leader. The Uptina's disciples continuously try to free the demon and manifest it in human form. In the next scene, Grace and Jack are indulged in the book, and the creature with Caper's skull attacks Jack and stabs him in the back. Grace held the gun and killed him. Grace, in a furious way, rushed outside to get all this to an end. In the next scene, she pointed the gun toward them, but suddenly her body got paralyzed and she started moving toward them in the air. Jack shot at them, and they disappeared. Grace and Jack are supporting each other while running from there. In the next scene, Jack asks Grace to run from there and make him leave there. Grace finally, with a heavy heart, agreed to run. The demons suddenly appeared around Jack and attacked him. On the other hand, Grace crashed into a demon and fell off. She found them all around and still tried to escape but couldn't. A light emerges where a naked girl is lying on the ground, and a male appears. The faces of both of them were covered with the same masks, and the light disappeared. The committal started when Grace entered a place where she found Jack tied with ropes. She kissed him, and suddenly the same demons appeared. Their leader pulls off her mask, and a lady talks to Grace. She told her that she is the daughter of Millennium Master, the savior of the serpent, their god. Grace screamed to refuse to be a part of all this. The leader claims to be the mother of Grace. Grace felt embraced a little bit. The scene switches to the dark woods where a lady is lying on the ground with a baby bump and the same star sign on the belly. Her eyes are covered with a black cloth, and she is sobbing. The demons surrounded her, and one of them cut her abdomen with a sharp blade, and a serpent with two heads moved out, and then a baby. The lady kissed the baby. The scene switches to Grace and her mother talking. A glass of blood is offered to Grace, and she instantly drinks that. Grace started vomiting with blood and screaming badly and moving here and there on the ground recklessly. Screaming and shouting started rising to the sky. Grace's body felt like the possession of some mystical powers. In the next scene, Grace stopped shouting and acted weirdly. Grace's mom said that the long night began, and she bowed down on her knees. Grace's mom started worshiping Noctina in their particular way. Grace's body harmed her mom with her magic, and she died. Grace shouted, and a thunderous noise was heard all over there. All of the demons and Jack felt restless, and in no time, they all died except Jack. Part VII. The renewal started where Jack was sobbing. Grace kissed and suddenly stabbed him with a sharp knife in the abdomen and left him there. Jack died. The scene switches to the morning light in Grace's home, where she is standing in front of the window, holding a picture of a lady and a little girl, perhaps herself and her mother. She started moving outside towards the empty road. Standing near the main gate, she remembered her mother's words. "You are the first daughter of Millennium Master, born with a purpose," and her eyes turned white. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching.
Oh, what to do with French is so bright. Classic Cuban smooth meats, barbecue or roast beef. French's mustard creamy too.
Make it classic or now smooth and creamy. French's, flavor on.
Welcome back to Classic Recapped. Today, I am going to explain an action and a horror movie called Blood Quantum 2019. Be ready for some spoilers are ahead. The movie opens up to the era of Red Crow Indian Reservation 1981, where an old man, Trailer's dad, in a boat is trying to catch fish and catches 4 large fish. Tying the boat to the shore, he cut one of them, but suddenly all fish started twirling and moving. In the next scene, an animated pregnant woman sitting on a cliff and a zygote are floating in the water. The scene switches to a Red Crow police car, which stops outside a hut where a sick dog of his ex-wife is on his last legs. Trailer, a police officer, talks about his ex-wife Joss with the older man who was already present, and he immediately shoots the dog with his pistol. He put the dead dog in his car's boot. The scene moves to Joss, cutting large wood pieces. She also told him about their only son, who got arrested last night with his stepbrother Lysol. The scene switches to the same older man who goes fishing at the beginning. The policeman asked about the fish and told him about the tragedy, and he was amazed to see the sliced fish alive. They decided to burn the dead dog and fish. When they moved outside, they saw the dog barking and active. They were stunned to see all this, anyhow fired it again and burned them. The scene moves to the jail where Joseph sleeps and his stepbrother, Lysol, is smoking. Both got arrested for misbehaving with the car person. Another man is in prison with them and started vomiting and spitting a lot of blood here and there. Joseph and his brother started screaming and calling the police. On the other hand, Trailer and Joss, Joseph's parents, are asking about their son's crime. The police officer told them he climbed up on the bridge and defecated the car passing by. In the next scene, the policeman and Trailer moved towards the jail to free Joseph and Lysol. They saw the man growling in blood all over the floor. They considered it some mischief of Joseph and his brother. The policeman moved ahead to see the man, but instantly he woke up and attacked him. He turned into a zombie, bit his neck, and Joseph and Trailer tried to save him. In the next scene, Joseph also gets bitten by the man while saving the policeman. Joseph's mom advises him to improve and treat Lysol as a brother, but not as a kid. In the next scene, Trailer connected on the intercom, and the lady informed him about the pregnancy of Joseph's girlfriend. The scene switches to a hospital's waiting area where Joseph's girlfriend, Charlie, is waiting for him. He got his bitten hand band-aid, and both talked about aborting the child. Finally, they decided to keep the baby. Joss is finding tetanus injections for his son, but could not find any, and the receptionist told her that the emergency removed all tetanus from the hospital. Meanwhile, Joss noticed some noise in the hallway. A zombie ran toward the patients. In the next scene, Trailer moves to the Sugar's house, which is a friend. He complains about his wife's sickness and his newborn baby. Shocker is drunk, and Trailer moves upstairs to see what happened. His wife was eating her baby and suddenly attacked him. He managed to run from there, but got bitten in his hand. His wife attacked Shooker, but they somehow killed her and ran away. Both are moving towards a nearby hospital. All ambulances are busy, and there is an emergency in the city. The zombie plague has been spread all over the country. On the other hand, Taylor talked to Doris through the intercom, and she informed him of all the cases in the city. An ambulance reached under the bridge, and Trailer and Shooker approached them. Joss and Joseph were in the ambulance, and they got attacked by zombies. Trailer helped them to run from there and freed Joseph from the lady trying to bite him. He cut her face with a saw, and there was blood everywhere. They burnt the dead zombies. The scene switches to 6 months later, where the whole country is scared and uninfected people live in strict quarantines. Lysol, Joseph, and the community are occupied under strict restrictions with walls and proper security. A man with his infected daughter approached them for help as he thought they would help save the girl's life. But they couldn't do anything but kill infected people. They killed the girl with the saw and let her father move in with them. Lysol argued with Joseph and slapped him. Lysol was disturbed due to the stressful condition and kept arguing with everyone there. Trailer is also infected, but all brown people are believed to possess robust immunity systems. Therefore, they are more prone to survival from infection for longer. James is one of the survivors, and Solis is the dead girl's father. White people are less immune to infection, so they are advised to kill first. Charlie is also white, but is not infected till now and is afraid about her fetus. In the next scene, Joss runs a medical camp for the people there. Lilith came to them and was infected, but she kept it hidden from them to save her life. Lilith put off her shirt in the bathroom and started examining the bite. Meanwhile, saw the dead girl's father changing into a zombie. She got so scared and ran away from there. The scene switches to Trailer and all, discussing the city's safe places and the production of clean food/water and weapons to survive for more days. They talked about all the situations of zombies and their dead bodies in the city. They plan to eliminate them as soon as possible and use fewer weapons, instead use swords to cut them off. In the next scene, Trailer kills the dead girl's father with a saw. Joseph and Charlie are talking about Lysol's misbehavior, and they are worried about their child. They discuss the name of their upcoming baby and smiled. Trailer got a large wound and came to Joss for stitching. Lysol is drunk and misbehaves with his dad and Joseph. He is worried about his survival and shortage of weapons. He talks rubbish and leaves to party with the alcohol and gas they saved for survival. Joss asked Joseph to keep him calm and handle him as a drunk. In the next scene, Charlie had a nightmare and woke up a jerk. She thought her child would eat her from inside. The scene switches to Lysol's party, where he is very drunk and apologizes for misbehaving with his girlfriend. Moon is an aged survivor who was having some philosophical talk about Earth and life. Meanwhile, Joseph heard some noise. He moved towards it and saw Lilith and Lysol. Lysol was about to make love with Lilith, and she turned into a zombie, cut his private parts, and bit him everywhere. In the next scene, while holding their weapons, Trailer and 2 others rush toward a room. A zombie enters and they shoot him dead. It seems like they are discovering new places to live and cleaning them from all zombies. They checked every corner of the area and killed all of them. The next scene jumps to Lysol and Joseph, where he is crying with pain. Joseph helped him to move out of the car and motivated him to stay alive. He is trying to save his brother's life. Both are crying and hugging each other. But at that instant, Lysol stabbed Joseph with a sharp knife, and he fell to the ground. Lilith is tied onto ropes, and the drunk Moon is with them. In the next scene, Joss is helping a little girl with sleep and encouraging the frightened Charlie about the whole situation. Suddenly, they heard a knock, and it was Joseph, injured, but he managed to reach there. Lysol was following him. Joss tried to handle the situation, but a random guy opened the door and got eaten by zombies. In the next scene, Trailer and his men get a call from Joss to help her. She talks about Joseph and the zombies' attack. Trailer took weed, weapons, and his team with him to save Joseph and alive people in the medical camp. A large group of zombies attacked them, but they managed to run from there and reach the place safe and sound. In the next scene, 2 zombies are caught at the door. He kills them with a sword and meets Joss and Joseph. They gathered all the people in a truck and rushed towards the nearby safest place. Joseph was worried about Charlie. She was in pain. Suddenly, they got attacked by a whole population of zombies from all sides. Trailer could not make it and sacrificed his life for his family and grandchild. Joss was so melancholy that she left Trailer in between the zombies and couldn't do anything to save him. They cut Trailer's body, chewed his intestines, and tore him into pieces. The following scene switches to an old lady, where James and Lysol force her to call Trailer for help. They put a gun on her head, and a zombie was there to kill her at any moment. Lysol did not know about Taylor's death. Joseph's grandfather, who was in the car with Joseph, received the call of the old lady and ensured to reach the place as soon as possible for help. James, Lysol, and Moon kidnapped all the living people from the truck and hijacked them in the church. All are tied to solid ropes, and they cannot say anything. In the next scene, Moon oppresses all the people, and James abuses them. Meanwhile, Taylor's friends reached the church and attacked Moon. He died on the spot. On the other hand, Charlie is about to give birth and cry in pain. Joss is helping her with it and calming her down. Suddenly, Lysol reached there and killed a driver. Joss pointed the gun at him, and as a result, he pointed the gun at Charlie. Joss surrendered and requested to leave Charlie. Lysol was upset about the bad behavior of his parents. Joss tried to admonish him, but he threw a zombie at Charlie. At the same time, Joss fired him, but she could not stop the zombie. Z attacked Charlie and infected her. Joseph reached there and killed Charlie, is now being infected with the plague. In the next scene, Joseph and his grandfather carried injured Lysol to an open place and stabbed him in the abdomen with a heavy heart. Joseph was helpless and maltreated. That's why he did not respond to Lysol's emotional speech before dying and killed him with his own hands. Joseph cried and left. The scene switches to Charlie and Joss, where they are crawling toward the Red Cross River. They found some help in the form of a boat and ran to it. Joseph's grandfather, one of the survivors, refused to leave the place because of some emotional attachment to the place. Joseph cried and left him there. A large group of zombies rushed to him. He fought with them bravely and finally succeeded. In the next scene, Charlie is screaming with pain, and Joss is helping her with it. Finally, she gave birth to a baby girl. In the next scene, Joseph is holding and admiring his daughter, and Charlie is anesthetic. She desired to see the child, but Joseph put the child in her lap. She cried with joy and love. She instantly asked to remove the child from her lap as she was infected and didn't want to harm her daughter. In the last scene, Charlie asks Joseph to shoot her because she will turn into a zombie after some time. Joseph denied it, but on insisting, he shot her dead and cried badly. He holds his head in Charlie's lap for a long time. Only 3 of them, Joss, her granddaughter, and Joseph, are left alive. The movie ends here. Thanks for watching.
There are many moments that make home sweet home. Some you plan, others just happen. So when it's your time to find a home, Wells Fargo is here. Get started with a Wells Fargo mortgage.
Our first zombie turns in the middle of being brutally assaulted by high school bullies. While I have questions about this virus and its spread, I'm surprised our first infected isn't able to bite any one of these high school students. Jinsu awakens from a fall and starts convulsing, snapping and jittering like a Train to Busan zombie. His family member decides to throw the good book at him and beats him to death with the Bible in a hospital. Wouldn't someone swing by after hearing this aggressive Bible thumping? He is able to stuff Jinsu's body in a rollable suitcase and get out undetected, and then Jinsu, after falling 2 stories and being beaten to death by a Bible, wakes up again like it's nothing, sticking his hand out. Not only did he not wake up while being wheeled out, but I have never seen zombies just take naps like they're a Bethesda main character to heal their wounds. Either way, I'm still surprised no one noticed a dead body in a suitcase. Gotta say, this intro of the title fading to black and white molecules into hordes of zombies is really creative, minus 1 cent. If Mr. Lee apparently knows a bite from this infected infected mouse is bad, why would you have it so easily accessible to a sleeping student? You'd think you'd at least have a padlock on the box or something, but no, if zombie media has taught me anything, pandemics always start for the dumbest reasons while security personnel aren't looking. You could argue it's him trying to get back at the world, but it didn't seem like that at the very onset of this.
그쪽에서 사고 나서 아빠가 출동했는데 돈이 많건 적건 공부를 잘했건 못했건 사고 앞에서 다 평등하더라. 성적이 중요한 게 아니야. 안전하고 건강한 게 최고야.
Foreshadowing because High School of the Dead live action don't care about no grades. A horde of students rush across the street to not be late for school, with a few being left behind to be punished by teachers. I can see this as foreshadowing for when the undead start attacking the student populace as they leave some behind to be eaten alive, remarking on how people fend for themselves. -1 sin. A student has been missing since yesterday, and everyone says she was last seen cleaning the science lab. When a teacher confronts Mr. Lee about this and a noise is made, he says, "Oh, it was a hamster, don't worry." Besides the zombie story here, you should really suss this dude out since he has also been acting weird lately around underage kids.
희망 같은 거 갖지 마.
He injects her with benzodiazepine to slow her symptoms as she worries about her own mortality. It seems like the infection sparks the most when someone feels a heightened emotion of anger or fear. So why would you say this to them right before they pass out? You think those words would dwell within their head as they wake up. Mr. Lee monologues about how viruses are undefeatable and are different than what we truly know just in time for Hyunju to wake up from her drug-induced coma and break from her duct tape containment and be found wandering the halls. This girl who was infected and chained up overnight didn't try and bite anyone in that short time she got out. Hyunju walks to the classroom to explain what happened as she is taken to the infirmary so we can have a description of some of the symptoms, be it extremely low body temperatures, bleeding, and erratic behavior. Good thing Zombie Hyun only mildly attacked 2 people long enough to comfortably be taken away by it. Zombie Han was able to bite the infirmary doctor pretty decently, and despite what some students thought of as rabies, which is a pretty bad virus, the doctor does not question emergency services about her own bite and seek immediate medical treatment. No, she doesn't do any of that. You would notice a pretty gnarly bite. With someone acting feral like that, emergency personnel would be asking if anyone else was bit just in case of rabies. Hyunju was bit by a hamster and administered psychoactive drugs and didn't fully turn within 24 hours. However, the doctor is bitten in the arm and turns within less than an hour. Even though the turn rate is convenient to the plot here, it also actually makes sense for the turn rate's time span due to the severity and placement of the bite. So for once in a zombie series, -1 sin for the first infections not really being inconsistent. Zombie Doc is just standing in the infirmary staring at the window. Why wouldn't she be attracted to the sounds of the entire student body getting out of class? One of the bullies is bitten in the face as the doctor runs after more students. The bully turns into a zombie within 30 seconds, trying to hide his stiffy in the process. I realize I just praised the turn rate, and yes, he was violently bitten on the cheek, but still, the fact that Hyunju wasn't going around biting people when she first got out of containment, and the doctor is the reason for the outbreak and she had less than an hour before she turned, is a bit weird to me. Now, this isn't a sin, but just quick PSA. If you bully people, sexually harass or assault them, torment them to the point where they consider suicide, or just berate them and abuse them in general, fuck you. Learn how to be a decent human. It speaks more volume of you as a person to be kind and generous amidst a world clouded with people uncertain of the future and weary of one another. You can be and do better. Right as Yoonji is about to jump off the roof due to bullying, 4 separate windows are broken through at nearly the same time right beneath her, caused by zombies tackling victims. Good thing 4 separate undead had ample room, opportunity, angles, and timing to shatter public school windows. You're telling me zombies had enough velocity and perfect straight line angles to break through these windows, but in other instances they barely even tink the glass? Gotta love that perfect life-saving timing. Am I a bad person for kinda hoping the school president would just blindly walk into the zombies with her earbuds in? Sounds genuinely funny, but besides my dark humor, the prez somehow is unfazed and not even brushed by panicking full sprint minutes, as she is saved just in the nick of time because that's how it works for main characters. As the student body floods into the cafeteria, Anjo is knocked to the ground. While everyone is doing the classic, "It's a mass panic scene, everyone run in aimless directions," this zombie guy ignores all the free-running people so it can focus on just Anjo specifically. He literally knocks a healthy student out of the way just to get to her. Despite the zombies biting anyone they get near, up until this point, this zombie decides to just growl at Anjo, giving trailers some good footage and YouTubers a proper thumbnail. This zombie is able to perfectly walk with a traffic cone attached to its leg. This school chef whacks a zombie with the frying pan, Left 4 Dead 2 style, and doesn't think to look behind her at the zombie she just knocked out as she tries to shut the kitchen door. Anjo somehow doesn't get bitten here. Yet just a few seconds ago, a kitchen staff member got bitten much more easily. Lee Chong gets tackled and not bitten by a zombie here. Anjo likes being a bottom but has a no biting rule. Good thing this zombie respects her boundaries. Lee Chong, showing off that he has plot armor, shoves another student into a zombie. Without hesitation, the shoved student gets bitten in an instant. You know what? That other student really should have bought some plot armor. The school staff bring up the fact that students are calling this a zombie outbreak, so they know what zombies are in this universe. You'd think the bully would go straight for the head and not the neck when he fights back against the zombie attacking him. Apparently throwing zombies off of people gets them to fully give up on their target and chase someone else. I'm surprised not more people went into this kitchen, considering there's not many other places to go in a closed off cafeteria besides the windows. Let's just stare at the zombies as they draw closer to us before taking the obvious third exit point in front of you for dramatic tension. Man, this is some Left 4 Dead ass shit right here. I ain't complaining, but an infected driver wrecks his load-bearing truck into the school. You'd think a guy that's freshly bitten would be driving away from the school before turning as he desperately tried to escape. But hey, whatever, so we can get our main characters up a convoluted route so they can just conveniently get to safety at this door, this window. I mean, this is something they would do in Left 4 Dead, right? I'm not going crazy. Side note, neither of them get bitten or attacked. While all this goes down, they just kind of sit there and stare while everyone else is getting chased and attacked. So they are basically taking more of a risk going back into the school. Honestly, it would have been better for them to get some distance from the building rather than going into the window and hoping no zombies are nearby inside. Lucky for them, there's always someone else that gets attacked in front of them in a surprise attack, while they have tons of distance to get away. This genuinely felt like something that would happen to somebody in a zombie apocalypse. No gallantry, heroics, badassery, none of that how to beat shit. Just genuine, well, you got caught and tried, and you died. Despite him staying on that ladder for longer than he should have. I would have added a sin because he was able to stay on this ladder somehow, but you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and minus a sin anyway. Luckily, almost every main and side character is able to get into this untouched classroom, even though every other classroom has been ransacked or broken into, giving them a moment to breathe. Namra and Soo-hyuk are able to procure the ladder where the janitor was just eaten alive in front of, are able to prop it up in the midst of an outbreak without it teetering or getting knocked over by zombies, are able to climb all the way up it just in time to get to the window before it gets knocked over for dramatic tension. Oh, now zombies are going to show up to the classroom for a classic jump scare! We actually get an explanation behind how the virus was created. More information on it in my Why You Wouldn't Survive video, so go check it out. With Dr. Lee's background in biology driving him mad in order to protect his son from an oppressive world, it does give a mostly good reasoning to how and why this virus spiraled out of control and why it was made. So, minus one sin. Zombified Hyun doesn't go full zombie mode until placed in the MRI. You had a whole school turning as she was driven to the hospital, but it isn't until now that she starts to turn. I get she was drugged up, but you'd think the preceding events would have exacerbated her full turning. These nurses witness a full exorcist moment as Hyun snaps her back a full 180 degrees and they just sit there staring at her long enough to get bit. The archery team arrives back at campus to see students and zombie students who haven't really left campus yet. They're kind of just staying on campus grounds for some reason. The students discern zombies can't open doors normally, but make sure to hold it shut just in case. Sensible people in a zombie thing? What? -1 sin. Despite breaking exterior windows and glass doors earlier, these zombies can't muster the strength to even crack these interior windows. We get a realistic look at an emergency call center as numerous reports of zombies first have responders thinking it's a joke before the reality sets in. Nice touch, -1 sin. The zombies all run off to chase after the screams of a survivor. One student yells while another says to keep it down to not attract more. Thank you! Sensibility, -1 sin. She calls the fire department to show off and ask for her fireman dad's help when they say that they cannot do that. Then she lies and says there is a fire at the school. What good is a team of firefighters gonna do against zombies? They have fire axes and stuff, but you're risking your firefighter dad's life. Why not instead say something like an active shooter or knife-wielding maniac is loose at the school to get an armed response immediately? I think that would be a little more sensible. Coach Jinju appears and starts telling the kids to barricade the doors. Lucky for him, they didn't already start doing that, considering they were using their own bodies to do so before. The coach says he wasn't bit and openly leaves his bite mark out to be easily seen. A coward like him would actively work to cover it up. But now we have a lesson to check for bite marks at least. The coach has enough time to get in and tell everyone to barricade themselves inside with him and have his bite mark exposed before starting to turn. The virus has great cinematic timing. He reanimates and bites this girl on the mouth, and she doesn't turn instantly despite the other guy getting bit on the cheek and turning instantly. They know zombies are around, but didn't prepare some kind of weapon in case they broke in, maybe doesn't get bit by any of them once here. This zombie completely ignores the easy target in front of him to go after the other students. They take all the windows and doors off their hinges easily to defend themselves. You would think if they were that easy to take off, the zombies earlier would have easily broken through them or knocked them over. They are able to push the zombie down the stairs via the unhinged door, giving them all enough time to run down the hall for more zombies to show up to go up the stairs again, while the first horde just kinda stumbles around for them to do all of this. Their ferocity sure is selective. The former bully is kicking one zombie at a time as the second horde fastly approaches, just for him to fall on the ground and just stare at his friend and have this kind of moment together. Go, motherfucker, go! There's like 13 zombies! Start running now! Do something! They did acknowledge to watch out for your hands, but I am surprised Dae-soo did not get his hands bit here. This one zombie is able to jump over the horde, gets knocked down, and then ends up crawling underneath everything. Why have no other zombies tried this yet? They're lucky enough to break the padlock and get in and shut the door right as the zombies come tackling in the nick of time, cliche. Why would he rest his head underneath the window he just shattered? Oh, that's right. He's the fat guy. Even in Korean cinema does the only, or one of the only fat people have to be the dumb guy punchline. Either way, even if you're dumb, you would not do this. You would see the shattered window and hear all the noise. And on that note, why was everyone just catching their breath with a fully broken window? You know they can crawl through, right? Why not immediately procure anything you can as a weapon and not wait until they start getting in? Start getting ready to defend yourself. And here we have the comment section arguing on how to handle the situation or how they would survive. Now, why is there a sin? Because they are all at fault for not barricading the room in the first place. The bully in the kitchen pushes a girl into the wake of a zombie and just stays under the table. For a guy that's quick for violence, you'd think he'd use that time to get a weapon like, I don't know, a kitchen knife or cleaver instead of just staying put. A girl in the restroom has been bitten and they'd lock her in a stall and just stall? Get it? They debate on what to do, saying they have to kill her if she turns. Honestly, it's pretty obvious she will turn, so why not do it instead of risking her biting one or both of y'all when she does turn? Especially with the fact that they don't know what kind of zombie they're dealing with. They referenced Train to Busan earlier, and honestly, if you don't know and how fast they are, you just nip it in the bud. Despite the entire student body all turning within seconds of being bitten, this girl gets to bleed a bit in the stall, and displays the anger symptoms no one else has displayed since Hyunju, because we needed that reminder that anger is a thing so we can have this character moment that yes, this virus does involve fear turning into anger. It took this long for someone to fashion a weapon, and it's only because badass girl number 1 decided to make one. So she gets impaled through the mouth and does not die. die, but an arrow through the neck does? Good thing some of the archery team survived, ended up going into the school infested with zombies in order to save them. Why would you want to go to the restroom at a time like this? Well, as Dr. Ian Malcolm once said,
when you gotta go, you gotta go.
The English teacher announces to stay safe as we see everyone else surviving, and we get 2 hints at the zombies' behavior, between them being attracted to sound and that they can't climb high. I hope they stay true to their established traits later on. As the girl comforts the other, she notices her hand is cold to the touch when her eyes and ears start to bleed and turn red. Now, it's realistic to see one person was bit in that situation from earlier, but why would you hug someone you know is infected and rapidly turning? You have seen firsthand how fast they can go from best friends forever to biting friends forever. She convulses and turns, and still no one has a weapon ready. At the first sign of her turning, someone should have been finding something to stab or beat her skull in. It wouldn't be that hard. Get a desk ready as she's kind of flailing on the ground. That's your opportunity. Nope. Instead, she busts through a window, but is able to hold on to the edge as a zombie and have a "Scar! Help me, brother!" moment with her friend. They decide to rappel out the window to escape, and somehow not a single zombie sees this arm flailing about to grab the fire hose from outside the classroom. This plan works, and all but the last girl and guy have descended down to the broadcasting room as the zombie horde finally starts breaking in. The girl says she has nothing to live for and contemplates staying to get eaten alive. Luckily, the zombies are polite enough to wait long enough for the guy to talk her down. Chong-sun does not get bitten here. We get an end of episode fake out of Chong-sun falling backwards out of a window as a zombie pursues him, but he somehow grabs the hose on the way down next episode. How? He jumped way too far out in a backflip to be able to pull this off, only 1 floor down, especially with the zombie attached to his foot. How did they both end up doing this? We suddenly have a girl giving birth in a bathroom because we couldn't have a zombie drama show without a crying, shitting, noise-making baby. Ex-bully avoids a falling zombie and Tarzans his way on the hose. You know, repeating the sins of your friends doesn't make it better. The not-so-pregnant girl somehow doesn't get splattered here. All passengers in this car were bitten, and it wasn't until driving near a main character did they turn and crash for a second time. You would think these 2 cops, after being bitten, would not immediately get in a car with an infected and handcuffed person, but hey, whatever, so it looks pretty cool. Several bystanders at the wreck get bitten and turn instantly. Why? Because of the background character genome in their DNA. If you're a background character, you turn like that. New baby mama goes back into the bathroom for her newborn, and it's not crying attracting zombies. And as she goes out, she just stares at a guy getting disemboweled. Now, I realize this show is a commentary on society showcasing sociological factors in the students, and the teen mom is gonna be ripe with that. But I'm so sick of babies popping up in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. It's just tiresome. The hose breaks the window with no rhyme or reason. Chong-sun goes to check without any sound being made, and then jump scare by a mindless zombie attached to the hose, because why not? You would think he'd be going the whole time, but no, he's silent until he falls over. She flails around in the window and no one decides to procure a weapon except Chon. These business suits were able to tie an infected to a chair. How? Without anyone getting bitten. The firefighters go to gag him and one gets bit. So, the professionals that deal with this kind of stuff are not equipped enough, but the suits are. Of course, the call about a disaster level event comes in the second after the bite occurs. And our first class commentary, Gyeon-soo has a cut on his wrist that makes the rich girl Na-yeon believe he is infected after berating him about being poor earlier, calling him a wealthy for being on welfare. While everyone else clears him, she urges an opened wound is a viable vector for transmission, and I don't blame her for her skepticism. You guys are still trying to figure out how this virus works, and a mere scratch with trace amounts of blood or saliva could very well turn someone. They all say she is doing this to pick on him, and that it's cruel as this is like life or death. Yeah, exactly, dude. Yeah, it is life or death. Emotions and personal history aside, realism is what's pretty needed, pretty boy. And we have the teacher with reason chiming in and saying he should isolate in a separate room for 10 minutes just to be sure. That's a good compromise, as even if he is infected, it'll be good to know if a scratch will be cause for alarm or not. You need to know how this virus works. -1 sin. The bully throws another 2 people in harm's way to die. Somehow surviving this, he discovers that, in fact, a sufficient stab to the neck takes them out. I guess that's this show's unique way of how to kill zombies instead of to the head. I guess that shuts me up from earlier of the whole bow to the neck. So -1 sin, I guess. The firefighter dad is told not to get bit over radio, and that's when the virus decides this guy should blatantly show symptoms after being bitten earlier and start turning, all in the span of 5 seconds. Hyosan's district has over 200 infected flooding down the road and a line of riot cops standing firm to keep them from progressing. You would think use of deadly force would be authorized, but I'm not educated on South Korean police forcing. As an American myself, things are kind of different here. Little old lady with a limp can outrun full sprint infected. Na-yeon is forced to go inside Yeonsu's quarantine to apologize, and she still commits to this evil rich bitch routine and intentionally infects him with a bloody rag. I get it's to show how heinous she is and the class disparity and all that, but to purposefully infect a person over being pushed and money? Really? This doesn't seem like a person. It's a character to drive this plot element. It's just, you're putting yourself at risk just because someone made you mad? You're poor. Die, scum. As Yeonsu transforms, we get a dramatic, slow infection as he slowly turns, asking how and why this is happening as everyone else just stares at him. Yeah, it's sad, but you could argue it's slower because it wasn't a bite, he got a little bit of blood in his open wound, but I still say the virus loves dramatic tension more than anything. Yeonsu agrees to leave before turning, but the virus plays on his fears and
When does everybody else get here? Everybody else? Yes, everybody else, like all the friends of the bride's feet.
You mean the groom?
Groom?
Yes, the groom.
Wait, I think I might have got you were drunk as fuck. Time to see some booty. What the fuck is this? Some kind of blue gorilla pack? Yeah, I think it's been a mix of. I don't give a fuck. I'm trying to say, bust it open. Actually, I think
Anyway, we paid for the
it's my last night of being single.
Insecurities as he resonates the words of the rich bitch and turns to see everyone else as threats, giving us a window into why zombies attack others. The virus wants to spread the infection, so it makes the host believe everyone else is out to get them. -1 sin for a much needed perspective. Chongsan is able to whistle at Zombie Yeon, leading him to jump out a window. Good thing students are able to quickly figure out that symbolic moments like whistling can override viral rage for a few seconds. Na-yeon admits to infecting Yeonsu, and because everyone blames her, she thinks, oh, I have no friends, I'm gonna walk out on my own. With all the noise they've been making, I'm surprised no zombies were already at the door to eat her the second she walks out. Oh, there is some zombies down the hallway, but we get enough time for the teacher to walk outside and save her at the last second. Hey, it's basically me every time I discuss what you need to survive, even down to the subscribe at the end. -1 sin because that's what it truly takes to prepare. Chongsan's mom avoids hordes of undead, does it multiple times, runs away from them as they were chasing her. She gets to the schoolyard, and the first infected out of an entire student body she sees there is her son's best friend, Yeonsu, who earlier ran off with the horde and is now by himself. The mom decides to run to him as he's growling and bloodied, looking like the infected that almost tried to kill her multiple times, and she's expecting answers about her son from this zombie. Like, girl, I know he was your son's friend, but you should know better by now. But whatever, old ladies and moms and dads are stupid and emotional and couldn't possibly rationalize anything. Asking the real questions, how and where are we gonna be pooping? Truly truly innovative for zombie media. This isn't sarcasm, -1 sin. The bully escapes the school and avoids getting bitten in all of these situations here. His escape bike gets off the chain while he struggles to get it moving. No zombie catches up to him here. Lucky for him, not a single zombie was close enough to attack him in this panic. Long enough for him to find a door to shut in the nick of time as the horde slams against it. Cliche. 3 zombies in this room must be deaf for not swarming out of the room at the amount of noise the bully made at this point. Bully with a mullet, we'll call him Mully, is pretty damn efficient with a knife to the neck. And he gets to have this slow, I look like a killer you'd see on True Crime, mix with the K-pop icon, while just staring at nothing for a few seconds. Lucky the zombie behind him gave him time to collect himself. So the edgy teen girl harasses the archery girl about going to college for being good at archery? What? Is that not someone you would want to be on a good side with? Like, an archer in a zombie apocalypse when guns aren't really available is probably your best bet at survival. But no, this has teens, and obviously teens care more about drama than survival. What? They start fighting? Why? What was the build-up here? What the fuck is this girl's problem? I get it, school is hard, but you know what's harder? Fucking dying because you want to make a bunch of noise in a restroom in a zombie apocalypse over you guys' future after graduating school that you don't even know if graduating's even a thing anymore. +3 sins. You know, I praised this streamer earlier, but thinking about it rationally, considering everything, you wouldn't want to be whispering to chat constantly in complete silence. Zombies might hear you. And also, whatever streaming service he is on, well, they would probably have banned his stream by now because, I mean, zombies, decaying people covered in blood, that's gotta be against terms of service in some way. Stream chat is suggesting to him what to do to survive, while other suggestions are telling him to just die. You know what, that's pretty accurate. But, I mean, he is still Jake Pauling his way in a zombie apocalypse, getting attention and whatnot, and that's probably the dumbest shit you could do. But you know what? It's every day, bro.
With the Disney Channel flow.
While this is genuinely terrifying. Why did all these kids decide to hide in the dark and do this jump scare all at the same time? What is this coordinated effort? He gets away from this many kid zombies while still keeping his stream even and whatnot, and he even stopped to see them coming for video footage. But how did he survive that? Dr. Lee is interrogated and reveals more on why he unleashed his virus as penance for the cruelty of bullying. Zombies begin to arrive at the station, and we see this cop was bitten on the face while another gets eaten. Gotta love how trained cops are less capable of fighting zombies than a douchey bully with a mullet. The main cop fends off zombies while Doc Lee stares as he both loves and hates his creation. No zombies attack him till he leaps in and gets himself bitten. Every other cop gets bitten, but as he beats a zombie to a pulp, this one just growls behind him. Doc Lee sacrifices himself as he says his laptop in the science room of the school has all the answers. You know, I doubt it, but okay, gotta have some kind of plot-driven narrative. The MacGuffin. However, I seriously doubt every single zombie would stop in their tracks to sink their teeth in unison in the virus's creator's body. Earlier zombies ignored easy targets to chase faraway survivors, but not here. The cop escapes the building only to land in front of a leashed zombie prisoner. Lucky for him, it couldn't reach him, and double lucky no other zombies attacked him while he had that stare down as he considered a nice, juicy kiss. Mwah. The cop runs into a guy pinned by a car. You know, this dude would've and should've been easily eaten up by now. I mean, he's sitting there crying and whatnot. That, and the cop somehow pulls him out without getting interfered by the police corpse. Get it? Not corpse, but corpse. I think that works. There's corpse and police officers, right? Anyways, next scene. The restroom squad, overnight, fashioned spears to defend themselves. It really shouldn't take a high-class archer to come up with this idea, other groups. The bullies forced this guy to record Hisu as she was forced to undress and scheduled the video post to go up online at 9 a.m. unless they were paid. Well, the zombie apocalypse happens, so the post went up and the girl panics. But I just don't think anyone will really care due to the zombie apocalypse, considering most, if not all, the people at school and her family are probably dead anyways. And even if so, this kind of video would be sketchy as fuck to anyone, and many would consider this sexual harassment, and social media would delete this post pretty quickly. But regardless, she's gonna go inside the school to find the bully's phone? Okay, I get that this was horrible and she was suicidal, but what good is it gonna do if you're dead? I mean, it's a whole lot of irrationality, but I get it, teens are irrational. Hee-soo gets chased down by herself and bitten by dozens of zombies, but it is revealed she doesn't turn, giving us another twist as she walks away bloodied, but still human, without any zombies paying her any mind now, showing she is indeed infected. Interesting. -1 sin. Soo-hyuk and Chung-san scaled the windows to get to the classroom to procure a phone to figure out the outside world situation. Unlucky for them, at that exact moment did the infected Hee-soo arrive to smash every phone to prevent anyone from seeing the posts about her. I guess the virus infecting unturned people still gives them pretty good dramatic timing. Hee-soo sees the two trying to grab the phone and flies into a furious rage, gaining the attention of a number of zombies. Chung finds a busted phone, so he dives into the zombies to get a working one. Lucky for them, these zombies are all incompetent at their jobs and flailing about on equipment for him to check the phone and stall enough for them to both get away unharmed. The firefighters pull off a good defense with these civilians, desks, and fire hoses. Really creative, and maybe I was wrong about sending firefighters over cops, especially since most of the cops here died within moments. -1 sin. Suppressing the horde with Wa'a, they need those second firemen to cut the padlock to the roof. This one businessman doesn't stay there to help their only line of defense and at least hold the door closed. No, he just runs off. As the group gets the padlock cut open, the sole fireman fends off two separate hordes and still makes it out unscathed without any zombies still chasing after. How? Chung-san somehow doesn't get bitten numerous times here. Chung finds the bully tying up the principal. Using the phone, he records this. Saying he will send it to the police and says the bully is human trash. Police are busy and or dead, first off. And dude, the guy has a bloody knife and is obviously a psychopath. I get trying to be truthful and symbolize this character's essence, but sometimes you gotta play both fields and not antagonize the guy that could stab and either kill you or infect you with tainted blood. Hell, he just slit the principal's throat. Hand over the phone, you can figure something out, work with him, and then you can turn on him later when he least expects it. Also, what are the chances of him running into two separate but conflicting survivors over acquiring a singular phone? Aren't phones easily attainable commodities in today's day and age, despite school regulations? Mully the bully chases him down and is ninja zombied only to easily stab it. Good thing the zombies have spared themselves out after all that noise they had been making was made, so they can have this long, dramatic chase. Mully throws a knife like a pro Call of Duty player and perfectly stabs him from afar. I don't see how he pulled this off. Maybe if he was in the archery class and specialized in throwing weapons? Yeah, sure. And all of this while being chased by a horde, you'd think you'd want to keep the knife on you, but whatever. We get an in-depth look at the city under martial law and quarantine and how people in the country outside it act. The stock market. Oh no! Outside healthy people refusing refugees any help, religious zealots saying this is God's will, all while government officials debate on how to move further. Good to see perspectives in the grand scale instead of just the school kids and their families. -1 sin. Bully continues his Chong chase into the library where a nerd is hiding atop the books. Of course a nerd would be there. Chong is pushed off by him fearing he was bitten, and Chong gets away unscathed by the zombies below. Mully gets on top of the same bookcase, gets up there, knocks the nerd off, and the nerd instantly gets devoured by the zombie horde. You gotta love how plot armor is in full swing here. Chong struggles to climb this bookcase and somehow doesn't get bitten in the shin or leg or foot or anything. The two face off on separate bookcases as zombies try and get up to them. Bully wants the phone so the vid doesn't get leaked. Why not compromise and say, can we at least use this to call for help and I won't say anything? No, just gonna let this guy kill you over a phone you can probably find elsewhere, or a computer you can use? Bully tackles Chong, causing him to bash his head on the bookcase. With a potential concussion, he is still able to avoid being bitten numerous times here. They have a Lion King battle atop the bookcases. Bully has him pinned as he grabs the phone. Chong slaps the phone in the air and gracefully catches it with his other hand. Bro, okay. How have the zombies not knocked this case over by now? Chong stabs him in the eye with the corner of the phone. I guess you could see that as symbolic, and allows him to push the bully into the horde, but I just can't see you stabbing somebody that deeply with a phone. We have seen just one zombie be able to disembowel someone, but hordes of infected can barely bite up main characters that end up surviving the infection. With the horde now off the bully's body, they now decide to start knocking over the bookcases like dominoes because their virus knows the dramatic battle is over. This library glass door somehow isn't broken in a similar fashion to the cafeteria glass doors that were easily shattered by the infected horde earlier. The one time Chong is actually about to get bitten, and he is saved by the archer. Good timing. Thankfully, no zombies noticed healthy survivors just standing there for this to happen. Not only that, but they saved Chong, but don't see Chong after the zombie was attacking him in the wall. You would have think they would have noticed him run in there, but... So, Chong finally gets time to use the phone, and the archers finally find a computer to get online. And we get perfectly timed press conferences saying they are cutting phone and internet services. What? To improve operations efficiency, I can get limiting phone calls, but emergency ones? Is this really a thing, or just a plot device to make communication more difficult? It wouldn't make sense to get rid of every form of communication possible, as they cite fake news. While I'm not for generic moments in zombie media, it would make way more sense for the power to just go out and cellular service towers to stop working because of the pandemic. But no, we have to have the social commentary. We see the zombie teen mom still strapped to the door with her baby across the room. It's been there overnight, and this baby is not crying out loud despite being left alone with a bunch of growling zombies for hours on end? How? And how has she not gotten loose and eaten this baby alive at this point? Or how